I was on Facebook and Twitter over the last few days, and I keep seeing posts coming up like, really? Sue Bryce again? You know? And then somebody said last night, it seems like Creative Live have just turned it into the Sue Bryce show. And I kind of have a little bit of a laugh about that, because I kind of think this is my 5th Creative Live, and if it's the last one I do, then this is the anniversary of 1 year from my first Creative Live. So what a journey for me, for starters. And you know what? This is the Sue Bryce show. And I'm not talking about Creative Live, this is the Sue Bryce show. So welcome to the Sue Bryce show. I'm going to embrace that. I thought I'm not going to get offended by that. I'm going to embrace it. What I've done is I was watching Tim Ferriss on Creative Live. And Tim Ferriss in the first 10 minutes said, it's the questions you ask. You just got to ask the right questions, right? No matter what you do, ask the right questions. And the right questions are, who is leading in their field? So if you look around you and you're in a field and you say, who's leading in my field? Okay, then you go to that person, or before you do, you say, who is leading in my field that shouldn't be, and why? Like, why are they leading in their field? Why am I a leader in my field? Right? That's what you have to ask me. Why is she a leader in her field? Then he said, you can go to that person and say, if you were to teach me how to be you in 28 days, what would that look like? And if there was $1 million riding on it, $1 million, like, what could you teach me how to be you in 28 days? And when I watched that, I just went ding, ding. And I went to my computer, and about 7 years ago, so 2013, 2007, 6 years ago, I wrote this business presentation, and it was still saved on my computer. And I trained my 2 photographers in my 2nd year in business in 28 days, right? In 28 days, one of those photographers, who wasn't a photographer when she started, she was a graphic designer, had never touched a digital camera, made $42,000 in my studio. Now, we were already established in a studio and marketing. Yes, we were bringing her the work, right? But I watched her go from 0 to sales in 28 days, and I tracked it down to the last dollar. 4 of those sales were $7,000 a piece. So it occurred to me that 28 days, the 4 weeks thing, was really significant. And it also occurred to me that I've been coaching you through the last year on Creative Live. I don't do private workshops, as you know. I don't do one-on-ones. I shoot and I do Creative Live every 2 months. And I thought, if I could wrap up this year, then I really need to give you that 28 days. So last Creative Live, I sat on the couch at the end and I said, I challenge you to be better than me. Okay, now all I'm seeing when I look in the private groups, on my Facebook, on the 300 emails I get every day of you sending me work, all I'm seeing is the same mistakes over and over again. So today I'm going to strip them right away from you, all those mistakes. And last night I had a conversation with the students that came to my first Creative Live. They're here. And we're going to look this afternoon at their businesses after 1 year. But as we were talking, I was talking, and one of the girls started to tell me about their, crash down, hit rock bottom, climb back up again. Now, I'm a champion at that, because I've hit rock bottom a couple of times, if not 3 or 4. I've learnt every time. And then I've climbed back up my mountain, dragging my way, fingers, knuckles bleeding all the way. But it occurred to me when I turned to her and I said, your whole drag yourself back up thing is noble, and I admire it, and it inspires me, but I don't really care. Lovely. We've all had trials and trips. Guess what? Life is real. You could get hit tomorrow and you don't even know. A family member could be taken from you, a loved one. You do not know what comes to you in this lifetime. And trust me, every person sitting here has a story. I have a great one. I don't need to tell it to you. I have dragged myself through the mud 1,000,000 times, but I will say one thing. What interests me is not that you climbed up. What interests me is, what did you do wrong? Like, how did you screw that up? That's what I want to know, because do you know why I want to know why you screwed it up? I want to know so I don't screw it up. And it just occurred to me that all my career I've wanted two things. I mean, sing praises, you know, lift up high, all the rest of it. You can do this, bullshit. It's hard. Everybody knows it's hard. So what I want to know is, why are you screwing it up? Why are you getting in your own way? And so I wrote this to, these next 2 days are about eliminating every single hurdle in front of you. And you're going to meet them. You're going to go, oh, I know that one, because that's already in my life. Some you won't know, some you won't care about. And then I'm going to give you a map for 28 days to challenge yourself to master my craft. Okay, so all you have to do then is practice it and get out of your own way. It's that simple. I'm just not interested in the stand up and climb that mountain. It doesn't teach me anything to hear you say you overcame something. I haven't overcome something. I'm sitting here today listening to you going, okay, well, that's wonderful that you've overcome something, but right now I just need to be told how you screwed it up to get down there in the first place. Because that's probably the truth of where I'm at, right? So I thought long and hard about how I can teach that to you. And that I know really well. I hear a lot of people say, let's talk about fear. And then they talk about fear and they go, and we're going to address it. And then they come to address it, and what's the everything everybody comes with? Just do it. Well, thank Nike have been telling us that for ages. It doesn't make me run a marathon. You know, I buy the shoes. It's written on the side. It's written on the back of my pants. And, you know, it just doesn't work. You know, just do it doesn't work. So I'm going to teach you a whole lot of other skills that are way, way better than just do it. So obviously I am Australian Portrait Photographer of the Year. I'm a New Zealander. I've been living in Australia for the last 4 years. Winning this was the greatest honour for me because to me the Australian National Awards is one of the greatest in the world. That body of photographers is one of the finest, and to actually compete on that level and be recognised in my field was one of the greatest honours for me. Now, as you can see when you look at my work, I'm very good at what I do now. I have mastered my craft. I enjoy it. I love it still after 23 years. It still drives me and fills me with passion. You'll laugh that in some of the videos that I'm shooting live and they're filming me, you'll hear my voice shake and I start talking rapidly because I'm enjoying it so much. I was born with this gift, you know, like I was shooting since I was 9 years old, and it's just my natural eye. Yeah, really? No? Okay, no. It goes like this. Here's the truth. You want to know the truth? I'll show you the truth. I'll show you so much truth right now that it'll shock you. I read a book called Mastery by Robert Greene. He's also written The Art of Seduction and the 48 Laws of Power. He also wrote the 50th Law, which, by the way, is about 50 Cent. Okay? He met 50 Cent. 50 called him up and was like, come and hang in my crib. And Robert Greene was like, sure, well, that's freaky. And he went and actually toured with him for 6 months and wrote a book about him. Because did you know 50 Cent started from nothing and he climbed that mountain, right? He climbed it, and so he understood the laws of power. Now, I am fascinated by anything metaphysical. I'm fascinated by any mind power, any overcoming my own self. That fascinates me, right? So I'm going to read anything like that. Mastery by Robert Greene is an incredible book. And one of the things he wrote in it was this: all masters in their craft have one common denominator. Do you know what that is? They're very emotional people. Because in order to master something, you have to do it every day. In order to do something every day, you have to love it. Okay, so you can talk about passion until the cows come home and all that sort of stuff, but the truth is when you love something so much, you do it every day. So if you don't like what you're doing in your business right now, you need to change it to something you love. Once you love it, you do it every day. Once you practice it every day, you master it. Once you master it, you live and breathe it, and every cell in my body believes in glamour photography. Even when it was out of fashion, you could not have stopped me. There isn't a cell in my body that doesn't believe that. It still makes me tremble now. That's why I still do it now. If you love something, you will keep doing it. Like, I can't tell you how strong that is in me, and that every cell believes that. That's why I mastered that. I'm a black belt in karate. I did karate for 6.5 years. I broke 16 bones. I'm a black belt. And I went every day for 6.5 years. Every day, even with broken bones, I trained. You could not stop me. I loved it that much. I just loved it. I didn't have to. I'm not one of those incredibly structured, motivated people. I mean, if I was, I wouldn't eat so much or drink so much. This is not a gift that my personality was, oh, Sue's so lucky. She's one of those people that can just focus on something. Hell no. You couldn't get me to... I remember one day I was at work and I photographed this hot guy, like so gorgeous I could barely talk or look at him because he was just so gorgeous. And at the end of the shoot, he asked me out on a date. And I was like, he said, what are you doing after work? What are you doing tonight? And I was like, I'm going to karate. And he went, oh. And then I went, oh my God. And I walked off and I remember thinking, I'm going to karate, you know, and then I thought, well, hang on, karate was more important than hot guy at the time. And I was like, would have loved to have gone out with hot guy and I probably blew it. But the truth is at the end of the day, it was training night. And I was doing a 3-hour endurance training and that's all I cared about. So when you love something, you do it. So if you don't do something every day, you don't love it. Let go of it. You know, let go of it. You don't love it, so let go of it. When it came to building my own business, you all have this really great idea that I was working for 10 years before I built my business. So you all think I walked into my business with this amazing folio. Because I remember even saying in my first creative life, I was so lucky I got to build an incredible folio. And when I actually heard that back, I thought to myself, I don't remember feeling that incredible when I built my business. So I revisited my work from back then and I bought 100 images to show you the truth of where I was and how incredible I was. All right, and this is so cool because you actually get to see the reality of starting a glamour brand, because I'm looking at all of your work going, oh, that's on the nose, oh, and I'm looking through your work and then I look through mine and I was like, oh. And I built a business in my shabby little garage in Caracas. Who talk about small town, awesome. Big town, hard. Big city, real hard. Okay? Because we have something in small towns that other people don't have. And do you know what that is? We like to talk to each other. Big cities, not so much. Can you imagine me being in New York like, oh, I love your shoes. Hi, how's it going? Oh, you should come in for a photo shoot. And I was kind of thinking about small town. For me, it was all about small town. And for me, small town is about community. And, you know, I like this and I like this. So, yeah, you're right. You need to glam up Minnesota and you need to glam up, where else are we going to make really beautiful over there? Oh, yeah. Okay, they need beauty. Everybody needs beauty. So when I moved to Australia, everyone was like, you're moving your business to Australia and nobody knows you. And I was like, yep. And they're like, that is impossible. And I said, why? And they're like, there's 22 million people there. How are you going to stand out? And I was like, well, if there's 22 million people, that means 11 million of them are women that need to be photographed by me. All right? That's my demographic. You're a girl, you're my business. So there I was in my little rural town, building my business. Yeah, there I was, my little garage, my blue carpet, very blue, all right? My side of the road makeup table, pulled it off the side of the road, painted it white. The makeup chair was a gift. The makeup chair didn't even go up and down. The hair chair was a gift. The couch was vinyl, although it looked like leather. The ottoman that 1,000 people have emailed me about and said, how big is it? And I say, long enough for a person to lie on. I don't know how big my ottoman is. I'm a girl. It's like when you ask me, what's your new car? It's silver. I'll throw it out there. Oh, my ottoman's 600 wide by 1,200. Long enough for somebody to lie on. Nobody email me that ever again. Okay, my wall prints were just wall-mounted shots, but they were big, and they were my very favorite shots. The flowers were fake. So I used to go and cut big green leaves and wrap them around the bottom and the inside and fill them with water. And people used to go, oh, those flowers smell so beautiful. Really, it was me. I said, shh. And they thought they were fresh. And there I was every day in my little studio with no money, trying to make it work, with no marketing budget, no confidence, filled with fear and anxiety, filled with not good enough, filled with how can I achieve this? This is just too hard, filled with it's not possible, and I'm going to take you through that year, okay? One of the most incredible things about that year is when I look back, there was only one time that I was ever happy. And do you know when that was? In the morning. When I would get up, do my hair and makeup, I would walk out to my garage, I would open the door, and for 20 minutes I would vacuum the floor, light a candle, and I would just sit in my space, my little country garage with shitty windows that didn't even open, you know, a budget toilet, a budget floor, and I would sit in my little space and say, I created this. And it just filled me with joy. And then the clients would come in and I'd be like, ugh. And then I'd be like working and shooting and retouching all night and stuff in there. But that filled me with joy, that space. So I knew I was on the right track. I was just doing it too hard. So here's the truth. The truth is I look back through this time and I think to myself, in all my lifetime, I have never met a purple human being. But somehow, I've also never met a green one. But again, I've never met a desaturated person with red lips. And anybody who really looks like that to the camera is a fashion model. They're not really a client, so they shouldn't really be trying to sell portraits that look like that. These are all paid shoots. Every single one of them. These aren't rejects. These are all paid shoots. Match the mauve eyeshadow to the t-shirt. One of my favorites. And then turn it blue under hue and saturation on Photoshop. Put hands where they don't belong, like just coming up out of nowhere and doing nothing. And more hands that don't belong anywhere, that have absolutely no relevance to any body language or feeling. More hands that really don't belong. Because when at any time, at a bar, at a pool, any time are you standing like that? It's kind of like, it's like, crack. There's no reason, especially not in a swimsuit. Little fingers that come on top of the frame for no reason. You know, she didn't need to have her hand over her head like this. And little hands that pop in the sides. And crutches, because everybody wants a picture of their own crutch when it's hot pink. A hand on each tit, a hand on each tit and the bum. No space around the body. I particularly like the caught in the headlights expressions that I was particularly getting. And then the husband and child that doesn't want to be there, and the glamour photographer that wishes she just had the girl on her own. Okay? Because he didn't care. She certainly didn't care. And I just wanted her. Yeah. So all of those paid shoots, all real shoots, right? And all of those mistakes were made by me. And all of those mistakes were made by me 6 years ago. Okay? So not long. Yeah. Wasn't born with this gift. Mastered it, practiced it, make as many screw-ups as everybody else. Right? What's important is that I tell you how I overcame them and how I mastered them. Because I've only had 2 desires in my career. 2. And I'm feisty. Like, I'm competitive. You know, because I'm not just a black belt. I have 10 gold medals. You know, I want to win. Yes, that is definitely one of my personality traits. But the 2 things that I've always strived for is to be good at what I do so that everybody can say, she's really good at what she does. Like, that matters, as long as they're paying me. And the other one was to make money. Because all of a sudden, I'd been a photographer for 12 years and I had no money. So I was sitting there thinking, how do you make money doing this? You must be able to make money doing this. I know average photographers that make boatloads of money. Average photographers. So why can't I? Why can't I make money doing this? Look how good I am. I'm better than everybody else. I used to say that too, you know, like, what's that idiot making money for? His work is hideous. Look at mine. Mine's fabulous. I definitely spend a lot of time in my ego in my early years. That I'm going to teach you as well. Can I just say one thing? Aside from the little headlights, the girls in the headlights there, I did make a lot of fundamental mistakes back then. But can you just look for 1 second when I go back into their eyes? See, I got one thing right. And you know what that was? Connection. And that every one of those girls, for all their bad hands and crutches and bums, and they're looking right at me. And that sells portraits. Okay? You can make fundamental mistakes with posing, but you screw up your service and you're dead, you don't have a business. You get that connection and you can sell photographs. That's it. Full stop. You can all go home. Go. Live long and prosper. So this is what it comes down to. Aside from my bad ones, I went through my orders file. Orders is everybody who's ordered photographs who's purchased from me, and I pulled 100 photographs out. Okay, I didn't question who they were. This is not my best work and it's not my worst. Well, it's my everything. It's my best and my worst from that first year in business. That first year in business, I learnt how to make money for the first time in my life. I wasn't born into money, you know. My parents, blue-collar workers, worked their whole lives, still blue-collar, still working. Well, they're kind of semi-retired on a bus working. And I had to learn how to make money. It didn't come easy to me. I didn't know how to keep money. You know, I have a shoe problem, fetish thing. So, you know, money in, shoes in. That's it. I live, I get paid. That's it. So somebody had to actually teach me that. And this is how I learned. So before I go to that, I'm going to show you 100 shoots from my first year in business. And I want you to compare it to the first 10 images that I showed you that I've shot in the last 6 months. Okay, 6 years ago. See all my mistakes? Those knuckles, the fingers, the feet coming out of the back of out of her bum, the not connecting the shoulder, the turning the face away, the not connecting the shoulder, the hidden hands, all the mistakes I made, all those mistakes that I now see other people making, all the mistakes that I made and learned as I was practicing my craft. And yet the same thing remains consistent, and that was that connection that I have with people and that connection that I have in bringing people together. So if that was my strength, then that's how I made money. So I want you to look at this work and understand one thing, you know, missing arms at the back and all of those things. I want you to understand that. Do you understand now how achievable it is for you? Do you identify easier with me? Do you look at your own work now, and do you look at your own work and go, I'm actually better than her? You can say, one of you are thinking that. I know some of us, maybe 3 of you are thinking that. But that's okay, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have an ego, so you be better than me. Challenge you. We'll have a glamour off. We'll do it live on Creative Live, eh? On the Sue Bryce show. Amazing. Every time I look at these. And you know what, when I looked at these last night, I kind of had a bit of cringe factor. You know, there was a definite moment for me where I looked at them and went, oh. And then I thought, this isn't hard to show for me, because you know something else? I'm going to tell you something else. I don't care what you think of my work. I don't care. I'm so past caring. You know, I cried. Somebody called me fat the first time I stood up on stage, and I cried for 3 days. And that was like 3 years ago. And I thought, oh, it's kind of true. So then I got over it. And it took me a long time, not to get a thick skin, but it took me a long time to understand, you know, how people hit you on social media. And I call them drive-bys, because you never see them coming. It's bang, and then and it's always anonymous, you know. And then it occurred to me that I don't actually care what you think of my work. So when I show this work here, and I think to myself, I don't really care what you think of it, because that year I made $480,000 in my garage. And I went from having nothing and a credit card debt to having 75 grand in the bank. And I have never experienced that in my life. And I did it with this work, with these women paying me for this work. And they all loved them because they all bought them. So whatever fundamental mistakes I made, I serviced them well and I gave them good connection. And that is what people buy when they buy portraits. And throughout that time, I learnt and I got better and I mastered my craft, and now I am where I am at now. However, people think they have to become me now to make money. It's not true. You can make money now. You're good enough now. Right? And I'm going to tell you how. It's that simple. I'm blown away by looking at this, and I'm blown away by the experience of that first 2 years and how hard it was for me. I remember so many of these women and so many of their stories, and I remember so much about them as people, and it's just incredible to me of how much of that I remember. So I thought about the 28 challenges that we could possibly throw to you, and I realized one thing. I trained these 2 girls in 28 days, so I'm going to tell you how I did it. This is what I wrote, and I just updated the picture because I've got bangs. People always ask me how I did it. So I wrote this in 2006. People always ask me how I did it. I don't have a marketing or a business degree. I did have common sense and a fast conclusion rate. Okay? Mostly, I think I had a whole lot of passion and a whole lot of fear. Okay, so the passion was good. I loved what I did. And the fear, nothing like driving you that you have to eat or pay rent. Okay? That drives you. That really drives you. And that keeps you alive with pure terror. And that makes you work really hard. Plus, I needed to survive. It was that simple. I was nothing at nothing. And so I converted my 60 square metre garage, 60 square metres, it's roughly the size of this white space, maybe a bit bigger, back to that curtain and narrower. In the country, in a white space, and I registered my company in April 2006. It's not long ago, right? It's nearly 7 years. April 2006. I didn't know a lot about goals or projections. I thought I was being ambitious when I set our weekly target to $4,000 a week. Can you imagine earning $4,000 a week? That would be good, right? Okay, 90% of you are nodding. Right, I thought I was ambitious doing that. When I reached our first target, the first week we opened, I thought, oh, maybe I should have thought bigger. And then within 6 weeks, we had reached $12,000 turnover a week. So I kind of thought, right, something's going on here. In the 13th week of business, we hit $20,000. There is nothing on the planet that prepared me for $20,000 worth of sales. I was like, are you serious? And then I realized that I had built a business. And I'd built it really, really quickly. Anyone can do this. You can be a complete idiot. You can be, a complete asshole, and you can build a business like that. What you can't do is sustain it. Okay? Anybody can build one. What you can't do is make it run. And therein lies your problem. So that was our weekly income, and then I started to take myself seriously, and so did others. But not until I did. What started as a small at-home income soon became a 220 square metre inner-city boutique. And in April 2007, we built the inner-city studio Newmarket, which is called You. Creating for me comes easily. I designed our brand, I designed our website, I designed our vouchers from the ground up on Photoshop. I've worked hard, I work sincerely, and you get a very sense quickly that I love what I do. I believe in what I do, and I learned to see the value in what I do. That was the hardest thing, and I'm going to teach you how I did that, is learning to see the value in what you create. And building this business brand and gorgeous studio and watching it grow has been the greatest experience of my life so far. Greatest. I've never done anything like it. I do have some unique talents, and none of those talents equate to making money. Okay, none of them. Yeah. And I'm not going to share all of those with you. Until I applied this to my business model. Okay, do you understand? Let's put it over here. Creativity and photography is in this box. A business model is over here. This is a system. It's a formula. Okay, this is where we hate being, because we're all, but I'm creative. I don't want to be in the formula box with all the accountants. And then you're over here, but here's the thing, creative, you're not going to get over there if you don't apply it to a formula. And it's really basic. And after that moment, I could build, create, and grow, and this profoundly changed my life. So I applied it to a basic system, okay, and then I made it work. And then I took all of my creative energy and I applied it to my business and marketing as opposed to my photography. And then I started to get bums on seats. So all of you are in the same boat. Oh my gosh, we're going to address that. Tomorrow, we're going to address, I'm going to lay out all 28 challenges. I am going to tell you why I chose each one, like how it correlates to making money. End goal, making money. So each 28 challenge will make you money. You got it? Every single one will make you money, because that's what you're here for, right? To run a business and make money? Yeah. And shoot better and make money and give better service that makes money, market better that makes money, get bums on seats that makes money. Okay, money, money, money. Money, money, money. So for all the people out there that go, I don't do it for the money, you can just turn off now. Because I will repel you with my capital pigism. And I was born in the year of the boar, so I'm allowed to. Because I needed to make an income doing this. I'm not going to go back to my job. Do you know how many times I hear people say that? I might as well go back to my job. You don't have a job? I have a career. You know, I have a career and I have a business. I might as well go back to my job. This whole photography thing's not working out for me. In fact, best you do. There's another loser in our industry that can just go on back to grey suit wearing, corporate, whatever. Really? You're committed to being an artist and a photographer and offer a service and run a business, and you're thinking about going back to your job? Who's thought that? Oh, come on. I might as well go back to my job. Yeah. Who's thought that this week? Good girl. Thank you. Because that's the truth, right? Yeah. I'm not making this work. I might as well go back to my job. Yeah. I'm going to free you from that, because that's how I did it. This is Chrissy on the left. She came to me as a client. Chrissy came to me as a client in 2006 with her 5 best girlfriends. Okay, Girls' Day Out, great marketing demographic, one of your 28 challenges, make you a lot of money. $9,000, her and her 5 25-year-old friends paid me for a shoot. $9,000, $1,500 each. Girls' Day Out, cheese and crackers, best day ever. And you know why it was the best day ever? For me, I not only got to photograph 6 beautiful women and make $9,000 in my garage in Karaka, I met Chrissy. And I liked her so much, I said, Chrissy, do you want to be a photographer? And she went, oh yeah, that would be really cool. I was like, I know, right? And so I gave her a job. She was a graphic designer and she'd never touched a digital camera. Okay, but you know what I like about Chrissy? Look at the connection in her eyes. That girl can look at somebody and connect with them immediately. And I was like, I don't care that you're not a photographer. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you in 28 days. She was shooting on her own within 10 days in my studio with this formula. It is a very basic formula. You can put all your own spin on it. You can change the outfits, change the backdrops, shoot it outside, whatever you do, but this is the foundation of my business, right? And it's really simple. So I taught her that, and when she returned from her OE, we offered her a job and she became our first employed photographer in February 2008. I decided, we built the big studio, that I was going to grow an empire, and so I stepped up to business and marketing so that and teach 2 photographers so I could go and grow my empire. I lasted about 6 months in the empire growing office, and I was ready to cut my own wrists because I had stopped doing the one thing that I truly love, and that was taking photographs. All right, big mistake. I should have hired Chrissy to be our business manager and marketing manager. But instead, I thought it's time to move on. And then 6 months later, I was dying. Every part of me was dying. So then, Chrissy was working as a Mac designer, a graphic designer. She had no experience with a camera or with portraiture, and she did have a basic knowledge of Photoshop though, which was ironic because she was a graphic designer, and she was shooting on her own within 2 weeks. Kieran came on board. Kieran was 23 years old. Chrissy was 27. Kieran completed a diploma in digital photography at Aotaki in 2006, and she struggled to get a job in the industry. We met her, we liked her immediately, and she joined us in March 2008 as a retoucher, full-time retoucher. So she was telling me about her photographic education. I really liked Kieran. I said, Kieran, do you want to be a photographer? And she was like, yes, but I realised I'm going to have to work for many years to work my way up to that. And I was like, I was thinking of putting you in the studio. Would you like to do that? And she was like, yes. And she was shooting on her own within 2 weeks. So I trained both of them simultaneously. And with the work that I just showed you, so I'm going to show you their first training manual. Okay, the manual that I made, which now becomes your posing manual, which you all have, but you have the better version. And I'm going to show you how I did that with that manual. And so here's the crazy thing. Kieran was, we asked Kieran if she wanted to become a photographer. She said yes, and we gave her a job, and she was shooting 2 weeks later. Okay, we were told at that time in our business, because our business was growing so fast, 480,000 in its first year, then we hit like 680,000. We went up 200,000 in our second year in turnover, big studio, hiring staff, going out of control, me dying, it was just great times. But we were told that a business doesn't make money when you're not there, because that means you don't own a business, you just have a job. So if you're not, taking the photos, retouching them and selling them, you're not making money. So if you get sick, you don't make any money. If you're not there, you take the weekend off, you're not making any money. That's called, you don't have a business, you have a job. All right, so a business, I'm told, because I'm learning about business, I'm in business, a business is when you make money while you sleep. So that means you have to have employees so that you can go out and then you can, still make money while you're out. And so we thought, we'll get photographers in, big mistake. But anyway, not a big mistake hiring these two, big mistake for me personally. All right, the hardest decision we made was the decision to replace ourselves as photographers. Do you know how hard that was for me? I'm a hard boss. I have very high expectations. I expect people to perform at their highest level consistently. It is a very hard thing for you to accept if you ever are one of my staff members, one of my best friends, or one of my boyfriends. I expect you to perform at the highest level, 100%, all of the time. I do, because I do. I push myself that hard all the time, and I expect that from everybody around me. So when I say froggy, you jump. That's to me my rules, and I push these girls hard, really hard. And I must say, who would be good enough to take over from us? And I didn't want to employ a photographer that was already shooting because I figured I could make you me. I employed 2 girls with great connection because I wanted to make them me. It was that simple. And these 2 girls here, both joined us. Both girls matched each other in progress and sales from the beginning. Okay, so they were neck and neck in shooting. Chrissy was technically better than Kieran, and Kieran had more connection than Chrissy. So Chrissy had to open her personal self up more, and Kieran had to take more attention to detail. So they were shooting differently in the sense that Chrissy was definitely a more grounded, she was definitely looking at the whole shoot, at the pose and everything, and Kieran was just going straight for connection and making the same mistakes. So that made Kieran more like me, right? So Kieran was definitely my style, and Chrissy was definitely like Sarah, my other business partner who I trained in 28 days. So we were definitely divided by our styles. And one of you out there, I find a lot of the boys are very technical photographers, technically brilliant. They put a lot of the girls to shame. A lot of the women are not very technical photographers. We are very guilty of that. And I know a lot of the guys are like, that's out of focus and that's not sharp and you could have lit that this way and blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the day, I was always like, I don't care, look how she's looking at me. And that sells portraits. So there's 2 types of photographers, and you're definitely more technical based, more emotional based. I know that that's a cop out and all the technical photographers are like, well, whatever. But the truth is at the end of the day, that's where I was sitting. So after 2 weeks of assisted shooting, okay, and the interesting thing about when I shoot is, come on, what's your name? Mandy?
Yeah.
Come here, Mandy. So you've got a camera,
Yeah.
and you're shooting these people here, yeah, and this is me. You shoot them. No, shoot them. No. Lower, lower, lower. What are you doing? Don't cry. Okay, lower, down, lower. I told you lower. Hands to the side. What's her shoulder doing? There's no expression in there. Ask her for the expression. Why have you stopped talking? You sweating?
Yep.
You're sweating, you're going to cry.
I'm going to cry.
All right, keep going. And that was it. And I would be like this, and I'd go, no, yes, no. Remember the manual, remember the manual. Connect the chin to the shoulder, connect the chin to your shoulder. And then I'd make the client laugh. I'd say something like, oh my God, that was so funny. And they'd go, ha ha. And she'd go, ha ha. And I was like, you're supposed to take that photo. And or I'd go like this. I do it to Simona, I do it to Susan Roderick. I stand behind them and I go like this, click, 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 click. That's when you're supposed to be clicking. I'm making her laugh, you know, and then they put down the camera and they go, oh, she's really funny, right? And I'm like, are you serious? You just missed the best. Go and sit down. And you know what? That's how and if you think that that's a joke, it is kind of a joke. And what's so funny about it is it's true, and it's very hard for me to do because, you know, one of the things about being my personality type is I find it very hard to watch people screw up something that I do really easily. After 20 years of mastering it. Okay, so when it comes down to it, a month later they were our single source of income. I stopped shooting, just like that. Third year in business. And they were both lovely girls with easygoing, open and warm personalities. Teaching them was easy. They both achieved $7,000 single sales within their first month of shooting. Chrissy's first month of shooting alone can be tracked to the dollar, and she turned over in excess of $42,000 in 1 month, in her first month of employment in my studio. Now, we have developed a style that is clean, contemporary and easy to assimilate. After 1 week of sales training, they both present and sell their own work. They shoot, present and sell their own work and retouch it. All right? We have developed a style that is clean, contemporary and easy to assimilate. Finding these two wonderful girls, training them and tracking their progress is a testament to the fact that we have created a brand that is marketable, easy to learn and an incredible opportunity to have a creative career that is rewarding both personally and financially. Both girls are available to give a verbal reference at any time. I wrote that in 2007. So I wrote that 6 years ago, and I pulled this file out, looked at it, and that's how 28 Days came about being on Creative Live. Because, and to address the Super Ice show, I'll tell you something. A year ago, 2 years ago, I couldn't speak to 20 people. Somehow I got over that fear. I came to Creative Live in March, and I did my very first Creative Live. You were all there. And the best part about it was you got to see a little bit of every part of my business. You heard my story, you loved my work, you resonated with how I taught you, and you went, I want to do this. And then everyone has been conflicted on Facebook between I'm shooting glamour, thank you Sue Bryce, and look at all the people trying to be Sue Bryce. And which really annoys me because I'm not trying to inspire you. I'm trying to teach you a business model. I want to relaunch glamour to the world. I want you to enjoy it for the next 5 years. Maybe it'll die away again. I don't know. Make lots of money. Enjoy it. Build a great folio. Have incredible connections with your clients, with women. Introduce an amazing formula into your business that makes money, because that's how I did it and that's how I learned. That's what I want you to do. If you only follow my map, like if you never go outside of it, I don't care. If you look like me, if you work like me, I do not care. I wish you the best because I know you're going to make money, because I know as soon as you get out of your own way, you're going to make it work. It's that simple. So this is an easy business model, and I've proved it. We were at our weekly studio. We were doing 12 shoots per week with an average sale of $1,850. An average sale of $1,850. So that is a really amazing average for a studio to be turning over on average. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about pricing. We're going to talk about valuing ourselves. We're going to talk about fear. We're going to talk about all 28 challenges and how they make you money. We're going to talk about these girls when they are now, where they are now, and they've both got their own businesses and how they're doing. And we're going to talk about people in their first year of business from my first students, and then we're going to lay that all out so that you can go and do that business model. And I have a business checklist for you this afternoon that's going to take you through the bullet points, because I learnt something this month that really, it upset me, and then when I understood it, I invited the students from my first course. You see, I caught them on a private thread on Facebook that I'm part of, but you know, I'm part of about 68 groups because people just join me to groups all the time, so I've turned my notifications off. You can't physically do that. And so I just happened to one day click this link, and I found these students talking on this thread, and I read it. And it was a thread about how hard this is, and the struggle, and the giving up, and I looked at that thread, and I emailed Sandra from my first class, and I said, you need to come to Creative Life, you need to come back so I can interview you and talk to you about it. And I asked them questions about where they're at in their first year in business. And I just want to say one thing. You just heard the story of my career, right? It didn't take me 1 year. And there will be people that give up in the first 12 months, let them go. But if you really love it, you'll stay with it and build a business model out of it. And that is the most important part. So after that, I built this beautiful big studio, and there we were in business with 2 employed photographers. And this is a quote from Chrissy. I asked Chrissy to send me some quotes, and she said, I remember those first weeks. I cried a lot. But with Sue, it was sink or swim. And you know, she set me up for life. Oh, yes. I taught her something in a month that set her up for life in a business. I can't even tell you how amazing that is. She now has her own business. She's actually having babies, and she's due today. So she's probably in labour, not watching the class, you know. And so I want to take you through that, and I want to take you through their training manual and how I did it back then with even that. So first year of business, before we go to break, I just want you to know that every part of this is see-through, and it's identifiable, and it's real, and it's how it happened, and that is my reality. And this isn't a magical story. You know, I don't have extraordinary gifts. I just practiced one craft that I love doing over and over again until I got really good at it. And now I get the opportunity to do this. The 28 challenges come out every day, and every day it's a 1-hour video based on one thing. And it can be really basic. Like, I'm talking, you need to master how you're shooting your before and after so that you can market your business with it. And you are all shooting bad before and afters. Okay, your before shots are looking better than your afters in some instances. And I'm going to teach you the most basic thing, and then you're going to master it. Have you seen my before and after gallery on my website? You know, it's where everybody goes on my website, straight to the before and after gallery, everybody. Just over 2 million hits on my website this year. And everybody's going to that before and after gallery. And did you notice the consistency in my before and afters? The consistency in the before shot? Okay, I've got to teach you stuff like that. I need you to master each one. And each challenge, no matter how small it is, to posing 4 women, and I go pose 2, pose 3, pose 4, and then change set, pose 2, pose 3, pose 4, posing couples, posing men, everything from shooting to selling. Whatever the challenge is, you get 1 a day, and you have to work on that one challenge over and over again. And some will be easy for you, and some will be really hard. And then you get to check in with me, and every week we put the challenge up, you're going to learn, and then you get a chance to show me your progress over 28 days to come back and wrap it up for me. And so if I could do this with these girls in 28 days, I can do it with you guys, because you're already in business and you're already photographers. All right? So this is where it's at. So we have to talk about everything that's going to get in your way before I even lay those out. Because once we clear that ground, you're off and running. I want you to understand that the most important thing that you can learn is connection with people, because you're servicing them as a photographer. One of the most important things you can learn is not how to run a business as such, but how to provide a service to people, because as soon as you provide a service, you are in business. and that for all the fundamental mistakes I made, I'm still successful at it. I was still incredibly successful at it. Are you kidding me? $480,000 in turnover in my first year in business shooting this was outstanding. An outstanding achievement. Did you know I had a bank manager at the time that when we walked into the bank, he would run out of his office to meet us. And he said, I've never seen a startup business in its first 5 years make an income or a profit like you. And I was like, wow. It's amazing.
Hi, do you want me to stand? My name's Natalie, and it's great to be here. My question is I've been shooting for 5 months, so I've just started with everything that you're talking about. And as far as building my business model, and a lot of people are contacting me now about prices, and I don't know what to charge. And I have this horrible anxiety when I'm face to face with a client and they say, well, what do you think you should charge me?
Right.
And I want to say, well, what do you think I don't want to put it in their court, but I don't know what to say, and I don't want to scare them.
Imagine if you went to Versace and you were like, oh, look at that dress. What would you pay for that? 80 bucks? 80 bucks for good? Yeah, 80 bucks. 80 bucks with the shoes. Okay, tomorrow, there's an entire keynote. I did something really interesting on the In Bed with Sue page. And you might have all been part of this. On the In Bed with Sue page, I wrote something about fear. And it got 1,363 comments in 1 hour. And I've got that thread here so that we can read it. And I'm going to tell you the common denominator with every single one of you in your baseline thought is, I don't value myself, I don't value my product, I'm not good enough to earn money. And I believed the same thing. I used to sweat when I used to tell people how much my images were. I used to go along the images and not look at my client, and I would say, this one is $275, this one is $540, this one is $690, this one is $845, not look at them. And then my client would, and then one of my clients said to me one day, really, $6.40 for that big print? Awesome. And he did it on purpose. I know he did it to me, and I was like, trying not to like, but the thing is I overcome it, and I can show you how to do that. So that's actually crazy that I remember that, because I forgot that it used to make me sweat. Yeah, I'm $3,500 now. I'm cheap. I've heard that most of my life. I'm okay with it. I offer a great service. That's just the way it is. I'm $3,500. I mean, you know, I don't have to justify that to you or somebody's out there going, $3,500, you know, whatever. I mean, I could be $10,000, I could be $50,000 a day. I mean, whatever. What does it matter? What does it matter to you what I earn? That's your problem with money. You know, all I know is I know I never used to make it, and now I do. And now I know why. Because, yeah. I'm going to talk to you. I found a quote by Rumi, and it said, your task is not to look for love, but to look at all the blocks you put up against it. See, love is eternal, and it's everywhere, and it's all around you. The only reason you would not feel love from someone else or from yourself is because you've told yourself you can't have it, or you've put a block up against it. What if we change the word? I'm just going to change Rumi's poem. Props to you, Rumi, but I thought your task is not to look for money, but look for all the blocks you've put up against it. And every time you tell yourself you're not good enough, you don't price yourself, you don't value yourself, you simply will not make money. And those are the blocks that you put up against getting it. And I'm going to show you how to remove them. So tomorrow in the afternoon keynote, after we laid out the challenges, I'm going to hit you with everything that's going to get in your way, and that is a big one. That will significantly shift you. A huge change in both your emotional and mental ability to rethink your business. It's incredible, and it's a conversation. Kenna and I were just talking about this. It's a conversation we have all of the time. Okay, then on the third keynote, what we're going to do is I'm going to open a conversation both online and here on what I believe, and I'm going to be real ballsy here, what an international portrait standard price list is. Nobody says it. You know, there's people charging $25 for 10 8x10s. You know, they're not going to be in business for more than a week. That's okay. But I'm going to throw out what I think it should be, I'm going to throw out how much it should be. I'm going to throw out what a startup should be. I'm going to show you the difference between a la carte and full menu pricing. And then I'm going to teach you how to go after a dollar average that you want that suits your business and your product. So if you can't price yourself and then say it with great enthusiasm by tomorrow afternoon, then I haven't done my job well enough, and I know that I have, because I have put so much into that keynote that I'm going to explode that. You're going to lift your prices, you're going to change your value set, and you're going to lift your idea of your clear vision for your business, because that's how I did it. And it's easy. It's so easy once you apply it. You know what? Here's the cool thing. Get out of your own way. You're the one in the way. You're the one that doesn't believe it. You're the one that's sulking, whinging, bitching, moaning on Facebook, meh, talking about other photographers. You're the one working from a place of ego and hate. You know, I'm not. Okay, I'm working from a place of enthusiasm and joy. Trust me, that doesn't come easily. I wake up in the morning and sometimes I'm filled with inertia. You fill me with inertia. And you know, I've got friends that say that I'm a bit of a drama queen. I prefer theatrical. And I do wake up and I'm filled with inertia, and then I go, oh, that's right, I have a really cool job and I love what I do, and I take really awesome kick-ass portraits because I love it and I've been doing it all my life. And then I get up and I kick my own butt and I get into it. I don't sit in that mindset. Now tell me that mindset, you know, that negative, I can't do this, why am I doing this, there's so much struggle, I don't want to sit on Photoshop today, oh, there's so many people around, so-and-so down the road's doing this, so-and-so up the road's doing this, everybody's doing this, everybody in the world is becoming super bright, so why would I want to become super bright? Oh my God, it's so bad, I'm going to get on Facebook and then see how bad it really is. And then I'm going to get on Facebook and I'm going to talk about it, and then I'm going to say, and then you know what, I'm going to look at everybody else because I just don't understand why she's making money when I am way better than her. And it goes on and on and on, and then you realize what you're doing, you know, is you're not working. Yeah, in fact, you're avoiding working on every level, and you're certainly not working from a place of joy, and you're certainly not creating anything, least of all money. Yeah, and once I turned that around, I turned everything around. So it's all doable, it's all achievable. Are there any questions online?
There are, definitely. I know that a lot of them will be things that we will be addressing
Sure.
later. So let me get just kind of a very basic NVU photography from Savannah, Georgia says, Sue, do you think that you could do what you did then in your first year now with the way the economy is and how everyone that can own a camera has purchased one and automatically think they are photographers and cut the price of photo sessions?
Oh,
What do you think?
Do you mean the recession in 2008? That one? Like 6 years ago, when I was making how much money? In 2007, 2008, 2009. Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Here's the thing. A friend of mine in New Zealand, they have a landscaping business, a big landscaping business, 20 staff. The recession hit and I was speaking to her on the phone. I was in Australia starting a startup business in an economy that had crashed, that nobody knew me. Nobody. I was nobody, and I had a bad year. Bad ego year. Let's get that straight. And what I did was rang my friend, and she said, you know, her husband's losing his business. And I was like, really, why? What happened? And she said, well, he's just sitting on the couch every day and it's not working. And I was like, why isn't he out knocking on the door? Because when the work falls away, you go and find it. Because what happened with the economy is we all panicked and stopped spending money. It didn't mean the money went away for everybody, it just went away for a small percentage, right? The money was still there, but everyone held on to it. And then there was a big shift in power. And that power came from, why should I spend my money with you? So people used to come to you willy-nilly. And I love this notion that it was that easy back then, because I was in business. You know, I've been in a portrait business for 23 years. I don't remember people like, I want to spend my money with you, the economy's great. Like, when did that happen? You know, nice little fantasy, people, but that did not happen. You know, we were peddling for money before the recession, and we peddle for it still. It just changed. And what changed was we had to go out and get the work. And all of a sudden, all of us little creative photographers that are filled with ego were like, oh no, I have to go and market myself. But I'm not good enough, but I'm better than her, but I'm not good enough, but I'm better than him. Why does he make so much money? Oh, he markets himself. Oh, but I'm not good enough. Really? Well, I had two things. I had money in the bank when the recession hit, and I had a marketing plan to die for. And I knew that I would survive. And when I watched people fall away who were in total apathy of their own careers, I stood there and I said, I put makeup on people and photograph them and sell it back to them, and I've had a fantastic year. I'm a luxury item. You don't wake up in the morning and go, I'm going to go and drop $3,000 on a portrait session today if you're in a recession, right? And yet what happened in a recession is everyone wanted to feel good about themselves. Gym memberships go up, diet memberships go up. Oh, we're controlling our money, so we'll control everything else. And I want to feel good about myself. It's weird. That's how it happened. I just don't believe that mentality anymore because I smashed through it. And I've also been in a portrait studio through 2 financial crises because, you know, there's been several over the last 20 years. And the other one was about, I think, 90, oh, don't quote me on that, 93. But I remember being part of that, and I was getting a wage at the time. Do you think I cared about the economy? I was 23 years old. I got paid. I went home. I still spent my money. It was no different for me. The only people that were really in trouble were losing their jobs, and that percentage was high, but it wasn't for everybody. So a lot of businesses survived. Also, it's recovering. Okay, the only thing that hasn't recovered fast enough is our mentality around it. Because I know a lot of people that are like no different. I watched a studio in Sydney that turned over $1.2 million every year for the last 5 years doing family portraits in the suburbs. And I said to him, did you dip in the recession? And he said, no. And I said, why? And he said, I had money in the bank and an awesome marketing plan. And I said, okay, so you're telling me that you still made that much money? And he was like, yeah, every year for the last 6 years. And I said, okay, so then I don't need to believe it. The only belief is that there's not enough out there. That's a scarcity belief, right? I said, that's me thinking that. And he said, yes. And I said, all right. I shifted that immediately and I started to make money. And that's something else we're going to talk about tomorrow because I believe that that is a real big one and I believe you can open that up and I'm going to teach you how.
All right. The internet is burning with questions, Sue.
Go.
All right. From Shoebox Photos. Is someone your client if you have to explain to them your pricing or worth to them? Or does your client have to be taught that it's what your art is worth?
Yes, you must educate your client. And you must educate your client well. What was your name? Natalie. When Natalie stood there and said, and then I filled with anxiety when they asked me how much I charge. If Natalie was sitting here going, filled with anxiety, going, I'm trying to price myself, I don't even know what to say, and I'm standing next to Natalie saying, this is my experience, these are my images, $3.5 grand. Who's going to get the job? Yeah, but you must educate your clients. You educate them on the experience and you educate them on the cost. And they don't come to you until they're fully educated on both, and then they spend with you because they already know what you cost. Now, if somebody's going to say no to you, they best say no to you before the shoot than after you've photographed them and they can't buy them. When they're sitting in front of you going, how much are they? Why are they so expensive? Oh God, that's horrible, I've been there. And you're just sitting there, you know, like trying not to like cry because they're sitting, you think you've done the best work of your career and they're like, really? And then they start to shut down. Like, I'm not buying that. And then you feel not good enough as a photographer, right? Squish, squish. Oh my God. I know, and we do it, we all do it, and it's the best part. So, I'm simply, Juliana, do you want to be photographed by me? Yeah. Okay, so a shoot with me is $3,500. I'm available on these days. Let's talk about what would happen in that shoot for you, like how do you want to be photographed? I'm going to ask that question first. Okay, Juliana's going to go home, she's going to talk to her husband. He's either going to kibosh it or she's going to get around him. Let's face it, he's not going to go, honey, I want you to spend $3,500 on photographs and we can put them on every wall in this house. And then she's going to call me back and 50-50 she's either going to say, yes, I can or no, I can't. Best I know now. Because if I was to photograph Juliana, avoid educating her on how much I cost and then sit there and try to sell her $3,500 worth of images, don't you think that's going to be a little difficult? Yeah. Now, do I believe I'm worth $3,500? Hell yes. Like I said, I'm cheap. Yeah. So I'm kind of like, well, yes, I'm $3,500. Let's talk about the shoot. And I'll tell you what happens for that. You know what really annoys me? I was booking into my hotel here yesterday. This happens to me a lot here. Really intrigues me that there's something going on with the money thing. And he writes what it's going to cost me to stay in my hotel room for 8 days? And he goes, your total will be... And I went like this. Oh, okay. And I thought, well, you know, I booked the hotel online and it said the rate, so that I'm quite good at math, so that times 7 plus resort tax, sales tax, all these other taxes, and the room service that I will inevitably order, I budgeted for that. So I was kind of like, why are you doing that? It's like, your hotel room's going to be... And what am I supposed to do? Like, oh my God, I'm at the hotel in Vegas. There is no way I can afford that. And I kind of think to myself, does he think I can't afford it? Like, I know I'm a bit shabby when I get off the plane, but I mean, I kind of look like I can pay for it, don't you think? And then I thought to myself, you know how often this happens? And, you know, I get it when the other day in Banana Republic, I was buying a dress and she said, do you need a bag? And I said, well, yeah, I'm not going to walk down the street with a dress. What are you asking me if I need a bag for? Then she said that this was the golden part. It's an extra 5 cents. I know. I went like this. That's fine. And I kind of think to myself, if you treat your clients like they can't afford to pay for you, then you're going to treat them like that. Treat them like they're rich and that you're servicing them and that they're important and that it's worth every penny for you to service them and you can't wait to do it. You know, and madam, this is your room bill. It's this much money. We can't wait to have you. This is the best part about your stay. You know, give me something, but don't. Crazy.
All right.
Craziness.
Looney Productions, speaking of crazy, Looney Productions says, can you follow your business model and be a photographer that doesn't specialize in one area?
Yes. You can do this with newborns, you can do this with boudoir, you can do this with, well, weddings might be a little different in terms of production, turnaround and price, but pretty much this is a portrait business, it's not glamour business, this is portrait. This is all about portrait. Yeah, because I'm a hybrid. I market myself as a glamour photographer, but I sit right on that shoot families. You just saw the kids, the families, the husbands. You know, you saw the inclusions, generations and different people. So you saw me, I'm a contemporary portrait photographer and I make more money bringing in those extra people than just doing glamour. And I've taught that right from the beginning. So now I'm actually going to teach you how I pose them, how I add them on, how I market to them. That's the cool thing about the 28-day challenge. It's about challenging you to open up a portrait business, not a glamour studio. Okay, the glamour aspect of what I do is really the base of where I come from. So, and I do a lot of glamour, but I do a lot of families, contemporary family portraits in there as well, and they're big sales for me.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
That. Thank you. Mm-hmm. So Annette D, building on that from Palm Beach, so how did you in that first year of business settle upon your niche?
Settle on upon my niche of being a glamour photographer. Mm-hmm. I decided that if you start a business with no money in the bank, minus $3,000 that I owed my parents, then it stands to reason that whatever I show, I will get. And so I didn't want to show babies, I didn't want to show newborns, I didn't want to show weddings, because I didn't want to do any of them. So I figured that whatever I show would walk in my door, so that's what I did. That's only what I showed. And it was a gamble and everyone told me not to do it, and I said, I don't care, I'm only going to show what I want to shoot. Because I'm so tired of not shooting, of shooting what I don't want to do. In fact, you know, the best thing, I'm going to make you write a list after your business checklist this afternoon. I'm going to make you write the hate list. I love the hate list. The hate list is my favorite. I hate doing this. I hate wedding photography. I hate babies. I hate babies and I don't care what you say. And I wrote this hate list, and then I realized that everything on my hate list was 90% of what I was doing in my life, and I was like, I hate it. I'm not going to do it, and you can't make me do it, and I don't want children in my studio ever. And then I just suddenly started to go, I hate that, and I hate that, and I hate that. And I thought sometimes it's easier to tell yourself what you hate and start there than it is to say, I love doing glamour, because it's like pipe dream. So then over there, the hate list is fantastic, and I'm going to make you write one. You're going to have fun writing it.
Okay. YR Photography says, I'm 16 years old. I have a huge passion for photography, but my age seems to be setting me back. I don't know what to do to get my clients' trust and bring in the business. Help, Sue.
help. Let's turn your greatest weakness into your greatest strength. Let's take what you aren't and make it what you are. My whole life, I looked for the answer to what is self-esteem, what is good self-esteem. I was intrigued by it. Why do some people seem to like who they are and others just don't? And how do you love yourself? How do you love yourself if you had a parent that didn't love you enough? If nobody taught you that? How do you love other people if you never got taught that? That was my journey through life. I wanted to know how to love myself. Because, I got into my 20s and I could get skinnier and hotter and it didn't make me like myself more. It didn't matter. I doubled my body weight in my mid-20s and I still felt the same way. I lost it again and got really skinny. And then all my friends called me Macy and I still didn't like myself. And so I was like, well, it's not food and it's not about my body. So what is it? And then I realized after my first Creative Live, I was reading the thread on Facebook and everybody was writing, you've taught me how to love myself. You're teaching people how to love themselves. And I realized the answer was right in front of me. My greatest weakness has become my greatest strength. And that's how I run my business. And the answer to the question is, how do you love yourself? You stop hating yourself. And when you stop hating yourself, that's all that's left. And that blew me away, that you were all showing that back to me. And when you were showing that back to me, I didn't even know it. And I also found out something else. Once I stopped hating myself, I realized how much I love myself and how much I honor that. And so for the 16-year-old, your greatest weakness is your age. Then you should be the greatest protege that ever walked on this earth. Because at 16, you've started a business. And you should be on the Today Show telling everybody about it. Because you deserve that. And whatever your weakness is, whatever your perceived weakness is, it is probably the strongest part of you. Because it is the biggest part of your life. And that is power. And if you can tap into it, once you find it and embrace it, then that is your answer. It's your answer to everything.
Wow, done.
Yeah.
I love that. I really do. Let's get back to your first year of business.
Yes.
From Marie. How did you let people know that you were open for business?
Ah, yes. That's the hardest part, isn't it? The irony is we have this incredible network around us of people and we talk to them all the time. The problem is all I hear with startups is the naysayers and the negativity and the blah, blah, blah. That would imply that you're out talking about your business and people are giving you feedback that is not positive about it. So they're pretty much going, yeah, everybody's a photographer these days. My cousin Jane's a photographer. She couldn't make it work. She couldn't do this, she couldn't do that, she couldn't do that. And there's a million different reasons you can't make it work. But the truth is at the end of the day, I told everybody I talked to. I would be in a you guys like to talk here, by the way. In New Zealand, if you go to a shop and you get service, they don't talk to you. It's kind of, do they? New Zealand's watching. You kind of walk into a shop and it's like, don't speak to me. You don't want anyone to speak to you. And they're like, I don't want to speak to you. I just want to think, can I help you? No. Good. And they walk away. And then you walk up to the counter and it's just like you pay and it's like, thanks, cool, yeah. You very rarely do you have a conversation. Over here, you buy something and it takes longer to wrap and chat than it does to actually buy what you, like I'll go and pick up a dress and, oh, I like that, try it on, oh, that's great, I'm gonna buy that. Walk up, hi, how are you doing? Or what are you doing today? Where have you been? Where are you from? Oh, that's a great accent. I always just sit there and think to myself, good God, wrap my dress. I need to go, chat. So the other day I'm chatting away in Nordstrom's and the girl's like, oh my God, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm a photographer. And she's like, oh, cool, what sort of photography? My sister's a photographer. And I was like, oh, cool. Does she watch Creative Live? What's Creative Live? Oh, so I told her about Creative Live and I'm here to be an instructor. And then next minute I'm showing her my website on my iPhone because, that's what you do. And she's like, oh, can I have a card? Oh, yeah, I'll give you my card. And I'm being served at Nordstrom and I'm pitching my business to a beautiful young girl who is, really interested in, she's probably watching right now, and really, really interested in what I do. So I tell everybody, and the opportunity to talk over here is endless. You get in the lift and people here want to talk to you. So when I first came to America, I'd get in the lift and people would talk to me and I'd be like, I was like, oh no, and I'm trapped in the lift with this person. And I've got to go, and I'm like, they're speaking to me and I don't know what to do. And then I realized that they just like want to, hey, where are you from? And I was like, oh. Now I get in the lift expecting to talk to people. I'm always walking in, they're like, hey, how's everybody going in here? Right? What do you got in there for dinner? And I realized the opportunity to promote yourself is everywhere. You tell everybody, you tell them online, you tell them on Facebook, you tell them on Twitter, you get on your social media, you blog about it, you get excited about it, you send vouchers out to everybody, you give away vouchers, you do free vouchers, money vouchers, whatever it takes to get people in the door, and you do it with the greatest enthusiasm that you can, because whenever you pitch from enthusiasm, you will be successful, because you never get work on I've kind of started this business and it's not going so well, but we're trying to, I don't know how much to charge. I'm in anxiety right now because you're talking about money. And, you know, I'm just kind of like, oh, I shoot this. And clearly I used to show this. You know, like, oh, look, I'm amazing. Look at me. Like, it's like magazine stuff, like there, right there. And people are like, oh, I'd love to do that. I was like, I know, right? Here, have a voucher. I'd carry them around with me. They were always in my purse. And, you know, you tell everybody. That's how you start. And then every client, if you service them well, brings you another 5 clients. And Facebook now, probably the biggest marketing engine on the planet. We know it. You know, it's about to hit, 1 billion users, and with an average friend of 648. 648 average friend on Facebook. That's a massive network, and it's a massive talking network. And that social media will pump you up and bring you down just as fast. Okay? That social media will just destroy you if you don't bring goods to the table that are sincere.
Along those same lines, Jay Deaton says, I'm sure you've noticed a different mentality between Australians and Americans, so do you think this affects our photography market? I mean, we do have a global audience watching Creative Live, so do you think they can just, no matter where they are, just take this system and make it work, or is it going to be something they're going to have to figure out for their own market?
There is a big difference between Australians and Americans. Americans are way nicer. And also, we were at the Grove in LA, and we were walking along, and they had these big film cameras, and there was a guy there. What was his name? Mario. That's it. And he was like cute and makeup on and stuff. He's like so petite. And we were walking along, and I was like, oh, I've seen that guy before. I go, no. You know me, I'm kind of like, you know, look at people, I'm like, oh, do I know? Oh, God, no, I don't know you. You're on TV. So the cameras turn around, and then he goes, can we interview you? And I was like, hell no! You know, I was like running away. And I look over, and there's like 100 Americans like lined up going, standing up, and I was just like, in Australia and New Zealand, if you put a camera on the street, people would cross over and flip you the bird. I was just like, this culture is so open and so amazing. You're an amazing culture. You're the biggest supportive culture that I've ever experienced. You are the biggest business supportive culture that I've experienced, and personal. And you are also the most open culture that I've experienced, because Kiwis and Australians, very, very suppressed. Very, very suppressed. So Americans, I love this too. This is my favorite part. All Americans are like, sorry dear, you need to speak up. You speak so softly. Everyone's like, I've got such a soft voice. Online, everyone's like, I love your voice, I love your voice. Just so you know, I'm loud where I come from. Like where I come from, I'm the girl that they look at like this, like, does she have to make that much noise? So when I came here, everyone was like, oh, you're so softly spoken. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. So yeah, I don't, and you know what? Okay, the answer, I'm being a smartass. The answer to your question is this. There's 325 million people in America, and that means there's quite possibly about 150 million, 12,500 women that need to be photographed by me. I don't look at social anything. I can get on with anybody. I can live anywhere. I've been to just about every continent on the planet, and I've made a friend in each one. I can smile, I can, you know, show people my business model, and they're all amazed by it, because everyone wants the same thing, to make money. And everybody wants a nice photograph of themselves. Everyone, every culture, every person, every human being. In fact, there was a collective consciousness that shifted when they invented the mirror, because we saw ourselves for the first time. Can you imagine living in a culture with no mirrors, and the only reflection you would ever see would be in water? And all of a sudden, you're dealing with people not from how you look, but from how you act. And then all of a sudden now, it's all turned back to how you look. So you're interacting with people concerned about how you look, because we know what a reflection is now. So I don't know. I believe my brand is universal, and I don't know a woman, I don't know a woman that doesn't want to look gorgeous.
Wow, that's so interesting about this shift with the mirror.
Of course. Because all of a sudden you now know how you look to me, Kenna.
Yeah.
And you're concerned about it. Like all of a sudden how you look is not good enough, or it's compared to me, or it's what. And so it was kind of like, when did we do that? When we invented the ability to see ourselves. And do you know, we have a fascination with looking at ourselves. We are fascinated by our own reflection. There isn't a day that I don't just flip my iPhone just to have a look. I'm going to take that and post it to Facebook.
It's true.
I do. I'm fascinated. I still get a fright when I look in the mirror because I cut my bangs. I still like go in the bathroom. Oh. And I go like, oh.
I think I've seen her do it. I think what's so interesting about that is just also that wouldn't you see yourself as reflected by the people that you're looking at and interacting with, and now you're looking at yourself for that?
See, the thing is, Kenna, is that's amazing. The thing is, it's mind reading, okay? I'm going to walk into a room and I'm at a party, and all of you women, it's a lot of women at this party, one hot guy over here. I'm going to walk into the room and women are all going to do the same thing. It's going to be like, oh, hot guy, judge all the other women in the room. Oh, hi, how's it going? Women walk into a room and everybody looks at them and they look at how they're being looked at. Okay? Then what happens is you gauge in your mind where you're at physically. So let's say I'm looking super hot today, my body is smoking hot, I've been working out. You're all looking at me going, I can tell they're all jealous because I'm got it. Okay, let's say I have a bad day, I've put on heaps of weight, I hate myself, I've had a bad emotional week, I walk in and it's like, all of you are judging me for being fat. Different mentality, right? None of it's true. Because I can't read all of your minds. I was only looking back at you and how you were looking at me, and I was deciding what I think of myself based on that response. The thing about a photograph, and a particularly good photograph, is the truth is that the truth is somewhere in between that really hot photograph and the reality of how you wake up in the morning. But you want to see yourself at your very best, don't you? You don't just want an average photograph. You want the photograph that goes, oh my God, look how beautiful I am. That is amazing. You want that photograph. And I think that's the one that everybody wants to look at. And that's why we're portrait photographers. So a lot of men were photographed in the early 20s, 30s and 40s that aren't now. You know, the grandfather portrait, we all have one. And I asked my mum about it and she said, because all the men were going to war. All the men were going to war, so they had to have photographs taken in case they didn't come home. And I said to Mum, oh my God, so you're really saying portraiture is really about women and children. Women, because we want to be pretty, that's how we're made, we want to be attractive, we want to stand out, we want to look gorgeous, we want to feel that. And children, because you want to document your children growing up. So those are the two biggest markets for me in photography, if you look at the last 60 years, is women and children. I mean, the guys, sure, they'll come to the family portrait and they'll be part of that process, but they're not the ones booking the shoot. And they're not the ones booking their individual shoots. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to take you through my very first training manual, and I'm going to explain why I wanted the girls to learn this in the first 28 days. Now remember, what I'm going to show you tomorrow is like the most comprehensive version, but this is my first version. So this is back when I was shooting the way I've been showing you all morning. So I figured one thing, you might actually look at this version and get a lot more from it from a starter perspective. I think when you've been doing something so often, so long, I pose like fluidly and I pose quickly, and I feel like sometimes I may leave people behind. But do you feel that way? Or do you think I talk too slow? Like I kind of talk fast, right? So I kind of feel like maybe I'm missing something. So if I take you back to the nuts and bolts, then you're going to actually see the real poses and the real reasons behind everything. And I kind of think that maybe I will learn something from seeing this manual. I've never showed this manual to anybody other than the girls I've taught in my studio, 3 of them. Nobody has ever seen this manual, and it's always existed in a computer in a private file that says original training manual, do not change. I don't know why, but luckily I didn't, because you get to see how I trained them, and this is kind of cool. So I'm going to take you through it. This first slide that's here, it was about trying to teach my photographers to shoot horizontally. That's kind of a joke in itself, isn't it? As portrait photographers, we're all shooting on the vertical, on the portrait, and landscape shoot on the landscape. But you'll notice now, since I've been doing videos with Hayley Bartholomew, I've been shooting just about everything on the horizontal. I can't stop doing it, and it looks fantastic both on my blog, looks fantastic on my all my images. I just absolutely love shooting that horizontal. Back then, nobody was shooting horizontal. We were maybe doing 1% in horizontal, the rest were vertical. So I was trying to pull them into the horizontal constantly. Like, look, you can crop in camera. The top one on the left, as you can see, is the original image. She was a very lean body and she didn't have a very long neck, and I wanted it to look really fashion. So I showed the girls how I tilted the camera to correct the box shot in the front. I tilted it and then slimmed down her neck. Now, ironically, if I think back to that time, now I would just correct my camera instead of having to correct it in Photoshop. But let's all be honest, when you're starting out, you're correcting more mistakes in Photoshop than you are retouching. Now, I'm the first person to admit that, because I told you I'm not a great photographer. I'm a really good Photoshopper though. Okay, and you have to be, okay, when you make so many mistakes in camera. So then I learned how to get better in camera. And the second one down was about dropping her neckline so it looked really fashion, like she had a longer neck. And the other one was about slimming the arm so it went straight down. And you know, I was just trying to teach the girls really just about getting that horizontal fashion look. And so that's where that one came from. The next slide was, so their first rule, or their first thing to learn, was try and shoot beauty images on the horizontal. A lot of you aren't doing that, are you? You're shooting beauty images, boudoir, and you're shooting, unless they're lying down, you don't go to the horizontal. Most of you are editing vertical images. So if you are posing really well, you can shoot beautiful beauty images on the horizontal like those. And so this was, you know, page 1 on the training manual, and it was just to show different crops and different ideas on how to shoot on that horizontal. So then more of the horizontal, it was about bringing arms up, moving shoulders, moving the head around, and I just wanted to give them as many ideas as possible. So I printed these out and I put them into a plastic covered book, and the girls would, before a shoot, thumb through the whole thing, you know, look at it, and then, because we didn't have apps back then and all that sort of stuff, and they'd thumb through it and they'd go, right, I've got 2 sisters, and they'd go to the sisters page or the 2 girls page, and they would get and map it out in their mind how I taught them, which is one of the challenges. It's really cool. And then I would show them simple things like this. When I was posing this girl, I wasn't looking at this part of her body, because you would naturally go to this part and say this shot's not working because she looks like she's got a hunchback. I was looking at this part, and I could see that I could fix that part really easily. So even though she's in an awkward position and she's curvy, it works because I could already see the image before I fixed it. Do you understand that? So I was trying to teach my photographers to shoot knowing what you can fix in Photoshop. Ooh, I've been saying some controversial things today, and that is definitely going to be one of them. Shoot a beauty image knowing what you were going to fix in Photoshop. If I had a perfect body angle here and I had a little muffin top, if only I had a little muffin hanging over the top of my skirt, I would still shoot that image knowing that it was a perfect body shape, and I would fix the muffin in post-production. Okay, so there. All right, because what's the rule with women? Take away what they don't like so they can focus on what they do. Okay, I don't want to see a double chin. Push your chin forward. I don't want to see bags under my eyes or shadows under my bags. That's what you're really shooting. You don't remove bags, you remove shadows under bags. If you light bags correctly, they aren't bags. Okay, I don't want to see muffin tops. I don't want to see that little fat bit on my arm, like that one. What is that? And when does that come in? Like, you just wake up with that, right? Because one minute you're 30 and then you're like, You know, I don't want to see that. And nobody buys portraits with those things. So you take away the bits we hate, the little bits we hate, and then all we see is, oh, look at my eyes, oh, look at my curves, oh, look at my hair, oh, look at my expression. We focus on what we like. What we hate comes up first. So this was art lingerie nude. Try to shoot this as dark as possible. That's the instruction in the bottom. In fact, reading through the instructions, I was having a laugh to myself. I always wanted to try and be arty in my formula. So do you get it? Can you see how formulated my whole business model is? Lie down here, stand up here, lean against the window here. That's how you make money, right? You do the same thing over and over again, and you get paid every week until you're bored doing it, and then you can go and do something else, or employ a photographer, teach them how to do it, and they can run your business while you go and create art or whatever it is you want to create. That's the definition of building a business and building wealth. You are not to reinvent the wheel every time you go and shoot somebody. You are there to create a formula. Oh, hands up, what if Jane comes in on Tuesday and then Margaret comes in on Thursday, and then you find out they're best friends and you've taken exactly the same photograph of Jane and Margaret. Okay, it's not possible, because Jane and Margaret will have different clothes, they will move a different way, they'll have a different expression, they'll have a different connection to their own body, they'll have a different connection to the camera, they'll have a different connection with me personally. And even though I'm teaching you the formula, stand on the green wall, there are a million different ways Jane and Margaret can stand on that green wall, right? Because that's what I've been teaching you. So you flow and you make them different. But the formula is there. So this is Maria, and she is my makeup artist, and I was like, right, let's map it out for the new photographers. And we were just sitting at work one day, and it was summertime, and Maria's just doing all the little poses you can do on the wall. And then I wrote on the bottom, this is the anaglypta. Now, if I'm writing anaglypta, that means anaglypta is a style of wallpaper, frilly wallpaper. That means the anaglypta wall corner is in the right side of my studio. So I have set my photographers up to walk to that corner, stand in that corner, lean, and do all of these poses in that corner. And I've given them 9 options. That can be corporate, that can be added on to. I've done this in the challenge. I've showed you every possible position that you can get into in one corner. Now, you ask yourself, what if I don't have a studio and I don't have one consistent corner? Go outside, find a corner, make a corner. You know, put up a polyboard, make a corner. Make a corner there, lean on that corner. Find any wall with a corner. Hotel room, as long as there's a corner, a window light and a reflector. You can do these poses anywhere. You want to make them yours after you've made them mine? Fine, but this is where you start, because those are 9 incredible options and sellable images right there. Okay, and that's what I needed to teach them. Then, this is the best part. All I did here was showed them then what you could do in that corner. All of these were shot on that corner. So I can turn the girls sideways, I can pull them off the wall, I can do a couple, I can set a funky girl in the corner and hit my crop slightly, I can use that back wall, but all of them were shot there in that one tiny little corner. And then it was about having options, but also flowing, but also having a formula. So here's the crazy thing. I needed to teach 3 photographers to be me. I needed to do it quickly, and I needed them to turn over money. So I created this basic little formula, and I didn't even realize until I did that I had one. And that's cool, because now I'm like, my system is so easy to learn, and once you learn it, you can knock out great portraits of people that make money. If you want to freestyle, become your own person, throw your own spin on it, please. I invite you to put whatever you want on it. Just get the fundamentals right. The weight goes on the back foot, the hand goes away from the body. She's working her shoulder forward, she's lifting up, her chin is pushing forward, she's projecting, she's joining her body language together. She's making me believe that she can do this pose, and she's also making me believe that she is entirely comfortable in front of the camera when inside she is freaking out. Okay, because I'm directing her so strongly through what I know looks good, and I'm teaching her that. Okay, it's that simple. So what I did is I got Maria on the left, and I shot this independently of each other. I got Maria to go through the poses that I know really well. Lying down, silhouette, on the couch, recline backwards on the ottoman, cover girl, and then I matched them to images that were in my order folder. And look how close they are. I can replicate a pose just like that. That's how well I know them. So when somebody says to me, how do you take that fear away from somebody when they sit in front of you with a camera, when you've got your camera and they're terrified of you, and they say, do you think for 1 minute, if I'm standing in front of you going, sit up nice and tall, bring your chin towards me, push your shoulder this way. That's it, work that for me. Just relax your mouth, eyes to me now. Just a tiny little smile in your eyes. Good girl. Do you think she had a minute to think, this woman doesn't know what she's talking about? Because what she was doing was following my instruction. And if I do that assertively and with confidence, people are too busy being told what to do to freak out in front of your camera. She can't help but lock down into everything I'm saying because that's what I'm telling her to do. The ottoman, you know, don't just lie somebody down on the ottoman, learn the rules. It's 45 degrees, people, I've told you. So what I did was I sat down and I was like, at 45 degrees, I've showed you, but guess what? I've videoed the posing videos through live view. You are not watching it from 45 degrees over there. You are watching through my camera at the changes in posing. It's to show you what I can see so that I can teach you. Because, you know, when I stood you there in front of me and I'm like, what are you doing? I'm here, I can see her, you can see her, what are you doing? I don't get that. And the thing is you can stand as close to me as you want. Simona stood on my armpit, you know how I shoot with my right arm up. Simona stands on my armpit, you know, doing hair and makeup for 2 years, and she said to me, I pick up the camera and it's like, I'm that far away from you, and what I'm seeing is different. But when you see through my camera, you understand angles. What I'm teaching you is just to see angles. It's about bringing the bottom half of the body back and the top half forward, but without it being a tilt down. It's about teaching you the difference between that and that. And that's what we're showing you in camera. Those angles, once you master those, you can pose anybody, wedding, mother, family, same fundamentals, right? So here we are in ottoman, light, dark, all angles, hand up, hand down, feet up, feet down, lift the hip, composition face and full body. So that's what I've told the girls, and that's in my training manual. This is a go-to pose. It sells to everybody. And I show you in 28 days how to add on to 2s, and then how to add on to 3, and then how to add on to 4. Okay, personality series, freestyling, grey wall, laughing, dancing, cheeky, animated. I want to be photographed, and I want to not look posed. I want to look candid. Do you know how many times people have said that to me? And I was like, cool, I will pose you in the most candid way that I can, and then I'll make you laugh. So you won't be like this, you'll be like this. And I know that I can make you do that. So I'm like, yes, in order to be candid, I need to sneak up on you. So you need to allow me to direct you to be candid. And I said, trust me, I can do that. And so I taught my girls how to do that. Make them laugh, play a game, be silly, just like you do with kids, like a photo booth. Have fun with them. It's the moments in between that you capture when they're laughing. When you're laughing and I'm going click, 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 that's when you go click, 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 click. Yeah, yeah. That's when you go click, 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 click. And I'm going, oh, you know, because my photographers are all laughing, and that's when you get that real laughter from people, when you allow them a space to not feel stupid. And you know, we do some stupid things. You've seen it. If you watch One Day with Sue, did you see Tiffany and Susan? And then I'm crying with laughter and she's laughing, Krista's laughing, and I'm taking photos of her, and it was absolutely hilarious. We do that, but worse, because we weren't on camera. Okay. So then this one here was about babies. So in my studio in Newmarket, we knew that if we could market to women, then women bring boys and babies in, and this was where it started to be the family portrait studio. So it was a glamour studio with a makeup room that was making a whole lot of money off contemporary family portraits. So I gave the girls some options there. And I gave them, that's a baby that I photograph, and I just gave them some options on how to capture beautiful newborns. And then I'm in the beauty and makeup, and I call this freestyling, which means she's standing. So freestyling is when there's no prop involved, they're standing on their own. Most girls cannot pose without being on a prop. When they're out on their own, all of a sudden it's a whole different ball game. Even sitting on a bar stool is easier for people because for some reason they relax into their body position. When they're here, it's all awkwardness. So it's about learning freestyling. Freestyling is one of the hardest things to teach, and it's one of the things that you have to practice the most. There's a lot of freestyling in 28 days. Okay, so from here, it's about the beauty and the makeup shot. Now notice I've put everything into the category of what sells. The beauty shot sells, the Ottoman shot sells, okay? These are what sells to my clients. So I'm teaching my photographers what sells. So if they've got two sisters coming in, then I'm going to go, right, you're going to do the recline double, recline single for both girls on the backlight, and then you can do the dark recline dark chair black wall, same series, but just mix it up a little bit with where their hands are, where they're posing, getting closer. Then you can do a silhouette of both girls, an individual shot at the window. I just mapped their shoot, and they're going to go and do it. And the best part is after 10 days of shooting with them, they could be in the studio and I would wait in the office working on Photoshop, and they would come into the office with the back of the camera and I'd go, you didn't get that. Look at that. Why is that hand there? Okay, good connection, but you know, you're making these mistakes. And they would go back and keep finishing. So they were coming and checking in with me, but shooting on their own, because it was easier for them to shoot on their own without me there. Because when I was in the room, they would sweat and cry. Yeah, and I would sweat and cry, then the client would sweat and cry. Okay, so the beauty shot, these are what works. The boys, and I've done a whole video for boys because it's a really cool video for you to see. They are the opposite to us. You know, they put their body language out, we put ours in. We're trying to go inside the hourglass, they're trying to go outside. You know, they're triangle. They want to be strong, masculine. You take the reflector away. The more shadow on the face, the stronger they look. The chin is projected forward, but it is by no means down. And no man should connect his chin to his shoulder. Sorry. No straight man should connect his chin to his shoulder. That's cool. All the gay men can do it as much as they like. And they were the basic rules, and teaching also simple things like how to touch their own chest and how to put their thumbs into their jeans, how to work their body, how to roll their shoulders forward to make them look stronger, bigger, more masculine. I've done all of that. I photographed Russ. I photographed Russ through like a casual, like he was just a casual guy that's coming for a shoot, right through to his business suit. I photographed Adam Bauer, so Adam's here as well. I photographed him in Calvin Klein boxes. And I did it right through to that fashion boy look, so right through to this here, where the boys are shirts off in their undies, okay? So it goes right through across the board, that contemporary boy posing, and that's a great video. I can't wait for you to get your hands on that one, because that'll be a good one for you to practice. None of you have ever seen me shoot boys before. Single female. So I put this up as a single female contact sheet. She's in how many outfits? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I basically just said, right, there's a prompt to get 5 different looks from one outfit. So if you shoot a really good shoot, keep it as a map. Print mine out as maps from 28 challenges, and then if one of those challenges, like the 2, 3, and 4, if you've got 4 girls coming in, go and refer to that map. We will give you a PDF to print out. So you go, I've got Sue's posing 2, 3, and 4 map, and I'm going to do all of those poses in that shoot. Map it out and shoot it. Now, I can hear a thought, maybe it's out in the interwebs, that says, how uncreative of you. Well, here's the thing. I'm a creator. I'm an illustrator, so I can draw. And I am a creator at the highest level. So what I do when I'm at my strongest, I'm a creator. My wealth dynamics profile is 100% creator. But I want to create a successful business. I don't need to walk into a shoot every single day and try to take the best shoot I have ever taken. I'm just trying to please that woman there so that she pays me for her photographs. All right? And you don't need to reinvent the wheel. And if you feel that you are getting tired of this formula, and that means you're making money. And if you're making money, then you can afford to take a month off and go and be as creative as you bloody well please. Without having somebody else tell you what to create. Because I'm sorry, but there is nothing creative about being a portrait photographer or wedding photographer. I don't agree. I don't think there's anything creative at all. I think you are working for someone else. It would be like me going to being an interior designer and you paying me to design your house and then telling me how you want to do it. I'm like, no. You see, you employed me because I'm an interior designer. There's a big argument there, and that'll go on and rage online. Enjoy that. But the truth is, is rage away and be the interior. But I am an artist, and that's good. You can go into that category of starving artists, and you know, maybe when you're sort of getting eaten by your Alsatians and whatever, you know, in your own feces and all that sort of stuff, you can be be your starving artist. I want to create a strong, successful business and I want to get paid for it. So that's the bottom line. Okay, here, and we're in couples mixed. So we're going to mix it up. How many different poses? I have done a couples video. So on the couples video on the challenge, I've done a couples video traditional, and then I've taken it right through to that Calvin Klein-esque type look where they're both in their undies. And I don't know whether you saw it, but on my blog this month, I did a beautiful shoot of Jill Brzezinski-Connolly and her husband, and they had their shirts off, and it was black and white, and it was that dark, gutsy Calvin Klein where we've done that. I've done the full art sequence on the floor for you to see, and it's so great to watch. And I shot Monty, who's also one of the technical directors at Creative Live, and his beautiful girlfriend. And I've photographed all the staff at Creative Live because they're like, I need models. And I was like, there's a lot of beautiful people here. There's a lot of beautiful people in this room. And so, yeah, I photographed that, and that's amazing to watch. It's about going into a couple shoot knowing 6 strong poses, then work with their personalities. Okay, but don't go into a couple shoot and feel that feeling. You know that feeling when you don't know what to do and you take a photo and it's not working and you're trying to look calm and they're like, is that all right? Is that coming out? And you're like, no, you look like crap. And I don't know what to do right now. But I'm not going to say that out loud, so I'm just going to go, yes. So before you change the pose, you'll take 83 more bad photos because that's how you default set. You panic and then you just bang out another 100. Well, you can delete those later on while you're wasting time. And then the best part is you usually hit your stride about 2.5 hours into the shoot when they've got to go and you're just coming into your own confidence and they're tired and hungry. And that is not how you shoot. It should be the other way. You should be able to set the formula and then move into it. All right, this one I love, dark window layered ottoman. So that means to me, they're either lying or they're sitting on a chair with their hands on the box. Now, this was a setup in my studio. It was a go-to, everybody bought it. I haven't done this setup since then, but it worked. So this shot here worked for all girls. It slimmed the arm down, they could bring their hands up. It was like a dark version of the beauty shot. If it worked, I told them and I saved it. Look at this, curtain poses, all angles. I love that. That's amazing. It was about coming forward, coming back, working the shoulder, and then turning around. That's all I did. But I wanted to be able to give 12 examples right there of how to make that different and making that work. And all she's done is this. She's opened her body up. She's pushing her shoulder forward. She's opened her body up. So when I'm directing people, remember this. Everybody sit up nice and tall right now like this. Thank you. Sit up nice and tall. Bring your chin towards me this way and down just ever so slightly. Work your shoulders this way. I want that shoulder to go back and this one to come forward. Okay, so you're like this. Connect your front shoulder to your chin. Beautiful. Lift up nice and tall. Push your chin forward. Push your chin forward because you want to go. All right, and so you're going to push it forward, and then I want you to open your shoulder up to me, and then I want you to shut it down. But when you shut it down, don't do this, because it's amazing that the head is connected to the shoulders, but it does other. And then you go, okay, now bring your head back to me, and then they go like this. And you go, okay, now keep your head still and just do your shoulder, and then they go like this. You know, and then you get that movement where people are like, but it doesn't go any further, and it's like, yeah, it does. It kind of goes like that. So the idea is that I'm working that shoulder and opening it up and closing it down was simply a matter of this. Open your body up to me and tip down, which gives more space here. Open and close it down and shut it down and open it up to me, but we never shut it down like that, okay, because our head doesn't come off our shoulder. We have a neck, and it's very important to keep the neck. So for curvier girls, you stay open. For leaner girls, you can shut it down. If you shut down on a curvy body like mine, it doesn't work. My arm will look fat from the front, my neck will look short, and I won't buy your photograph. Right? Okay, so that was it, learning movement like that. So you stand somebody at the window, go home, practice that. Oh, you're going to get a good chance to do that because it's one of the challenges. It's to stand somebody by a window light and just change their body around all the way this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. Don't lose sight of the face of the camera. Now move the bodies, pin the shoulders back, pin the arms back. Watch how slim that looks from the front. Do Barbie hands, just to crop nice and close. Bring them up, work the body sideways, push it forward. But the whole time you are up, up, forward, forward, chin forward. Everybody sit up right now, chin forward towards me. And pushing forward, it's all about posture. It's about keeping your face square to the camera, and no matter where you turn, it's about you staying on point here. And then creating that body language. There. Okay? So no matter where I move the body, the face is what I'm photographing. Okay, from here, families. I don't want to shoot families, but $5,000 tells me, yes, I do. $5,000 said, you can shoot families. So on 28 days, I've taught you how I pose families. I'm a little unconventional. I hang children upside down. I actually said drop that one on its head, but he didn't let go. And I can pose 13. I'm going to show you how to pose family of 3, family of 4, family of 5. I'm going to then tell you how I take that family and market the shoot to the mother and the daughter and the grandmother, and then they come in for hair and makeup. I shoot the generations first. I shoot the girls as a glamour shoot, and then I bring the boys in the last 15 minutes, and I create a $5,000 shoot by how I market and pose that, right? And I can map that for you so that you can open that entire genre up to your business. Then what I do is I've not only incorporated glamour and family portraiture, mapped it out for you, I then do an entire challenge on simply marketing to that demographic, right? In a glamour way. So I'm enticing the women and they are bringing the men. And when the men come in, the sale goes up. Because a woman is allowed to spend a certain amount, but when he's involved, they can double it. We are persuasive, but we are not that persuasive. No, we are persuasive, but they know that. I think is probably more accurate. So families mixed and all horizontal, and then I went families mixed vertical because I want to teach my photographers how to do all those poses in the horizontal and the vertical, building triangles, creating body language, making sure their hands are touching each other, making sure the body language is towards each other, that it's family. You'll find families that don't even want to touch each other. It's the most hilarious thing you've ever seen. It's kind of like really weird. You don't want to stand next to your own brother or sister or mother. I can't imagine having a family like that. I love being around my family, so it seems really odd that people stand and they hiss at each other like, and you've got to learn to take control, especially when there's teenagers, because some teenagers just can't stand their parents and vice versa, and it just makes you want to have children. And so here they are, freestyling on the grey wall. I've got to do more freestyling. I want to teach freestyling all the time. The more freestyling I could teach my girls was about teaching them the movement, the crossover, the connection with the shoulder, the movement, how to ham it up, how to make people ham it up, how to make people have fun and not feel stupid. That's all you have to do. Because when everyone starts moving, they just feel stupid, and as soon as you make them feel safe, they'll move and move and move. And the shyest girl will turn into a Marilyn Monroe on the fan if you are making her feel like that. If you are going with it, you're loud and you're elevating as well. Okay, now if you're a really shy, introverted person and you find a struggle to bring people up to that level, don't do the shot. I can't help you. People often email me things like this: what if I'm not loud and extroverted and fun like you? And I go, then do quiet photographs. I think people will be attracted to you for what you create. So if you're introverted and you create these silent, beautiful images, that's what people will come to you for, those images. They will be attracted to your work because that's who they are. Like the people that come to my studio, they want the big dresses. They want to dance. They want to have fun. I want to be candid. I love that shot. I love the shot on your website of that woman dancing in the white dress. I love that shot down there. I love that woman's 47 years old in that gorgeous white dress and she's dancing and laughing. I think that's magnificent. Okay, I want to teach people that you can change an image just by changing the hands. And that's called 1 composition, 5 poses, and that is a challenge on 28 days. I want you to change the hands every time you take a photograph. If they're sitting here, I want them to be 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 here, I want them to change. But if you're not changing your image. How many of you are getting into one pose and then taking 20 shots? Be honest. We've all been there. Okay? If you're not changing and flowing, you are not creating multiple images. Why do we create multiple images? So that we can sell multiple images. It's that simple, right? We want to shoot to sell. We shoot to sell. So we're not shooting for ourselves, we're shooting for the client. End of story. You're not shooting for yourself, you're shooting for the person who's paying you, and you're a service provider. I love this one. The advice on the bottom says this: babies, follow them round, sing silly songs, take lots quickly. Good luck. Follow them round, sing silly songs, take lots quickly. I love that. Anyway, we'll move on because I think I probably did that with them anyway. I was just like, do your best. I know that you'll be fine. In fact, I think the girls took better baby shots than me. I don't get it. You know, when they're little and I kind of try and do the Ottoman pose, and they don't hold it, you know, and they can't lift their neck up. So I'm like, neck up. Well, they can't lift their neck up. And then when they run, they just run out of the, I'm just like, twirl around for me. I was like, wow, that one's fast. I said to my best friend, I was photographing her 1-year-old, I was like, can you make it stop running? And she was like, no, Sue, she runs. And I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? And they're like, run after her. Well, I was like, that's why I'm a glamour photographer. I don't have to run after any of my clients. But you know, if you're going to open it up to families, and this is something that might intrigue you, if you're a newborn photographer, or if you're a baby photographer and you're transitioning into glamour, you're opening a glamour genre in your business, or you're transitioning into both, then I suggest you find a way on 28 days to market to both, because I tell you right now, that woman has that child. That woman is paying for her portrait of that child, but there is not a woman alive that wouldn't walk into my studio and put her child over there and go, so I can do this too? You're going to do my hair and makeup and I'm going to look gorgeous and while you photograph my child? That's even better, because then I can have my hair and makeup done while you're photographing my child right there, and then I can have a photo with my child and a beautiful photo of myself. And that's why women are constantly going into children photographers and saying, no, not me, just my kids, because you're not offering that service to them. And we know it's the truth. Women buy a family portrait if they look good. Like, they'll look at their kids and they don't care. They love their kids even when they're ugly. They're crying, I love Johnny. He's wonderful, but I look hot. I'm buying that photograph for the wall. Okay, lingerie and sexy mixed horizontal ottoman. So this is as far as I ever went into boudoir. I don't do boudoir. I do a contemporary glamour photography. They just happen to be wearing undies. Okay, so I kept it that simple. I gave them multiple choices across the genres of what people bring into wear, and then I created a training manual around it. So this is lingerie and sexy, standing vertical with mixed backgrounds. And then they could identify the background in the training manual to the studio that I've mapped out. So let's say right now, after you do your 28-day challenge, like there's a flow, one of the challenges is a flow pose over a couch, and I've mapped it for you. I then want you to go into your own studio and then practice that so you can master it. But what I want you to do is I want you to get a model type girl, someone who moves well, somebody with a lean body, because remember, when you're learning, it's easier to start there and then go into curves, because curves is a big challenge. And what I want you to do is I want you to do your own map in your own space, and then make a book of it for yourself. Use mine, use yours, mix it up with your own stuff, see what looks good, and then refer to it every time you have a shoot as one of your scenarios. Okay, and then it was about mothers and daughters. I've done a mother and daughter challenge. I have done a beauty challenge, which is absolutely fabulous. I've showed you all these beauty shots. I have done the ottoman. I've done mapping over an ottoman, lying down. I do the ottoman over and over again. You'll see that come in the challenge. I do a lot of recline sitting, which is slimming on the body, slimming on the arm. This is a go-to pose for curves. This is a go-to pose for all girls, and it's one that sells. I'm teaching people about spontaneousness and laughter, rolling around on the ottoman to try and create some personality. And this series alone reminds you to do that, to not just have them sit still and take a photograph of them. It reminds you to make them move. Okay, and then here, standing, same personality series. So lying down and standing is directing them to do something different so you can create a series of images to sell a series of images. And this is how they learnt. Single, female, mixed. Silhouette. So the silhouette's a go-to image in my studio. It's when you cut down the light to about that much light and you take away the reflector and you get them to pose towards the light so it's flattering on the face, never away from the light. This is a go-to pose for me, for guys, for girls. I address it in 28 days. I do it with the guys in the Calvin Klein shoot. I cut the light right down, take the reflector away, show you how dark and gutsy it is. It looks magnificent. And then using the white chair. So I actually started to map the props that I have in the studio. And you can do this, like, she doesn't have to be doing anything to the camera. Like, I don't have to look at her face. This is just a map for me. So I can learn all of these poses, teach them to other people. And also my makeup artist would flip through it too, because ironically, when they assist me, they could set up the next pose because they knew what was coming. So while I was turning to my client and saying, get into that black dress and helping her get ready, my makeup artist could set up the next shot and then go and zhoosh her makeup while I changed everything around and it was done. And so formula, just like that, hard white box sitting on it, beside it. Threes, 3 standing, 4, that's one of the challenges. 3 beauty, 2, 3, 4 beauty, that's one of the challenges. 3 in a bar stool. I did this posing 2s, posing 3s, posing 4s. That's a really good one. And then that's it. By the window, you get to see that multiple times. You get to see that as a challenge so you can master it. And this is what Chrissy told me. There's another quote that Chrissy sent me. What I love the best about what I do is Sue taught me how to unravel people. You unravel them and then you never know what you're going to get. Sometimes you're a therapist, but that's when you get the best portraits. Okay? If my focus is on the experience and my focus is on you feeling beautiful and my focus is on you being relaxed and calm, then I have to know my posing really well so I'm not worried about that when I'm giving you all of my time and attention. It's really important that my focus is on creating amazing photographs of you instead of trying to get my pose right and trying to get my light right. So if I set you into a scenario, I will find a different groove than the other girl had in the same scenario, but I will do that because the foundation of what I've done is set and I know that I'm safe, secure in my light and in my posing. Then I have time to go in and pull you out. Then I can stop and say, look at me, listen to me, let me direct you, let me capture you, and you are now trusting me because I sound like I know what I'm doing. I'm confident and I'm doing it confidently. And it's so easy to learn, right? Just a formula. Do we have any questions about that?
My question is about the mapping that you've done. Would you actually have that in front of the client, or would you look at that beforehand? Do they have confidence in you when you're looking at it while you're shooting? Or?
I would never look at it while I'm shooting.
Okay.
Yeah, never, never, never. I would map it in my own studio. So after you get my map, create an identical map in your studio so that you can feel every one of the poses, that you can compare them to yours, that you can see how close they are, and then keep that, reference it. So out of everything you've just seen here, the interesting thing is if I was doing 3 sisters, I would pull that page, and then I would pull that page, and then I would do all of their individuals, and then I would pull maybe something different like a personality series of them if they like the candid stuff, or an ottoman shot of each of them. And so that to me is 4 looks. They all get 4 different changes, they get 2 different beautiful 3. I've already created 80 images that I can show them. So I have to put a stop to that. You're not going through every pose of that manual. You're choosing what suits their body, what suits their clothes, and what suits the mood and style of how they want to be photographed. How do you know that? You ask them. Okay, so when they come into you, you say, Two things. One of them is show me what you've bought in terms of clothing. That's one of the challenges. I'm going to show you how to educate your clients so that they are not only fully committed to the shoot, that they are coming so prepared. And I've created a really amazing little way to do that. I have done like a clothing catalog map of what looks really great photographs so that they can choose outfits around that suit them, and you can send that out to your clients. If they come in if they make the most effort and they come in, then I know how they want to be photographed. Because if you bring in pink tutus and and big skirts, I know you want to jump around and have fun. If you bring in the big skirts, then you want elegant portrait couture. If you bring in the slinky black dresses, I'm going to do slinky shots. I'm going to do the lying down slinky curtain shots. And if you bring in lingerie, then it's going to be more boudoir. I can tell by the clothes that you bring in and the images you like by how you want to be photographed. So, I just think that's really important. You pull the 5 that relate to them while they're in hair and makeup, and you've already mapped it, so you know it. You just have to go and do it. And then you practice it, because the whole point of 28 days is not that you learn something, is that you master it. Okay, so one of the challenges is shooting the backlight. I'm good at that. I do that every shoot. It is the most requested shot in my folio, especially by other photographers. If I ever shoot photographers, they're like, all your backlit stuff is beautiful. So I've done that so that you can master it. And I'm going to show you how to open it in Photoshop, how to expose for it, how to do one thing. What you do within that backlight is up to you now with all the foundation posing, but I need you to master it so that you can create those beautiful backlight images. And then, I guess I just map it. I then go and look at my map while they're in hair and makeup, or I quickly just glance at it, reference it in my mind. It's just to stimulate more options. Sometimes when you shoot, everything you've learned goes out the window. You go on autopilot, and that is so easy. You go on autopilot, and then afterwards, like when I'm training photographers, and I know this with Susan, because I always say to Susan, critique this image for me. Now remember on my blog when I said you must critique your own work? Okay, and how do you critique your own work? Chin, shoulder, hands, hourglass, body language, asymmetry, connection. Did you get all of those? Is the reflector good? Was your exposure good? You can usually correct those. Am I in focus? Okay, critique your own work now. Chin, shoulder, hands, hourglass, body language, connection. So you can critique your own work, but you do it after, right? After you've shot it, and then you're like, oh, I forgot about the hands up thing, and oh, Sue said I should have done the rotation. And so for me, looking at a map like that and setting my shoot, to me it's like writing a shoot list. Hayley has a shoot list, and that's something that always works. I've showed this before on my creative lives. I get a refill pad and I will stick figure draw the scenarios in front of the girl. Now to her, I'm not referencing a manual. I am designing her shoot in front of her, but really I'm referencing my manual, and then I'm reminding myself that I have to do it. I've done that a million times. So I would get a refill pad, I would stick figure draw it out, and I was like, you know what, Colette, we're going to shoot you here, and then we're going to shoot you here, and then I'm going to put the black dress on. I'm going to do that silhouette. It's really gorgeous, like that shot over there that you saw in my folio, and she's really working it in the light. And really what I'm doing is I'm mapping it out, and so I don't forget, and then I go through it. That's how I would not forget when I went into autopilot.
Do you consult with your client first? And have you ever met a client that you just weren't feeling, you thought she and you wouldn't work well together, and how did you handle that?
I consult with my clients in 2 different ways. I either have a consultation with them. In the studio we used to have a consultation, then we went to phone consultation, which is dangerous because you can miss out on really good education on the phone. And you get lazy and you start to revert to email, and then they have, don't you all, because you're all nodding, and then you don't create a relationship with them, and then they don't turn up the day of their shoot because you were just sending an email, right? So there's no personal connection, there's no desire, there's no enticement, and there's no education of what to wear. So you get lazy if you don't do one-on-one consultations. People are busy and they want stuff now. I would rather Skype somebody and have a live face-to-face with them. Have I ever had a client that I think I'm not going to like you? All the time. Of course you do. You don't like everybody. It's just the way it is. But I'm not there to make friends with her. I'm there to offer her a service. Some shoots are like pulling teeth, and some shoots are the most fun you've ever had in your life. The pulling teeth ones are often the ones that spend the most amount of money, which is kind of weird, because I think to myself, I didn't like that at all. I didn't like the experience, and I certainly didn't like the images. And she's like spending money, still doesn't like you, but still writing a check for like $4,000, and you're like, you didn't like me at all. And it's like, well, I don't think she was paying me to like me. She was paying me to produce good photographs. So as long as I give her good service, yeah, there's painful clients. I mean, sometimes the good ones turn out to be more painful than the bad ones, and the bad ones come around, right?
So we're talking about Chrissy and Karen, and you're training them in 28 days.
Yes.
From a question from Fashion TV in Singapore.
Hi, Fashion TV.
You said it's okay to make mistakes while we shoot real clients. How did you decide that your two girls were ready to take on real clients?
I put them with real clients on day one.
What were the signs?
I was like this. I think we can afford to see this as a sign that you are ready to take portraits. First, they mirror me for 2 or 3 shoots. Then I do, so they're right on me, like right on my shoulder. Then I do a mock shoot with like one of my makeup artists or something, and I'm right on their shoulder. And then I work with them in this way. So I teach them the most basic setup, so all they have to do is stand there, and I'm controlling them from the back. So I'm pushing them down, pulling them forward, moving them around. But what I do is I do it in a way where I'm directing the shoot. So I'm like, she's standing here taking the photo, and I would walk in and I'd say, hi everyone, this is Karen. Karen and I are shooting you today. Nobody questions that. Everyone's just like, oh. She's holding the camera, and I'm like, Margaret, just bring your chin around here. Karen's here. And I'm going to say, oh, that's beautiful. Oh, you see that nice lined shoulder? Oh yeah, get this close up. Oh, that's wonderful. And I would just like puppet her. And I puppeted them for a week. And you only need to puppet for a week before you let go, and then they are learning your scenarios really easily, and then they are on their own in terms of, I forgot the hand, I forgot the chin. Like everybody else, they go back in, as soon as I leave the room, they go back into autopilot, and that's where I critique their work after. But what I would get them to do is I would critique it and get them to go and correct it before they got changed. So they had the potential to fix the shot right there and then, and never at any time was it like I have to go and show this to my boss. It's like there's lots of ways to do that, lots of ways to discreetly move around a shoot, and let me get you some water. It's not working. Well, then try harder. Check the manual. And you know what? We have makeup artists and myself. We're buffers. So if she's checking the manual, we walk in. What do women like to do? Oh, yeah. So, walking in, oh, you're having a great time. Oh, my God, I love this dress. Where did you get that from? Yeah, I can tell a story about where I bought that dress. And, before you know it, that she's come back and she's on, and she's like, now I know what to do. And, it's so easy. It's just easy. Women love to hang out. They love to talk. They love to tell stories.
Mel C., along the same lines, talking about the photographers you trained, how did you get Karen past her connection issues?
Karen didn't have the connection issues, Chrissy did.
Oh, Chrissy, okay.
Yes,
how did you get Chrissy?
Yes, so Karen was definitely the strongest connection, and Chrissy was definitely technically better. And so they definitely had their own strength there. What it was with Chrissy is, at the end of the day, Chrissy has an amazing, she holds her own space really well with people, but she was more inclined to go towards the technical. So when we said to her, you're missing the connection, she got it straight away. So she was just pulling the connection. She was pulling the connection straight away when we told it to her. But she was still just being technically accurate, whereas Karen was going more straight away for the connection and making different mistakes. So that different style definitely popped up really quickly. The connection is a 28-day challenge, and it is the most asked question on my Creative Lives. It is the most talked about thing that they say over and over again. So what I did was I filmed through live view, connection through live view, so that you can see people go from nothing to just the slight shift in their eyes. And it is so easy to teach. It's something that is probably not easy to, you need to really work on that. So the whole point again is to master the connection.
Yes. You mentioned about educating our clients about the value of our photography. Any tips on how to, like, not for somebody that's already established, but like somebody who's starting, how do I educate my clients so they can justify what they're paying for?
Tomorrow, when I do pricing and value, the first thing I'm going to teach you is I don't need to educate my clients to the value of what I do. Do you know why? No, because I believe in it. You only need to tell yourself. If your clients don't value you, you don't. So until you value it, you will never sell it. You have no value for your own work. I'm going to teach you how to change that. But the truth is I don't need to educate you into the value of, like, I don't need to sell it to you. You're going to have a 2.5 hour session with me and you are going to just love the way you look. You might not. You're going to bring in 5 outfits and we're going to do your hair and makeup. I don't need to tell the value of what I do. You're going to keep these photos forever. I'm selling the experience, yes, but the value is set in my own self. And all I have to do is talk to you about what you want. So instead of trying to sell you something, how about I ask a question? Tell me, what's your name? Katie. No, Katie, I'm sorry. Yeah. Heather. How do you want to be photographed?
I want to look gorgeous and thinner, I guess.
And? Is that it? Or you're going to be easy? I'm going to put you on a wall, younger, slimmer, gorgeous.
Yeah.
Huh? Who would you like to be photographed with?
You?
Yeah, but who? With?
Oh.
I'm going to photograph you, but
Okay.
who would you like to be photographed with? Anybody?
No.
You just want to make it about you?
Yeah.
Good girl. Right. No family. Let's make it about you. Okay, I need you to bring in 5 outfits.
Okay.
So when you think about those outfits, what would you like to wear?
Something that's fun and flirty.
Great.
Yep.
You want to dance and laugh and be candid?
Yes.
Okay, that's fantastic. Let's talk about those outfits. I can give you a whole lot of ideas there on what to bring and what would look good on you and what I've already got in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't have to build value. I have to just listen to her. She's just told me how she wants to be photographed. It's not about anybody else in her family. It's about her. I want to look gorgeous. I want to look slimmer. I want to look fun and I want to look flirty. I want to dance and laugh and have a good time. When at any time was it about me? It's not about me, people. You know, I'm not starring. You're not starring in my photo shoot. You know, I'm starring in yours. And as soon as you get that, you change it. Because that's turning your value into service, and suddenly my service just became really valuable to that woman. And do you know why? Because I not only listened to her, I delivered to her the one thing she wants. Right? She'll pay for that because I have delivered it. Do I always deliver it? No. I'm human. I make mistakes. I say that all the time. I fail. I failed twice last year. Did shoots, fail, epic fail. You didn't listen, you didn't give me the time, you didn't give me the service experience. No sale. Happens to me after 23 years. Do you know what I do? I apologize, I offer to reshoot, and then I make sure I don't do it again. So there's my manual. I am going to take you through that 28-day challenge. If I can now, after the 6 years of experience that I've had with these girls, if I can't take you to their level, then I'm going to be shocked. I am putting that 100% out there, 100%. I watched these girls transform in a month. I watched them transform my business. I watched them make money for me. Can I tell you something really interesting? The day they left my studio, their average dropped by a quarter, by 3/4. What does that tell you? When they're shooting for me, they could sell $7,000 worth of photographs, but when they were shooting for themselves, they could only sell $400 worth of photographs. What does that tell you? The belief came from them. They control that. And so that means they didn't believe they could make the same amount of money. Why? Sue's studio was fancier? You think my garage studio was fancy? You think my work back then was fancy? No, I did the work, people. And I did the work on myself, on my belief system, on what I think about money. I opened that up. I now have money in the bank and I can buy whatever I like. For the first time in my life, I can say that without feeling weird about it. I can pay for my parents to fly to Vegas and see me speak. What a gift. My parents came last year to sit there in the audience, never been to America, never had a long haul flight. You know, I changed that. And you can change it too. That is so easy. It's a mentality, and I'm going to show you how. I'm just so passionate about that. It's stupid. You do not need to struggle in this world. Struggle is a choice. It is a choice, and you do not need to struggle anymore. It is a lie that you have told yourself, and you can change it. You can change it. I swear to God, it is easy. You can change it, and we're going to change it. You can change it. You can change your work. You can change your attitude. You can change. These are all things that are in your realm of control. These are all things you can change. Where are they now? Chrissy Ropati is currently in labour. I think she's giving birth to a little girl. She had 3 babies in 3 years. So she said, I'm kind of a mum now, and the whole photography studio is just on hold. I need to be a mum. You can't have 3 brand new babies and run a studio. She said, I found that I needed to think about the studio all the time, and I wasn't thinking about the kids. So Chrissy was talking to me after Chrissy worked for us, and so that, by the way, is Chrissy's Facebook page if you want to get in touch with her or follow her. She's an amazing girl. She's got 322 likes on her Facebook page, Chrissy Ropati Photographer. Chrissy, her website is ropatiphotographer.com. She designed this website 3.5 years ago when she left the studio, and then she was pregnant with her first baby. She had her first baby, and she started her business with a baby, and then got pregnant straight away again. So she was pregnant with a baby in her first year of business. Chrissy sent me this. After 2 years at the studio, I was married and having my first baby. I'm more than happy to give you my first year turnover on my own in a new town. They got married, they moved away from Auckland. They started a business in a small beach town community in east coast of Auckland. I shot 45 clients between September 2010 and September 2011. These clients, 40 of them paid $99 for a sitting fee, which is not part of the sales average. The sales for these 45 totaled $43,831.70. My average was lower, but I had no studio space or selling space. This was shooting Saturday only, as I had my firstborn Sienna with me and I was pregnant at the time. Okay, so I was a full-time mum and pregnant, not bad as a side job while parenting. I'm excited to see the revenue when I go back to shooting full-time. A wee while off though, as I'm due with my 3rd today. So the idea there is that she was pregnant with a baby, that she was only shooting Saturday with no studio, and she still did $45,000 in turnover in her first year of business, and that was half her average that she did for me. Half. And I believe if she had had a studio space, if she had put money into a studio space, she may have in her own value seen a higher perception of what she was worth, because I think when you don't have a space you think you're worth less, even though the photographs are just as good. So that was really important. This is Karen. She's captured by Karen on Facebook. And Karen is changing her website this week, so she was already in transition when I got her. So she's gone from Karen Marie Photographer to there, which is Capturing Your Beauty, captured by Karen. And this website has got a whole new vibe to it. She's introduced weddings. Beauty is still one of her genres. She's introduced editorial and personal because they're both something that really intrigues her. So Karen is running a little small studio, and this month she's purchased a home with her boyfriend, and they are turning that into a home studio that has a front room and a beautiful shooting space. So she's taking her studio back to the house, and she's bought a house that will accommodate that. Both of them are self-employed, and like Chrissy said, ultimately, so she said, you set me up for life. You set me up for life to be a professional photographer for the rest of my life, and she loves it enough to return to it once she's had babies. And like Karen said, she decided to be a photographer at 14. She said it's been a crazy journey because Karen is still on this side of 30. She's still in her 20s. It's amazing that she has her own career and now is buying her first house. And she said, I would be lying if I didn't tell you it was hard. I would be lying if I didn't tell you that what you put in, you get out. She said, because I know it's been tough. She said some things work, some things don't. And Karen's average was lower than Chrissy's because they both had different money attitudes. So when I left the studio and I started my own business, my biggest hurdle was I couldn't make money for myself, but I was doing $7,000 portrait sales for my studio for 10 years. So how could I not make money for myself when I'm shooting exactly the same work? And that is in the perceived value of yourself, not in the education of the value of what you do. And here's the problem. People keep saying that if you value yourself, price is only a problem in the absence of value. So you start to sell your value. Okay, if somebody has to sell themselves to you, what are you thinking? What are you saying? This is really worth it. You're talking me out, right? I don't have to sell it to you. It is. If I believe it, it just is. It's the way you sell it. It's the language you use. You reek of it. You reek of not good enough. Because you're standing there telling me why I should spend money with you instead of me telling you what I could do for you. Oh my God, I'm going to take beautiful photos of you. Let me show you some examples of beautiful skirts that I've done. I love flirty, fun photographs. They're my favorite. You have incredible skin, by the way, Heather, and amazing blue eyes. And I look forward to photographing you because I'm going to knock your socks off. I don't have to tell her why it's worth it. I just have to listen to her and then provide her with that service. Okay, that's one of the challenges too. And this afternoon. This is a business model. This is Wannabe Sue Bryce, and this is an add-on genre. Decide who you are today. Do you want to keep babies and weddings and add glamour or beauty or contemporary portraiture as a brand in your business? Then add it. Add my business model to yours. And if my business model is easy and makes more sense and starts to take over your other two business models, then combine my business model with your genres. If you want to be Sue Bryce and you want, just like these two, like this, to create a business that looks exactly like mine, because it's a formula, do it. And if people say to you, you want to be a Sue Bryce, you say, yes, she trained me. Yes, and you know what she did? She taught me how to make money. So it's like buying a franchise, right? We're flipping burgers here. We're flipping burgers and we're getting paid. So I know something. When you do your wealth dynamics profile this afternoon, when you work out what you are, whether you're a creator or a star or a mechanic, I know one thing. I'm a creator, but there's not many creators in this world. There are mechanics, lots of supporters. So that tells me one thing. You can achieve greatness in a business if that business is given to you, if that model is given to you. Because all you have to do is apply it. And as a mechanic, you apply it better than anybody else. Because a creator never finishes anything. Now, I can give you 100 different ways that you could spin your marketing because I'm a creator, but I can't go and finish it. I have to pay somebody to do that. I am a creator. So find out what you are and then play to that strength. That is your strength in business. As soon as you understand that, then you can go forward and make money. Now tell me this, if you can't market yourself, go and pay somebody who can. Stop bashing yourself up for, this is the best part. Instead of just saying, I suck at marketing, I have no confidence when it comes to marketing, I'm going to confront that in myself by putting myself out there in a service way. You can do that, or you can get a marketing guru to just focus on getting bums on seats, someone who loves doing it. If you because that's going to be on your hate list. If it's on your hate list, you're not allowed to do it. I hate marketing. I hate it. So don't do it. And I can't afford to pay anybody else. Oh my God, you're getting tiring. Right? That one? Oh yeah, I hate marketing. Then do it. I don't want to market myself. Then pay someone else. I can't pay somebody else. Oh my God, go and get a job. Okay, be creative. Think of a way out of it. Find somebody. Go and find a marketing guru and let them buy into half your business. If that's their specialty, they will happily, I had marketing people knocking on my door going, I want to market you. I could sell your work like that. And I was like, well, I can't. So I kind of like the fact that you can. Isn't a 50% of a successful business better than 100% of one that's not making money? Oh, but I'm giving half my business away. Well, they could buy into it if you've done all the work. They could pay. They could take a percentage. But don't tell me you can't pay somebody to do something you hate. And if it's not hate, if it's fear in your way, well, I'm going to pull that out of you tomorrow. So you're going to show me the difference, because there's a big difference between hating something and being crippled by it. Right? I was crippled by speaking publicly. I don't know why. At 14, 15, I was on the stage singing. Somewhere between 14, 15 and 40, I lost my mojo. And yet I was one of those people, there's always someone at a workshop, we don't have any here today because nobody does this to me because you couldn't get a word in edgewise anyway, but there's always someone at the workshop that doesn't ask a question, they want to just add on to what the speaker's saying, so they're always putting their hands up and they go, and further to that, Sue, I found in my business, and you're just like, okay, she needs to shut up, right, because she's always the one with the microphone, and then as the workshop unfolds, she gets the microphone, and everyone else in the audience goes like this. And all the introverted people in the room are just sitting there going, God, I'd love to tell her to shut up, but I can't because I'm introverted and I just wish I could ask a question, but I can't, so I'll just go and get Sue in the lunch break. And there was always that one person that you just think, shut up. And I'm too assertive when I'm speaking, so I don't get those anyway, because I just be like, you've had the microphone 3 times. Away you go. And I realised that I was that person. That's how I identify you as being a pain in the ass, because it was me. And I used to sit in a workshop and think, oh my God, I know this. Oh my God, I've got something to add to that. Thanks, John. Can I also add that on your comments, and then they would look at me like this. And this guy actually said to me at a workshop one day, would you like to come and teach this class? In front of like 100 people. And I was like, yes, I would. I sat down the back and went like this. And then I cried when I got home because I was so embarrassed. But I realised something. There is a difference between hating something and being afraid of it. Now, I wanted to be a speaker. I wanted to teach because I've got something to say. God damn it, I've got something to say. I've always got something to say. I teach, I nurture, I guide my friends. I am an over-supporter of everybody that I know. I'm all about that you can learn this, you can do this, you can empower yourself, you can educate yourself to do this, you can change this about yourself, you can do this. This is me in my everyday life. This is one of my highest values. I'm going to teach you that tomorrow as well. What are your highest values? And then go towards them. I realized I was one of those people constantly that was adding on to the speaker, yet when I stood up on stage, I tremble and I cry and I'm unable to speak. Not like showing you the haka, that was different. That was emotional for me. That's my lifeblood. That's where I'm from. I'm tangata whenua. I'm from my land. I feel that deeply. But when I say that I was terrified, I was terrified. And I had to confront it. My grandmother died, and my beautiful grandmother died. I was holding her in my arms. I wrote her eulogy and I delivered it at her funeral. And I said, Lorna, be with me. If I can say this, I can speak to anybody in the world, because that would be the hardest thing to do, is to write a eulogy for someone you love and then deliver it to a room full of people. Luckily, everyone was crying, because it's quite appropriate to cry when you're at a funeral. So I cried through the whole thing, and not just because of my terror of public, but because I was crying for Lorna. And I remembered in that moment that she cured me. I was like, you cured me. Because I confronted my greatest fear in the best situation that I could be in, one where I was allowed to be emotional. And then all of a sudden, here I am following my true path. And that and shooting is a great gift for me. All right, so these girls have followed their path. These girls know where they're going. They know what they want, and they are building their business. I want these girls here, after talking to them, to listen tomorrow, if Chrissy's not in labour that is, to the part about valuing themselves and turning it back into service, so they can now go and make more money, because they're both set up now, they're both in business, they're both in the same struggles. We're going to talk about struggles and first year struggles at the end of today, and I want them to get that formula, grab it, open up themselves. So can you see what I'm doing today? I need to know this. I can give you a business formula, but you need to open your mind and your heart. You need to open it up to earning an income, and you need to open it up to creating a business that has a sustainable income and a sustainable business model. Now, I know I built that, and I know how I did it, and I know I can show you that. But until you open up to your blocks, your fears, and everything you believe that's getting in your way, you will not change anything. And I hear this grates me. I find this grating. It's like, you speak to all of these people and maybe one person will go and do it. And I just look at them and I go, you know what? No, I did it. And yes, somebody said you can do it, and I believe them. So I don't believe that. I believe everybody here will embrace this business model in some way. So it will either be here, it will either be as a business model, wannabe Sue Bryce, or an add-on genre. Those are the 3 ways you can do it. And if you get any flack from anybody from the outside, you just say, you know what? Did Sue Bryce teach, you want to be Sue Bryce? Say, hell yeah. Hell yeah, I want to be Sue Bryce. Because I've been the person that didn't make money, and now I do. And I've been the person that didn't take great portraits, and now I do. And I've been the person that didn't like their job or their life, and now I do. So if that's the worst flack that you can get for being in a successful business, then what are you going to say? Yeah, watch me make money. And people will criticize you all the time. That's life. They'll criticize you. Generally, they're only showing you back your own fears inside anyway, so I'm going to teach you about that as well, because that's a mirror. But the truth is at the end of the day, if it's not a mirror, you don't care. Why do I care what you think of me while I'm making money and having a life that I love? And if I'm doing it and enjoying it, why do I care what you think? I don't. What I wanted to do with these 2 days to release the 28 challenges was A, explain how I trained the girls in 28 days, B, explain why I trained the girls the way I did in 28 days, C, make sure I lay that out for you so that you understand it so you can now go and do it yourself. But more importantly, I wanted to release these 2 days based around what I've already taught you on my other creative lives. So whether you've bought them, purchased them, watched them, whatever. One of the things that I did do in the first Creative Live was I spoke about my startup business, and I talked about how I used vouchers to get people in the door, and I spoke to you about the fear of being in that situation where you are starting up your business and all the drama that comes with it, and we all know that, so we're going to deal with that tomorrow, definitely. But more importantly, at the end of that business section, which was only an hour and a quarter long, I spoke about rating your business and where you're at. So I'm going to expand on that and turn it into a checklist for your business, for your portrait business. Now this is any portrait business. So one of the things I noticed is as you become successful in business and then ultimately you go into other businesses and you see how other businesses are going, you often don't know how good you are until you go into other businesses and see what they're doing. And people tell you a lot about what they're doing. They tell you their average sales are really high and they're not. They tell you that they're doing really well and they're not. And this business model that I created is so basic. So see if this helps what you've got going on at the moment and how you can implement this in what you're already doing, or if you're starting it right now, how you can make this amazing. So the first thing I needed to do was give you a tick list that you could actually be accountable for. Okay, I don't want to hear that nobody's going to go away and do it, because you're actually going to tick it off. So how many genres do you shoot is the first question that I'm going to ask you. How many genres do you shoot? And a genre would be glamour, weddings, newborns, family, boudoir, whatever, however many genres you have. I have one genre. I shoot glamour only. That was my decision. Maybe you like to shoot newborns and boudoir. Maybe you like to shoot family, newborns and boudoir. Maybe some of you are like all the other startup photographers that shoot events, weddings, ceremonies, christenings, bar mitzvahs, birthday parties, lingerie parties, boudoir, glamour. You do everything. You're one of those photographers, fine. But you need to refine that to a certain degree, or fill out a form for every one of your genres. But I'd pick the one that's making the most amount of money, and I would pick the one that you like the most also. So the one that's making the most amount of money and the one you like the most might not be the same one. So we're going to help you with that. So let's say you're doing weddings and glamour, but you hate the weddings. That's going on your hate list. Don't worry, we'll get to that. And you want to do glamour full time, that's a block. So I'm going to show you how to get into that. So let's go through there. How many genres do you shoot? Just give me an idea. Do you have one genre? Put your hand up. Okay, 2 genres. 3, 4, 5. So we're all very comfortably at 3 genres. So I'm going to take a guess at being babies, glamour boudoir, weddings. Would I be close? Anybody know? No for the 3? Oh, what are your 3?
I do portrait, I do families, and I do food.
Oh, food. Okay, that's and how do they pay food?
Not as well as anything.
Yeah. Okay. Do you enjoy doing it?
It's fun.
Yeah. Yeah. But at least they don't talk back to you and you pose them in. It's all right, I was just throwing that out there. Okay, so from here, fill out questions for each of these genres because I think it's really important. I would like you to fill one out for food. So obviously you only have one form, so you just have to put 3 columns in there. We'll talk you through it anyway because this form is going to be downloadable to the audience out there if you get this, but at home you can just write the question out. This is just to help you where you are at. So I need to get a really clear indicator of where you're at, and one of the most important things that I need to understand is if you brought me into your business as a consultant, I need to ask you these questions. If I was coming to you, these are the first questions I'm going to ask you. What is your brand? Okay, what do you look like? Mine is contemporary, magazine, fashion, glamour. That's how I want to look, and put these words above your desk, and everything you do, market, design, create, connect with should involve these words. Now currently Jasmine Starr's just done a program on Creative Live where she pulled the 3 words for your brand, and she started a private group for Restart, which is doing really well, and there's lots of support in there. Maybe you watched it, maybe you're part of that group already, maybe you've done your 3 words. But for those of you that haven't, that is a really good group for you to join and watch. That was a good Creative Live to learn that. I'm not going to talk to you about branding today. I think it's a waste of time for me to talk about it. Do you know why? My website is white. My logo cost me $25. I bought it from a what do you call it, where you buy logos online. I did the font myself. I'm not brand focused. I am photography and service focused. Okay, that's me. That's my choice. Everybody has a different strength. Okay, this is my strength. So for me, when I say what is your brand, I don't want to sit here and talk about your brand for 3 hours. What I want to know is if you give me those words, I can get a very clear definition of who you are. Like if you are sort of, say, hipster, funky wedding, hipster, funky, grunge wedding, then I instantly get a picture of what your website wants to look like, what your brand looks like. So you just need to tell me what that is. And I think that needs to be very clear to you. Now, I want you to tell me what you want to be, not what you are. So currently, if you're not that and your brand doesn't display that, that means you're not shooting that. That's not who you are. You need to tell me who you are. Okay, there's a disparity between who you want to be and who you really are right now, and you're marketing who you really are right now. So stop trying to be somebody else and just be okay with what you've got. Let's work with that. Okay, everything you do, market, design, create, connect, should involve these words. So my PDFs now look like magazines, because see that? I'm contemporary, magazine, fashion, glamour. Okay, everything I do is a before and after, because that's glamour. Everything I do has a fashion component to it, because I want the fashion component to make me stand out, but I want people to get that they can look like that. Everyday woman can look like fashion. So I want to cross that bridge. And contemporary, yes. I want my brand to look contemporary every single time I post a photograph. I want people to say Sue Bryce is bringing portraiture into the 3rd millennia, right? I want to look modern. I want to be Vanity Fair. So these words all correlate to everything I believe about my brand. You find yours, that's your brand. I want you to put down your price list. And the reason that I want you to write this price list is if you can't write it on those 4 lines there, you're in trouble. Okay, and I'm going to show you why this afternoon when I got Amanda's PDF. Amanda's hiding. So to answer your question about pulling the students up from a year ago, I'm going to show you where they've failed. I'm not going to show you where they've won, because you can just go to their own websites and see that. I'm going to show you where they've failed, and then I'm going to show you where I failed at the same time. So this is not about showing you their failures and pulling them apart. It's about showing how I did the same thing that they did, right? Even though I told them better. Just had to throw that in there. What is your price list? Now, you cannot blind people with science. I'm going to talk to you about that tomorrow. But if you can't tell me your price list basically in 3 paragraphs, you're or 3 lines, you're in trouble. Okay, my images start at $275 on the wall, and my folio boxes start at $1,200 and go up from there. My average sale is $3,300. Hear that? My images start at $275 on the wall, and my folio boxes start at $1,200 and go up from there. My average sale is $3,300, and everything you buy you will receive on CD as well. Is that a good pitch? All right, it's non-threatening. I gave you information. I didn't withhold price, and you understood. It's that easy. Okay, so when I see that price list, Amanda, I didn't read it. Do you know why? Because it looked like a calculus equation for Goodwill Hunting. But in another language, maybe Arabic, which I can't read and do. So I was just like, Okay, so what I need you to do is simplify that. And remember, we are going to delve deep into pricing. We're going to pull that apart and make it really transparent. So what products do you offer? These are the questions I need you to be answering in your business right now. And you will sell what you offer. You realize that, right? So I noticed on Mapawana's price list, she had 3 prices, good girl, just like I taught her. And I noticed when she told me her average sale that she's selling her medium package. What does that tell you? Mapawana's comfortable selling her medium package. Maybe she should shift it all up and then she'll sell more of her medium package, because she's not selling the less one and she's not selling the biggest one. She's selling her medium package as her average. So she's the only one controlling that. All right, and when she puts that even up $100, she's going to up that every week, $100 more, $400 a month, and that's only one shoot. So think about that. Are they easy to produce, the products you're selling? Like, what have you got going on there that takes too long, that your clients complain takes too long, that costs too much? You know, are these products, if these products do not direct sales, remove them immediately. Okay, so my images start at $275 on the wall, and my folio boxes start at $1,200 and go up from there. What does that tell you? That tells you I want to sell a 20 folio box and a wall image to every single person that comes into my studio, and they will get all of those images on CD high res. Yes, high res, no watermark. They've paid for them. They're theirs. So that's my pitch, and that's how I sell it. So tomorrow when we go through price, I'm going to get you to simplify it that much so that when you do price yourself, there is no anxiety. You're not asking somebody how much you're worth. You're telling me what you're worth, and then you're saying it like that. And when you turn around and say, my package is $900, I do a beautiful album where you can choose a box instead, you're giving people 2 choices, not $400. Okay, because a confused mind says no. A confused mind says no. No. What is your average sale? Can we determine your average sale? Take your total income for the year, divide it by how many shoots you did. Please don't tell me your average sale is $3,000 to $5,000, because that would mean 4. You know, an average is not $3,000 to $5,000. An average, if your average is $3,000 to $5,000, your average sale is $4,000. So don't tell me 3 to 5. You know, 3 to 5,000, really? No, that's not your average. Your average is 4. So the average is how many shoots you did and how much income you took in. Not what you spent, what you took in, and then you divide that by that number. Now, my average sale in my studio in New Zealand was $1,850. And I would go to photography conventions and people would tell me that their averages were like $3,000, $4,000, $8,000, $10,000. And I was like, clearly, I'm at the bottom of the food chain. And then I realized most of these people are lying. They are. And if they're not lying to me, they're lying to themselves. So I did a consultation in Australia, and this guy told me his average was $3,000 to $5,000 for a portrait shoot. So I said, so 4. And I said, and what's your average for a wedding? He said $8,000 to $10,000. And I said, okay, so 9. And then when I got into his studio, I counted the amount of shoots he'd actually done and divided it by his portrait income, and his average was $1,680. And he's telling me $3,000 to $5,000. So, you know, his mind is saying, you know, we hit $3,000 to $5,000 regularly. He's not putting in his no sales or his low sales. You know, you just forget those, don't you? You just wipe them off. They didn't happen. And then all of a sudden I'm like, okay, you need to understand this is just basic business 101. You are not trying to do anything but raise your average sale. And remember, I've said it to you 100 times. I've said this in marketing classes. When you walk out of a sales room and you've done a $4,000 sale and you're doing air punch and you just rock 4K, yeah, and they paid right there and then because I'm awesome and the photos are awesome, and then the next day you come out and you've done a no sale or $200 and you're heartbroken, and they've told you that you're a rip-off, and they've said, who would pay for this? How can you charge this in this economy? And you're in fetal position, sucking your thumb. And then all of a sudden you realize you did not do a $4,000 sale, and you did not do a $200 sale. You did an $1,850 sale, because that is your average. And if I was to buy your business, I would like to know how many bums on seats you had, how many people they spent divided by those bums on seats, so I can work out a true average of what you're really making and work out your profitability. That is basic business. That's how we do it. Okay, all emotion out the door. Some people spend less, some people spend more. Highlight a point. I met a waitress at a Creative Live function who was gorgeous. I said, God, I'd love to photograph you. She said, I'm a yoga instructor and I would love to be photographed. I really need some photographs doing yoga and I need some photographs doing this. I was like, take my card, I book her in, I do a shoot with her, I post it on Facebook, and I write, look at this beautiful waitress that I picked up at New York Pizza in Seattle, and now she's coming for a photo shoot and she looks like a supermodel. And all of these people wrote on my Facebook page, she can't afford $3,500. Excuse me? I was so fired up that day. And it wasn't one person, it was about 12. I was like, A, she is a waitress and a yoga instructor. You don't know what she earns. She might come from one of the richest families in Seattle, for all I know. And 3, do you honestly judge your clients like that? So a waitress is not worth my time? I didn't tell you my package was $3,300. I told you my average was. If she spends $800 and pays it off $100 a month, is she a bad client or is she contributing to my average? Oh boy, that makes me feisty. I worked in a jewelry store when I was 21, 22, and 23 years old, on top of my photography income to supplement my income to buy a car. I had a $400 car that had no air conditioning, and I was trying to buy my first $8,000 car, and photography didn't pay dick. So I went and worked at a jewelry store on a Thursday night and a Saturday and Sunday for 1 whole year, best sales experience I ever got. And I watched a little woman walk up in a cleaning outfit, a little Chinese lady, walk up to the counter in a cleaner's outfit, holding plastic bread bags. Remember when bread used to come in plastic? And back then, in plastic. And then nobody served her. And I walked straight up to her and held her hands and said, can I help you? And she said, yes, I would like to buy my granddaughter an engagement ring. And then she pulled $8,000 cash out of a plastic bread bag and paid for it. And in that moment, at 21 years old, I stood there and I said, I will never judge another human being again. So don't you dare tell me that waitress can't afford. I haven't sold to her yet, but when I do, I'm going to Facebook it. And I don't care if she spends $800 or $4,000. That's not your business. So I think that was the crappiest attitude I've seen in a long time, and I was really disappointed by it. So what is your average sale? Determine your average sale. Be honest with yourself. Your goal this year is simply to get more bums on seats and lift your average sale. Okay, take all the emotion out of it, more bums on seats, lift your average sale. That's it. This is where you need to be. Now, this is why we're doing the checklist. If you don't have bums on seats, that tells me your marketing is inactive. If you have a low average, that tells me your value and service is inactive. So every time now that we look at what you're doing, I'm going to mark off what you're doing wrong. Do you understand? So now I can tell where you're going wrong. Not what you're doing right. You know, like I said, big props, pat on the back. Okay, stop lying to yourself. Just look at your hurdles so that we can fix them. We don't highlight what we've done wrong to make you feel bad about yourself. We do it so that you can identify with everybody else and learn from it. How clear is your communication? How clear is that? Do you clearly communicate who you are? And is it clear on your business card? Is it clear on your email PDF? Is it clear on your elevator pitch? Is it clear on the portfolio on your iPhone? I'm clear about what I do. I'm real clear. I'm on my iPad, I'm on my iPhone, I got a business card in my handbag, I got a kick in my step, and I've got a absolutely 100% self-promoting Sue Bryce glamour brand. So now tomorrow when we deal with your fears at putting yourself out there, you can come back to this list and say, I've really struggled creating this list. But that there is a checklist, because by the end of this month, you need to produce for me a clear communicating website, business card, email PDF, elevator pitch, and iPhone gallery. I have a gallery on my iPhone called Gorgeous. So when people want to know what I do, I go, oh, here, let me show you Gorgeous. This is what Gorgeous looks like. It has 280 photographs in it, and they're all gorgeous. And I love it when people get my phone and they don't look at 3 or 4 of them and hand it back. I'm usually going, can I grab my phone? And they're like, oh, I just want to keep looking at them, Okay, I need you to rate your website out of 10. 1 being bad, 10 being fantastic. It's functionality. Is it functional? Is it easy to navigate? Is it clearly communicating? Because every photographer I've ever met hates their website. Every time I say, right, we're going to put that on, you will go, okay, I'm just redesigning it right now. So when are you going to put it up on your blog? I can redesign it by Tuesday. Because you're all freaking out that I'm going to put it on my website now and that you're going to freak. Listen, people, look at my website. Look how basic my website is. It works for me. Stop doing that. You're good enough now. Forget about it. Okay, as long as it's clearly communicating, as long as it's functional. How clearly does it communicate what you do and sell? How clearly does it do that? Does it waffle on about roses and walks on the park and beach and blah, blah, blah? I'm not interested in that. Tell me what you're going to do for me. Does your website give me any idea of what I'm going to get as a service? And if it doesn't, then your email PDF should be telling me that, because you're not. And this is a basic checklist 101. When you have a brand and a style, that's who you are and what you do. When you have a product, that's what you sell. When you have a clear communication, that's what you say in your business. And once all of these channels get unblocked and cleared out, then what you're saying, what you're selling, what you're shooting, and what you want suddenly becomes very clear. And once you sort that out, the only person standing in your way is you. Because no more lies, no more bullshit. You have got no excuses anymore. How far off are you from the ultimate website? Oh, if I had 20 or 30 grand to spend on my website, do you honestly think right now, you've seen my website, right? Everyone's seen my website. Do you honestly think 20 or 30 grand website will make my brand better? No, it would make you envy my website more though, right? But would it make you pay me? No, it would not. Would it make you book me? No, it would not. My website is basic, it is functional, it clearly communicates who I am. The before and after page perfectly illustrates who I am. And to top it off, my PDF gives you the rundown of the experience from behind the scenes visually with one price on it. I'm very easy to understand. I'm also very easy to find. My name is Sue Bryce. Okay, the only way you could screw that up is put an I in there instead of a Y. It wouldn't take you long. Google me. My name is Sue Bryce. My website is suebryce.com. So I met this girl at a doctor's office and she's like, what do you do? I was like, I'm a photographer. And she's like, oh, cool. Have you got a website? And I was like, yeah, I'm Sue Bryce. And she goes, oh, you are Sue Bryce. And I was like, my website's suebryce.com. She goes, well, you're easy to find. I said, I know. It's funny how dates don't call you back, though. What is your service goal? Okay, everyone has a service goal. A service goal is your, there's lots of different words for a service goal. What's a few others? People say it's a, mission statement. What else? Same thing, right? Your mission statement. Service. For me, it's a service goal. That every woman who walks into my studio has an incredible experience and gets a folio of the best photographs she's ever seen of herself. I think my mission or my mission statement or my service goal is pretty easy to understand. I want to offer her the most outstanding service I can. I want her to buy a folio and I want her to have the best photos she's ever seen of herself. 3 things. So I cover that really quickly. 1, 2, 3. So when you ask me why do I do what I do, I just say that. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't have to sell anything to you. I just have to say that every woman that comes into my studio has an amazing experience, gets to see herself how I see her through my lens, and buys a beautiful folio. Then you get paid, I get paid. You get paid in beautiful photographs, I get paid in money. Thank you very much. That's an exchange 50-50 of wealth. I believe that 100%. That's why I get it. My pitch is clear. My pitch is clearly communicating what I do and sell. But my true goal, or maybe I could just change that to my true goal, is that every woman in the world discovers how beautiful she is. That she gets to experience herself through my lens. That thing, that self-hate that we talk about that stops us from feeling good about ourselves, just gets taken away from you for one day. And for one day, you get to see what I see when I look at you. And for one day, you exist outside of that. And as a woman, I think that is one of the most powerful things you can give somebody and that you can receive. That's my true goal. Now, when I work from a true goal, I'm suddenly in a whole different place, right? Because I'm now not trying to just sell you a folio box. I'm trying to give you that experience and take you on that journey, and it makes my life a lot easier to work from that place. So I think that is, I want to know what your true goal is. That's on there. How many shoots do you want per week? I ask this every single time. People need to tell me. You know, until you declare it, until you make it clear to the universe or to God or to Allah, whoever you speak to, I don't care. It does not matter to me who you speak to. Until you declare it out loud, you will not get that. I want 3 shoots per week. I cannot do more now. I would rather spend a whole day and then spend my other 2 days selling and preparing than shooting, because I can't shoot 5 days and not sell and prepare. My clients go without service and production. As soon as they go without service, they don't give me referrals. That's life. I want 3 shoots per week. You might want 1, you might want 2, you might want 12. There was a time where I wanted 12 and I got 12. I worked really hard at that and I did it, and I had a whole team around me, but I got what I asked for, and you'll find that you are getting exactly what you're asking for right now. And if that is nothing or debt or struggle or anything, well, that's what you're asking for. So let's focus on that. And when I ask you what you want, you can't get what you want until you tell me what you want. You know, you don't go to a restaurant and just sit there and hope that the waiter works it out. You know, and sit there all night. He wants to get paid. He wants you to order something. You know, and whether you call it a cosmic ordering universe or whatever you think it is, it's just a clear vision of where you want to go so you can walk towards it every day. Somebody just wrote on Facebook that Tony Robbins and Annie Leibovitz had a child and her name's Sue Bryce. I don't think Annie would be pleased about that, just quietly. But I'm laughing because I'm on my soapbox.
Hey Sue, just so you know, somebody in the chat room said, MePhoto said, I wish I could show you when you are lonely or in darkness the astonishing light of your own being.
Of your own being, Javes. Beautiful, beautiful quote. Wow. Do you ever think in those dark moments that you just want to look to somebody to lift you out of that? And then tomorrow I'm going to tell you how I learnt that I could actually do it myself. And that when that brain locks down on that thing you don't want to be thinking about and it can't stop and it returns to it and it gets darker and darker and darker, and you really, I think of that quote. And this is so important to me right now. I am really, really fired up about this basic checklist because to me, it seems now so obvious. Like when I was doing it, it was so hard because I was so lost in the emotion of it. I wasn't in the reality of it, of business being business. At what time did business become emotional? I don't know when. It's a numbers game. People play the game. But the most incredible part about that is every single one of you right now are running your business in direct proportion to how you feel about yourself personally. And that is how you feel about money, and that's how you feel about creativity, how you feel about your own time. Did you know that each of you are in the exact relationship you think you deserve? So for all of you that are in great relationships, you know, smug it out. And all of you that are in crappy relationships, then that's what you think you deserve. So but that's the truth. It's a hard thing to hear. So that means the money you're making is what you think you deserve. Everything you're thinking is what you think you deserve. And you're working towards that every single day by re-energizing it every single day. Everything you own, everything you are right now in this moment is because what you believe about yourself. What do you want your average sale to be? So you've told me what your average sale is. What do you want your average sale to be? So tell me your average sale is $350 and you want it to be $1,350. What are you going to do to get that average up? because you have to lift the value of your game, your business, your belief around money, and what you're offering and your service. So tomorrow when I talk to you about money, I'm going to talk to you about an incredible book that changed my world. Just read a book, changed my world. Because what it did was it taught me something about my mind and how I think about money. And I was so blocked about money, it wasn't funny. I had money constipation. And it was bordering on fecal impaction. It was severe and it was chronic. So what I want now is to tomorrow, when you go back through this list, tomorrow when we talk about fear, money, blocks and all the rest of it, you're going to be looking now at these checklists and seeing where it is that you're failing. Okay, and it's really simple. Where are you going wrong is really where we start, because I don't care about where you're going right. And there's the best part. I love shooting and I love Photoshop. It's easy for me to get lost in both of those things. But the truth is I need to focus on the things that I'm doing wrong, not on the things I'm doing right. So I want to clear that out. What I hate about my business. 3 years ago, when I moved to Australia, I had a bad ego year. I got to the end of the year and I was just like, I read these books, I'm going to free my mind. Free your mind, money will flow, life will flow, work will flow, passion will flow. It doesn't, because your mind is not free, because you can think it, but if you don't do it, nothing happens. I'm struggling, I'm hating it, but I know because I'm reading the books, I want to free my mind. And then all of a sudden I realized something. The easiest way to start loving your body when you're overweight is to stop hating it. You don't have to start loving it, just stop hating it. As soon as you stop hating it, that's actually easier to do than loving it. As soon as you want to make money, you just stop concentrating on your debt and just focus on service, then money flows. It's that simple. It's like, I don't know, it's just magic. That's how it works. So I started to think about my business instead of what do I love about my business, instead of focusing on what I love and trying to be grateful for it. What do I hate doing? I hate doing this. I hate doing my accounts. I hate it. I hate processing my orders. I hate doing it. I avoid it. In fact, I avoid it until it gets overdue and then my clients get angry because I hate it so much. So I wrote the I hate list and I was really passionate on my list. I was like, I hate doing that. And then I was like, I hate doing my accounts. I wrote it all out and then I realized that my hate list was 98% of my job. So that tells me I need to get another job. So then I wrote, imagine if on a miracle world I had $1 million in my bank and I could do whatever I wanted, and I wrote the list of the dream list. You know, so you write the hate list and then you write the dream list. And the dream list is without limits. I've got $1 million sitting here. If you look under your seat right now, it's stuck to the bottom and you're all getting $1 million to live your dreams. No, that's going to happen. But the best part about that is, let's say I did give you $1 million right now. Let me tell you something. Oprah paid off the debt of 200 people and she went back a year later and they were all in the same amount of debt. Why? Because they didn't change anything. They didn't change their mind. They didn't change their heart. They didn't change their passion. They didn't change a single thing about what they did. And ultimately the money sucked away and it became exactly what it was before they started. Debt, and the debt ranged from $3,000 to like $300,000. It was the same amount of debt. Some were even more in debt because they went cray with the money. And there it is, right there, people. The answer to your question is that simply shifts with you. And that is so powerful. What do I hate about my business? Write it down. You can do it tonight. I hate doing this. I hate doing that. Now, as a creator, you need to outsource what you hate and stop doing it immediately. And trust me, that little voice that says, but we can't afford to pay somebody else to do it. Remember, oh God, you're getting tiring again. Okay, that one, that voice there, you say to that voice, you're the voice of negativity and self-hate, but right now I'm going to be creative and I'm going to find a solution. And I bet you the answer to your problem is in the next conversation you have. And it's magic. It's always around you. The answer is right in front of you. You just haven't seen it yet. And it will appear, trust me. What I hate about my business. So I put this up on my first Creative Live 1 year ago, and I asked you to rate your business, and that's fine. But maybe I didn't help you understand a couple of things about this. When I say brand, marketing, Photoshop, production, shooting, sales, staff, and money, I'm asking you to just give me an overall where you're strong. So this is just what I showed. So you can just write those words. You can draw a line down the center of the page and draw 3 lines down the middle until you've got 8 boxes. You can write brand, marketing, Photoshop, production, shooting, sales, staff, and money. Perhaps I'll get Russ to make this a PDF so that you can do it, download it when you get the course. The thing is at the end of the day, is one of these avenues is stopping you from earning money. All right, one of these avenues right here is stopping you, and one of them is blocked. Okay, look at it like that. That's a heart valve. There's 8 valves. We need to get our heart beating and we need to get blood flowing, and one of those are stopping you. Who's brave enough to tell me which one is theirs is blocked? Because I'll tell you where mine was blocked in the first year of my business. I was blocked on my marketing, couldn't put myself out there, crippled by the idea of selling myself and my work. My Photoshop was outstanding, I liked my brand. My production was half blocked because I hate it so much that I would have to make myself do it. So there were days where I wouldn't do it, I would avoid it, and then my production would wane, and then I didn't get referrals. My shooting was open and flowing, my sales were blocked, and constipated, blocked, like going backwards, blocked. Staff was open and flowing. I find it so easy to motivate others. You see, isn't that interesting? You have staff and I'll spend the whole time motivating them to do my work. Money block. So my blocks were around marketing, sales, money, and a little half block on production just because I don't enjoy doing it. So I fixed the production block by hiring somebody to do it. I fixed the marketing block by hiring somebody to do it and confronting it in myself, because I didn't just expect that person to do it, I did it with them. I completely opened my sales and my money blocks last, and then money just flowed in the door and I changed nothing else. So you've got a microphone over there.
I hate Photoshop.
Do you?
I hate it.
You hate it. And yet I pay a girl $20 an hour to do my Photoshop now, and she asks me for work. I've got another girl that I trained myself in New Zealand. I FTP it to New Zealand, and she rang me the other day and she was like, Sue, I worked for you for 3 years. Now I want to start my own retouching business, and I just want photographers to send me their work. And I find photographers won't pay retouchers. Do you know why? Because they don't want to part with the money. Yeah, you're right. But when you hate it, trust me, you'll pass it over in a heartbeat. And right now, and I'm not doing any Photoshop other than the Photoshop I do for my own personal self, and I love it. Okay, so yeah, I'm good. I hate Photoshop. Good girl. Get a t-shirt. Amanda.
So my brand, great. I think
Yep.
it's wonderful. My marketing, I'm on top of Google everywhere. They find me everywhere. Photoshop, I'm not as fast as I'd like to be, but I'm not slow.
But you're not blocked.
No, I'm not blocked
Yeah.
at all. My production, it's great. There's no stopping there. My shooting has gotten tremendously better this year.
Yes.
Sales, my thing.
Block.
Money, my thing. Staff, I don't have it because I don't like dealing with people.
So when you say sales, my thing, money, my thing, good or not good?
Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Okay,
That's-
so
you
let's
saw
look
my
at that in
PDF.
terms of flow. This is how basic it is. You've got a brand, people will come to you, you're marketing yourself, so then you get bums on seats. You can Photoshop and shoot the work, that's not a problem, and then you're producing it. Okay, your biggest problem then is selling it. You don't have staff, so that doesn't count. Selling it and earning money. So all I have to do is shift your money block, and you're making money.
My money thing
Because
is
you're already
it's
there.
huge. It's huge.
Yeah. Mine
This is
was-
where I should be. This is where I'm at.
Okay,
That taking
your
that
money
jump
block,
to say,
mine was huger. Yeah, you think you've got a huge one? Mine was huge. Like I didn't think anything was going to shift my money block. It took me a lot. It took me one book, and that book took me nearly an hour and a half to read. I'm going to give it all to you too tomorrow. It's a free download PDF.
Hi. Stand up. My biggest blocks would be marketing and sales.
Marketing and sales. Okay.
Putting myself out there.
So that means putting yourself out there is confidence, and sales is value. So confidence is value. So you don't value yourself and you don't value what you do. So I'm going to shift that tomorrow. Okay, that's basic to me. That money block, value block, this is easy stuff. Okay, the thing is what I never got about this, and this is just something really new to me, I didn't actually understand one thing. When you say, I've got a block around money and I've got a block around value, I can actually tell you how I fix mine. Like, this isn't just do it, face it. I actually worked it out. I worked it out. I read books, I learned about business. I realized how much of my personal self I was pulling into business, and I realized how much of my personal self I was putting in my own blocks around my business. And then I thought, wow, I'm not an operating business right now. I'm an operating business with a big Sue Bryce wedged in there in the middle that said you can't make any money. And then I was the only one saying it. People were trying to pay me. That was the embarrassing thing. I was actually getting in my own way. So that's an easy one. You see, I can identify that. There is nothing on there that I can't identify. Okay, someone throw me I know that there's somebody sitting there going, yeah, but she doesn't have that, and I've got that, and so it's not really my fault. Go on. Give it to me.
Kids.
Oh, I don't have
Got you.
Who's the smarter one here?
They might be. I think I'm my biggest block.
You are?
Yeah, it's not believing in myself, not thinking I'm cute enough, good enough, pretty enough, gorgeous enough, whatever I can come up with to knock myself down.
Yes.
And my family, not having the studio, not having the nice studio, the pretty, I keep blocking myself that way.
Yeah, great. That's an easy one. I can fix that one.
Well, let's do it.
Yeah. We are going to do it. This is the most significant thing that I experienced this year, and I'm 41. Okay? So I went away at Christmas time, and I got given a book, and it's called There's Nothing Wrong With You. Now, I read a lot of self-help books. I love anything non-fiction, okay, whether it's self-help, motivation, mind power, learning, business, anything I can read non-fiction, I want to read it. And I read this book, There's Nothing Wrong With You, and it's about self-hate. So she said, you learn this pattern when you're a child about self-hate. It's a bad voice, you're not good enough, all that voice. And she tells you how to turn it off. And all of a sudden, I found myself 7 weeks over Christmas, and I just turned off the voice that I live with, the one I fight in my business. And I realized self-hate was making my business decisions, my relationship decisions, my food choices, everything. I was living through that voice constantly, and they just learned to turn it off. Sherry Huber is her name. It is one of the most significant healing books I've ever read in my life. I then realized when you remove that voice, there is actually no such thing as fear. What is fear anyway? I'll tell you what fear is. Biologically, we have a fight or flight response, right, as human beings. So we're in danger, you fight or you run. And you get adrenaline in your body to do both. I'm a trained martial artist. I know when to run, when to fight. I know what that adrenaline feels like because I've fought in bouts in competition. I know what that feels like. Your body is empowered, can run faster, lift things, save a child, fight for your life if you're ever in those situations. But when people talk constantly about fear, I'm like, what is that? I don't know what that is. I would confront it if somebody bloody told me what it is. Like, I would mark it myself, but I'm afraid. No, you need to change that fear word to hate. I would mark it myself, but I go into the self-hate because that's my pattern. Whenever I don't think I'm good enough for something, I just hate on myself because that's what I developed, and now it's what I know. And I hate. And as soon as the hate words come in, I can't operate as a human being, and I certainly can't operate in business, and I certainly can't manifest wealth or make anything incredible. That book significantly changed my life. I managed to build a $2 million studio in 3 years operating from complete self-hate. Don't worry, you can be successful with a self-hating voice, but it is defeating and it is painful and it is just wrong, and it stops you from earning money, and it stops you from being good enough, and it stops you from being successful and having love and giving love and being a good person to yourself. And you might have just a little bit of self-hate. You might have a huge amount of self-hate. Some people identify a lot more than others. And some of you might be like, I don't have any self-hate at all. No negative voice whatsoever. Wonderful. I'm sure you will somewhere have a little voice that niggles away at you in some area of your life. Maybe it's not business. Maybe it's relationships or whatever. Blame your parents. But at the end of the day, that's exactly what she says in the book. You learn this pattern as a child. We're doing it to our children now. It's just the way it is. It's human nature. So what you need to do is just learn about it, learn to be aware of it, learn to turn it off. So I had this thing. I love doing this sort of thing here where I'm speaking and teaching. And then afterwards, I go into quite a dark place for a period of time, maybe a day or 2 days. And I realized when I read the book, and then I tell myself I didn't do very well, I didn't speak very well, and I wasn't very good. And then I'll see a bad photo on Facebook of myself on the stage, and I'll think, oh, and I looked really old and fat, and I start hammering, hammer, hammer, hammer. And then what happens is I start telling myself that the experience was really bad for me and that I shouldn't speak anymore and I'm not good enough to be standing up there. And even though I've got 12,000 emails saying, you just changed my life, all I'm hearing is, you're not good enough to be there. So I realized when I read that book that what happens is when I get tired and I've been through those talks, I'm very hard on myself in terms of, did I reach my expectation? Did I please everybody in the crowd? Did I please the audience out there? Did I achieve what I wanted to achieve? I realized my self-hate came in then. And the voice inside was telling me that it wasn't a good experience, but the truth is that it was an incredible experience. But I started to be hard on myself and this pattern kicks in. So when I came back from my break, I weirdly had lost like 10 pounds. Because I'd stopped hating myself, and so I just forgot about hating my body for 7 weeks, and I just lost weight. Just everyone keeps saying, you've lost so much weight, and I was like, I don't know why. I'm just walking and doing normal stuff and trying not to eat bread. And then I went and did a talk at Mystic, and afterwards I actually for the first time consciously heard that negative voice come into my life in my hotel room after my talk, and I stopped and I went like this, oh, there it is. And instead of just going bang, 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 and then feeding on that, I stopped and went, oh, okay, I know what that is, but it's okay, I did really well, I'm going to congratulate myself instead of hammering myself, and the voice just went away. And then I went to bed for the first time, and I woke up in the morning, and I woke up fully engaged in the energy of what I'd given and what I enjoyed. I went down and spent the day with the photographers at Mystic. I loved meeting them and asking them questions, and I didn't go into that place of ego, and I didn't go into that place of hate. And then it just flowed open for me, and for the first time in my life, I counteracted it. And you can just turn it off. And she teaches you how. And it's freeing. It is the most freeing moment I've ever had in my life. And if that is not a good endorsement for that book, and you know what, Cherie Hubbard, call me, because I'd love to catch up for lunch sometime. And the truth is at the end of the day, I realize now that everything that we do comes down to just that simple negative voice that starts eating away at you and then telling you you're not good enough, telling you you're wrong, telling you you're not smart enough, telling you you're not pretty enough, you're not gorgeous enough. I mean, whatever. What a load of shit. And the worst thing is the best part about that is you're in your ego when you think that. So what you want is for me to tell you you are good enough and pretty enough. But guess what? Self-hate will beat your ego. Every single time self-hate will win over anything that I say to you anyway. So I can validate the hell out of you and it will be gone in a day. Gone. Everything I've said will be gone because it wasn't the truth to you. It was my truth. And I can say it as many times as I want. You're good enough, you're good enough, you're good enough. For God's sake. You don't even have to tell yourself you're good enough. You just have to tell yourself, stop telling yourself you're not good enough. Remember? It's that simple. And then it changes everything. It just turns off. Is there anybody ask any questions about that? It's pretty full on, right? And personally, for me, it's a big thing to say. Yes, I've experienced self-hate all my life. And I thought I was dark and bad and weird and not good enough. And I thought I was old and fat and everything else. And then I found out that everybody feels the same way. And that we're all dark and weird and old and fat eventually. And that's okay. And when you discover that, you're free of that. Free forever if you monitor that voice. And it changes everything. I've looked for that answer my whole life, and it was just right there in a book. And she just wrote it out, and it talks about it from childhood right through. It even says at some point in your 30s, 40s, and 50s, when we get emotional, we revert to being children, and we want mum and dad to fix us. And at some stage in your life, you actually have to acknowledge that a parent may not have loved you in the way that you wanted to, and you should just let that go, because they're not going to. Now, in your 40s, 50s, and 60s, it's time to grow up and love yourself. So to me, I do not care how many people tell me right now that that is not true, because I've experienced it for myself. I don't care how many people challenge that, and I'll say, you know what? I've been to consultations, I've been to businesses and businesses and businesses, and I can tell you right now, people's businesses are running in direct proportion to how they feel about themselves. You raise your self-value, your business value goes up. And that's how you do it. Any questions?
We definitely have questions online if there's none here in the audience. Simone K is saying, Sue, what if you're talented but you have no pleasure anymore? How do you find that pleasure again?
Oh, that's a good one. Well, it means you're talented. It means you've mastered what you're doing and you need to go and master something new. Okay, so I'm sitting on the border now of I'm a little bit over glamour photography. It's quite easy. I'm handing it over to you guys because I've enjoyed it for 23 years. I'm kind of done. Mastered it. Doesn't thrill me anymore. I know. But that's what happens, right? It's your turn. Go and thrill yourselves, thrill millions of people, go create beautiful images, connect with women, make money, build a business, be proud of yourself, learn what I've learnt. It's time for me to master something new. And I'm now at the stage where I'm like, what should I do? And I'm like, what should I do? I can do anything I want. For the first time in my life, I have that option. And I'm like, wow. So it's time to master something new. And just because you've mastered something doesn't mean you have to stay with it. And maybe as you were mastering something, you decided that you saw a different path in there. How's this? Last year, one of the girls from my first workshop in LA 2 years ago, came to Australia and assisted me for 10 weeks. Okay? In the first week she was there, I said, tomorrow we're going to do this. I said to her, I want you to write your highest values. I'm going to show you how to do this so that I can get your true path out. And she was like, okay. And I said, and by the time you leave in 10 weeks, I want you to tell me what they are, and your new business will be around that, and it's not going to be photography. And she was like, how do you know that? And I said, just my intuition. I just want you to work with it. She worked through her intuition. She worked through her highest values over 10 weeks. And she's come back to America and started a business, and it's not photography. And she said, you're right. Photography is a component in my business, but it is not the function. And she said, it's not even what I'm passionate about. And she said, and yet I was so confused because I was so drawn to you. And now I realize why, because you freed me into my true path. Just because you said, look at your highest value and free yourself into your true path. And it might not be photography, but you were drawn into it for a reason. It might be part of it, but not the function. So we're going to talk about this more tomorrow because I'm going to hit you hard with those questions. That is a big one. I need to know where the blocks are in your business. And thank you for bringing that up, Colette, about your personal blocks. But I still want you to rate your physical blocks. And those there are all physical actions. Okay, those are not personal blocks. Those are physical blocks. Sorry, you've got a question?
Going back to the blocks, I understand all of them except the money part. I mean, when are you talking about money because we all want money and want to make a lot of money?
No, your ability to manage it.
Yeah, okay.
So there's two types of people in this world. There's spenders and savers. Mm-hmm. Okay, my brother is a saver and I'm a spender. The only way as a spender you can become wealthy is to earn more money than you spend.
Right.
Which is why I am
like
always
accounting.
working. My brother is a saver, natural born saver. My brother and his wife, they've got like 2 pairs of shoes. You know, 2 each, like work shoes, running shoes. I'm like, where are all your shoes? And they're like, well, what do you want to buy shoes for? What a waste of money. Lock the wardrobe when they come over. And the idea, of course, is that's my brother. He's frugal, he's smart, he owns 3 houses. I don't. So you're either a saver or a spender. But the problem is savers and spenders can still manifest wealth and still become wealthy. You just have to work out what you are. But I need to know if money's a problem for you. Okay, I need to know if you are spending everything you've got or if money comes easily to you. I need to know what your block is around money, and I need to know your block around money management, and I need to know your block around receiving money. Now, this is a really interesting thing, and I am going to talk about that I want to go into money big time tomorrow. But one of the things is I have a friend that doesn't receive money. Now, if you look at your hands like this, it's called left for leaving, right for receiving. Left L for leaving, right for receiving. Okay, and if you put your hands down and up like that, the left hand leaves money and the right hand receives money. Okay, left for leaving, right for receiving. That's the polarity with which all life works. And everything is 50-50. A 50-50 exchange. So if you can't receive, you can leave but not receive, and that tells me you're losing money. So I had to learn not to leave money because I'm generous to a fault, but I'm not very good at receiving money. And receiving money was valuing what I do, receiving it and saying thank you, because until you learn to receive it and look someone in the eye and say thank you, without that anxiety of not being able to price it or value it, or, you know, until you learn that, it is not an equal exchange. And I want to talk more about that because that is a big shift in consciousness. When you realize that you can leave but not receive money, you now need to start receiving it. And you know when somebody goes, oh, I owe you $20, I'll give that to you now. And you go, no, don't worry about it. And they go, no, I owe you $20. And you go, honestly, don't worry about it. And then they go, Sue, here's $20, I owe it to you. And you go, okay, and you take it the third time. But you get the people where you go, I owe you $20, and you go, don't worry about it. And they go, oh, thanks. And you think, and then I thought, when my friends say, I owe you $20, I go, sweet. But I used to say, don't worry about it. And they'd go, okay. And I'd be like, what? You're supposed to force money on me. Well, nobody's going to do that. You receive it and you say, thank you. How many people do that? It's a good one, that one, isn't it? Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, fine. And you think, oh my God. Well, next time say thank you. They owe you money. What are you, stupid? Once you learn that, it changes everything. Changes everything. To me, the rating of the business is really the rating of the business right now is about just putting it all out there. What we've got to tick, what we've got to work on, what we've got to tick off, what we've got to check off that list. And as I reveal the challenges over the 4 weeks, I'm going to return to that list because that list there is operating above the 28 challenges. You guys have got a lot of work to do this month because those 28 challenges are rolling out every morning, and I'm going to make sure that these tick lists here that you're working on are getting worked on at the same time. Okay, because you cannot be not achieving all of this. I want you to come back to here. I want to make sure that you have got a clear communication in your business card, an email, PDF, an elevator pitch, and a portfolio on your iPhone. Okay, just for starters, and getting your elevator pitch right down to how much you cost, getting your price list right down. You need to refine all of these right now and work through this list as best you can on top of the 28 challenges. Okay, because this is basic business 101, and this will change your structure and change your world. Does everyone agree with that? Everyone feel the same way? Is there anything that you don't agree with?
Thank you. I absolutely agree. Where my struggle is, whether it's this or in our 28 days, is figuring out the balance of it, and especially what not to sweat the small stuff, what to let go so I can focus more on what's most important. I feel like right now I have to do everything.
So form follows function. Ultimately, what happens is you need to decide whether you're fixing your website because your ego doesn't like it or whether it's just not functional. So if my website is functional, I don't need to change it. It's working for me. I need to work on the areas that are not functional. So pull away from the ego or I want to be better or look like I'm a better photographer just for 1 minute and say, is that functional to my clients? And if it's not, fix it. And if it is functional, what's broke, don't fix it. Not broke, don't fix it. You know, just stay away from that. And if you find yourself in that ego where you just want to look better and be better, that won't make you more money anyway. So what you need to do is focus on the functionality of everything you're doing. And the functionality being the clear communication. Is it accurately talking about what I want to do? Is it saying what I want to say? Is it simplified? Is it easy to understand? Am I making it easy for people to spend money with me? Once you work that out, then you will come from a place not of trying to fix the ego, but of a place of just the function. That's all it is. I want you to focus on the function of this list. And just so Sue said, it's got to be functional and clear. Functional and clear. It does not have to be fancy. It just has to be functional and clear. Really important.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions in that audience while we've got a microphone in there? We'll go to our break. Any other questions online that you would like to?
I do, because this is getting deep.
Okay.
So with regard, though, to these blocks, Adi Chirus from Vancouver says, how about the people that have no business at this moment? How can I have one of those blocks when I don't even have a business yet?
Well, you can't. So maybe your block is starting your business. I would say just to keep the rating list, and as you build your business, I want you to open 8 channels. You won't have staff, so 7 channels. 7 channels, and just monitor where they're blocking up. Because as soon as you start walking towards having a brand, a product, a service, and then putting it out there, you have a business. And even if you're a part-time photographer, you're still getting paid, so you're still in business. And so really you have started that. And if you haven't started that yet, if you're about to, just understand one thing. There are only 8 channels to wealth in a business, and there are only 8 ways to block it, and that's it right there. Because I built my business, and other than my personal self, 9, there are only 9 channels to blocking my wealth, and that's it. That's it. There's no secret here. Okay, you can say it's the economy, but that exists in the personal. Wouldn't you say that's in your personal belief? You can say it's your small town, but that exists in your marketing, your creativity, or your ability to think outside that square. You can say it's staff and blame someone else, but you can fire them and move on. You know, don't tell me that that's not there. One of those blocks will exist somewhere to stop you from making money through your business. It's that simple. I broke it down into 9 channels, and that is my photography business right there and then. And the only other one in there is me rating myself, and I'm going to do that tomorrow. And I'm going to tell you why when I changed what I changed, it opened everything for me, because I was the biggest block in my business. And ironically, it was me stopping the marketing and the sales and the money. So once you work on yourself, then the marketing and the sales and money, straight through, open channel.
So Sue, I asked folks in the Facebook group, In Bed with Sue, which by the way, if you're not in there, go join that group, In Bed with Sue on Facebook. I asked them about what their blocks were.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to read some of those off
Sure.
to you. Emily Rose McGongle says, sales, marketing, and value. I just had a client contact me about doing a shoot for her, and I was so scared to tell her my price, but then when I did, it was nothing to her. We ended up scheduling 2 different types of shoots, and the second time around, I more confidently gave her my pricing, and again, it was no sweat for her. I'm my own block with marketing and sales and value because I'm so scared to push myself out there and feel like I'm worth it. And I have been there. And I bet all of us have been there. Lots of heads nodding. When you actually get it out there and the client just says, oh yeah, great. And you're like, oh, it was me.
It was me. Yeah, it's always you.
Yeah.
It's never anybody else. Blame as many people as you want. Hold the mirror up.
Emily Dyer-Hone in that same group says, I could do everything, but I just have a fear of interacting with people. I've become such an introvert. Getting past that fear is a big issue. I know we hear a lot of people who say that.
Yeah, so basically fear in dealing with people would be, it'll come down to one thing, judged by them, or there'll be one common fact there that she has to really overcome in her personal self. I would go to self-hate with that one. I would go straight to my personal self with that one, because a fear of people or a fear of putting yourself out there can become really crippling and agoraphobic, and it's really easy to become introverted. But the truth is that there is no fear, because fear doesn't exist anyway. There's only fight or flight fear. What she is doing is when she goes to put herself out there, she's consuming herself in enough self-hate to pull it right back from even stepping forward. So she's crippling herself right from that start-out point, which is just, it's too easy to do, and everybody does that too. It's crazy.
Heather Tong, there's a lot of the same things. Heather Tong Hughes says, marketing me. I can sell sand to the desert, but it's not sand I created, so I can do it. But when it comes to my work, I feel 100% timid.
Yes. So it means 2 things. It means you're operating from that intense self-hate where you're just barraging yourself with bad so that you can't bring the good forward, or you're operating from a place of ego. So you're telling me that it's because you can't sell yourself, because you just can't, but the truth is you're looking for validation. So everybody does this. It's a horrible thing. I did it for many years. The validation you require is ego instead of service. So you're out looking to be good enough. And you need to stop doing that because that drives money from you. That is the biggest repeller of, ego is the biggest repeller of money in the universe. Yep.
Kimberly Yannick Thompson says she has 4: brand, sales, marketing, and cash. But what is strange is that my shooting seems to be starting to block up. I'm making such silly mistakes shooting. Never had that before.
Well, you know, you can only be constipated for so long before everything starts getting blocked up. And at the end of the day, if you've got 4 pipes are blocked, the other 4 are going to start, you know, like choking up as well. Okay, so again, she's got to come right back to falling back in love with shooting instead of, you know, being in a place where she's that blocked up. So if she's got 4 blocks, that would be sales, marketing, money, and production. Is that right?
Money and marketing. Brand, sales, marketing, and
Brand, marketing, sales, and money. Okay. So I would probably hazard a guess that she's actually not that into her shooting at all anyway, because if she was, her brand would look good because she would be showing her images that she's loved from the past. Okay, so Emily, I would work right back on falling in love with your shooting and then start putting that straight up into your brand and then start producing that love of brand and shooting into your marketing, and then your sales will reflect that when you shift your own personal value. Same thing, it's just a pattern, and everyone's hitting one nerve, right? Everybody's got a nerve that's getting twanged and we're all going, and it's horrible and it doesn't feel good, and you know it's going to be right there. But guess what? That's it. You met your block today and now you can fix it. You met your block. It's the only thing standing in your way. The only thing standing in your way. And I always think to myself, imagine having the life that you dreamed of. And I do. For the first time in my life. I realized the other day I have an incredible life. For the first time ever, I'm stopped getting in my own way. And I love it. And I'm just exploded. And that's all I did. Here you go, guys. Sandra, Amanda, you all know Tobin, you all know his wife Sarah Mafuana. So Sarah joined us for the second Creative Live in August, but Tobin was in the first round of students. So these guys have gone away for a year. They've been working on their business, and I wanted to bring them back today to not only talk about their blocks, to talk about their first hurdles, but more importantly, I needed to clear their blocks. Because when I see is a really simple block for me, is now something that I no longer can see it should exist for anybody. And so when this rolled out, this is how it rolled out for me. Sandra wrote this on Facebook, and it says, hello, you know, and everyone else, I hope you don't mind an honest post, but I really wanted to talk honestly to a smaller group of photographers who are driving a similar ship. And the responses from this team really frightened me. Because I realized that they were almost at the, Sandra was at the, is it even worth putting money into building any more of this? And Tobin was at the, I'm seeing prices all around the place and they're charging less, and that means he's coming from competition, she's coming from lack, and I'm reading their Facebook page going, I'm so disappointed by this. So I called Sandra and I said, I want you to come to Seattle, and then I was like, hell, I want you to come to Vegas. And they came down to talk about their blocks and where they've gone wrong in the last year. So last night we got together and I asked them, before I asked them the questions I asked them last night, I asked them these questions online. How do you feel about your folio? And I want you to ask these are all to all of you. How do you feel about your folio? And do you love it? Are you excited about it? Because if you're not excited about it, nobody else is going to be. That's why you must be photographing something you love. You know, because it really helps to be excited by your work. And that means you pitch from enthusiasm. That means you love what you do. So I asked them, how do they feel about their folio right now? And of course, like all photographers, they feel pretty good. So then I asked them, would you pay what you charge? And I didn't ask, are you happy with what you charge? I said, would you pay it? Would you pay what you are charging right now? And have you gone to another photographer and paid that value? Do you understand what that value is? So I'm $3,500. Would I pay another photographer $3,500? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. So all I now want is a photographer that can give me the experience that I give for that money. And as soon as I believe that, I would pay for that experience. I believe that 100%. When was it working and why isn't it working now? Okay, these are the first questions I ask people because I feel like it's going to help me really quickly get to the root of their blocks, where their blocks are coming from. When was it working and why isn't it now simply comes from, yes, there was a successful time in your business. No, there is not now. What's changed? And the answer will blow you away because that one is the single question that you have to ask. So then I asked, send me your PDFs. Okay, send me your email marketing. I got an amazing reaction from that. Okay, and the amazing reaction came down to this. Sandra said yes immediately and sent me hers. I emailed back and said, Sandra, it's crap. Now, I don't mince my words. Okay, I'm not going to say it's good, but I'm going to say it was crap. It's crap and you're worth 10 times more than what your visual communication is telling me. So there's her block straight away. All right? Amanda didn't send me one and she didn't really have one because she hasn't really started Glamour yet. She's still just introducing it, tying up kids, families, blah, 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 which means she didn't have one. Tobin and Sarah waited 3 days and sent me a beautiful one and then I realized they just designed it. So I was like, okay, that's really cool. Nice design. What have you been sending your clients? Well, nothing. We've always meant to do it. So that was we had to do it anyway. It was all coming. And I was like, that's not what I asked you. I was like, so what have you been sending your clients for the last 11 months? Okay. And same with Mapuana. Did the same thing. Right? Pretty much same thing. Because it's something we're going to get around to. Right? So on that checklist, when I say, what is your clear communication? Do you have an email PDF? Have you done your vouchers? Have you done that? Are you clearly communicating? I cannot, I'm going to say it 3 times. The email PDF that you design, that you send out to your clients right now to educate them, to bridge the gap between what you do and to visually show them your beautiful work is free to create on your own Photoshop. Why aren't you doing it? There is no excuse that any one of you right now do not have a dynamic, gorgeous, creative PDF that you can send out on email. And if you are not doing that, you are missing an opportunity, a golden opportunity to market your business. And I cannot believe how many people don't have one. Who has one here in the audience? Yeah, who doesn't have one? How many of you that do have one would happily put it up here on screen for everyone to see it right now? I can't see your hands. 5. Oh, yeah. Okay. So there you go. I find the most incredible thing about apathy is non-action is apathy, right? Apathy is the ability to not move on something. Blocked energy is when you block one of those channels, one of those physical channels, as it comes down to, I don't believe that these 5 people sitting in front of me did the work on their PDF. And that disappointed the hell out of me. Because I was like, this is the most obvious marketing tool you have right now. I said it in my first Creative Live, my second, my third, and my fourth. I said it in New York when I talked about marketing. And then for show reels, I bloody well made you templates and recorded videos on how to do it. Is there a reason we have not created that yet? Yes, because there were other blocks at play, and that's what they've discovered today, right? So everyone does it. This is human nature. When is it working? When was it working and why isn't it now? So that was Sandra's. That was Mapuana's. That was Mapuana's. That was Mapuana's. That was Amanda's. And then we started getting into Arabic and long equation. I kind of got bored on the second page. And this was Sue Bryce. Models wanted. This was mine. This was my epic fail. Don't you love it? Models wanted. Makeup, hair, and photo shoot. The best part about it was I wrote this, all ages and sizes, please. All right. No charge. That's even better. I don't expect you to pay me. Beautiful studio in Newmarket with an all-woman team, like they care. We are training 2 new photographers, only Tuesday and Wednesday appointments, limited bookings available. All right, so when you come back now to this visual PDF, you can see where we all have epically failed. Correct? Amazing, right? Now, too wordy, to image related, to price related, to numbers related, and yet none of them accurately or clearly communicate to me the 5 people that I know who you are. And I know who you are, so I don't see your message in there. I don't see it at all. And yet your I am that you started, that people even started to copy, was magnificent, and you haven't even done that. I'm not going to talk about that because you're going to do it this month. So my challenge to you is on my blog over the next 4 weeks is for you to create your PDF, mind-blowing PDF, and I want to put it on my blog, and I'm going to help you with that. I wanted to design them for you, but I didn't have the time last night. So really important was this. As I started to track my progress through my epic fail, in fact, before we move on from our epic fails, can you talk to me, Sandra, about what out of the 8 physical blocks, what were yours today?
Yeah, absolutely.
The 8 physical blocks and the 1 personal block. So you can acknowledge first the 8 physical blocks.
Help me with the personal block. You're saying...
well, I believe that there's a 9th block, and it's your belief system. So the 8 physical blocks being the Photoshop, the marketing that we had up, which one of those, where do you sit in your blocks?
I actually, as I was listening to you, I believe that there's a 9th other block, and that is time management. You mentioned it on your checklist, and I think it, along with my marketing, are playing off each other.
I don't believe in time management. I believe when you want to do something, you get it done, and when you hate doing something, you procrastinate. So the point is you'll pull that up on your hate list immediately, and I think you find that everything you lack in time management is on your hate list. And you do not need to try to go to the gym if you love going to the gym. If you hate going to the gym and you think it's a place of great suffering like me, you don't go. So you don't go and buy a gym membership, do you? Because then you're just buying it to feed the gym and you're not going anyway. So what you love, you get done. It is that simple. What you love, you make time for. If you don't love it, you won't do it. It's that simple. Time management really is about procrastination and apathy. It means you don't want to do it, so that's on your hate list.
And you're right, and that's where I'm saying marketing, because I'm cluing in. You saw my PDF. I suck at marketing, and I want to hand it off. You said that last night. You said, hire somebody, and I was like, light bulb.
Light bulb. So that's your biggest block is marketing, and that is bums on seats. And without bums on seats, you're not shooting. Without shooting, you're not making money. It's that simple, correct? Absolutely. All right.
Absolutely.
So your marketing is not about self-hate. It's about hate. Like there's a difference between having no confidence to market yourself and having to confront that, and then just hating it. It's not your thing. You don't know how to do it.
I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, because you're a good self-promoter.
Yes.
Because I've met you and I know this and I've photographed you, so I know that about you.
Yeah.
So the self-promotion is not the problem. I think the creative marketing is probably, and the doing of it is probably what stops you the most. Okay.
Yes.
So that's cool. That's a good block. Amanda?
Mine
Physical
is
blocks first.
Physical blocks.
Oh, yours was sales and money because you said
mine
that.
was sales and money. Just not thinking that I'm worth it, thinking that I should be here, and everyone says you should be up here.
So yours is a personal block. It's a 9th block, and we're going to deal with that tomorrow, and also what we talked about today. So that's going to clear that out for you, Tobin.
Our biggest blocks of everything really was mostly in brand and mostly marketing.
Okay, mostly marketing yourself. So putting yourself out there again. Is it a block about confidence, or is it a block about not liking it?
I think it was a block all about not liking it. We've got enough confidence. We find there's 3 steps. One is getting people's bums in the seats, giving them the experience, and then making the sales. And when we get the bums in the seats, their experience is always great, and we always have sales. It's
I
just
don't
getting
care
the
what
bum
you're
there.
good at. I care what you suck at.
It's marketing.
Okay, so tell me why. Why do you suck at marketing? When you said to me in the break, you said, I just found out my block is Sarah. What was that?
Well, it wasn't that I just found out. We were looking back at, we bottlenecked. Which you warned us against in the first one.
What I did.
We worked so hard. We did a phenomenal amount of shoots over the summer, coming right off of your course, and we exhausted ourselves and found ourselves in lack of communication to each other and such stress to each other that it became a big marital problem.
What exhausted you?
The physical shoots were exhausting because the learning curve was steep.
It is
everything
steep.
was new.
But when you love something, you're energized by it.
But we also have a 2- and 4-year-old that affect our sleep when we try to recover. And at that time, we had a 1- and 2-year-old that weren't sleeping. So recovery was hard just to Yeah, recovery was hard on that because if we had infinite time, we'd looked at each other so many times. We're like, oh, if we found this before we have kids, it would have been easier.
Yeah.
Because we had no other income. We decided after we.
So, okay, stop.
There's
You were
nothing.
going so hard because you had no income. So why would you work yourself to death with kids? And that's your answer there. So you were panicking and bottlenecking because you were trying to get more done. And when you panic and bottleneck, you do not invite clients into your studio because you're just trying to rush through them to get paid. Okay, so your block is around money.
Yes.
Okay, your block is around money, and so you overloaded yourself to make money. Right?
And we were surprised that we made money, honestly. I was, at least.
Okay.
I was.
You're surprised that you made money?
We made a lot of money, and we made
Okay.
it quickly, and it was shocking. And then the next big block for me was fear of success.
Okay.
Because
so-
holy crap, all of a sudden we had the potential of being successful.
Yes, and I don't actually believe that there's a fear of success, but I know that people say that, but that's really intriguing to me. I always kind of think you already are successful.
It was a parental thing.
Yeah.
That's another
That's cool,
block.
but that's a personal block. Okay, so your block was money, and ironically you thought it was marketing.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say your block was marketing, what were you talking about there?
That instead we didn't get out of our way. Instead of listening to people about why they'd want to come in, we would go and tell people why they should come in and what the experience would be instead of listening to their need. And we didn't get out of our way, but we just talked too much. We didn't
so
listen.
that means you were coming from a place of ego and validation instead of coming from a place of service.
Yes.
That's an easy block because you just turn it back to service. I've done that a million times. You turn that back to service and you work on your money blocks tomorrow and you're done, home and host.
That's why we have 10 bookings next week. We turned that around last month.
Mapuana, physical blocks.
Production time, like turning things over fast enough.
Okay, so you don't like doing it, which means you need to hire a retoucher. And you need to price accordingly. So you need to lift your value so that you can price an extra $100 so you can pay for your retoucher to not even do it.
Okay.
They should be providing you with retouched images and you should be selling them and going back to your children. While that happens, you've outsourced it and you've priced for that outsource.
Okay.
Okay, that's where you want to be. Any other blocks?
My time management, because I do have kids. So like as soon as school's over, it's done for me. I can't do anything. I can't return emails. I can't get on the computer. Just it's over at 3 o'clock.
So you get one shoot a day?
Yes.
And when you say your time management, I don't believe in time management. So there's something that's going on there that you don't like doing and you struggle with it. And is that the post-production?
I don't like editing. I feel like I take too long
There you
and
go.
that takes up so much of my time. And then my time's gone and then I got to pick them up.
Okay, so it's not time management. There's no such thing as time management. Everyone talks about time management. I don't get it. You know, when I like doing something, I won't sleep. Time management? You think I'm energized by that? I sat up till 2:30 this morning and then I woke up at 5:30 and I thought, I don't even know if I went to sleep because my hair was perfect. But what I was doing was preparing this. And you don't think that excited me enough to sit here with this energy? And that I don't feel that rejuvenated by what I'm doing right now because I am in a place of complete enthusiasm over what I'm doing. And when you hate doing something, you procrastinate and you don't do it. That's going on your hate list. Put it on your hate list and then deal with it. So that hate list has got to be written. We're going to check that off over the next month. I think that's really important. What is the biggest thing you've taken from just today? And like we haven't even got into personal values tomorrow, but what is the biggest thing you've taken today? Do you feel like you're re-energizing your brand or do you feel like you still feel helpless?
Good question. I feel like I'm on my way. I'm not feeling a place of helplessness. I'm not feeling a place of this is absolutely, there we go, click, done. But have I found something that I'm going to work on? Absolutely.
Okay, you need to, for me, Sandra, fall back in love with taking the photographs. Because the one thing that you cried about over and over again in your first creative life was the experience that you can give to women. When did that stop being the most important thing that you did?
It is the most important thing. And when women have come to me, they tell me that.
So reconnect with that.
Yeah.
Because I think you probably stopped doing it.
No, I haven't, because I know I hear it from my clients over and over again.
Then if you love it, why aren't you drawing it to you?
Because I don't know how to reach those women beyond my own self-promotion. I don't know how to reach the women that have to be honest, to have the funds to do this. I live in a world where women say, you know what, I can't say no to the crown on my tooth because I'm going to have my picture taken. And I know there's women out there that can afford this.
So you have a money block?
No,
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't agree.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't. Because, like I say,
Dude, I walk down the street, I see Ferraris.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see like people go, I can't even pay for the crown of my tooth. That's totally what you're looking at. Lack, scarcity, not enough, all around you.
I believe that they are out there, that these women are out there, but I truly find...
Where are they? I know they're out there.
Yeah, and Sue, that is my world. I live in a world where piano lessons are paid, where women put themselves at the bottom of the heap.
It's called Family First. It's an actual international demographic.
It is.
It's one of the
totally
challenges.
Is. And that's, I think, and you know what, too? You reminded me that 1 in 10 are going to be booking. 1 in 10.
Yes.
Not 10.
So are
not
you focusing
8.
on the 9 that say no?
I think I am.
Okay. You're still not there yet because you're not telling me the truth. Because I can tell, because you're saying, I think I am, not I know, right? Everybody else has come to a conclusion on your block and you're still not admitting yours. So it's okay. It's not a mystery. I'm going to just talk you through it. It's like this. When people tell me it's a mystery, I'm like, it's okay, you just haven't seen it yet. It's either a money block or it's a personal block, but one of those feeds all of those channels. Where are you struggling on that 8 thing there other than marketing? When you market yourself and you say, I'm having trouble attracting women outside of my own self-promotion, what does that mean? So are you saying that you're marketing yourself and people aren't attracted to it? Or they're just not coming, or they're telling you they've got no money?
No, I suck at marketing. I do. I don't know what to write on my blog. I don't know where to put my next marketing dollar. I don't know how to announce to the world beyond my verbal abilities.
And when you left Creative Live, you had a whole lot of photo shoots, and you said your experience with them was just transforming them.
Say that again?
You had a whole lot of photo shoots, and your experience was about transforming them.
Yes.
And you just went nuts.
Yeah.
What's different now?
And that's, and I know very clearly that in the beginning, it was about my story, and it was about reaching women with my story. And I felt like by 4 months of telling my story, I didn't know where to go next. I didn't know how to say it next.
Ah, there it is. Okay, so you know your story is important.
Yeah.
And it's your story.
But do people not get tired of hearing my story?
Well, they're hearing it for the first time. You're the one that's getting tired of it.
Yeah. But okay, sorry. On my no, it's permanently. Whoops, it's permanently on my website, but in my blog, to say it again and again and again and again.
Do you really think clients read blogs? No, I think photographers read blogs.
Well, so they must have been reading it because they came. They came and they said, your story is exactly what's brought me in here because you get it. That was.
So you stopped telling your story?
Yeah, I did.
Hello, that was your strength.
Yeah.
Is that not what worked for you in the first place?
Yes. Now, how do I tell that story in other places?
I could tell that story every day.
Where? Like where? Like not just my blog, but where else can I tell that story besides
But you can
coming
tell
up
it to
you?
every woman that you speak to, and all of a sudden so many more will be attracted to you. You can say it in your blog and everything that you do. You can start a mummy self-esteem blog. I don't care what you do, just tell the story.
Okay.
Tell it to everybody and honor that, because that's what's working for you. That's what worked for you, and it's not working now. That was one of the questions, right? When was it working? When was it working, and why isn't it working now? So many people tell me that they had a moment when they were really successful, and then they bottlenecked or they did that, and I have to ask why. Why was it successful? Go back to that. That's what you were doing that was right, but what did you do wrong after that stopped it? And if you stopped, you just got sick of marketing that story?
No, I was worried that people...
Oprah's been marketing that story for 25 years, and she's like the richest woman in the world.
Yeah.
Her story is her everything. It's her everything about you. Every path to empowerment of every woman you meet, it comes back to you and what you believe and what you know about yourself. So you could put that infuse it into everything you do.
Okay. Okay.
Are there any questions?
Cool.
I just find this one of the most intriguing thing you can know about people, because what I need to understand is what are your physical blocks first, but it doesn't take long to work out really where people's blocks are, wouldn't you say?
Keely asks, okay, the fear of success, what about the fear of losing success? Getting there but losing my edge, or not being able to keep my success consistent? Is that a fear of loss?
What an incredible energy to put into something you don't have yet. How's that going for you? It's that simple, right? I'm going to put all of my energy into fearing something I don't have yet, and then I will never have it. Crazy human nature.
Why do we do that to ourselves?
Why do we do that to ourselves? Why do we do that to ourselves? You know, Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, Learning Presence, he says too much fear is too much future, too much resentment is too much past. So you are either in the past or in the future, but you are not right now if that's what you're worried about. So if you were thinking I might lose that in the future, you are not enjoying it now. And if you are thinking I resent that, then you are not enjoying it now. And the truth is that if you come back to gratitude, you'll come back to now. As soon as you come back to gratitude for your story, for the story that you get to share, for the woman that you get to empower, for everything that you get to shift and change in yourself, that will change for you. So there's something there that is blocking that from you believing that it's worth it, and you believing that you value that, and you believing that your story was important enough to be told, because it was certainly important enough to be told when you left, and it was certainly successful when you left.
And it was, literally, it was as simple as I just felt that you don't need to hear about me all the time. This is an experience for you, and yet I'm forgetting that it's that connection that is what makes it.
It is all about the connection. And the connection will attract people to you so that you can then give them the service. You don't sit in the Photoshop and keep talking about yourself. You've attracted them because you're like-minded and they understand you. They understand you because your story resonates with them, and they're like, you're a mum, you're a mum and you know what that feels like. You know, repost my shoot. Come back and do another shoot with me. That would be the best marketing tool you could do with your story, is do another shoot and say, and again, a year later, I'm re-empowered by finding myself again, and now you can be too. Is that not the best marketing you can put out there? I suggest as friends, and every photographer I know has a photographer friend, shoot each other, post that, fall in love with yourself, see yourself in your own mirror, peel your image from the mirror, sit, feast on your life, right? Is that not the whole point of what you're selling? And how can you sell that if you don't experience it for yourself? You are important enough to be in your marketing. You are important enough to tell your story and infuse it into everything you do. It's just the way it is. What's down the back there?
So you definitely hit the nail on the head when it came to ego getting in the way. And I completely forgot how self-obsessed I am and how much I have a need for perfectionism, which does hold me back. So if I didn't have a little Sue Bryce on my shoulder all the time, how would I I love that you're calling us out on what you see, because I can't see myself when that belief system is in my way, and when how I want to be, how I want to see myself is in the way.
Look at your hate list. Straight away, go to your hate list, because I tell you what, most people can't tell you what they want, but they'll tell you what they don't want. Okay. And on your hate list, I remembered writing, I don't want this anymore. I don't want to feel like this anymore. I don't want to be poor anymore. I'm done with the struggle. I'm done. I don't want this anymore. And when I say I don't want this anymore, I go, then I have to change something. And when I go, what do I change? It has to be my mindset. How do I change my mindset? I look at what I'm doing and I look at that block. And you know, that answer that you just gave about stopping telling your story, even though it was the last answer you gave, it was the first thing you wrote to me in your email. It's the first thing I read. And I heard that as it being the most important thing. My story was important at first, now it's not. I stopped telling my story and now I can't get work. So that to me is what I heard when you told me you were failing the first time. And it took you a long time to come back to that. Because the thing is often we're not going to bring our failures right to the forefront because they're going to be too hard to listen to. I'm really glad that you said how self-obsessed I am. We all have egos and we all are self-obsessed. We've all come from that place. That's human nature. You're not sitting here with a bunch of people going, oh, old mustard shirt's got a big ego back there. And you're the only one, right? That's not how it works. We're all suffering from the same pathological need to be liked. Ouch.
So what about blogging? Like, I feel like I suck at blogging. I don't know what to write.
So don't blog.
Okay, so you don't feel like blogging is that important for marketing?
I'm great at blogging.
Really?
But I've not been doing it.
Okay.
Because my life has gone crazy. But I miss my blog.
I like it, but I just
blogging.
don't know what to write. Like, I don't know how, like, what do I write about the next client and the next client to keep it fresh? Like, I just feel like it's the same thing. So it's like, blah, 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 blah. This is them. Look at my gorgeous client. I feel like a repeat of saying that over and over. Tell their stories.
Tell their stories.
Okay.
Tell stories, tell their stories, tell your stories. Tell stories then. And make one blog self-promotion, one blog an interesting story, one blog a trial that you've had in your business, another blog, something you've discovered. Look, I've been shooting into the flare, something new, something exciting, something old, something borrowed, something blue.
Okay.
And just keep rotating them around. So one blog a week, 4 blogs a month, something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue.
Okay.
So a borrowed story, something deep and meaningful, something old, something new you've discovered, and just keep rotating it around. And just be interesting enough that people want to come back and show 1 to 2 images, never more.
Okay.
But don't blog because you think it's good for your marketing, because if you're a crap blogger, nobody's going to read it anyway. So I think that this, and lack thereof is total crap. And I don't think it represents you professionally. I don't think it represents... You know what? Your work is beautiful, and you had 3 thumbnails. Sandra. Really? Your work is beautiful, Amanda, and you didn't even have an image.
Well, for me, the way I thought of it was that my PDF was for people that want to know the pricing. That my website is if you want to see my images, go to my website. Is how I was. I was like, this is all information. You've already been to get the PDF. You've already been to my website. You've seen my images. You're interested. You want to know what the price number is.
Do you honestly think they would keep your price list over anybody else's with beautiful imagery in it?
In my area, yes.
No, I don't agree.
You don't think so?
No, not when I see you redesign it and you simplify it, because you'll even find your average go up straight away.
That's my other thing. My images that I got from you, I got a metal print done and I got standouts because I love those. And I felt like I want to give my clients all of these options. Like I want my clients to have metal prints, and I want them to have the more funky, not just a regular print with a normal frame. Like I want them to be different. I want them to be able to have canvases and to have standouts and to have the metal prints.
You still don't need to have 80 things on your price list. 80. You need to have 3. Acrylic, canvas, frame portrait. Bang.
Okay.
For us, we didn't do it. We were the same thing. People came to us because they seen our website, they seen our Facebook, they got a hold of us. When they've been on our website, instead of making the PDF, we actually made a show reel back in December that was about our experience, which anyone who's seen knows what our experience is, and that's why they're calling us. So instead of wanting to send them another block of let's keep communicating,
excuses.
we let's talk to them on the phone. We wanted to talk to them on the phone, and that's why we've been booking.
However, if you'd done the PDF like I showed you in March the 3rd, 4th and 5th last year with a beautiful behind the scenes photo shoot of your show reels and linked the show reel, then you'd be getting 3 times the traffic to that video.
That's probably completely true.
Okay.
I think yours was a design fault.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet you have access to me, you have access to the vouchers and the videos, $99, 28 templates, and 5 videos on how to do them. That was just a poor effort.
Yes.
Just like mine. Poor effort.
Yeah.
Didn't know better. So we're going to take their designs on my blog over the next month to the next level, and I'm going to show you how I did this with mine. So this was my epic fail, and this is me epic failing and then evolving in my epic failure. So I get to here and then I stop, and then I'm marketing weddings for some reason. Don't know why. Just felt that they were beautiful shots. A misalignment in the communication to my clients, but that doesn't matter. They were gorgeous shots, and there I was there marketing strange little wedding images. And then I tried to market the beauty and be all about the box and the beauty and the word. Okay, and I'm missing the essence of the one incredible shot that is not in that series. And that to me is, you know, speak no evil, hear no evil, see no evil. And I totally misaligned my clear communication. Then I started to getting here, oh, I love this one. Okay, this is where I start evolving my brand. So I'm in the sort of end of my first year of business. Gift voucher website only, special book now, must be purchased before photo shoot to receive this offer. Voucher is 2 makeovers, does not include monthly gift. Only $300 makeup and photo shoot with a 6x8 print, value $425. Only $500 makeup and photo shoot with an 11/16 print, value $700. Only $800 makeup and photo shoot. Oh my God, really, Sue Bryce? My images start at $275 and my folios start at $1,200. But you get in the way there because, you know, the more you talk, the less your client's talking back. And then I started to really evolve. I was like, oh, there I am there. I'm starting to look really pretty. Priceless, priceless, priceless. I'll say it 4 times just in case you don't know what it is. Print mounted, print mounted, print mounted and matted, print mounted and matted. Price excludes GST. Framing options, albums and new exclusive light box are available and displayed in the studio. Yes. How much? How much do you charge? I'm not making it very obvious, am I? Okay, then I started to simplify even more. Beautiful makeup, gorgeous hair, professional stylist, the makeup room. I'm trying to incorporate everything I do in one sentence, as well as brand myself. Makeup and hairstyling for all occasions, 1 hour, $80. Styling, straightening, soft or full curls. Hair must be clean or dry. Oh my God, again. Okay, let's just blind people. And then I went to that. Did you know that that got me more phone calls than anything else? Do you know why? Everyone loved her. She's identifiable. She's beautiful. She's got freckles. She's real. You know she's not a model. And everyone went nuts. And the more words I took away, the more bookings I got, because I wasn't confusing people with all my palaver. But very, very careful. When they do ring you, you must tell the truth. You must tell them how much. And if you've got your language and your spiel down pat, you can nail it every time on the phone and entice them to come in. As I evolved, my simplicity got better and better, and then I started to extend backgrounds. This was the first real extended background I did. All of a sudden, I realized then in my second year of business, my brand started to look very contemporary and very magazine. This is when I started to compete on a commercial level instead of a portrait self-designed field, which is how we're all looking over here in our first year, just like I was. So now I'm no longer boxed in and designed on Photoshop. I'm looking like this. I'm starting to look like the real deal. And I'm starting to feel like the real deal. And so then I develop into this, and I use the word glamour as a thesaurus explanation, and then I've got She's Beautiful, She is a Woman by William Shakespeare. I've chosen a beautiful font. I've designed that myself. I did it on Photoshop, and that there became my most significant branding for the next 3 years of my business. And nowhere on it does it say hair, makeup, or photography. Because once I communicated through my brand, it communicated back immediately. Then I tied in 2 things. This was my new price list. Makeup and photo shoot for 2, $190. Folio box, 6, 10 and 20. Wall portraits from $275, SueBryce.com. And that was an a la carte menu on a simple business card that big. And everybody got it straight away. And if I educated my client properly, they got it and they bought and they purchased. My philosophy was simply so they kept the card. Because if I put a poem on the other side, especially a poem that related to my brand, they would put it on their fridge and keep it because it's worth keeping. So that was just the keepsake. Simplify, simplify, communicate clearly, and then tell your story. Empower them with what you know, what you love. And I want to see this clean brands. I want to see 4 PDFs from these people over the next month that blow you away. I'll help you design it. Those vouchers take me 2 minutes with those templates. It's a joke how easy they are. This is the voucher I designed that I've used for 10 years. This is the card that I use. My card clearly communicates what I do and how I do it, and it has very few words. It communicates with images, but what communicates the most is me. It says Sue Bryce, photographer / makeup artist, contemporary glamour photography. Okay, my phone number, bookings inquiries, SueBryce.com. I'm crossing genres and I'm crossing ages. And it's a beautiful fold out card. My PDF is simple. It starts with Simona. This is the one I released on March 3rd. And then it links to Simona's video with Mindy's beautiful song. And before you know it, you're, sitting there tapping away, listening to that song. And all you're thinking about, is that experience, and I wish I could have that experience. And so many people have written that on that video. I watch this video and all I think about is this experience. But that PDF drives that video. Nobody's going to drive a video to watch a video unless you're sending something out that is making them hit on that link. And then my price is here and it's simplified. And I've gone for the highest version of my price. So we're going to talk about that tomorrow, and we're going to do pricing, and I'm going to tell you the difference between how an a la carte menu works for me and how one price works for me, and why they are better and why they have negatives and bonuses. And then we're going to look at international standards of pricing. Now I'm to here. My PDF just got a whole lot sexier. And the reason my PDF got sexier is because I went with a magazine theme. I did this on Photoshop. I got a canvas, I put a black line down the center, I put a shade on one side and a highlight on the other, and I just drop images into it. It takes a second. I did it myself. I am not trained in this. I looked at Issue magazine and I said, I love that centerfold, that idea of a magazine. I'm going to do that with my PDF so it looks like they're reading a magazine, even though it's not even folding like a magazine. Because what are my words? Contemporary, portrait, contemporary, glamour, fashion, magazine. I want to correlate that look of a magazine. I want to use my before and afters in the simplest and most beautiful way that I can. And where are the words? Where are the words in this PDF? You know where the words are? The words don't need to exist, because the whole point is the image is telling the stories. Who's getting locked in the Portaloo for that phone call? Okay, the words are not important as the pictures are. Get your friends to photograph you behind the scenes. This is your first point of contact with every single one of your clients, and it needs to be your best, and it needs to be designed this week. Do not hold back. Do not wait. Get excited about it. And then when you put it out there and refresh your story, you'll have a new reason to talk excited, enthusiastically about your business. This now PDF, my struggle with the PDF is cutting down from 50 pages because I'm so goddamn excited about it. I feel like I'm designing a magazine, and I'm just like sitting on Photoshop going, I want everybody to see these. And see how I'm cropping slightly over the center line, so I'm leaving room for words on the right, but I'm going to keep my words minimal. I'm going to use words, I'm going to cross images like this. I'm going to take a horizontal image like this, and I'm going to splice it up the middle, but I'm not splicing a face. Okay, never splice a face. And then I want to, cross over. I want to use some behind the scenes shots so that people can see the reality of the experience with me. And still, I've showed you no words, because I don't need to, do I? Because it's so beautiful and so visually beautiful. I can create a contact sheet. I made this little film border. I just made it myself before I owned Alien Skin. I just made it myself on Photoshop. It's not hard to replicate once you know. And then I can splice full images. I can use words. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. I love that splice being in there. And then I've created a little contact sheet with sticky tape, which, by the way, I photographed. I photographed a contact sheet with sticky tape, and then on Photoshop I laid my images into it. Okay, that's how I did that. And now it's a template on my computer. And then that's her before and after, and it looks funky. And then I did the center one because I think that looks great. And by the way, that is the girl doing the glam shoot on the left, and that is her and her partner on the right. So that marketing tells me you can bring your boyfriend in and get shots with him as well. And we just went up in price. And there's Simona behind the scenes, rocking it, looking gorgeous, finishing with her green dress. And we finished with her video, Mindy's song. And before we know it, we're wrapped up in the experience. And I'm loving that, Sue Bryce. Okay, and this is what I showed you last March. So now I need you to kick this out of the park. Start there. Go through your checklist, make this happen. This is where it's at. This is your contact point with the world. This is your contact point with your confidence. This is your contact point with your marketing with no money. You can email it, you can send it out, and it is free to do this. So get excited about it. And if not, show reels. $99, you got 28 templates. I made these 3 vouchers in under 2 minutes from the same template. Are they the same template? Yes, they are. 1, 2, 3. It is so easy to create beautiful marketing and beautiful visual displays. You're a photographer. That tells me you're probably quite good at taking pictures. So all you really have to do is put some words on them. Yeah, it's not that hard, is it? And stop reinventing the wheel. If it's functional, leave what you've got. If it's working, leave it. Okay, don't just go and redesign it because you think you want yours to be sexy as mine. Okay. Oh It's going to be so much fun. I'm happy to take questions. We're wrapping up for the day. I just want to say one thing about these guys. They're the only, I don't care at the end of the day what they stand up here and say, they're the only ones that can identify and remove their blocks. Just like you are. I think everybody has a different idea of what a block is. Everybody has a different idea of where they think they're at. But if you are struggling to find your block, like if you are not 100% believing that about what you do, and even if I say it back to you and you're still not 100% there, you need to keep talking about it with someone you trust until it comes forward. But only when you are ready to accept it, will you accept it, right? Only when you decide what that is, will you decide to shift it. And you can hold on to it for as much as you like, but I'm telling you right now it's affecting your business. And if you don't deal with those blocks, you will not achieve what you need to achieve. Would you agree with that? Yeah. And you've been in business for a year. I've been in business for 10. So I'm a little ahead of you on the evolution chain, but I've been there no less. Is there any questions in here?
Just looking at your marketing pieces, and this happens every time I'm looking and researching other people's stuff, is I look at their marketing pieces and I just think they're so beautiful. And when it comes to my pieces, I'm just having this like, oh, sure. When I'm looking at other people's marketing pieces, I fall in love with them. And I think they represent their work so well. And then when I go to design mine, I can't pick a picture. I can't find a cohesive, I don't know what it is, but I feel like, would it be better for me to hire someone else with my work to do that? Or would it just pick something?
I think you should just try falling in love with your work. You're obviously judging it and not valuing it, and so therefore it's not good enough when you look at it. That's your idea, that's not the truth. I went through that, I've actually been through that. There's a few things that I know to be true. One of them is, I know TY because you saw me shoot her, and you saw me reveal the shoot to her. She's one of our missing students from today. I know that woman, and when I look at that image, I'm in love with that image. I'm in love with that woman. I think she is an amazing woman. She came all the way from Nigeria and met us and spent a week with us. These guys know her. I don't need to look at that and say, I don't love that. I love that. When I look at that, I know this woman. I know Jen. I know her daughters. I know where she lives. I know her story. I know her partner. I know her. I remember that shoot. We're in New York. We're having a great time. I remember everything about that. We went out. We had a great, just the most fun weekend. Like, to me, I'm in love with my work. So if you just need to reconnect to it, because unless you're enthusiastic about what you do in your brand, you will not sell it. You cannot market it, and you will not value it. It is that simple. And I want you to do the same. Fall back in love with it. I don't need to think about that. That is Maria. I know Maria. Maria's a Virgo. There's nothing I don't know about this woman. I love this woman. And she will be on my vouchers for the rest of my business days because I love this image and I love everything about it. And because I love it, it makes it special to me. And because it's special to me, it's easy to market it because I'm proud of it. And yes, there was a time where I wasn't proud of my work and I hated it when it was really good. Because I just couldn't see the value in my own work. So tomorrow when you're doing your personal value and you can name your money price and you can start valuing your work, I want you to go back and just fall in love with your brand, reconnect with your images and reconnect with what you do. And if you can't find that connection, you need to do something different, something else.
So is your recommendation someone's contacting us, instead of getting them on the phone and talking to them and getting them excited about coming in, this is first send them the PDF and the video as opposed to talking to them?
Okay, so that would imply they've sent you an email to say, can I have your price list? And then you're sending an email back to say, call us. Well, you potentially could lose that call by doing that when they've just asked you for a simple request. Wouldn't it be better to send a beautiful PDF, visual PDF showing your work, a link to your site and your phone number saying, please call and we can talk about any requirements you have for your photo shoot?
We have a lot of stuff that comes in on form, so their phone number comes in initially, so it's not then send us your phone number. They're inquiring with their phone number.
Well, if they
email.
inquire with their phone number, you get them on the phone first and then you send the form while you're talking to them. So when they say, how much do you cost? You say, as I'm talking to you, I'm sending you a PDF and a price list right now and a link to some behind the scenes video so you can see how much fun you're going to have and have amazing experience with what we do in our studio. And then you're hitting them both. You're talking to them on the phone, you're winning them over, you're sending them a PDF, and it's linking to your YouTube account and your Vimeo with tag words, which ultimately is raising your SEO.
We have a number of questions that have come in that are a lot of different, very specific blocks. And how do I deal with this and how do I deal with that? Jenny Elig says, I can be incredibly hard on myself, body image, and I look at other people's images as I would mine, and I worry that I look over possible good images because of my own shortcomings. How can I clear my mind and look at a session with loving eyes instead of critical? And what I would love for you to do actually is to kind of go a little bit beyond that, and help, give people some advice on how to figure out what the answer is for themselves, because they're not always going to have you.
Yes, they are.
Or they are.
So what they need to do tomorrow is, that is a self-value she's working on, and we haven't even done self-value yet. Like, I just talked about reading a book about self-hate and how it changed me. I haven't even asked you about your blocks yet. So her blocks and her judgment to other people's bodies is an incredible learning curve for her, because that tells me that she's about to learn some huge lessons about herself. Because how dare you judge a client and their physical appearance? What right do we have to do that? None. And that tells me if she's judging herself so harshly, which is what she said in her first sentence, which is what she's having a problem with. That's her block immediately. Do you understand it's the language you use? When people say, they're telling you. And that's what I hear. I'm hearing their truth. She is telling me that she's struggling with that, and that's a huge part of her life because she sees it in everybody else. Guess what? She will keep attracting people with body images until she works on her own. That's how it's going to work for her. It's going to keep coming back and keep coming back until she deals with it, until she doesn't care and just gives people unconditional love, and she'll only be able to do that until she does it herself. So when you're not going to have me to pull up your blocks, this is where you have to just identify that you have a block. Okay, you've got to admit that. You might not be happy with yours, but you've got it. You've got a block. I've got a block. I've got lots of blocks. I'm like roadblock central over here.
What is your biggest block, Sue?
My biggest block? I didn't want people to think that I'm become an educator because I'm no longer a photographer, because I see people give up photography after 2 years and become workshop people, and I bag on them. And I didn't want to do workshops because I didn't enjoy them, but really also I didn't want people to think those who can't teach, because I have a successful business and I love being a photographer. So that was a huge block for me. When people write on Facebook things like, oh, it's the Sue Bryce show, it makes me cringe because I think that's what people are saying about me. So that's a block with me. Not that I have a wealth of knowledge to share, 23 years, but the fact that I was more worried that people would judge me for that. I have a block. I've had multiple blocks through my business with the terms of how I look, and I think it's a girl thing. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow, definitely. There's a boy block there too, but don't worry about that. But the truth is what Colette said, I'm not worth it, I'm not pretty enough. You know, people always say to me, well, I'm not sensual like you, so how can I pose my clients when I'm doing all those poses on stage and I'm showing people? And so I have an answer to that. And and so I have multiple personal blocks in that sense. I learned how to make money, so I would go $5,000 empty in my bank account, and then I jumped up to the next level where I was like $70,000 empty, and I keep resetting that, and then I jumped up again to the next level, which was $150,000 empty, $150,000, and then I held it for a while, and my block was I keep putting a ceiling on what I can earn, what I can have in the bank, what I can earn, what I'm worth. I keep putting a ceiling on it, and it keeps shifting, and I keep getting afraid of that instead of just focusing on the service that I channel and teach, because when I do that, I just make money. And so my money block has grown, meaning my money has grown, but my block is still there. It's just the ceiling has lifted higher. And I'm trying to burst through the next ceiling, which is to have no limits at all, and to not care if I lost it. Because if you took all my savings away now, I would still be Sue Bryce, and I would still be able to offer a great service and a great product, and I'd still be able to make money tomorrow. So that doesn't frighten me, but the block still exists. I have a personal block around relationships. I'm single. Yeah, so that's a huge one for me. And as successful as I am as a photographer, I'm not very successful at relationships. I'm working on that, but that's a huge block for me. That's personal, and that ultimately is a huge thing for me. And you know, that's my story, my drama. And you know, we all have something. We all have something huge going on. But the trick is to just identify that you actually have a block, and that it's not a hurdle you're going through, it's just a belief. And as soon as you identify it, you can stop making a drama around it and just go, oh, is that what it is? I have a block around money. I'll just read the PDF Sue's giving me tomorrow. That fixed her.
Thank you for opening up, Sue. Thank you.
I just have a quick question about the PDF. I'm excited to create mine. I just want to be clear on everything that should be included in that. I understand it's kind of like a simple price list.
Beautiful images, behind the scenes, and a clear communication of what you do. So if you're going to write, you know how some people can write and it's like reading the most beautiful thing? I can't write like that. I write like I speak, you know. And unfortunately, I don't have the gift of writing. So I have the gift of photographs. So I'm going to tell my stories with images, behind the scenes and video. But if your gift is writing, by all means, write words. But I'm telling you right now, people will remember images and video over text. They will hold it and they will keep it, and they are more likely to read it if it has video and images. More likely to, like 78% more likely to.
Would this also include what they can expect at the shoot and how to prepare for it?
No.
Okay, that would be the next.
Yes, that would be your consultation and prepare for your shoot PDF.
Gotcha.
Which is one of the challenges.
Thanks.
Consultation, education, what to wear, what to bring, and how to educate them in price. That's on the second PDF, the follow-up, when you talk to them on the phone.
It's a kind of a joke. Like, do you still give away gift vouchers? Do you still give away gift vouchers?
Yes.
Okay.
Always. Always. Yeah, I will always do that. I don't need to worry if I'm going to get paid now. I know I'm going to get paid. Yeah, and if I don't, I've done something wrong. So I'll learn from it.
I was hoping, well, first of all, because I want to say thank you to the 5 of you for getting up there on stage and getting real. I mean, yesterday when we talked with Sue, she said, I want you to tell the truth. And you guys have. And I'm wondering if you could tell our studio audience, but also the internet out there, one piece of advice or one thing that you've learned, even through this little process of being up here and being faced with your own truth.
I guess in it all, for the thing that we found is in being the authentic us and taking the everything that Sue gave us and making it our own is how some people talked about standing out in the sea of people doing stuff, is that even if our price is the same and our product is the same, the experience with us is what's different, and that's what we bring, because every one of us is unique. And so in that way, always being the authentic us, that's what's helped us where we are now.
I've learned that no matter how many times you fall down, you still got to get back up. So like Sue had asked for the PDF. I did not even do my PDF. And I was like, oh my God, we're going to be on Creative Live. I don't even have a PDF. And she's going to be like, what? You don't even have a PDF? So
I was so onto you though.
Yeah, I know.
I would walk around the house go,
I know. I was like, oh my God, she's going to do that on Creative Live. And I need a PDF. So the truth is I didn't even have a PDF. So I had to hurry up, rush, and get mine done. But I feel like I can get lazy at times. And I know I can get lazy, and I need to take responsibility for that. But it's just about constantly, you got to own it. Like, you got to own your faults, and you got to just keep going. You got to recognize where you fall down and stuff and know that, and then just keep working on it.
Good girl.
Mine was, I wasn't only in my way. This is our realization last night, is that I wasn't only standing in my way, I was standing in his way. So I just have to get out of the way. I have to get out of the way of the sales because people want to give us their money. I have to get out of the way of telling people what they're going to have because they're going to tell me. I have to get out of the way.
Yes.
And that's what I learned.
Good girl.
I would have to say, from what I learned here, but from the last year or two, is don't hide from the opportunity to learn. Don't hide from the answer. You said come, and I initially went, breathe. And, you know, I've had those all this last week. Breathe, this is going to be so public. This is going to be so public. And then I thought, what? I have so much to learn. It just by engaging this conversation. Don't hide from it. Find out what it is, what your block is. It's worth it because the answer is gold.
It is. And when you redesign all of your PDFs, and I put them on my website, and then you can start to write to people out there and tell them what the shift you've had, then it will be significant. I know it will be.
Just get out there and do it. I got back from the workshop, and it took me till October, November to get through what I already had booked. And October, November came, and I was like, okay, now I'm ready. What do I do?
So you're going to go with the Nike ad, Amanda? Just do it?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
But it is.
So you're going to go with the Nike ad? That's what you're going to go with?
You got to get out there and you've got to work it.
So you're going to go out there and just crush your money blocks.
No, you've got to find hair and makeup artists. You've got to market. You have to, if you don't because October, November came, and I was like, phew, my beach sessions are done. I'm good. And I started going, started reflecting on my year, and I was like, I was not happy with what I was doing.
So now you're going to apply the same, just go out and do it to your money block so that you can smash through that and quadruple it.
Yes.
Good girl.
All right, Sue. It's about that time. Do we have any final words from you for the day?
I spend my whole time going to consultations and workshops wishing that I didn't, because all I see is people that need to work on themselves. And it's a conversation that's all I want to have. I don't want to teach you how to be better photographers, although the 28-day challenge, ironically, is all about teaching you how to shoot my business model and market in my business model. So the most empowering gift that I could give you would be that you need to constantly work on your blocks. You need to constantly work on your clear vision and reset your direction. You need to constantly re-energize your excitement and your gratitude and making that happen. You need to constantly regenerate that in business. And if you are working in a business that you really love and love what you do, it's actually quite easy to do because you just fall back in love with what you do and then you just make it happen. But today, all I've seen is a whole lot of people stand up and just tell me what they were doing wrong, and a whole lot of people stand up and tell me that they were making excuses for really basic blocks. Okay, so those 8 physical blocks, then one big block tomorrow is the personal self. We're going to go through that. And although we talked about physical blocks all today, I feel like all we talked about today were personal blocks. Because isn't that where everybody wants the conversation to go? I'm going to show you a thread about fear that exploded on Facebook and what it means to people, and you're going to find out that everybody's bottom line is the same, and then we're going to deal with it. But I just can't wait to show you the 28 challenges and how much you're going to enjoy doing them. And you saw that one at lunchtime and how awesome it was, and how much you can learn from it. And hope you're along for the ride tomorrow, because I just love talking about this. I think I was reading some comments on Facebook and email and Twitter last night, and I think I upset a few people yesterday talking about money. It seems that it's a really tough subject to talk about, particularly when I told you that you're in charge of that. And I think that to make people feel unsettled or to hear a subject, you have always 3 choices. You can block it, you can be empowered by it, or you can be incredibly angry by it. And I think the most interesting thing about that is, and you could probably be apathetic or just completely uninterested or indifferent. I think if you're indifferent, it matters not to you. I think if you block it, you will eventually have to come back to it. And I think if you are empowered by it or open to it, it resonates with you. And I think if it angers you or it presses buttons with you, I think you really should look even further into that. So I had a few people make comments about my business plan being a get-rich-quick scheme. Which was awesome, because the people that stood up here for the year were just telling you how rich they all were, right? And how successful they'd all been at it. And somebody else said there's no such thing as blocks. And so I think that might be a block. Anyway, it occurred to me one thing. I said to you yesterday that when I don't teach workshops because I don't teach one-on-one workshops because I feel like people employed me to teach them how to take better photographs, but what they really needed to work on was their personal self. And I would go to their studios and I would look at them and hear their language, and I would hear their voice, and I'd hear their blocks and their negativity, and I would try to direct my workshop to there, and they would all come back to, no, just show me how to take pictures like this, because if I take pictures like this, then my work will be valuable and then it will sell. That tells me you value my photography, but not yours. So you can't become successful by thinking that if you take prettier pictures, you'll make more money. Because I've said to you from the start for 12 months that for the first 10, 15 years of my career, I had no money in the bank, not one dime. I lived week to week, dollar for dollar with a credit card debt. And so I was a good photographer that took beautiful images. And it wasn't until I started my business and then learned about money and confronted my own blocks that I actually started to make money. So yesterday when I went into that conversation, I was really intrigued by the backlash. You see, it intrigues me that from the first day I started talking on Creative Live, everybody was so ready to embrace me. Everybody was so supportive of me. Thousands and thousands, 12,000 emails after my first Creative Live. Personal stories, you changed my life, rah, rah, rah. And is that comfortable if I don't challenge you? Is it comfortable if I only tell you my success story? Is it comfortable if I don't tell you where I screw up every single year for 23 years as a photographer and continually do, because I'm a work in progress as well? Does that make you feel comfortable if you never know that about me? And if you don't feel comfortable when I challenge you, you need to understand that you would never be my friend. Because I have friends for life. I make friends and I don't have fair-weathered friends. Okay, fair-weathered people don't last in my life because I'm an emotional person and I'm a very strong person, and I love to love the people in my life and have for a whole lifetime. My very best friend I met when I was 14 years old, and she, without a doubt, is one of my soulmates. And she's at home in New Zealand having babies and watching my career. She tells me the other day she Googles me. I was like, you could just text me. And she's like, I just wanted to know where you were, so I Googled you. And I was like, you Googled me? Like, where is Sue? Like, where is Wally? So I do make friends for life. And one of the things that I do is I have very challenging conversations with my friends, not just about them, but about me, about life, and about everything we hear in our own voices. And the friends that I have, they understand that conversation. So when one of my friends sits at my table, they bring to my table their problem and we dissect it. And we dissect it through the mind. Okay, why are you here? Why are you dwelling in this space? Why are you thinking here? Is this what you're seeing? Is this what you're being right now? And when I say it to them, they say it to me, and we learn from it. Okay, that is one of the most significant things that you'll understand about my personality. Also, nothing I've ever become has ever been without that journey and without that conversation. So if you ever become my friend, you will have to sit at my table and you will have to put all of your shit on the table and dissect it. And one of the cool things about it is then you will have to take responsibility for it, and then you'll own it, because that's what I do every single day, and I am a work in progress. So that makes my life incredibly interesting and also incredibly successful right now, because I have worked towards that and I have done the work. So when I mentioned that yesterday, and I was trying to steer you away from that, because we're going to go into fear today and the personal block instead of the business block, but every time I brought up business block, you all stood up and told me other things. And what were you telling me? Which is your business block? I'm fat and I'm ugly? That wasn't on there. That's tomorrow on personal blocks. What else? I'm not worthy. I'm not good enough. My images aren't good enough. I'm working from a place of ego. Again, none of those things exist on my business map. But let me address one thing. If that fires people up, then good. I'm going to fire you up today like nobody's business. And I want to fire you up, because if I can't do that, you know what? I create images for awards, and I also illustrate some very, very dark charcoals, which I love. It's this dark side of me that and I've never showed them to the public, but my friends will see them, and I will release them soon. I do these big charcoals. And I remember that people look at them and they either just stand in front of it and shake and cry because they understand that darkness, or they look at it and go, I'm sorry, that repels me. I can't even look at that. But what they don't do is stand in front of it and go, meh. And that is pretty much my personality. You can either stand in front of me and go, God, I love that woman. Or you'll stand in front of me and go, God, I hate that woman. But nobody ever meets me and goes, meh. And you know what? If they did, I would be really annoyed by that, because that's who I am and always have been. And I embrace that. That was my weakness growing up, and now it's my strength. You know, and if you don't like me, it's okay. I'm okay with that. You know, I still like you. So today I'm going to tell you why I chose 28 challenges. And if people are online right now struggling with that money and they want to call me a capitalist, I'm going to own that today. Thank you. I finally made it. I had 2 goals in my business, and that was to take incredible photographs and to make money doing it. And I have achieved that, and I can now take that even further by taking more photographs. Somebody on the internet heard yesterday that I'm giving up photography to become a full-time educator, and they never want to hear me speak again. I was like, I don't remember saying that. You know, I am a photographer. I will be till the day I die. I believe in it with my heart and soul, but I also believe there are multiple ways to make an income from that in a whole lifetime. And it will always be a function in my income because it is my life, and I believe in it more than anything else. So on the keynote this morning, I'm going to start with how to make money, because I don't care what anybody says. What I'm teaching you with this business model is how to make money. Okay, make no secret about it. This is how to make money. After this, I'm going to teach you how to get out of your own way so you can make money. All right. The first challenge is called Natural Light Studio. Now, there are a lot of people in my audience that shoot with artificial light, and you know I don't. And there's 2 reasons that I don't. One is I always thought that you could start a business for $100 in your own lounge by using a polyboard, a painted polyboard, and a reflector and a computer. Because that's kind of how I had to start. I couldn't even afford lights anyway. And 2, I don't like artificial light at all. Now, you might like it, and that's okay. Again, I'm not going to judge you. I'm going to tell you why I don't like it. I don't like it because when I see flashlit photographs and they're supermodels and they're, you know, little waves going like this, I see that and I think, wow, fashion, that is hot. When I see an everyday woman in those lights, I see 80s glamour. Do you understand? And I don't care what the crop is, but when I see an everyday woman in artificial light, I just see 80s glamour. My brand is her Brits. Okay, my brand is 90s supermodel natural light glamour. That's where I have always loved and felt comfortable. I've always gone towards Vanity Fair portrait. That's my style. That's the style I want to teach you. And to do that, I have to show you how to set up a corner in your lounge with a reflector and reflect light. And a lot of people cannot do this. And so I have started with one of the most basic challenges. And I do not care if you are a photographer of 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years. I challenge you to watch this challenge. I challenge you to get a V-flat, a whiteboard, put it by a window, diffuse the light, bounce it back, and take a shot straight out of camera that looks like a beauty dish, exactly as I do in the video. Now, these videos that you saw yesterday are straight raw out of my camera. Okay, what you're seeing is the truth of what I'm shooting. So this is real live stuff. It's not pre-edited. So it's, even though it's pre-shot, it's not pre-edited. So the Natural Light Studio for me was 101. And I don't care how advanced you are, just do that challenge. The next one was mapping your sets and your outfits. So what I did was I got 2 girls in, and they each brought in 5 outfits. I chose the outfit with the background, and I show myself mapping this out. Once I map it, I then show you how in 1.5 hours, I shoot about 80 images each of 2 girls in 5 outfits on 5 different sets. And I flow through it so smoothly that you can see that while one's getting changed, I'm shooting the other. And then when she's getting changed, I swap the set and shoot the other. But I have pre-mapped the entire map so that you can flow efficiently through your work. This is about making you really efficient as portrait photographers. I know that there's a lot of people out there that take the day to shoot. I have 3 hours. One of those has got to be in hair and makeup. 2 hours to shoot tops, 2 girls. After 3 hours, people start yawning because they've had enough and they're tired. I want them to leave on mealtime and then come back cranking for their viewing. So excited because they've just had an incredible experience. Not bored that they've just spent 6 hours at a photo shoot. And in 6 hours, a photographer, average photographer, will knock out 400 to 800 photographs. And you have to go and edit those. Well, I show 30 tops, 25 is better. So why on earth would I take 400 photographs? And why, when I could do 2 shoots a day, am I doing 1? Okay, so it's about refining the process. I am trying to teach you how to master this. Okay, so I need you to master this process. Pre-map your poses, pre-map your sets and your outfits. It's a really great challenge, this one. This would be one of my all-time favorites, 1 composition, 5 poses. In every single posing workshop I've ever done, I teach about getting somebody into a pose and then changing simply their hands maybe 5 times before you move out of the pose. You are not to set somebody into a pose and then take 40 photographs of them. Don't lie, I know that's what you all do. I've seen it a million times. You know, it's like 40 of those, like it's gonna get better. It's not getting better. You've got to move people around. So this challenge is live view. You are seeing a live view pose through my camera, and you are watching her move multiple times, because out of these 4 images, how many do you think of these she picked? All of them. And do you know why? Because if I had taken 40 shots of her like that, she would have picked 1. Okay, we create multiple images to sell multiple images to make money. Okay, we must start thinking like a business structure. And now I want you to stop, in fact, I think you can stop being that precious little artist that is sitting there at 2 in the morning editing 600 photographs. I think you can start looking at this as a viable commercial product that you can launch and make money from. All right, from there, our next challenge is flow posing. Now, flow posing for me is about getting you guys moving and practicing. This is something you need to master, because no matter what body type, age, demographic, or outfit that I am posing, my experience with the flow is good enough to cope with anything. And that flow is really easy to teach, but it's the absolute foundation of this challenge that will blow you away. Because what I've done is I've got a white couch in one position, and I flow posed her over the couch, on the side, lying down in front of, behind, and then up on the arm. 46 images on one couch, 46 different poses in one spot. And I want you to learn them so you can print it out like a posing book. So you can actually pull out the contact sheet from that challenge, print it out, and flow through the whole thing until you learn all of them. Then I take the white leather couch away, because somebody's going to email me and tell me they can't afford a white leather couch. My first couch was vinyl, and then I put in place a white box, a little wooden white box. Somebody's going to email me and ask me where to buy them from. I make them myself. It's a white box, people. How big is it? Big enough for someone to sit on. And I do the same flow map. Sitting, leaning, standing, beauty, image, lying. I do exactly the same flow map on a white box. And I show all of this live view through my camera. So you can watch that unfold and then practice it, master it, learn it. And so you get a model, and I don't care who the model is. So when you put up to come back, and you put up for I did the 28-day challenge, and you're going to show me a contact sheet of your flow, it doesn't matter who that is. No dogs or babies though. People do that. The flow posing is about getting you out of your comfort zone, making you speak confidently, direct confidently, and remember, it's about you finding those poses so that when you go into automatic pilot in a shoot, you are delivering at the highest level, because it's what you know. That's one of my favorite challenges, and you see it straight out of camera. It's crazy beautiful. Posing couples. Now, when I talk about opening up my genre and glamour, I'm a glamour photographer, yes. I don't call myself a glamour photographer. I call myself a contemporary portrait photographer. I photograph couples, families, but I market through glamour. Do you understand that? There are couples on my website. I think my mum and dad are on my website. There are couples on my website, but I don't market to these couples unless it's Valentine's Day. You see, here's the thing about gendered conversation or gendered anything in social context. When a woman comes into my studio, it's about her. She brings in 5 outfits, she gets her, whole body prepared, she gets a spray tan, she comes in, she gets her hair and makeup done. Every single shot that I take is about her. I want to wear this, I want to look like this, I want to feel like this. And when the boys come in with them, it's about them. She will pose around him instead of around her. And so a long time ago, I kicked the boys out. And then I realized that was doing me a great disservice, because I like boys, for starters, and it's quite nice to have men in the studio when you've got 10 female staff. And the other one was they want to be part of it. Now, they don't always want to be part of it. Like I said, the guys aren't our market, but they are definitely a pathway to the wallet. Okay, so they're our sales booster. And like we know with most women, is they are very persuasive, and there are a lot of guys that do love it, and more so now. Now, I've got this beautiful couple here, dear friends of mine, Tiffany and Mark Angeles. They're photographers in LA. You know that Tiffany's been assisting me on Creative Live. And I took them through a traditional flow in the studio, just traditional. They are all traditional. I've got them, just doing all of the traditional poses that you can do with any age group, any couple, and I want to teach you my rules there. How to connect them, how to connect their body language, how to make them look like they're, a beautiful, sexy couple, how to join that body language together, and I flowed through the traditional aspect of that, and you get to see that through live view. So that to me is a great challenge. It's a great challenge because this challenge opens up an entire marketing avenue into your studio if you don't already have it. If you are shooting weddings, then I'm assuming you're shooting engagement portraits or have tried something of that. So, it doesn't matter. It'll give you some good posing tips. And if anything else, it will remind you to keep marketing to this demographic. This is one of my all-time favorites. The beautiful Kenna Klosterman. This challenge is called Capturing Beautiful Connection and Expression. If I had one question sent to me more than any other question, it was, how do you get people to look at you like that? Kenna's not looking at me like that. Kenna's looking in my camera. So she's not looking at me at all. And the thing is that is not a magic pill. That is not something you say. That is not Sue using her sexy voice. I'm going to use my sexy voice now, Kenna. And you're going to look right in the camera to me. That's right. I hear photographers teach that. I do. I hear that. I could go like this. Kenna, chin forward, lift up, look at me. Relax your mouth. Eyes to me now. Tiny little smile in your eyes, Kenna. I can say it like that and she'd be like. So what I did was I put Kenna in front of the camera live view and I talked her through her face from fish face, which everyone sits there, fish face, the camera. Or it's either fish or duck. It's either fish or duck. Fish, duck, and then there's the relaxed face. And then I just show how subtle it is to go from here to here. And just that subtlety that is a smile through the expression. That is what I've mastered. That sells portraits. You can make fundamental mistakes in your posing, you can fix things in Photoshop, but that single component will sell and make you hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've seen it. So my girls in my studio in New Zealand were shooting at, say, 85 to 90% of me because I had 10 years on them. And yet they were matching me dollar for dollar in the sales room. And that tells me something. They got connection and they sold portraits. That connection is priceless. If you leave, and I say this every time, if you leave with nothing else from me, go home and get that connection through the eyes with the people that you photograph. And then look at my work again, and you will see that every single person I have ever photographed is looking at me like that. And that is why, not any other reason, not technical ability, not anything else, is why my work is better than most people's. And that's all. I am at a basic level, you know, an average photographer. But that is where I have my strength. That is my biggest power, is being able to control and direct expression. And it is just beautiful, beautiful.
Sue, can I just say, and you can teach that. This is what this one is so powerful, this challenge, and it's not just me. My best friends too. But that connection, we talked about how hard that is for people to think that they can learn, to think that can that be taught, and experiencing it and seeing what you're doing in the live view, you will learn. You will learn how she does this. It can be taught.
Holding someone's gaze. It's all it is. It's learning how to hold someone's gaze, and it's actually a very hard thing to do. In fact, Tim Ferriss's book, I think it's 4-Hour Workweek or 4-Hour Body, I can't remember which one. He talks about doing it as an exercise, just holding people's gaze. Do you know how many people don't hold a gaze in conversation? They can't hold your gaze. And when some people hold your gaze, it's really intense. So I always say to people, you know, learning to do that is incredible, because the face is a mirror, and it's a direct mirror. Come here, I'll show you. You're my assistant. Did you cry yesterday after our session? No.
I didn't even know what you were doing with me yesterday.
Well, you were shooting and I was standing behind you.
I didn't know.
Okay, look at me. Okay, lift up nice and tall, bring your chin forward.
Who's going to blink first?
See, she did exactly what I did. She smiled when I smiled, her eyes smiled when I smiled, she did teeth smile when I smiled. Just like that, everybody does the same thing. We mirror each other. You know, and the face you look at mirrors your own. So when people say, I had a girl that she just couldn't get that smile in her eyes, it's not true, thank you. It's not true. I would pull out of camera, look at them and say, I need you to do this. And just project your smile through your eyes, not your mouth. Okay, so when you look at somebody and you smile at them, you're not looking at my mouth. You're looking in my eyes. My mouth is smiling. So I don't smile with my mouth. Do I? So why would you stand in front of a camera and go, I don't. I smile with my eyes. Even when my mouth goes up, my eyes still smile. So I'm still here. It's there that we look. So the expression is only through the eyes, and it's so easy to learn. But you just practice holding that gaze and practice smiling with your eyes and projecting that smile through your eyes. I say to people, it's like looking at someone that you love. You know, you don't look at someone that you love and go, or you might go, you know, when somebody walks in that you love, you twinkle. It's about having that. It's about saying, hey, hey. And it's really important. This is probably the most important challenge. I wanted to make it first so that you could do it for the rest of the 28 days. Twinkle. You know, get that twinkle in people's eyes and make them give it to you. This is not something you have to do. It's something you have to stop doing in order to get. Do you understand that? When you take all the tension out of the face, relax your eyebrows. Okay, everybody right now, sit up nice and tall. Bring your chin forward. Good. Bad postures in this room. I want you to push your chin forward and down just ever so slightly because it opens your eyes up to me. I want you to relax your mouth and your eyebrows. Did everybody feel their face go down then? Relax your mouth, relax your eyebrows and look down at the floor. Completely relax your face and bring your eyes up to me. And I just want a tiny little smile in the eyes. A little bit more. A little bit more. Nice. That's it. Everybody has it. The next challenge is I've broken down the rules because I am seeing some hands that do not belong. Remember when I showed you my hands that don't belong yesterday? I'm seeing a lot of these, a lot of these, a lot of these. And my friend Hayley Bartholomew, she's like, Sue, you know when people post shots on your wall? And I was like, yeah. And she goes, you know how you bring the hand up to the face? And I said, yeah. And she goes, why can't anybody else do that? And I said, what do you mean? She goes, everyone else kind of goes like this. And I said, because I've been teaching chin, shoulder, hands, hourglass, body language, asymmetry, connection. And now I'm going to break it right down for you. So I put Tiffany in front of the camera on live view, and I got her to go through all of them for you so you can master the rules. Nobody gets posed without the rules. And then you critique your images with these rules. You remember that, right? Chin, shoulder, hands, hourglass, body language, asymmetry, connection. Those rules make a woman's body look incredible on camera. When I pose the men, you're going to see an opposite of all those rules, which is really exciting too. Okay, so chin, shoulder, hands is about getting this body language here, where our hands touch our body in a way that they're meant to, and when our chin and our shoulder connects, so that we can get all of this body language and all of that and make our images real, direct, and beautiful. Because it just brings everything together when the body language comes into play. Body language is so powerful. The next, and there's a whole hour of that. The next challenge is body language asymmetry, and I've thrown in connection in there and hourglass. So it's about making sure you're moving the hips by moving the feet and knees, setting your position, using asymmetrical poses, which are more modern, shooting at lower angles, and then getting asymmetry, which is beautiful. This is something you need to learn, and when you learn it, you will never unsee it. These rules are paramount to posing and making beautiful images. Styling and wardrobe. What I've created with this challenge is something entirely unique, and this is going to be a great competition. I want you to create a styling and wardrobe PDF. I want the wardrobe, the styling wardrobe, to be like a catalogue of shoots and clothes so that you can fully educate your clients. Now, not only will your clients feel assured that they're getting the right things for their shoot, they will be committed to their shoot. Now remember, the more education that you put into your client pre-shoot, the more money they will spend, because the more committed they are to getting a result. Now, I thought long and hard about how I can do this, and in this challenge, I've photographed this girl. I've asked Jen to bring in 20 outfits. Now, most women struggle to bring in 5, and then they bring in 20. And then they tell me they've got nothing to wear, and none of it's new, and they don't like any of it. So I asked Jen to bring in 20 outfits, and I photographed her in all 20, like a catalogue, and I'm making a really neat little outfit catalogue. Now, this is for glamour and contemporary portrait only. If you're shooting more family-based portraiture, you need to create your catalogue with family. But I tell you right now, just because I'm a glamour photographer or contemporary portrait photographer doesn't mean I don't know. I worked in a family portrait and wedding studio for the first 13 years of my career. And in that studio, my boss taught me that the more people are committed to getting outfits for the family, for the shoot, the more committed they are to their shoot and their sale. The more education I can give you, and I need you to master this, the stronger your shoots will be. Not only that, that gives me an opportunity to connect with you. I got 2 complaints about my business last year. Do you know what they were? Not enough pre-conversation. So I was too busy to talk to the girls before their shoot. I connected with them at the shoot, but by then they were a bit angry with me because they'd expected that I was going to give them the service that I tell you that I give, and I didn't. And that was really bad. And I apologized, and I apologized, what more can I do? And I learnt my lesson. Now, that to me tells me that what is more important than the sale is the pre-consultation. Now get this, every single time I do a 1-hour pre-consultation and take that time, the sale at the other end's 10 minutes. It's kind of weird, it's like it's already done. I can't tell you how important that is. Do you understand what I'm saying? In one conversation, I've already sold a $3,000 folio because I'm giving her time and energy, and she's loving what I'm giving her, and then she's walking into her shoot invested, fully committed, and turning up. How many people don't have shoots turn up? I know what that's like. I've been in a studio. So when I drop that ball, it shows really quickly. Really important that you can take them through that education, and I want you to master this, and then I want you to create a PDF just like mine. And I don't care if you copy it entirely. It is there to help you and teach you to master this, and then include this in your business, any business. Shooting curves. I love shooting curves, and I love that I can take any girl, any body type, and I can make her feel gorgeous. That is my skill, you know, and I love that. I love that. I hated it when I first put on weight and I get in front of the camera. That was just tear it up for me. There is a period of my life that I don't exist in photographs. Well, if I die this afternoon, then I'm sure that my parents would be really, really interested as to where I was between the age of 28 and 32. You must exist in photographs for your children. You cannot rip something up because you don't like where you're at right now. And if you don't like where you're at right now, don't worry, it can always get worse. So you might as well embrace what you've got, and you might as well love it, because your children don't care if you're old, and your children don't care if you're fat. Your children just love you, and they want you to be in their photographs. And when I explain that to women, no matter how old or fat they tell me they are, they get in the photograph because they know how important that is. And if you've ever lost a parent or a child, that is priceless. It's life. That's how you sell portraits, because that's the truth. So when I have a woman stand in front of me who's telling me she's not good enough to be photographed, I say, no, the photographers that have photographed you are not good enough. Amen. A body is just it's a measurement. It's nothing. You know, everybody thinks that when you leave the room, everyone's looking at your fat ass. They're not. They're not that interested in your ass. It doesn't work like that. We've got this obsession with ourselves. We're going to hit that next. Nobody cares about your ass. Now, what they care about, what you left in the room energetically, and what was that? Did you walk in there with an open heart and a big smile on your face and an open everything and present yourself to the best of your ability? It wouldn't matter the size of your bum. It doesn't matter, because when you look at someone and you connect with them and you love them, you cease to see them physically. And all you see is a light. So if you block that light, that's what you're going to get. I love it that you can move hands and change angles and change somebody's body. That you can take a shot in a normal position and then shift one hip, one hand, and push that chin forward, and that the significant beauty of that image is changed. And that's what you're seeing live. And it's really neat. There's so many great challenges in there. Barbie hands, pulling back, shoulders, big boobs, you know, slimming waist, kicking back, reclining. Shooting groups of 2, 3, and 4. We've done this in live view. You saw it yesterday. Shooting groups of 2, 3, and 4. There's an art to posing 2, 3, and 4 people in a contemporary way. Remember, traditional portraiture is not taught anymore. Traditional portrait posing. Where do you learn that? Where did you learn it? You learn it on the fly, right? Yeah. Well, I learned it on the fly, and I learned it from fashion magazines, Guess ads, and you know what? I just learned the most basic rules, and then I applied them to my photography, and they're contemporary, and they're easy, and they sell every single time. But more importantly, what I'm teaching you with this one is not just to add on. So I start with 2 girls, I add a third, I add a fourth. So whatever comes at you, a sister, a mum and 2 daughters, whatever comes at you, you can now pose this. But the best part about this is I'm going to teach you that when I mark it to this girl here, this girl comes with these 3. And if I shoot all 4 of them, I've quadrupled my sale. Okay, that's smart business. Women don't go to the toilet on their own. That's a fact. And we love to share, and we love to talk, and we love to tell stories. And every single time you have a girl come into your studio and you invite her to bring her friends, you invite a space to not only sell more portraits, but to connect with an entire new network of women. Okay, and that is an incredible well of wealth. This challenge is one of my favorites. They're all beautiful girls and they were so much fun and they just look fabulous. Again, this is 101. Now, if taking a before and after shot was easy, why aren't you all doing it very well? Okay, there are fundamental rules to taking a before and after and then marketing with them. And it just occurred to me, I've not taught you what they are. My before and after gallery on my website is the go-to. I've had over 2 million hits on my website in the last year since my last Creative Live. Do you believe that? 2 million. And most of them go 90% to the before and after gallery. When I've been interviewed by journalists this year and things, they all say to me, we saw your work, we love the before and after gallery. So even non-photography people love it. And then when photographers pin my before and afters, people who are not photographers from around the world call me and say, I saw this before and after. Now that tells me something. That tells me that my genre is getting very accurately communicated through 2 images. One says before and one says after. And that tells me that we understand what a transformation is and we love it. We love transformation TV, we love every part of it, and I need to teach you how to not only do this exceptionally well, but I need to teach you how to market with it. And that will bring you a lot of business. Now, what I've been seeing lately is people photographing befores with stuff in the background, so they're messy. I've seen hair down. We don't have hair down for a before and after. And I've seen before shots that look better than the afters, because then the makeup's terrible and the hair's terrible and the poses, they've gone from naturally going like this, hi, I'm a gorgeous natural girl, to like, oh no, that didn't work. And people are writing on Facebook, you know, I love that on Facebook. People are like, they're ballsy, but you know, they're like, oh, I like the before shot better. Just saying. You know, and the photographer's probably sitting at home, Christ, fetal, thumb in the mouth. And so this is something I need you to master. Now, if you think that's a basic challenge, I challenge this. If you think that's a basic challenge, then why doesn't anybody else have a before and after gallery that looks like mine? And it's not the after. All right? You're doing a lot of good afters, a lot of crappy befores. So I'm going to take you through that. Oh, this is definitely so much fun. I'm so sick of seeing 16-year-old girls trying to look 25 like they're in Playboy magazine. A 16-year-old girl has a beauty all on her own and it has zero sensuality. A 16-year-old girl can do duck mouth and have a hot body and do all the poses, but she has zero sexuality. They don't have it. They just don't. You know when women get sexuality? In their 30s. And when they're 40, they really get it. Okay, and that's when they get that thing that's just like, and you just like, wow, that is, I mean, the young girls are all like, and it's like, you know, you're trying, that's cool, that's cute, you know, and it's kind of sad that 20 years later when you don't have it down there anymore, everything else is, you know, you got it up, you got it all going on the inside, like, I'm way sexier than I think I am. Or no, I'm way sexier than you think I am. Something like that. And so the truth is I need you to understand how to take the sex out of these images, but still make them contemporary, fashion. This demographic ache for my brand. These girls here are attached to mum. Mum's got control of the money because she's the 4th demographic, which is one of the challenges. And she brings mum in who pays for everything. She's got outfits, she's got prom outfits, she's 16 to 18, she's a seniors market, and she drags mum in. And the best part about it is mum comes into my studio and she tells me it's just all about Katie today, but the truth is I realise when I look over at mum and she's getting her hair and makeup done, I'm like, nah, Katie brought you in here, but that's not the reason you're here. Come with me. And I make sure I make that woman look as hot as her daughter, if not hotter, because that's what she came in for, and she's paying. So I needed to be able to show you through the camera and live view how to take the boom out of it. You don't boudoir shoot a 16-year-old, but this is magazine style, and they love it. Okay, my friend's 17-year-old daughter and her friends, we were talking, and they're like, oh my God, we love your brand so much. We look at your website. And I was like, what do you love about it? And she said, well, you know, it's just like a magazine. And I was like, yeah. And she goes, and you know, we all want to be Victoria's Secret models. And I was like, okay. So but what they're saying is that that's her correlation to contemporary. You know, they don't want to be in their bra and undies, they just want to be like that model, like. So that was one of my great challenges, this one. And look at this beautiful girl, Tatiana, she is dynamite. And what I also did with her was I took it up to a level that was very elegant for her age, so you could see how far I could push her. And then I brought it back down, and I made sure she brought in cute dresses that were age appropriate, but still cute, but sexy, but fun. And then what I did was I did a photo booth with her. So I just took 20 images in quick succession, which I sell as a contact sheet. So there's a great little marketing tip in there as well, and something really fun to do with the girls. And if you shoot 2 of these young girls together, you can photo booth them together, and I'll show you how to sell that as an add-on. Marketing and shooting the family first demographic. Let's talk about the 4 shopping demographics before I go any further here. There are 4 shopping demographics. Okay, there is the girl that I just showed you. There is she's 18 to 30. Then there's the 30 to 50 with no children. And then there's both of those demographics with children. So as soon as you have children, you're removed from those 2 demographics regardless of your age. This is an international, shopping demographic on the study of women's shopping. They've been studying us for years. And basically, this woman here, once she has children, she's gone from the top of the shopping list to the bottom, right? That's why women complain so much. It's a bit of a shock. And there's a lot of whinge factor going on around there about being at the bottom of the shopping list, and a lot of I don't feel pretty anymore, and I don't get to do my toenails, and I don't do this, and I don't do that, and I don't go to the gym, but my children are first, and I love that. So this demographic is the lowest spender of all 4 demographics, but at the same time, she's the biggest internet researcher. So she'll pass you on Pinterest, Facebook, so she'll connect you there. So what I did was I needed to teach you how to market to this demographic through shooting her. So I have shot this demographic and marketed to her at the same time, and then showed you how I've connected and marketed to her children and her family and her network and her mum and her 3 generations as well. So I've showed you the many avenues you can take marketing this girl and shooting this girl. And that one there will be a really great one in your business if you shoot kids. Posing and shooting families. A lot of people don't know that I shoot families because there are no families on my website. But if I bring a family into the end of my girls shoot, I can easily pump my sale up to $4,000 and $5,000. So I want to open my shoots up to market to this in a contemporary way. So I'm going to show you how I pose a family of 3, a family of 4, a family of 5, and it's live view shoot. So this is a really great one for you to see, and they're real life children in my studio. It's the one, yeah. The corporate headshot. That's the debonair George Varanakis of Creative Live. And I believe that the corporate headshot is really good for 2 reasons. It works in terms of marketing really well because nowadays the corporate world is starting to get a little bit more savvy with being a bit more stylish than they have been. I have always never marketed to corporate headshots, and yet they've always been very attracted to my brand because of its simplicity. And so a lot of them say to me, I want corporate headshots. Now, why would I do a photo shoot for $400 and give them a CD of 5 or 6 corporate headshots? Why would I do that when I can do a portrait shoot for $3,500? You know why I would do that? Because whether it's a man or a female, that person is my next market. And if I make them my client, they're a half an hour shoot. They require no makeup, and if the girls want hair and makeup, they have to pay extra. They have to pay $550 to get that. And you know what? They get a hair and makeup as well. And what is that woman bringing me? Her entire network. What is that man bringing me? His entire network. Think about it. It is a really smart way to market. Now recently I went into the city, when I was in Sydney, December, I went into the city and I met a friend, and he works in a big corporate building in downtown Sydney. So I went there to his business, and I always call, because I'm a photographer and I'm a smartass, I call suits muesli eaters. I'm like, oh, look at all the muesli eaters, like I get to sleep in or whatever, I'm working till 2 in the morning on Photoshop. And And I like it, all the grey suits, you know, look at all the music eaters, and that's me. And I go into the corporate world, you know, and I'm laughing about all the music eaters to myself, because I amuse myself, as I'm walking in the door. And then I get in there and I'm just watching like hot chick after hot chick after hot chick after hot chick walk past, and they're all like range in age from 20 to 50. And I'm like, this is my demographic. And they all work here in this building. It's like a capsule. It's like a marketing capsule. It's a large marketing capsule. And look at them all. And they're all fabulous. And they all need to wear colour and be pretty. And So I was talking to him and I was like, there's a lot of women in this building. And he's like, yeah, 187. I was like, no way. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like doing the math. 187 times $3,300. 303, 2, 4, 5. 628, $628, $1,000. Oh my God, like this is my market. So it occurred to me that how do I get there? And if I can take a corporate headshot that looks like that, then do you know how many people have seen George's profile shot and have asked me for the same? Because what they want is that style. And that style is to just take that Vanity Fair portrait and take it to the next level. And there isn't a man or a female executive on this planet that does not want that. You must look outside the square. Stop telling me that there's no money in corporate portraits, and instead tell me where it is. Stop telling me what's not there and start telling me what is, because that is beautiful and that works, right? And so that's a great challenge, and you get to see me shoot that, and I've got a guy and a girl. So I'll show you how I do both. This one is such a neat challenge for me, because I shoot in the studio. But you know, lately I've been shooting outside. You've been seeing me shoot outside. That's largely because I've been in America since January the 10th. So I don't have a studio space. Well, I do now, but I didn't have a studio space. So basically I was going out and I was shooting outside, and everyone was writing on my Facebook, oh, Sue Bryce is outside, woo. And I was like, yeah. I didn't like it at first, but I've kind of fallen in love with it. And so many people ask me after my workshops, why don't you shoot outside more? What if I don't have a studio? What if I don't have a studio? What if I don't have a studio? And I give you multiple options to get a studio, to make a natural light studio in your own bedroom. I did that on the first challenge. So this one was about me going out into the streets of Seattle and finding corners, walls, backgrounds and flair that look like my studio, and then showing you how I do that in public, and you get to watch that live. So I've done an outside glamour shoot, and that one for me will give you options on how to shoot outside when you don't have a studio, or just because, quite frankly, I shot that in a graffiti alleyway, and that this year was my favorite shot. So I have a favorite shot of the year, and this one was it. I love that shot more than anything in the world. I connected with this girl, I loved her shoot, everything about it, and that shot for me I was like, I just want to shoot to the sun. Every day. The next challenge is about Photoshop. Now, Photoshop is such an interesting beast, because as you just seen Photoshop Week on Creative Live, 13 instructors, 40 classes, that went off. We broke the internet. Did you know that as an audience? Creative Live could not handle their traffic, and it dropped. The whole internet dropped out. And they got the biggest fright of their lives. You guys busted that. And that was the most amount of information on Photoshop you could have given out in 1 week. Crazy. You know, crazy stuff. But when you're talking about specific genre, I teach people how to Photoshop in 2 minutes. And what's really important is that I teach you to refine this, because what I need you to do is get off Photoshop so you can shoot, market, and sell your business and have a life. I've done the 3 a.m. Photoshop routine, you know, the aching bum, the sore back, the crippling shoulder pain. It doesn't need to happen. And there are so many easy ways now to get around it. Also, contouring the body in camera is one of the biggest things I teach. Contouring the body in Photoshop is the second thing I teach. If that's one of the most controversial things that I teach, slimming the body, I don't care. It works for me and it makes me lots of money. So if you would like to know how to make that work and make lots of money, then this challenge is definitely for you. And definitely if you want to be faster at Photoshop, and definitely, do you think that there is a woman, a model, a supermodel alive that goes in a magazine without being retouched for 8 hours? We take away the little things that we don't like, so that we can focus on the things that we do. It's enhancing your image, and it is the style of both glamour, fashion, and magazine and contemporary portraiture. And I love it, and nobody would ever take it away from me. And the best part about it is I started my career as a retoucher when I was 18 years old, but we didn't have computers. So we had computers, but we didn't have like email or Photoshop or anything. And we had negatives. So I retouched on negatives, which is where I first met Johan. So I worked for Chromatech for the first 4 years of my life, and I serviced the professional industry in New Zealand. And then I became a portrait photographer because I got my education from 380 professional photographers that were clients, and I was retouching their work. And only when I saw their work did I start to fall in love with portrait photography and want to do it myself. So I'm a retoucher by nature, and it is a big part of my work, my illustrative work, and who I am. When people put up their hand in this segment and say, I prefer natural images myself, I say, good luck with that. Because you might, but I know that all my female clients don't. The next one is marketing and shooting, the 50 and fabulous demographic. This is the adorable Arlene Evans. Just so you know, anybody out there, if you want to teach a photography workshop on Creative Live, I suggest this is the woman that you send. This is the woman you send gifts to. Arlene, you are simply just a beautiful, just gorgeous, stunning, dynamic woman, and photographing you is just so easy. I've said it a million times. If I could only photograph one age demographic, it would be this one. I love these women. They've been through their life, and they know, and they're still, and they just have a beauty about them that you know what? I love my mum. I have got the most beautiful mother in the world, and I adore her. And from being a little girl, I used to just look at her and think, you are so beautiful. And I still think it. She's 65. I think my mother is just so gorgeous. And to me, this demographic is everything. And this is the one demographic you're not marketing to, because you want hot chicks on your page. These are hot chicks. And these hot chicks have way more money. Okay? Way more money, and they're way more fun to photograph. And I just know that this experience for me is where I could spend my career, and I would be better off than most people. Marketing and shooting to this demographic, this 50 plus demographic. So I'm going to talk about the marketing demographic in this challenge. And I'm going to show you how I shoot them, which is different because, you know, it is different. It's like the teenagers. We don't sex it up. It's all about elegance. And I'm going to show you elegant poses and elegant portraits. And I want you to market Portrait of a Lady. I want you to market to this demographic and pull it into your studio and make lots of money doing it and have a lot of fun doing it. Absolutely beautiful. And you know, right up to 83, they're still beautiful, they're still dynamic, they're still stunning, and they still make me feel very lucky to do what I do. It doesn't matter their age, or even as they get older, they still love it. And they still pick at themselves. Do I look fat? Should I wear these pants? It's like, what? That never goes away? You don't grow out of that? I was kind of hoping about mid-40 it would just drop off. No, it doesn't drop away at all? Never 83? Still? Oh, God. Another 40 years. This is something I've mastered in the studio, and it's something most people struggle with. So I've done an entire challenge, 1 hour challenge, just on shooting this backlight. And so basically what I've done is I've opened up my live view camera, I've put my model there, but this one I've bracketed exposure. So I've bracketed exposure from 2.5 stops under to 2.5 stops over. I've showed you where my reflectors are, and then the second half of the portion of this challenge is on Photoshop, because this is where you make this image pop. This is a very hard image to capture in natural light, and it is not the same in flashlight or fill light. It doesn't look as good. This is the singly most requested image in my folio, the backlight. So whether they're lying in bed with a white sheet around them looking like they're nude, whether they're glamour, whether they're in a ball gown standing in front of the window, I'm going to teach you how to master this backlight so that you can now incorporate this as one of your most requested shots. Wouldn't it be a lovely time when your folio is actually being requested to you instead of trying to pitch it to other people. When does that happen? Do you know when it happens? When you've mastered one style or one pose or that's when it happens. Okay? It happens when you start being consistent. Because consistency is the greatest marketing tool in the world. And consistency is close to mastery. Okay, because when you are consistent, you have a brand. When you have a brand, you are recognized. And when you have people asking you for images from your folio, that is when you know that your work is selling itself. And that, I think, is amazing. The girl power demographic, 18 to 30 years old, she is a peach to photograph, doesn't spend as much money as the older demographics. However, she comes with mum and boyfriend. It's like Barbie with Ken and mum who pays for everything. I'm going to teach you how I shoot this demographic. And because I had done a mother and daughter challenge, I chose with this demographic to shoot her and then shoot her and her boyfriend together. And I took that couple shoot fully Calvin Klein. So they were singlets, jeans, Calvin Klein boxes, art shot lying on the floor, real grungy black and whites, and like a 23-year-old would want. So I have showed you how to then take the couple shoot through this demographic. Now, going back to the original couples challenge, I've done Tiff and Mark as completely traditional, and then what I've done with this one is I've taken it to that real fashion aspect, so real Calvin Klein-y, arms around each other, black and white, gutsy image, really beautiful. So I shot Sherry and Monty, and you're going to love this. It's all posed in live view, and even the art shot lying on the ground, you get to see that, and I'm going to drop in an artificial background in that to make it really pop, really incredible, something really special. And it's a great shot. I've sold it over and over again in my studio. This one is really half marketing, half shooting, and great challenge. Mothers and daughters, my biggest money earner in my studio, the mother and daughter, is how I market to this demographic. And I market to this demographic, shoot, flow pose with them in a way that makes it really efficient and really easy to both market and produce beautiful images in my studio. This is a really big draw card, and I think it's going to be a good challenge. It's hard learning to pose too, and it's really neat to see the flow with this one. I go shoot the daughter, shoot the couple, shoot the mum, shoot the daughter, shoot the couple, shoot the mum. I create a series of triptychs right throughout the whole map of this, and you can print out this map and use it as a posing guide, and also you can see this live view through the camera as I'm posing them. So you get to see why I shift that shoulder forward and why I pull that arm down and why it doesn't work when the head's there and why the head needs to be here, here, and then here. And I talk it through, and you can see it through my camera. And it just makes it so much easier to learn when you can see what I can see. That's why filming live view has been so significant in these challenges. The beauty shot. The beauty shot is the shot that everybody buys. Sorry, every girl buys. Okay, it's not the shot that the men buy. The men don't usually buy photographs of their girlfriends like this. They buy photos of their girlfriends like this, laughing. So does dad. Dad likes smiling, men like smiling women. It's just a fact. And girls, the whole beauty shot thing is for the girls. We read beauty magazines. Everybody in our beauty magazines looks like this. So we want to look like that. The boys are like, could you move your face? Could you look happy? So basically the beauty shot for me is about the 5 quintessential beauty shots that sell multiple images in my studio. They're really simple. They're over the shoulder, the elbows on the box, the tight crop to the wall, the cover girl shot, flowers in the hair. Okay? Repeat, repeat. Master, rinse, repeat. Master, rinse, repeat, sell. Master, rinse, repeat, sell. Master, rinse, repeat, sell, sell, sell. It's great. It's about teaching you formulas that are beautiful formulas. Okay, it's about teaching you formulas that are outside of just the norm or outside of anything that looks like a formula. Marketing and shooting the independent woman. I'm the independent woman demographic. I'm between the age of 30 and 50 and I have no children. I am the highest earning income of the 4 shopping demographics and the most in debt of all 4. We have more credit card debt than any of the other shopping demographics because we spend too much, but we also earn a lot. We tend to drink a lot and then go to yoga the next morning, so we have a balance of good and bad, our demographic. And that's okay. And sometimes you don't go to yoga because you drunk too much. But the idea is that our balance between spend and enjoy is really strong, and we are a very strong shopping demographic. What we have is, and what our power is, our demographic, is we have the strongest network of friends. Because my demographic comes with 5 powerful women. And all of those women talk about their decision on big ticket purchases. So basically, if you're going to go and do something, you invite that group. And that woman comes with her friends. And whatever she spends, her friends spend, and they've got money, and they will spend. So learning the demographics and learning about us, and then finding what your demographic is and learning about yourself is quite amusing. But what I love about it is learning how to connect the networks through them. Because you can just attach to thousands and thousands of women by knowing this simple thing. So I need to show you how I market and shoot these women, because it's different than the 20-year-olds. You know, how do I market them, and how do I shoot them, and how do I entice them into my studio? Posing men. Big Russ.
Oh, Sue.
So
that's how she got the natural smile, by the way, was calling me Big Russ.
So the boys are completely opposite to the girls. We're all trying to shut down our body language. They try and open theirs up, okay? We're all shoulders in, elbows in. They're all shoulders forward, elbows out. We are reflected light because we want to lighten and lift the face. They are take the reflector away, hard light on the face. They look more masculine with light on their face, no reflector. More contrast in the images. They don't require hair and makeup. Okay, they're easy to shoot, they're fast to shoot, and they have more confidence in front of the camera than women. And it's kind of annoying that they have that, but it's just the way they are. They also don't spend the money on photographs that women spend. However, if you learn how to shoot them, you can market to them not only through their family portrait circles and get good photos of all the men. You can market through the corporate headshots, and you can get boys into the studio. They won't be as high as a sales average, but what I needed to teach you was how I shoot them. And did you enjoy the experience of being photographed, Russ?
I actually did. It was a lot of fun. It was easier than I expected, and it was nice.
Cool.
I felt cool. I felt really cool. That's what it came down to, honestly.
And so this was a really important challenge for me, and it was really important that I could teach you how I shoot guys. I could teach you the difference between posing women and posing men, and I've never done that on Creative Live. I've never shot couples, I've never shot men, I've never shot families, and I've never shot groups. So you've now got 5 extra challenges that you did not have, all corporate headshots, that you've never seen me do. So that to me is a huge avenue. Every one of those is a huge marketing avenue into your business to make money and open a new network to connect. One of the most interesting things I think you'll find out about me is I'm all about finding more ways to discover something than seeing the limits of them. I've seen limits. I had limits for 35 years. I don't want limits anymore. I know that my mind is just not being creative enough. So I don't look at corporate headshots and say, no, there's no room in my business for corporate headshots. I look at corporate headshots and I say, how can I get into that, vortex, that little can, that little corporate can of marketing, just nourishment. that is that building right there. Oh, I could go to the top line executives. I could start there. So I love this challenge. I also love that I photographed all the boys and Craig Swanson, the founder and owner of Creative Live, Russ, George, and our technical department, which is Adam Bauer. Just before you get too demonstrative, he is actually here. I wanted one of the boys to do a Calvin Klein shoot with me so I could shoot that live view so that you could see that. I think that one's going to be the most played. No, I'm joking. And basically, we said to Adam, would you take your clothes off? And he said, okay. So, excellent. And and so we got him in there, and he is also a beautiful man. All of these men are beautiful men, and it was great that he did it for us, and he's done an entire range of posing. But what we did was we got Russ to pose in all the casual poses and then go up to a suit. This is the way you'd photograph a dad or a brother or a son. And then I posed Adam in the same poses with no clothes on, but I cropped it lower, harder in fashion to the head, and then made them black and white. And it's instantly taken the images from family portrait into commercial fashion. And I did that and mapped them directly after each other. So Russ goes through all the poses, and then Adam goes through all the poses, and you see me live view go lower, 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 and talk about cropping and how I shifted the same poses and yet created an entirely different look by what they were wearing and how I used my angles and crops. And that is so cool to learn, and you get them after each other. They're on the same video. Thank you, boys. That was so cool to do that.
Thank you, Sue.
I don't have a picture for phone coaching and scripting, but I came to the conclusion that one of the challenges in my business, and when I taught my girls in 28 days, remember this is what I taught my girls, this is just the refined version of what I taught my girls after 6 years of teaching it, was that a lot of you are not speaking very well to your clients, and a lot of you are not using the right language to sell your work and to sell yourself. Now, when I had my first job, I was brought up in South Auckland, so to anybody in New Zealand out there that's laughing right now, South Auckland's the ghetto. It's not really, it's the country ghetto. And when I first started working in the big smoke, moved to the big city, Auckland's about roughly the same size as Seattle in population and size and weather. And my boss, I said to my boss, he said, what do you want to be in 5 years' time? And I said, I want to do your job. And he went like this. And I was like, oh, I'm not amused. I was like 21. And he said, you're uneducated, you're from South Auckland, you have no dress sense and poor elocution. And I cried. And I thought about it, and he was right. So I changed that. And I didn't have a college education. I left school when I was 15, you all know that. And I thought to myself, how do I learn how to speak better? Who teaches you that? And how do I learn? So, you know what I did? For 3 years, I read the dictionary. Now I'm unbeatable at Scrabble. And I learned how to speak to clients, and I learned how to speak on the phone, and I did phone training. And it just occurred to me that I can teach you that. So when I talk to somebody and I use my confidence and I use my enthusiasm and I say, I'm a contemporary portrait photographer, these are my images start at $275, my boxes go from $1,200 up, please come and have a personal session with me, it'll change the way you see yourself. I believe that. I know it's an elevator pitch, I practiced it, I learnt it, and I'm going to teach you this language. I'm going to teach you how to say it on the phone, and I'm going to teach you how to say it to people, and you're going to practice it until you master it. And then when you master it, when somebody says, what do? You won't be too scared to tell them you're a photographer. And how in God's name do you think you're going to own a business if you're too scared to tell people what you do, my friend? And you should do that not only with pride, but with grace. And then a whole lot of enthusiasm. Because you're worth that. And that's what will make you successful. And I think this is going to be a really hard challenge. Yeah, it's going to be a really hard challenge. Products and price list. We're going to talk about pricing this afternoon. We're going to talk about it, we're going to blow it up, and we're going to hear from the internet. We're going to talk about an international pricing standard. We're going to try and lift your prices. We're going to try and work out around an average of what everybody's charging and earning, and I know what the country average is in New Zealand, Australia, and America. And we're going to talk about that. And so in this challenge, I'm going to challenge you in 3 different ways to create a package, to create an a la carte menu in your studio, and then create both a product, a simplicity in your product and price list, and so that you can create language around it and sell it easily, because without these, you do not have a business. You can shoot to your little heart is content. But if you do not have a product to sell, a price list which you can pitch, one that you believe in, that has full value, you will make nothing of it. Nothing. And you will never make money. Because that is not a business. That is the bottom line. Right there. And that's going to be a fun challenge. Sales and production. I'm going to show you a live sale. I'm going to show you how I do my production. I know one thing about production. The faster I turn it over, the more referrals I get. If I have any apathy in my production line, that's one of my blocks. Remember, on my Rate Your Business, one of my blocks was in the production. If I have a block there, my clients hate on me. And it's really aggressive, and it's my fault. Because I'm the one that hates doing production, so I avoid it, and then I get in trouble. If you avoid anything in this lifetime, it will bite you twice as hard. So you either confront, get it done, learn to like it, change your attitude, or pay someone else. Those are your options. All right? Those are your options. But avoidance is not an option if you want to be in business. Not an option. That's 28 challenges. And that is what I taught those girls, and that is what I'm going to teach you. You have a month to master them. You have the rest of your life to master them. But you have a month to learn them, and I need you to embrace every single one of them, and the ones that challenge you the most, I want you to embrace the hardest. And I want you to master every single one of them so that the foundation of your business is just lifted and lifted and lifted. Your income is lifted, your confidence is lifted, your professionalism is lifted, your whole personal self is lifted through these 28 challenges. Okay, there is no reason anybody can't take this 28-day challenge. No reason. It is just basic 101. I'm going to lay it out and help you through it. Any questions? Do we have a microphone?
When you were talking about educating the client prior to the shoot, do you, you had mentioned maybe you do a lot of the education to make sure that they don't show up. Do you ever collect a deposit to put them onto the calendar or some kind of retainer?
It's up semantics, up to you. No, I don't. If they have voucher, how could I? I get my clients in by enticing them in. I don't try and secure them with $50. I don't want my clients to feel secured by $50 because they feel threatened when you ask them for money. I want them to either buy the shoot or come in because it's part of the sales process. They've been educated. And you know, after people do a consultation with me, do you know what they say to me? Every single one. I laugh about this. I've never had anyone hang up and not say this. Sue, I am so excited by this. And I go, great, see you next Thursday. And they come into my studio like, look, I've got my 25 outfits. I know you said 4.
Okay. The second one is before and after, the before and after pictures. Do you typically like to have the after picture a similar pose, similar?
No, that's what you're going to learn in the challenge. No point asking challenging questions. Ask how it applies or how it would not or would apply to your business. Because everything that you're asking me now is what the challenge is about. It's about learning those things. So I take you through all of that in the challenge. Yeah.
And
okay.
I should point out just for you guys here and for everyone at home that throughout the process, throughout the weeks as we are posting the videos of these different challenges, we will be doing a weekly Q&A live session with Sue. So basically what we'll do is you'll want to be following along with these challenges as we go, and then each week save up your questions and then ask them on those weekly sessions. So we know that there will be questions, and we wanted to provide that opportunity. So each week we will do a session for questions on the individual challenges.
So we did that for 2 reasons. One of them was Craig and I and Russ and George were all sitting around talking about it, and we decided that even as it unfolded, there would not only be things I've missed or things I wanted to expand on, but there would be so many things that would come up for you guys that were individual to you that would matter then. So that's why we address it. Last question.
When you bring the teens in and you include the mom, and then you want to take her picture and do the hair and makeup for the mom, does she know prior to the shoot that she's going to be in some of the pictures so she dresses accordingly?
The challenge is, the mother and daughter shoot is a separate challenge to the teen challenge. The teen challenge is about posing in an age-appropriate way, and the mother and daughter challenge is about shooting and marketing and mapping the mother and daughter shoot. So that's its own challenge. is how you're going to educate her to get her in for the shoot and market to her. And that's my biggest income.
All right, Sue, we do have questions from the internet, of course.
Go internet.
So from Boo, the question is, are we supposed to be selling these practice session assignments for the 28 days? So are we using actual clients?
Well, you should use clients, because if you've got 28 days with no shoots, then use the time to get good at it. And if you do have shoots, incorporate all of the challenges somewhere in your shoot. So if you happen to have a shoot coming in and then you find out they're three sisters, quickly go to the 2, 3s and 4s challenge, watch it and then use it in your shoot. Yes, apply it immediately, absolutely. But if you can't, just practice it, and it doesn't matter who you practice it with. I don't care about the caliber of the model that you're photographing to practice, as long as you're learning the rules. Remember, a real portrait photographer does not shoot size 0, 5'11" girls. A real photographer gets any person, any age, any time, and you don't know until they walk in. So I don't care if you practice on your mum or you practice on your 14-year-old daughter, just show me the pose, show me the flow, show me what you're meant to be learning. And then yes, map that in each one of your challenges. I want you to keep that in its file, because when we ask you to present how well you've done in your 28-day challenge, I want to see who has done that the best, who has really done the work over that month.
So one question I saw a couple times come up from different people. Many people have been following you and watching you on Creative Live since last year, and a lot of these topics you've at least touched on in some of the other workshops.
Yes, I have.
If someone has followed you, bought all your previous workshops, is this still a value to them?
Yeah, I can't see why it wouldn't be. You see, 5 of them I've never shot live. The ones I have shot live, I've shot for 10 to 20 minutes tops. And I just don't understand that if it was that easy, why nobody's doing it. So if it means I have to break down each challenge to a day, like every single one, like the backlight, the natural light studio, chin, shoulder, hands, if I have to break it down like that to cement it so you can master it, then that's how you will master it. If you're not interested in mastering it, I don't think you'll buy it. And that's okay, you don't have to. I'm interested in the people that want to master it and then create an incredible formula out of it and then do what I do with it. So there's nothing more than what I do here. I don't have any hidden secret. You've all seen my studio, you'll see it live. It's no big deal. It's a lounge with a big window and a curtain and lots of polystyrene. I live with lots of polystyrene. I'm very used to the sound. But you know, there's no mystery. So if you want to master each one, then I suggest you get it, yeah.
Ali My Images is saying, how can before and afters be used for other types of photography? Newborns, couples, families? I don't see how it's possible.
Do you know what I would do? I would get a woman who's just had a baby. I would get her to come in and she's beautiful and radiant and she's just had a child. And you notice the face on a woman who's just had a child is very raw. She still has her pigment mask. She's put on a little bit of weight, if not a lot. But she has something about her that is incredibly beautiful and very natural and very organic. And she doesn't want to have a photograph taken because she doesn't feel that great about her body. Hormones are raging at that point. She can cry at the drop of a hat and she's quite phonetic, especially if it's her firstborn. And you get her into the studio and you photograph her, and then you take a bad photograph of her, and then you take a good photograph of her. You slim her body in camera, you maybe fix a little arm in Photoshop, and you do that in the most beautiful way of her connecting with her newborn baby. And do this with somebody that will let you do this, and then you blog about it in your business, and you say, I know sometimes that you don't feel that amazing when you first have the baby, but if you're missing the opportunity to be photographed like this because of, you know, 5 pounds or 10 pounds, if you're missing an opportunity to have this memory for your lifetime because you didn't know I could do this, then have a look at these. These are little tips. And you know, if you do that in a classy way, not in a, look, you look fat and look, I can make you look skinny on Photoshop, you know, think about it. If you do that in a beautiful, classy way, you're showing behind the scenes of what you do in a way that opens up your market and field. And I think you could do that with family portraiture. I think, you know, everybody comes into my studio now and they know what Photoshop is. They know. They all know what retouching is. You know, people used to come in 10 years ago and say, 5 years ago and say, oh, can you do some of that airbrushing? Now they know it's not airbrushing, they know it's Photoshop, they say Photoshop. They go, oh, so what will you Photoshop? And I go, oh, you let me worry about that. You know, that's really, really important. And that's the Photoshop challenge. I'll talk to you about that too. So I just think that's a really, really big one. How could you use it with any other genre? Families? Well, probably not. Why would you need to? Families aren't buying a transformation. Families are buying the capturing of love and emotion together. I would rather sell images where the families are loving, laughing, rolling around, having fun. Those sell family images, not before and afters. What sells glamour images is before and afters. What sells newborn images is love. And what sells engagement portraits is love. So they're easy things to market. But what sells glamour portraits is transformation sells better than self-love. Do you know why? Most women believe that they need to be transformed to love themselves. Sad truth. It was a very odd situation. I did my very first platform at WPPI 2 years ago, and I stood up on stage and my text, and you introduce your platform, and there's 350 people. It was my first platform, and I had a small room, and 350 people, and my text went off, and I silenced the phone and didn't read the text, and I turned, and that's just, millisecond, I turned away from it, and I was like, I don't know why I didn't read it. I just went, I've got to introduce myself, and then I stepped like this, and I said, my name's Sue Bryce, and I'm a portrait photographer, and everyone clapped, and I did my 2-hour platform. And it was just a crazy experience to be in front of a big crowd and be in Vegas and present this platform, and it was really huge. And when I finished, all of my friends were sort of sitting down the front. I'll tell you why it's making me all funny. Sitting down the front, and they were looking at me like this, and I was like, did you enjoy that? And they're like, there's been a devastating earthquake in New Zealand at Christchurch, and that's where my parents were. So luckily my parents were safe, and that all happened. The text that I got was that there's been an earthquake right now, and had I read that, I would have been standing in front of all these people. It upsets me because I remember that moment, of just wondering if my parents were alive, and I couldn't get through to them on the phone, so I didn't get through to them for another 2 hours, and very luckily they were alive. Anyway, I have lots of dear friends that live in Christchurch, and I remember going from Vegas to New York that week, and I was in Times Square, and I saw this big billboard come across, and it said all the people that had died in Christchurch, New Zealand. And I remember reading it on this billboard in Times Square and just thinking how far away I was from home, and how close my parents were to that. But anyway, I had lots of friends who are photographers, and I've known for years that have lived and worked there, and two of my absolute favourites are Joe Grams and Johan van Kahn, and they actually have one of the most beautiful studios that I have ever seen. Now, I built a beautiful studio, and I know that my studio is better than most people's, and their studio was so beautiful, and they lost that and their home in one morning in Christchurch. So fast forward to 2 years, my parents have left Christchurch because I made them leave. I paid for them to go, because my parents, when I saw them after 4 months of working and living in Christchurch, I saw them and they'd put on weight and they looked really unhappy, and I said to Mum and Dad, what's up? And they just said, it's so depressing here. Every day there's more earthquakes, and every day people are evacuating, and the town centre has never been brought back, and it's devastation at its long-term level. And throughout losing their home and their studio, these two kept their business going and stayed in Christchurch with their baby daughter, because they decided that they kept their business alive because of Joe's, she said, loyal client base. That people still ring her for photographs even through this time. They are still getting business, still rocking their business. So as we talk about fear and loss in the next hour and a half, it just occurred to me that the greatest story of fear and loss is actually sitting in my audience today. And that anything that you could possibly confront wouldn't be as bad as what these two have just discovered about themselves in the last 2 years, without insurance being paid, without, and that sort of devastation. But not only the devastation, but the energy in their community, of a community that is being destroyed and is being rebuilt. And I know there are other communities here, Katrina and etc., destroyed, and that people are rebuilding all the time, and that they still have effects. But what I do want to say is one thing. I actually just wanted to shout out that they were here, and then everyone said, you know, let's meet them. So I asked Joe and Johan if they'd like to come up and talk to me. So come and talk to me for a minute. I was trying to do that. I was trying to do that without looking at it, because I knew that I'd cry if I look at them. These two are significantly beautiful photographers. We're going to post their website for you on the chat so that you can see it. It's a difficult website to remember, to spell out.
Yes.
Moda Photographica.
So it's Moda Photographica, but for some reason when we had the building, we wanted to have the European influence, so we changed.
Well, it was a European building though, you know, it was so gothic.
We had to, you know, go with a brand that suited the building, and that's why it was Moda Photographica with F's instead of PH.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So I just want to...
So Moda, M-O-D-A, and then Photographica, F-O-T-O-G-R-A-F-I-C-A.
Yeah.
And it means...
.co.nz. Yeah, so we don't .com, we .co.nz there.
And it means a way of drawing with light. Yeah. That's the meaning behind it.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
So both Joe and Johan met as photographers, married as photographers, fell in love as photographers. They're both award-winning photographers. They're both judges internationally. They both win in both New Zealand and Australia consistently. But if I can say one thing about both of them are great educators, both of them are great speakers, both of them are incredible photographers, but very few photographers that I meet bring a level of beauty and artistry to their work that these two do. So please enjoy their website, and I just thought, and as we go into this segment, I would like to introduce you to these two people, because Jo rang me a month ago and she said, I've applied for your audience, I'm coming over. And so she said, the struggle here is just too much. And I really know that if I come over and I see you and I sit in your audience, that you're going to kick my ass. And do you know what? And do you know what that means? To have your ass kicked in an economy that she's living in and the devastation that they're living in, to still want to run a business there and to still think that there's hope for that and to still want to turn your own attitude and your own thoughts and your own everything around, that's survival at its, you know, purest form. But the truth is that's a choice. You could dwell in it or you could overcome it. And you know what? I think that they will, because everything they do is beautiful. So I should let them talk. I just can't stop talking.
Thank you, Sue. You made me cry when I was standing there, back there and remembering that day in February.
Mm. Just so you know, I actually watched, just when you say that, I watched a movie, I met a guy that filmed it. He was in the earthquake and he is a filmmaker, and he picked up Logan McMillan, and he's got footage on YouTube, and he picked up his camera and went straight out. But when he did the presentation at NZIPP, he cut in a live recording of a woman that was doing a radio interview. She was interviewing someone live on radio when the earthquake hit, and you can hear the sound. And he cut all the visual footage, and all you hear is the sound of the earthquake and her reaction. And it is, in that moment, oh gosh, it's so incredible to think that nature can take away from you in a heartbeat what you could build a lifetime. And I remembered that sitting there and hearing the sound, and I got the impact just by the imagery of what my parents were experiencing when I was a world away from them in Vegas. So that morning, I know when everyone talks about it, they talk about it the same way.
For us, it was very difficult as well, because not only did our building start falling down, we were a hill away from each other. Jo was on the other side of the hill, and the only way through was through a tunnel that they closed. So she decided to walk over. Yeah.
I found 5 muscly boys.
Who had the baby?
I did. Yeah. And all I had was rice bubbles to feed her up on the hill.
She would have been happy with rice bubbles.
Yeah. But it's amazing how these things change you, and one of the really good things to come out of it, and you have to look at the good things because you can't dwell on the loss and the things that went bad for you. One of the really good things about it was the opportunity to look at ourselves from, well, out here somewhere and say, well, we can't drag any of that with us because it doesn't exist anymore. And if we were going to start our lives as new people, as photographers, what would be the most amazing thing we could do? And that was perhaps the most powerful thing that we could take from it. And it's the sort of thing that is important for everybody, I think, because...
What was that for you?
What, the thing that we could take?
Yeah.
It was actually being the ability to look at ourselves almost separate from ourselves and say, look at those people down there, what should they do in this circumstance and how can they be the best at what they can do, rather than say, well, we've got all these encumbrances that you drag around with you, all the things that you gather up and you say, I can't change because I have these things on my shoulders that hold me down.
Baggage.
Yeah, baggage.
And how did it change you as a photographer? Did it change you as a photographer? Does it make you value seeing people's family portraits destroyed forever, never to be brought back to them?
I think the biggest thing for me in how I take my photographs is I have a very loyal following of clients, and I shoot over a period of time. I would take a family right through pregnancy or a wedding, pregnancy, firstborn, secondborn, kids, all the way through. And for me, one of the latest projects was finishing off the two-year project for a client, and just going back from when he was a newborn, and that was before the earthquake, to seeing this kid now, and that's in an album, and it's the most precious thing that I can give a family is those memories.
Value. Thank you. I just wanted you all to meet them and enjoy their
Thank
website.
you. Cool.
And out there, enjoy that.
So, just to let you know, the people in the chat room have been looking, and the wedding portraits are amazing. Wow, awesome images there. They're amazed by your work. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
It is beautiful. So, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. I'll always find ways to get Kiwi accents up here. Let's talk about everything that's going to get in your way. Okay, I've laid out the challenges. I'm going to talk about them again when I wrap it up this afternoon. I've laid out how to make money. I've laid out how to get different avenues to marketing, multiple different avenues to marketing. I've laid out how to open your mind, how to open your creativity. I've laid out how to look at your business blocks and see where you suffer, where you fail, where you succeed. I've asked you to confront where you fail and decide in that moment whether you need to confront it further or whether you need to let it go and outsource it. I told you to write a hate list. We're going to go back through that this afternoon. But before I do, I want to address this one incredible experience that I had about 3 weeks ago when I was sitting at home and I had a fearful moment in my personal self, and I put this post on In Bed with Sue, which is a private Facebook group dedicated to just becoming better glamour photographers. There's about 7,500 people in it, and join it if you want to, In Bed with Sue, on Facebook, and you have to get invited, it's a closed group. I put this, when I was talking about marketing on Saturday, so that was after Hayley's showreels course, you are all very creative, and very few of you get excited about marketing. I don't understand that. And then I remembered why I never got excited by marketing, because I knew where my block was. And you see the fear, the blocks and the can'ts and the excuses, it occurred. I want you to name the thing that makes you walk away. I want you to name the thing that makes you walk away from a phone call, from approaching a person, and from putting yourself out there. This is all I wrote. This is a Facebook thread. Okay? So that was January the 29th and 12:48 p.m. afternoon. Clearly, I should have been working, but I was sitting at my table having a conversation with people on Facebook. And I will go first. That's what I wrote. I want you to see how similar we all are. So keep it short. I have a solution. I just want to hear it. That's what I wrote. I got 1,363 posts in an hour on that thread. And I'll read some of them to you. I started first. Rejection, not good enough. Nobody will pay for that. What you do is not worth it. And then it just started. I don't deserve to be successful, feeling inadequate, too expensive. Everyone wants something for nothing. I'm not good enough. Skill isn't good enough. I'm going to F something up. No one will pay for it. You won't make money doing this, haven't been in the business long enough, too shy, too expensive, not smart enough to do business. I don't know what I'm doing. If it were that easy, everybody would be good at it. I don't look that glamorous. I'm not that beautiful. How am I to show their beauty if I don't exude mine? They want everything for free, too expensive. Nobody will pay for what I want. Ugly style, working from my garage. My work isn't good enough. I have too much to learn. Don't edit when I get better at posing. This lady must be crazy. Studio is in my garage. I don't have the time. I'll lose my family. I'll look like, I don't even know what that is. So much of this sounds familiar. Competition indeed, I'm scared of. I can't afford that. I need a makeup artist. I'm fighting for space, second guessing every decision I make. Joe Blogs does it better. Hard work, never succeed. I have to do this other job that I hate. Or how will I support myself? Working out the price for a product. My studio has a living room inside it. I think all my responses have been said. My camera didn't cost over $2,000. I need a website and a logo. If they don't like what if they don't like my work? What if they don't like me? Someone else is better. Wish I had a better camera and no studio props. Why try if you're going to fail anyway? You're not worth it. Your work is average. And then something started to happen in this thread. You did what all human beings did. You started to blame others. And you stopped taking responsibility of yourself. So you told me, you went from your emotional responses to the market is failing, too many photographers in the industry, too many shoot and burns in the industry. They are not emotions, people. That is blame and a victim mentality and a negative block. So I jump on the thread and I say, I don't care about what you think of the industry. I asked you to tell me how you feel. Emotions only, please. Just tell me how you feel. And it went back again. I won't meet expectations. It's too scary. It's too expensive. I'm waiting for the right time. The other person is better than me. It just keeps going and it keeps going. Not the right city. I haven't been doing it long enough. And then again, it turned immediately into blame again. It just turns instantly into my competition is cheaper than I am. Women don't value themselves in my area. There's no money in where I am. I'm from a small town. None of those are emotions, people. I asked you to tell me how you feel. And then it went back again. So I stayed on the thread for the whole hour and I kept saying, stop telling me what you think of the industry in capitals and tell me how you feel. And then it would start again. Rejection. I don't look good enough. I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. Rejection, criticism. Somebody wrote, the cow jumped over the moon. Awesome, Jaren. Just so you know, we do have your Facebook page. I'm not as good as everybody else, and it keeps shifting. And every single time this thread went through, it would change and change and change and change, and then every single time it would go back, it would go to blame and blame and blame and blame. And I kept asking for emotion. I didn't ask you to tell me what you think about yourself. I asked you to tell me how you feel about yourself, and that is based purely on emotion. And when I keep putting up on that thread, it's emotion. I need emotion. Stop it. I need emotion. Stop telling me about this industry. I need emotion. And then finally, it just kept coming back to emotion. And then what it came down to is I'm just not good enough. I'm not good enough. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not skinny enough. I'm not smart enough. I don't have as many things. That was the bottom line for everybody over and over and over again. The bottom line kept coming back to that. But the worst thing is the amount of people that tried to blame someone else. Now, I don't care if this segment of this workshop sits really hard with you. I don't care. I'm going to challenge this on every level. I don't care if you think you're the best photographer in the world or the best business person in the world. If you don't sort your attitude out, you will get nothing different in this world. It's that simple. I believe this so passionately that I'm going to tell you why. Now, I don't think I have the right personality, fear of succeeding. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not pretty enough? The most famous photographers in the world certainly aren't good looking. I think the only good looking photographer I've ever seen is Christy Turlington. She used to be a supermodel and now she's a photographer. Oh my God, everybody's a photographer these days. like supermodel wasn't good enough. It's like when you write that on the form on the plane, Christy, do you write photographer now or ex-supermodel? I'm insecure. the fear of someone saying no, the fear of failure, the fear of not being good enough, the fear of rejection, the fear of being told I am nothing, the fear of being told I am not good enough, not being appreciated, not being taken seriously, not enough time, I will lose my momentum and quit if it gets too tough, too much watching, too much apathy, too much fear, too much can't leave the house, and then we're blaming again. You know? So the bottom line for everybody came down to one thing: I'm not worthy and I'm not good enough. You are not worthy to what? Make an income, but you can get a job that makes an income. So you go and get a job that earns you what? $400 a week, and that's what you think you're worth. So it's okay to accept a wage, but not make your own income. And then when you leave that wage, you go and start your business, and you know what you do? You do what my two photographers did. You create a business that turns over $400 a week, because that, in your mentality, is what you think you're worth. Bottom line. So it's okay to go and get a wage from somebody, and even better, I've been an employee before, it's okay to stay on Facebook for an hour when your boss isn't there, wasting a whole hour of his salary, and trust me, you don't get pissed off about that until you're a boss. And then you find out your staff are doing it, and then you remember you did it, so you have to let it go. So it's okay to rip him off and get your money every week, and then complain that it's not enough, and it's your choice. Awesome. Cool rule, right? You made that. So now, go and start your business, and go take your wage, I'm not good enough mentality, go and rinse, repeat, and suffer. Suffer in your jocks. That's how it works. We do the same thing over and over again, and we cry out that it's not my fault. You know what's not your fault? A friggin' earthquake. That's not your fault. Your fault would be how you deal with it. You know, and this is what I learned, because I was the biggest victim of them all. And I reeked of it. Heart and soul. I'm not ready to do this. I'm going to get rejected. I am too scared, bumbling, stuttering, sounding like an idiot. I'm afraid to ask for what I want, for what I need. It just goes on and on and on and on and on, and every single one of them had the same bottom line. And it just occurred to me that until I dealt with that, I didn't change anything. And so this has the same bottom line, but trust me, it gets broken up into many divisions, so you can own which one's yours, and you can own it today. I hear a lot of people tell me about fear. Nobody tells you how to get over it. You said to me yesterday when we broke, you said everybody tells you about building a business and be around successful people, but nobody tells you to identify the blocks, like where they went wrong. Nobody tells you to identify your own blocks. They all just tell you to climb to the top of the hill, right? Because at the top of the hill, the cherries are up there, and then when you reach there, it's sunshine and roses and butterflies. And it's a lie. It is a filthy, dirty lie, because every person who's even climbed that hill knows the hill just keeps going. And the bigger you get and the more successful you get, the bigger your hill gets. It's the same struggle. The trick is to not see it as a struggle, but a journey, or or an experience, or gratitude, or or many other things. And I'm going to tell you the answer to that. And everybody talks to me about fear and climbing the mountain, but nobody ever tells me how. And and that's the thing that really bugged me. I used to sit there and think, we can discuss fear until it's the sun sets, and it won't change the fact that I'm going to wake up tomorrow and not be able to make a phone call in my business because I'm terrified. Why am I terrified? I'm not terrified. I just don't think I'm worth it. I don't think I'm worth it. That's heartbreaking, isn't it? So I look at this thread and I get through it, and I sit there and I think to myself, wow, that comes down to our attitude and what we think and what we feel. And that just keeps going and going and going. And I photographed it because I wanted to keep it, And I even like the bit where people said their fear is of success, their fear is of losing success, their greatest fear is to never realize it. And wouldn't that be the definition of a sad life, that you would get to the end of it and never have realized it in any way, shape or form because you were too afraid to ever confront it? And the best part is right now I'm going to explain to you why it's so fake and artificial and why it doesn't actually exist at all. So once I get to here, this to me were the key words. I've experienced every one of them. Failure. What is failure? We failed and then we climb back up again. It's called life. You get a polarity. The more you love, the more you lose. Do you understand that? To love someone so greatly and to lose them means you grieve as greatly as you love them. To love no one at all would mean no grief. But that's how you know yourself. That is the polarity of life. With every good comes bad, with every love comes grief, and I can guarantee that when you're experiencing a high, there will be a low that matches it. That is called the polarity that we exist in. Yin, yang, all of it. It's just, that's the rules. I know that when you lose someone and you've loved them greatly, that the only thing you can do is grieve for as long as you need to, and then focus on how much you love them. Because if you focus on what you don't have, then that's where you will be locked in your grief. And I know that if you get 50-50 of everything, including, loss and success and failure, then it stands to reason that across the board, the only reason you don't sit in the middle is because you're choosing to dwell on one side or the other. You choose that. Okay, you choose that. You choose that. If you make your weakness your greatest strength, then it stands to reason that you can go and take something as devastating as losing your entire business and rebuilding it, and you can make that your greatest strength. And then you can empower yourself and others by how you rebuilt it and what you learned from it. That will make you more powerful than anybody else because you will be working from your heart and your soul. I know that apathy is non-action, and apathy stops you from doing anything. And no matter how afraid you are or how afraid you think you are, it means absolutely nothing if you don't take action. Now, a few years ago, a book came out called The Secret. Here's the thing, abundance. Didn't know it was a secret, but read the book and went, all right, I'm already of an abundant mentality, so I was really interested to read it. And one of the things that I saw happen afterwards was everybody lay on the couch and tried to manifest the Ferrari. And that's the magical thing about manifestation. You can sit on a chair and look at a door, and you can will it to open. I will that to open. I manifest that door opens. That door will open. That door will open for me. The door is not opening. It's not going to open. It's never going to open. Why am I trying to will the door to open? And yet, if you said, I manifest this door to open in a million different doors for me and opportunity, and you got up and you actually touched the handle and opened it and then walked through it, you'll find you're in a corridor with 50 other doors. And you can choose which one you walk through. So you actually have to get up and do something about it. But you have to do that. You have to get up and walk across the room with no fear. Now, what if your fear wasn't fear at all? Because if you're in a white room and there's no tigers, no biting dogs, no nails on the floor, no chainsaw massacre standing between you and the door, what are you afraid of? There is no flight or fight there. There's no need to run. There's no need to cry. There's no need to fight. So when you tell me you're afraid to open the door, I don't actually believe that anymore. In fact, I don't think fear exists. I discovered when I read that book about self-hate that the reason that you stop getting up and opening that door is because the voice of self-hate is so strong, it tells you to sit back down and be nothing. And you listen to it. You choose in that moment to listen to the voice in your head that says, sit down, you're a worthless piece of shit. And you do, because you've been listening to it for years. And it's a little voice. Some people have it bigger. I have a big self-hate voice. Some people have a huge self-hate voice. Some people are controlled by that voice, and they don't even know it. And that will stop you from opening that door. It will stop you from getting up from the couch. So now I know this. I know there's no fear. I stand up and I say, there is no fear in my body because I'm safe right now. I don't have a fight or flight response right now or adrenaline in my body. Therefore, as I step forward, I hear the voice of self-hate. Oh, it's crippling me. And it hurts and it just says stuff and it's my voice and it's my belief, and I have to walk across this room, and every step I take, it's going to be stronger and stronger. And then I just sit there and I go, okay, that voice, stop. And it stops. And then I'm like, I don't choose to hate myself anymore. That was an old pattern. And whatever I did that for, whatever your reason for doing it, please don't tell me that story. The reason I'm in so much self-hate, like, stop re-energizing the self-hate, for God's sake. Just acknowledge it. Acknowledge it. Went through a bad patch. Got a bit of self-hate going on. Whoop, dealing with that now. You know, it's not emotional. You've made it emotional. You've made it your life voice. You've made it, you know, like, this was my bad patch. You don't need to hear about it. We've all had a bad patch, right? Mine was really big, though. Mine was more important than yours. Don't you understand? I have to stay with self-hate because mine actually isn't self-hate. Mine was traumatic experience. So I'm a victim, therefore I'm going to stay over here on the victim couch because mine's not actually self-hate. See, it's not my fault that this happened to me. So I'm just going to stay here because self-hate, it's just like whatever, because I don't belong in your group, so I'll just stay on the couch and safe and here. But I choose to go, okay, self-hate, wow. So now I'm actually intrigued by it. So when I feel a feeling of self-hate in my body, I'm like, really? We're going to go with that? And then my self-hate goes, me. And I go, You know, and why would I hate on myself? Okay, to stand in front of thousands of people, do you know what that takes? You know, it turned me inside out for days and days and days and days and weeks. But I did it anyway because I wanted to, and one of the most incredible experiences about being on Creative Live, about being a speaker, is that every single time that voice comes up in my head and says, you know, you're not good enough to stand up there, I go, for some people I may not be, but for a whole bunch of people I will be. And that's why I'm here, for the ones that want me to stand up there. And whether that's 4 people that are watching at home, you know, or 100,000 that message me, that's my decision. And the voice of self-hate will rear up and it will mirror back to me over and over again, and I choose now not to be affected by it, and I choose not to listen to it. Okay, I'm 41 years old. I'm single, and I'm a little bit fat. That's life. I've had a good one. It's all paid for. I'm honest. I love my job. I'm wealth building. I try every day to grow, both in my personal self, spiritually, financially. I'm addicted to learning about my mind and business and human nature. I love to share and teach and photograph people. I will photograph people till the day I die. What a gift I have been given. What a gift I have been given. But I choose from this day forth to be good enough now. I don't need to be younger. I don't need to be slimmer. I'm good enough now. I'm smart enough now. My body is perfect now. It is healthy. I don't care what you think of it. It is the greatest instrument you will ever own. Stretch. Right? So for the first time in my life, I have discovered the voice of self-hate, and when I discovered it and I conquered it, I realized I no longer have any fear. So now, doesn't mean it doesn't come back, I just address it every single day and have since Christmas. So it's been, me and self-hate have been together since, you know, teenage years, and we're dealing with it now and it's an interesting relationship, you know, but it has no control over me now. And when it does come up, I address it immediately. In fact, I'm quite intrigued by it. And I'm like, wow, you're the voice that told me I wasn't good enough, and this whole time I could have just told you to shut up. So then the next block would be small thinking. Small thinking, small thinking, small thinking. None of us think big enough. None of you think big enough. Whatever number you put on what you want to earn in a week, what was your average sale with how many shoots? Quadruple it. Think about it. You came in too small and you're worth more. In fact, I think you wrote down exactly what you think you deserve. No, I think you doubled what you think you deserved because you thought that was a big number. You probably quadrupled it too. And then you wrote a nice, safe number of money that wouldn't offend anybody in your family if you got wealthier than them. Interesting. You know, and that there, small thinking, will cripple you also. So if yours is not much self-hate and it's a whole lot of small thinking, open up. You don't need to think big. You just need to think open wide. Okay? I am open to earning money in my business? Don't put a number on it. I want to work 3 days a week and create an abundant income. Then lift your average. Think about it. The negative voice in your head is purely self-hate. That's it. It's a pattern you learned when you were young. Children learn it. We're teaching it to our children. Yes, they'll be in therapy, blaming you. It's okay, we blamed our parents. And then they'll learn, like everybody else, to love themselves the way they need to be loved, because everybody needs to be loved differently, and sometimes we don't get enough. And we cry about it for like an eternity, like our whole life. And that book liberated me. There is Nothing Wrong with You by Cherry Hubba. It liberated me. And it did it in the most powerful way. And I can't believe she made it that basic. The victim mentality. That thread turned to victim within 20 comments. Because the second we stopped owning our own shit, we started to project it on everybody around us. I just don't believe in a scarcity mentality anymore. I believe in an abundant, amazing community around me. And I believe in a community that has a balance of love. And somebody actually wrote me an email the other day and said, I wrote on Facebook, I'm going to Whistler. Has anybody got any great recommendations where to stay? And I got private emails. One of them said, you're a celebrity. You should not tell people where you're going. Now, that's dangerous, and it's a dark, dangerous world. And I wrote back and I was like, I'm a photographer. I'm not a celebrity. I'm a portrait photographer, A. B, it's a beautiful world. And yes, it can be dark and dangerous sometimes. I didn't even say when I was going to Whistler. Whoever's going up there to meet me, they might still be there, and that was 3 weeks ago and I didn't go. But I choose not to see the world like that. And yes, it can be dark and it can be dangerous and it can be all of those things, but I choose not to see that. I know it's both. Yes, and it's frightening sometimes. Sure is. Certainly comforting sometimes too. But the best one is the last one. The self-hate is the single most liberating one, but the best one is competition and ego. You, as a human incarnation, were brought to this earth and given an ego. The ego identifies you as somebody separate from me. And that ego will keep you separate from me. And I believe that when you stop being in your ego so much just for one moment and you become present, that you connect with everybody around you in the most incredible way, and the only thing that stops you from doing that is that ego. I always say that quote, I'm not here to compete, I'm here to create. Okay, I'm not here to compete for what is already created. I'm a creator, and when I'm in a creator energy, I'm not looking at what you're doing and trying to be better than you, because it's not the blame or the finger pointing here, it's the state with which you dwell, and the state with which you dwell is an energy of lack, scarcity, blame, and hate. And if that's what you are projecting, that's what you are going to get tenfold, because what you put out, you get back, and that is a simple truth. You understand that? So when you get on Facebook and you criticize, when you go home and you backstab, when you go, oh my God, did you see Sue Bryce, what she did today, what she said today? You're the loser. Not the person you're talking about, you're losing. And you are all guilty of doing that. Who has somebody in their life that sucks the blood out of them? Everybody has a blood-sucking friend, someone that sucks the life out of you, right? What if I told you that was you, not me? What if I said, you're the bloodsucker? Don't you get it? The bloodsucker leaves with a big smile on their face. You're the one sucking the life out of everybody, because you either aren't standing up for yourself, or you're either projecting exactly the same thing back at them, and you don't even acknowledge it, so you blame them. That's mirroring ego behavior, and it is frightening, because when you own that, you have to own everything. I met somebody last year at WPPI that I didn't like. And I don't meet many people I don't like. You know, you meet people you're like, meh, but you don't meet many people you don't like, and I did not like this person. And in fact, I would go so far to say, and it's a very strong word, that I hated this person. And we have a mutual friend. And that mutual friend was like, I can't believe you hate him. And I was like, I don't want that person within a 50-mile radius of me. And she said, why? And I searched for the answer within myself. I searched for it. What is he doing that I do? And I went through the list of all the judgments that I put on him, and I did not acknowledge one of them as being something I do. So it bugged the hell out of me until I talked to that mutual friend again, and she said, I get it. I know he can be a bit difficult. He is a deeply insecure person. And when my friend said that, I felt like somebody knifed me in the chest. And I said, I've got to go. Can I call you back? And I sat down and I started to cry because that word hit me so hard. Why I was so repelled by this person is because I was in a state of deep insecurity at that moment. And I was repelled by that energy, so I attracted it immediately, saw it, and then hated it. And I hated it about myself. So what I did was I went away and I went quiet time and I thought about that insecurity, not in him, but in me, and I addressed it. And you know when that was? That was 2 days before my platform at WPPI last year and 5 days before my very first creative live. Had I not addressed that insecurity, I would have walked on stage and delivered from a place of insecurity and ego. Instead, I addressed that so quickly in myself that when I walked on stage at WPPI and then when I walked on set at Creative Live, which by the way is one of the greatest terrors you can ever bestow upon yourself and learn from, I came from, as you will remember, a state of pure love. Because I had done the work and I stood up in front of you and I opened my heart and my soul and I said, I don't care how I look, I don't care if you don't like my work, I am here to teach you how to do what I love to do so much, and I delivered that from my heart and soul, and you all felt it, you embraced me as a community, you supported me, and you changed my life. And had I not dealt with that, I would have experienced something entirely different. I know that. Do you understand? What you deal with in yourself and then you put out, you get back to you immediately. It is instantaneous. And it is glorious and joyous, and it will free you from any bullshit fear that you think is holding you back, because that's a lie and just an idea that is wrong. It's even biologically wrong. I'm in a state of fear. No, a state of fear would be fight and flight. You'd be having adrenaline pumped into your body and you would be running for your life or fighting for your life, but you would not be sitting here on the couch going, I can't do my marketing today. Would you? You'd be, I'm too afraid. That's not afraid. That's hate. That's small thinking. That's apathy. That's a negative voice. And that's a victim mentality. But mostly it's a big competitive ego. And every cell in my body believes it. Because I know it's true. So how I got out of that was the only way to shift a negative mind is an attitude of gratitude, right? Is to think of anything that you can be grateful for. The greatest trauma on this earth, you can be thankful for. Johan and Joe can be thankful their daughter is alive. Is that not the greatest gift you could have as a parent? Can you imagine being in an earthquake? My dad said the most devastating part of that earthquake was hearing the stories of people trying to run down the hallway to their children in their rooms because it was 5 in the morning, early in the morning. They were running down the hallway to their children who were crying and they could not get to them because they couldn't stand up. So as a parent, they could hear their children and they couldn't get to them. You know, but at the end of the day, you know, if you look at that, you've lost a business, you've lost this, but I have my family and I have a whole new set of life and a whole new lease for life. That is gratitude. Find gratitude in everything. Any trauma that you have suffered, if you've clawed your way through it, stop focusing on the trauma. It's done. And yes, it shouldn't have been done. And there's a whole lot of that's not fair involved with trauma, but that's life. It got done. It's done. Stop re-energizing. Let it go. And guess what? Now that it's over there, say, hey, I went through a bit of trauma over there, got a bit of self-hate, dealing with that right now. But you know, the best part is now that I'm through it, I'm grateful because I can help anybody around me and I can liberate them through their own. And through every person that I free, I will feel grateful for the trauma that I suffered because I identify with you and I know where you've been and I know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. And you can choose to walk down it and walk out of it. And whatever your salvation is, like if you have a God or you want to call it whatever it is, for me it's gratitude. I have to find a positive spin on everything. Even, you know, you can even get a positive spin on the bad dates you've had. You can get a positive spin on the clients that didn't spend money with you because you learned something about yourself and your service. And if you honestly are sitting there going, that client came to me, spent no money, treated me like shit, and I did nothing wrong, well, then you're lying to yourself. You know, so attitude, gratitude, and it's all about turning that into a positive and then standing up, walking over and opening the door. And that's it. Tell the voice of self-hate to shut up, work out what it is, identify it immediately. So this is the pattern. Failure, apathy, non-action, small thinking, negative voice, self-hate, victim mentality. What am I doing right now? I'm in a state of competition. Why? Because I like this guy and this other girl likes him and she's younger and prettier than me and it's put me in a full state of ego. Okay, do you need that one guy? No, there are 3 billion others walking the earth. So, you know, focus on the one that doesn't want you for about a year while the other 2,999,999 are walking past you going, damn girl, or you know, you don't know that. Just turn around for one goddamn minute and have a look over your shoulder. You know, get your head out of your own bum just for 1 second and look around you because that's where it is. And you can turn that off. That voice of self-hate is no longer fair. You know you can conquer it now. So when you step forward, the self-hate goes, oh, I hate you. And you're like, oh, really? Because you live here. So, you know, you better get over it because we live together. And I'm not going to listen to you anymore. In fact, I'm not going to listen to you until you start saying something nice. Say something nice to me. Here's the kicker. The ego is clever and self-hate is so smart, it wants to survive within you. So it says this, you're right, I've been so hard on you. And the truth is I don't hate you. The truth is you're actually really hot and more special than anybody else on this earth. And did you know that is still hate? It's just disguised as more ego. Because to over-exaggerate yourself is just as bad as to put yourself down. You are overinflating yourself and lying to yourself further. And that's even better. So, watch that ego and that self-hate because when you get into that place, self-hate's really clever. And then the best one, and this is for the girls, because I know the boys don't get this so much. That little fantasy you've got going on in your head that you think about every morning you wake up and every night that you go to bed about having a better body or having a better lover or having, you know, a better relationship or having, you know, that fantasy that everybody has and you visualize yourself and it's not you in your visualization, it's the best version of yourself, that's hate. And you're dwelling in that space saying, I'm not good enough now, because if I was good enough now, I would be visualizing myself now. In fact, no, I wouldn't be visualizing myself now, I would be having that in my daily life instead of lying in bed thinking I was different, wishing I was different. Because that's hate. And girls do that so badly, it's not even funny. We will fantasize ourselves into a fabulous relationship and it's not even happening. And then the best part is we'll fantasize ourselves right through a breakup. And the answer is not on your credit card or in your fridge or in a bottle of wine. Tried all three, none of them work. And all three of them will get you at some stage. You can't go home, cry, and eat a pound cake. You just cry and you let it out and then you stop hating and you get up and you do the one thing that you would do to somebody that you were hating on and you would love them. And how dare you speak to yourself like that? Would you speak to your daughter like that? What, would you look at your daughter and say you're a worthless piece of shit and before somebody puts up their hand and says my mother did say that to me, I'm going to say I'm sorry that she said that to you because I grew up with the greatest love of a great mother. But do you know why my mother was so great? Because her mother said that to her. A beautiful mother. She said she'd never do it to me, but I did. Because she didn't teach me differently. Don't you see? She can tell me I'm worth more, but she didn't act it herself. So I learned what she learned. So my mother never treated me like shit. I did. It's how it works. You can tell your kids whatever you want. If you don't deal with it, they'll just learn from you. And then you'll look at your daughter one day and you'll see her hating herself and it will break your heart. And then you'll know it's why. You'll know why because you did it. You'll know why. And that's sad. That's the sad truth. We have a victim mentality that wants to not take responsibility for ourselves because we don't want to. We're little kids, we're emotional, we don't want to take responsibility for ourselves. Our responsibility is about wanting somebody else to make it better. Mum and Dad will make it better. You're 30, Mum and Dad aren't going to make it better. You know, Mum and Dad are going to fix this. My mum's going to love me the way I wanted her to love me. You're 60, she's never going to love you. And the best part is she's probably dead now. So she's never going to love you now. She's gone. You know, do you get it? It's cyclic, it's a pattern, it's human nature, and it is easy to overcome. Because now I don't expect anybody to love me more than myself. And if anybody treats me in a way that is not a way of great love and respect, it's because I'm not treating myself in a way of great love and respect. And lately, when that does happen to me, and it has been happening to me lately, I've been looking at myself and I've been, instead of saying, you know, how did you get here again? And why are you experiencing this? And blah, blah, blah. I just look at myself and I go, oh, wow, that's just another opportunity to love myself and be amazing. Because I just learned that I wasn't respecting myself because nobody around me was. And that's liberating instead of emotional. And no victim in me will ever come back. Because I'm not interested. I think I can handle anything my life will throw at me. I think about things that could happen, losing a family, losing a home and a business. I think about that and I think about how I would overcome it. And I have been so empowered in this last year in understanding that and shifting my own mind that I've come to understand one thing, and that one thing that I've come to understand is this. Nothing the world throws at me now will ever stop me or keep me down. It will only help me empower myself and others. And for as long as I have somebody that's interested in hearing that, I will keep repeating it. So we don't dwell on our negative and we don't have a victim anymore. And now that we understand that, we don't have the negative voice, we don't have the self-hate, we don't have the fear. Oh no, guess what? We don't have any excuses to be what we want to be, what we really want to be. Oh, I love this. What do you want to be? I don't know. Oh no, I like this one. I don't know. I don't know. You know, people, they don't move their mouth. It's kind of like, you look like a growling dog right now. Why are you doing that? I don't know. And they're looking up here somewhere and they're like, I don't know. And you go, okay, so you know when you dream about being something that you don't tell anybody, and you know what that is. We all know, you know, some of you it's all different, but everyone knows that they do it. You know what you want to be. You just don't believe you're worth it, or you don't believe you can have it, or you don't know how to get it. One of those three things. So, what do you want to be? You've got no excuses now. I've taken away fear, self-hate, apathy, victim mentality, and small thinking. Wow. Oh, don't worry, they'll come back up on the path. They'll be there to trip you up. But that's okay, you can go, I know what you are. Your victim mentality. I'm so there right now. And you know the best way to tell what state you're in? You're seeing it in others. If you're seeing ego in others, you're in your ego. If you're seeing victim in others, you're being a victim. And if you're attracted to people who bring light, then you are doing that. So check the people around you and then acknowledge it in yourself. First, not them, you. Right, now that I've cleared the path, for now, you know that path's going to fill up again, I'll tell you how I started to turn it around. I found this cool site called Wealth Dynamics. You can choose to do it or not. I don't subscribe to them or sponsored by them, so I'm not going to link them. Wealth Dynamics, and it might even be the theory that you subscribe to, because there's lots of other systems like this in the world. So I'm not saying this is the best one, I'm just saying this one worked for me. I figured that people were writing books about becoming rich. And if that was something you could learn, then surely I should read these books because I'm poor. So I read these books, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Read the books, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Richest Man in Babylon, and then you start the practice. But that's kind of not the easy part. The practice is something that's quite long and it's intense. And of course, I read Richest Man in Babylon and Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and they did liberate me from thought. Then I read a free PDF called The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Wattles. It was written in 1910. It was actually where the base of The Secret, the book, came from. He wrote that in 1910, and it challenged me on every level to create from what he calls formless substance, which is energy. And I read that book and it changed my world instantaneously because it was a language that I identified with. But more importantly, I realized how I was pushing money away when I read that book. It's easy to get, it's free to distribute around the world. You can't change anything on it. So I could distribute it, but in fact, I'll ask Craig if I can download it onto the site or the blog. I'll find a way, and if not, Google it, The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Wattles. Anyway, Wealth Dynamics is a wealth website, and they've set up a structure of the sort of personality type you are, if you will, around your career. You're a creator, a star, a supporter, a mechanic, a deal maker, a lord, and based on what you are, that's your path to wealth. Okay? So in my business, I created an amazing business. And when I created it, I didn't want to work there anymore. I wanted to keep building businesses. But instead, I stayed in the business and I started to suffer. So I hired a photographer thinking that that was going to free me up, and it didn't. And I was dying and dying and dying and dying. And then I wanted to give up photography. And the idea was, it wasn't about the photography, it was about the path that I was on. Once I learned that I was a creator, I started to create in my business. I created other business plans, I created marketing plans, I created marketing ideas, and then I created training manuals, and then and the more creating I'm doing, the more powerful I am, the more work I'm getting, the stronger I'm getting, the more energy in my body, because I'm thrilled. And the more I'm doing accounts and sales and marketing, I'm filled with inertia. And I don't want to get up in the morning, and I'm suffering and dying. And then I'm creating. So I realized I had to learn to create my income through that one path. It's the 8 paths to wealth. That's what he talks about. And it became so clear to me. I'm a creator by nature. If I'm not making money from creating, then I can't sustain an income or make an income, because I hate doing everything else. And so that really freed me. It's $100 US to get online and do the profile, so you can work out your own profile. But if you study it, I'm sure there's lots of others that might resonate with you. But that freed me, understanding. And really the bottom line for that is that was my strength. Don't you get it? If you follow your path of your greatest strength, then your greatest strength will bring you wealth, because it's what you love to do. And that's what I've been talking to you about. If you hate it, it will destroy you. And yet most of you are doing jobs that you hate. We're going to go back to the hate list. So Wealth Dynamics was not about conjuring money. It wasn't about sitting on the couch wishing for the Ferrari or anything of that kind. What it was about was leading my true path, stepping forward into my true path, which was being a creative photographer. And I'm so sick of hearing photographers say, I photograph this, but I want to shoot landscapes, but you can't make money from that. Well, really? Maybe you should call Peter Lick. You know, like, come on, there's people out there. Anything is possible. You're the only one that believes it's not. So if you've told yourself you can't make an income doing what you love and you have to do what you hate, you are slowly dying and you're rotting from the inside, and I can smell you from here. You know, and you are not nourishing your skills, your beliefs, your path, or your true power. And I'm not saying give up photography and become a professional creator. I can stay in my photography business. I just need to focus on anything in my business that creates. I want to create marketing plans. I want to create new brands. I want to create new studios. I want to create new spaces. I want to create new images. I want to create new styles. I want to create new, you name it, I want to create it. And anything that takes me away from creation will kill me slowly. Now, there are people out there that are mechanics, and they're engineers, and they're deal makers. They want to make deals. They want to make deals. I love making deals. There's people out there. I've got a friend in Sydney who's not a creative photographer. He's a family portrait photographer. Studio does $1 million a year in family portraits, and he just loves getting the numbers. For him, it's all logistics, it's money, bums on seats. He likes getting the get. For him, he's a deal maker. He's a lord. That's his strength, and that's why he's wealthy, because he follows his strength. And if you don't follow your greatest power, you will never, ever become successful. That freed me immediately. Then I follow John DeMartini because I like the spiritual component of my highest values. To me, the highest values, exactly the same thing, is your strength. Your highest values, like I said to you yesterday, is the thing that you do every day. The thing that you do every day is your highest value because you value it enough to do it every day, not the thing you make yourself do every day or the thing you wish you did every day. So when John DeMartini asked you to list your 5 highest values, I wrote working out. And then I realized that I don't like working out every day. I just wish I did. So that's not one of my highest values. That's one of my highest values I wish I had. So I had to cross a few things off the list before I got what my 5 values were. And the 5 values were the things you do every day. Once I learned them, I would only work in a space that allowed those 5 things to come to fruition. One of them for me is not educating and doing workshops, because I told you why I didn't like it. But one of them was, for me, was self-mastery. So this is not why I'm drawn to teach a workshop. So I'm drawn to teach a workshop so I can teach you what I've just told you in the last hour, because I have this conversation every day, and sometimes I have it with complete strangers and I don't know why. Now I do, because it's one of my highest values, because learning and self-mastery is one of my greatest gifts, and I didn't even know it until I wrote it down. Because he says, what are the conversations you have every day? And I'm like, oh, I have this repeating conversation every day for the last 20 years with every client I've ever photographed, with every woman I've ever met, with every friend that I've ever had, with every boyfriend I've ever had, with my family members. I have this conversation with everybody I know. Therefore, it's one of my highest values. Wow, I didn't even know that. If I move towards that and work with that and I stay in this space, I'm re-energized. And you can always tell the difference between something you love to do and something that you hate to do. When you finish doing something you love, you are fully energized. And when you finish doing something you hate, it sucks the life out of you and you are lying down having a nana nap. Or shopping, eating a pound cake, drinking a bottle of wine. So you must walk towards your right path, right? And that is very, very important. There is a clear vision and a goal setting to becoming successful. And that is just basic math. Until you tell me what you want, you will not create it. Until you tell me what you want and value it, you will not bring it to fruition. And until you tell me what you want and truly value it and honor that, you don't believe it, and it will never happen. So you write a list of where you want to be. Don't write thinner. Trust me. Don't. There's more to life, right? Because you'll find yourself thinner with the same problems. And you'll never be thin enough. Clear vision and goal setting is about saying, where do I want to be in a year? I need to be financially free, maybe with 20 grand in the bank. I need to be financially free with a house paid off with $2 million in the bank. Whatever your limit is, think big and just say where you want to be and set a goal and then actively step towards it and believe it and hold that vision every day and work towards it in an attitude of gratitude. Your life will significantly change. Magic. I showed this, I'm sure I did, on my first Creative Live or maybe my second. I had a very bizarre experience when I walked into the set of Creative Live in Seattle. You see, I drew that picture on the left 2 years before I stepped into that set there. Does that freak you out? Do you know what's freakier about that picture? Is I wrote underneath it, a warehouse to educate photographers. It was on my vision board. What I didn't write was, and you will own it. So here's the thing. When I was on the set of Creative Live, I walked in, did the tour, loved all the people, hugged everyone, fell in love with everybody there, never wanted to leave, didn't. And then it occurred to me that everybody went out to dinner and I was too scared to eat, so I sat on the set and I was in the studio on my own, and that is a big place to be on your own. And then all of a sudden, it was the night before and I'm writing a keynote and I don't want to be on camera in front of you people, and I was trembling and I just felt this unbelievable fear come into my body, and I was like, can I do this? Can I do this? Can I do this? And I just turned around frightened in this big room and I looked at that set and I went like this. And I looked back and I was like, I've seen that before. So I go through my computer and I dig out this image from my vision board that I'd drawn 2 years before, never seen Creative Live, didn't even know if they had a set then, and I had drawn that picture on the left. Now, if that is not a clear vision, I can't tell you what is. And am I different from anybody else? No. All I knew is that's what I wanted. What I drew was what I wanted. And the crazy part is I even drew the window and the floor. You know? That is a clear vision. And work towards it with gratitude and love and watch it come to fruition. It is very, very freeing, and it's a long journey ahead. Once you have tasted flight, you will forever walk the earth with your eyes turned skyward. For there you have been, and there you will always long to return. This is a really great keynote for me to pull up before you start your 28-day challenge. I've given you a formula and I've told you to remove your blocks. I've shown you what your blocks are, that they're going to be great to work through. I've addressed your physical blocks in your business. I've addressed your personal blocks in your own self. I've given you a formula to start working towards. And now we look at this one component, which is actually a challenge on 28 days. But what I really wanted to do was open a big discussion about it, because I feel like most people do not talk about this. And we're going to talk about pricing. Okay, how we price ourselves as portrait photographers in the market. And I wanted to open up, I actually originally wanted to open this up as a panel. I wanted to get one of the best wedding photographers in the country that I know, one of the best children's photographers that I know, and sit down and each of us give what we believe is an international standard for pricing portraiture, wedding and baby photography across the board. Because I don't believe anybody really says you should charge this much. And there's so many instructors that won't talk about their own pricing. Now, about 3 years ago, I put my prices on my website and it didn't change my business. I thought it would. In fact, what it brought was a higher number of people that actually wanted to be photographed, that didn't want to call me if they were afraid of that number. And I didn't say my images are this much. I said my images start at $275, my folios start at $1,200. So I made it informative but not scary for people to see my price point, correct? So as I did that, I realized that it was probably more helpful for me to have my prices on my website. And then when I did my new website recently, I didn't put it back on again. Oh yes, I did. I think it's on my info page now, but again, only images or commissions start at. When I first found a website a few years ago that had weddings, commissions start at $7,000, I remembered thinking, well, you're not going to call if you think $7,000 is way out of your price list. And if you still like it, you're going to call. So obviously that photographer is only ever going to deal with people that are within their price range. You have to have a pretty powerful website and body of work to make that okay. Because I guess there's a lot of people that are going to look and go, what? That's not worth $7,000. The website I'm referring to was really beautiful, and obviously it was at a price point where this guy was not afraid to say what he was and what he was worth. And I remembered at the time being shocked by it. Like I remember going, wow, he's ballsy. I can't believe he's got that price on there. But then I think back, and I thought, no, that's what he should be. Look at his work. It's incredible. I'm going to respect this man right from the beginning. And of course I did. So here's the thing about pricing. And after my talk just now about, getting out of your own way yesterday and today, I've come to the conclusion that it has nothing to do with price and everything to do with your average sale. So the price of your products simply facilitates what your average sale is. If you offer 3 albums, 3,000, 4,000 and 5,000, there is pretty much an average that says everybody will spend $4,000 because that's your medium package. It's probably where you feel comfortable, that's where everybody feels comfortable. It's like small, medium or large, madam. You get a choice. And you go, I'll take the medium size, thank you. Not too small, not too large. Just right about right. Is that a human mentality? Maybe, I don't know. So whatever your price point is, it tells me that your average will be based on what you think you're worth as a whole. So it doesn't matter whether you sell acrylics or canvases or folios or albums or individual prints, you will make the same amount of money consistently because that's what your average will be. Do you understand that? You will attract the same amount of money, make the same amount of money, regardless of what your price list is. I learnt that about half an hour ago when I was just thinking about what I just told you over the last 2 days. You see, what I just told Kenna was this. How much should I charge? I charge this much. That's my price list. I've never made that a secret, not to my clients, because they're the ones paying for it. Why would you keep that a secret? And certainly never to the photographic industry, because that's what I'm worth, and certainly never to you guys as, you know, learning from me as an instructor. However, here's the intriguing thing. My prices have not gone up in 20 years. This price list comes from my first studio where I was employed, and it has never changed. This is what we were charging 20 years ago. Amazing, right? The only thing that's changed in the last 20 years is my average. So it's nothing to do with your price and everything to do with what you're worth. I swear to God, I have not put my prices up since then. So, what does that tell you? And that just astonished me right now over my Chipotle lunch. Over my Chipotle lunch bowl, which was beautiful, by the way. I want to buy a franchise. Not kidding. So it just occurred to me, I'm about to launch an entire keynote on price, and I have nothing to say about it other than that. However, what I do have something to say about it is what all you say about it. I can't charge this much, I'm not good enough, I can't do this, what should I charge? Johnny down the road is selling 10 8x10s for $25, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. And Kenna and Russ and Susan and all the chat hosts at Creative Live, they've fielded these questions for years and years and years. The same dumb, stupid, asked questions, but how much is an 8x10? But how much is an 8x10? So how much do I charge? How much do I charge? How much do I charge? It has nothing to do with what you charge and everything to do with what your average sale is. So that tells me that the price list and the products you create must actively sell your average sale, and it must do it effectively and a really good price point with productivity, and it must have a good profitability. Do you know what that means? If you were selling an acrylic print for $40 and it costs you $33 to make it, you're making $7. Then you have to pay tax on that. So that's pretty much a coffee from Starbucks. All right? So if you're selling a product for $300 and it costs you $20 to make, then that's $280 that you have to pay tax on. That's just business. So the idea then is, what is your average sale? What is the product that you want to put together? So do you want to have anything to do with that? Do you want to just flick it off, get it framed? Do you want to pass it over? How do you want to deal with your production? What do you want? Some people want to have framed pictures. I know one thing. When I changed my portrait business from framing to no framing, something changed. Nothing changed in what we were making in terms of money, and everything changed in terms of how our images were presented at the end. So we decided as a studio that framing was just too much of a pain. If you framed an image, they would look really beautiful, and then the people would come and pick them up and they might say, oh no, I told you to remove that red button on my coat. It was already framed. We weren't checking the images and then frame, and we were just, this is a headache. Let's change our price and let people go and pay for their own framing. And this here will be just a normal mounted price. This is a mounted price. This is not a framed price. So then what happened was nothing changed. We went from that is our framing price to that is our normal price, and we just told people we didn't offer framing anymore, but we didn't move our price. And we still made the same amount of money because people buy whatever you tell them to buy. It doesn't matter what you change, as long as you change it in here, everything just changes. And so all of a sudden, people were buying mounted shots, we were earning the same amount of money, and we didn't have a $5,000 framing bill. Win for us. What we weren't winning in was when people came into our studio, the framer, he used to deliver all of the framed images to the front of our beautiful walk-in studio, and people would walk in and stop and look at them. And they were real shoots, really picked up, waiting to be picked up, and they were laid out all against the wall, and people were captivated by them. And not only that, every single one of those archivally framed images now hang on somebody's wall, and yet I believe maybe 95% of the ones we sold unframed do not. And all of those beautifully framed archival prints have my name on them. And that is called further marketing and business. And if you see an image and you go, wow, that is an incredible shot of you, Kate. Who took that? I don't remember her name. Some girl in Ponsonby. Have a look at the back. Her name's on it. And there it is, my phone number. And you can call me anywhere, anytime. Beautiful, timeless, forever. So there is a give and there is a take. But what you need to understand is what the value is. Like you said, Amanda, you want to offer acrylics, you want to offer steel, you want to offer all that stuff. That's fine. Have it in your studio. Don't have it on your price list until they're buying. They don't need to make that final decision. People don't know until you tell them anyway. So there's no point blinding them before the shoot. Blind them with your incredible photographs and your experience, not with what they're going to be buying in 3 weeks' time. Okay, then the price you put on that has to be profitable. It has to contribute to a good average sale, and it has to sit comfortably with you. Now, I will not criticize somebody that charges 3 times more than me. If they do that comfortably and their clients are happy and they're taking beautiful work, props to them. I wish I was that open. Maybe that's my money block. But that's not for me to criticize or tell them it's not worth it. Because I see people shoot way less than me, charge 3 times more easily, and make a lot of money. And it is not my job to criticize those people. It's my job to up my experience and my value and simply up my average price. Don't you think? So, I want to open a fast discussion about this. And one of the hardest things about this subject is I feel like already the internet's asking kind of questions. I feel like this subject comes down to, when I did my first Creative Live and I was telling people, this is how you pose curvy girls, this is how you pose 2 women, this is how you pose, and people would be like, so what if you get somebody with a crooked mouth? And what if you get someone with one eye smaller than the other? And what if you get somebody with the part in the middle of their head? And what if you get someone with one ear higher than the other? And what if you get, and I was like, you could ask a million questions, but the truth is you must ask the right questions. That would be, how do I lift my sales average? Give me some tips on that. What do I want my average to be? How do I work out my profitability so that I know exactly what I'm earning from this? How do I streamline my product so I'm making the most amount of money but still giving my clients a huge value? Because you must give more in physical material than the dollar value you receive. Wallace Wattles. And when you do that, that exchange of energy is so big, it will come back to you tenfold. And if you understand that statement, understand it again, when you give more in physical value than the dollar value you receive, you're the one that's shifted in yourself because you believe what you're giving is higher value than the money you're receiving. And I don't mean I'm giving way more than I'm getting paid for. That's not gratitude. Do you understand? So, to me, pricing now is all about value. Your value, what you're worth, how you want to work your production, and the value of what you want to give your clients. I had a wage mentality when I left the studio, and I spent 2 years floundering before I started my own business. And in that 2 years of floundering, I created the same amount of money I earned as a wage earner, somewhere between $400 and $600 a week. So I took my money mentality away from my wage, and like I said to you this morning, great, you feel guilty about making your own income, and yet you can go and work in a job that pays you $400 to $600 a week, and you're happy to take that because it's not you paying it, and that's what you think you're worth. So I went out and built a little business built on that worth, on what I was worth a week. So when you want to know how to price yourself, I suggest you ask this question. How much money do you want to earn a week? right? Now here's the good thing in business. I start my business, I'm green. I'm so green, it's not even funny. It's actually embarrassing when I think back to what I didn't know about business. I'm projecting to make, $2,000 to $4,000 a week, big time. And I go to a business coach. I pay this business coach. And he says to me, right, so you'll pay yourself, and I'm like, $2,000 to $4,000 a week. And he's like, no, I thought that's what you were projecting to make in your business. And I was like, oh, what do I pay myself? And he goes, what everyone else pays themselves in business. And I was like, well, I don't know what that is because I don't know anyone in business. And he's like, 10%. And I was like, excuse me? You mean I have to do $2,000 to get $200? And he was like, yeah. I was like, well, what happens to the rest of the money? He goes, the business gets it. And I was like, huh. So I create something and then pay them. He goes, well, yeah. I was like, how do I get more? And he goes, earn more. And I was like, so I get 10% of whatever I earn. He goes, mm-hmm. And then I went, right. Nobody told me that. If you think that's stupid, don't laugh, because there's 99% of people out there going, And that was exactly right. I suddenly realized that in order to have a viable, financial business, in order to have a profitable, sustainable income, I needed to actually set up a business, not just a little contract job that flicked me $1,000 every now and then, and that's what most of you have. Okay? I needed to actually create a system, a product, and a service based on a professional income that was going to pay me regularly. And then I knew I had my grown-up pants on. In fact, in that moment, I remembered thinking, I have never been more grown up in that moment than any other time in my life. I've worked it out. The thing they never tell you. But maybe they tell you that at business school, where all the smart kids go. So I did come to the conclusion that at the end of the day, it didn't matter how I priced that. What mattered was my average, what I was working towards in my average, how I spoke about my average, what I set up as my average, how I sold my experience to get my average, how I consistently marketed and sold and shot to that average, and that when somebody spent $800, it wasn't a bad sale, and when someone spent $8,000, it wasn't a good sale, because all it was contributing to my average. So I took this price list and I started my business, and I was earning $400 a week, and then I started my own business, and it was big, and I taught the photographers, and we had an average of $1,850 a week, and it was consistent. Even the girls were pulling $1,850 per shoot an average. And then I moved to Australia on my own, and my average went up to $3,300. So what changed? What changed? Never once my price, because my price never shifted once. What changed was my value and service, because when I went out on my own, I decided to change what I was doing and how I was doing it, and instead of doing 3 shoots a day at $1,800 and driving myself into the ground trying to market, retouch and shoot that, I did 1 shoot a day. I spent longer with my client, I gave them more pre-service, more after service, and my average doubled immediately. Do you see that? It doubled. So I work less, enjoy it more for a higher average. So your only goal is to value yourself, put a number on it, get an average from it, work out the profitability, and then raise it to the next level every single year, month, annual, quarter. Your only goal is to raise your That's it. All you have to do, raise your average. And the more you believe in your service, the more you believe in your value, the more you believe in yourself, the higher your average will go.
All right, shoebox photos. Yes, but what is that value? Why doesn't anyone say, this is the market hourly rate for editing, for shooting, so I can have a formula? Here she says, it's not emotional.
Okay, I get it. I'll give you a market hourly rate. I'm worth $500 an hour to shoot, because it takes me an hour if I think of all the consultations and calls and everything I do with my client, and then I spend an hour in hair and makeup, and then I spend 2 hours shooting them, and then I spend an hour retouching them, and then I spend an hour selling to them, and then doing their final production. And that to me equates to $500, 6 hours, $500, $3,000 plus tax. My market rate right now, compared to my average, is the amount of hours that I'm getting from my average. So again, I'm going back to my value and average, but I'm sourcing that hourly rate from there. That makes me worth $500. So when I'm paying an editor $25 an hour to retouch my images, and I hate it, doesn't it stand to reason that if I'm making an income while she's doing my retouching, and I'm worth $500 an hour, that I can out-earn her anyway, and I should be doing what I love? That would be smart business. So what is the hourly rate? It is your average divided by the time it takes you to do it. And again, is it the chicken or the egg?
Exactly. That's where I was going next.
Yeah, so
what if I have not
if your
started?
average is $700 and it's taking you 7 hours, then you're worth $100 an hour. And I suggest you either change your price point at that moment or change how you're doing it to get more profitability. Then your average will go up. And if you don't, then it stands to reason that you're only going to be worth $100 an hour, and I'm worth $500 an hour. And when I'm doing a job I hate from now on, I think to myself, could I outsource this for less than $500 an hour? And if the answer is yes, why the hell would I be doing it? But the trick is if you pay somebody to do the job you hate doing for $25 an hour, you've just lost $75, which nobody wants to pay because it's $75, and you could just do it yourself. Is that when they are doing the retouching, you have to be doing something that makes $500 an hour. You can't just go to the beach. Or you can and just have a good life with your kids and just lose $75 instead of hating what you're doing. All right, now, I just said that to Kenna about never changing my price but my value going up. And Kenna and I were just saying, I guess for the last 3 years of chat hosting, Kenna has had this conversation online over and over and over and over again. So I said to Kenna, I want you to hit me with every question that she constantly gets asked about price.
So, very first one, most likely the most common that we always have. Shannon Elizabeth says, I have absolutely no idea what to charge. I've always done free portfolio building shoots, so now I just don't know how to start charging. Agnes Bergman-Pinto says, my biggest challenge, how to start out and charge and determine how much. When you start out and build portfolio, are you supposed to do it for free or can you charge and how much? And from there, how do you move up? So it's for those people who are just starting their business and really they don't know what number to start at.
How much do you want to earn?
What if I said I don't know?
You don't know how much you want to earn?
How much do you want to earn?
That was the greatest deflection in creative life history. That was like NFL shit right there. That was just like boom, 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 gone. And I was like, did you see that? Did you see Kenna?
That's like
Did you see that quarterback? She was out of there. And passed it to the front row.
I've had a long-term goal of wanting to make 6 figures by the time I'm 35. I just had an aha moment when you said, I had no idea that what that $100 or $100,000 would be is 10% of what my gross sales should be.
Sucks, right? So you need $1 million.
So that means that I have to, in order to reach my 6-figure goal.
What's your average sale?
I don't even,
You need to go home and work it out?
Yeah.
What do you think it is? $1,000?
Well, I mean, because I do weddings and portraits, so.
But you have an average in there?
Combining those, I would say probably $750.
Okay, $750. So times that by, or divide that by $1 million.
Yeah, no.
It's all right. It was like, what, 1,200 shoots a year?
Right.
Yeah.
That's
7 a day.
1,333.
It's doable. Yeah. Not. Yeah.
4 shoots a day, every day of the entire year.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. So we need to triple your average, right? Or double it, or just at least get it up over 1,000. But the idea is, one thing is really interesting, and that is how much, go back to that question online, how much do you want to earn? Be careful saying, I want 6 figures, because you might put on a lot of weight. What you get, you ask for. 6 figures is like... yeah. I always sort of think to myself, you know, at the end of the day, you need to make goals for work, not income. So I don't ever say, I want to make 6 figures, so there's $1 million. I want to make $100,000, sorry. I want to make $100,000. Instead, I would rather say, I want 100 photo shoots, and my current average is $1,000. So I want 100 photo shoots. It's easier to find 100 photo shoots than it is to find $100,000. Do you know that? You know why? Because there's 100 photo shoots sitting in front of me right now, but if I'd asked you all to give me money, you'd say no. So if I give you something in return, then obviously the money is there. So that tells me that once I make the goal for 100 photo shoots and I'm going to get $100,000, I then need to up my service and my value and my product, and then I'll earn more, and I didn't put a cap on that, and I potentially could up my average 3 times that and earn $300,000. So why put a limit on what you're going to earn when all you need is the work, not the money? And also, there's a different energy in working for money than there is working for shoots. So when I have to tell you to go out and find 100 shoots, you'll talk to 300 people, 400 people. But if I told you to go out and find $100,000, you won't be able to find it. I guarantee it, because there's a difference in the energy of that. Now, back to the question, how much do you want to earn? Big deflection from Klosterman over to the front row, and then we're back here again. How much do I want to earn? Well, when I left my studio, I knew I had to earn $400 a week to survive. And that's what I earned. So that's my wage mentality. So to me, a folio was worth $400. And that's to me exactly what I charged. And it's exactly what I earned. Because my mentality was, I can survive on what I've earned for the last 10 years. All I have to do is survive. And I had a survival mentality, not a thrival mentality. And I decided right then that I just needed $400. So to me, a folio was $400. 2 folios was $800. Oh, I'm getting rich now if I do 3. And that was exactly what I attracted. It's exactly what I got. It's exactly what I set as my standard. And it's all that I earned. So then when I started the studio, I don't actually think I started making money until I got staff. There is nothing like having to pay other people to make money. And then all of a sudden I had a reason to go for a higher goal, and every time I went for a higher goal I got more of that percentage. And then I realized what I was doing. I was working for other people and I was getting the payoff from it, but I never did it for myself until now. When I left the studio, I had the biggest rock bottom year of my career. I left the studio, moved to Australia, and failed for a whole year. I couldn't even book shoots. I remember booking the shoot. I sold $400. This is 4 years ago. Sold $400, and this girl went home, told her mum, and her mum rang me and told me I was a rip-off and she wanted a refund. I sat down and cried. And then I realized the whole time I'd built that studio, I was working and making money for others, but I never valued myself. And I learnt that after building a $2 million studio in 3 years, not before. So that value is the key to changing what you earn, and it will absolutely blow you away. So what is a folio worth? Whatever you put on it. If you think it's 200, that's what you'll get. If you think it's 400, that's what you get. If you think it's 1,200, that's what you get. And if you put 1,200 on it and you get no bites, I don't believe that you believe it's worth that, or I don't believe that you are offering more in physical value than the dollar value you're receiving. Wouldn't you agree? I would challenge you, because there is nothing in my price list that people go, you know what, that's too expensive. I believe it. So once you believe it, people stop asking. In fact, we used to joke about it at the studio. We were in our sales room and we used to say, you know, Sarah, remember when we started our business and people would go, there, how much? And we didn't believe in that price list. We didn't believe in that. And then our sales went right up and we were averaging $1,850, and then we knew it was worth it. And now that we know it's worth it, nobody asks us anymore. Is that the law of attraction? I don't know. Do we believe it? Yes, I don't know, but it is in direct proportion to what you believe, and it is instantaneous. So if you believe it, you'll sell it. So you can put whatever you want on it.
I just had my own little personal aha. But just here, I just had this, it was just clear. Like, you say what it is, and then it is.
Yeah. Right?
Is it really that easy?
Yeah.
Do you believe it?
Isn't it just perception? Tell me something. When I said to you, don't write thinner on what you want to be list, don't write thinner. On every one of my lists for 10 years, I've written thinner. Even though I've been way thinner and I was not happier. And I've gone back and forth a few times, way thinner, way bigger, way thinner. And then I settled somewhere in between. And last year when I wrote my list for the first time, I thought I'm not going to write thinner on the list because I'm just going to accept that now is what I've got. I'm going to rock it. I'm going to love it instead of living in the future when my body is perfect. Don't you love that one? Girls, never going to happen. Your body is perfect now. And it just occurred to me when I met Jill, because I was still, I'm old, I'm fat, you know. And then I watched that beautiful girl and her chest has been cut away. And how could I ever complain about my breasts when I know her? And how could I ever complain about my body and my health when I know her? You know, if you complain about your thighs, go and meet someone with no legs. Get some perspective. And that changed me because I realized I didn't have to put I'm thinner. I now love myself more now than I have at any other weight. And it doesn't matter what I am, because the more I like it, the more it changes anyway, and it just seems to be getting better, and I don't know why, but because maybe it's just I think it is. And nothing shifted. You don't have to lose weight to fall in love. In fact, you put on weight, you didn't put on weight and start hating yourself. You put on weight because you did hate yourself. And so no amount of weight loss will change the fact that that was your truth, and that's how you got there in the first place. And I'm using weight as an example because to me, weight is no different than money. It's no different than value, success, love. They are the same door, you know, same pathway. It's the same thing in relation to what you believe about yourself. So it's where I'm at.
All right, Sue. There are people in the lounge that are still pushing back.
Go, push.
And saying,
push.
Yes, but I'm still not sure where to start. They're saying, but the person's question was they don't even know what to start to charge with. They have not charged previously. But you have to start somewhere. You have to crawl before you can walk before you can run. What do I do?
Okay.
Trish, I'll add on. Trish had said, if you've never charged, you have no idea what someone will pay for your work, and you can't show them previous paid jobs, so they trust you.
Okay, trust you. So you trust yourself that you are worth that, because that's what you were really saying to me. Okay, but you live in a world with where everybody's a photographer, and there's a million different people that can give you their price, and you know what other people are charging. So don't lie to me when you say, I don't know what to charge. Because you know exactly what Joe Blogs down the road's charging, don't you? Because you've already sent them emails. You already got your friend to send fake emails so that they got their... Oh, everyone's done that, right? So the idea is, I don't believe that you don't know what to charge. I mean, go ring 20 photographers and say, listen, how much do you charge for a portfolio? And charge around the same amount of the people you think your work is like, if that's your problem. But what is it you want to earn? If you want to do a full day shoot for $1,200, put $1,200 on it then, and include everything. Work out your profitability, start shooting, work out an average, and then try to up your value and up your profitability. If you want to start at $400, start at $400. Just be careful what you give for $400, because if you give everything for $400, you will just get $400 clients and no one will value you. So come in at a value somewhere between $400 and $1,200. Do you know what the national average sale of a photographer in America is? $900 average. And that includes all the big studios, that includes weddings, $900. So that tells me, and in Australia and New Zealand, $1,100. Our average is higher. And when somebody puts in the chat room right now, but is that the dollar exchange? You don't read my emails, right? So when somebody puts, is that because your dollar value? We are dollar for dollar, by the way, America and Australia, not New Zealand. New Zealand's about 76 cents. But the truth is it's in correlation to what you earn, the dollar that you earn in the same country. It's an average. It is not, comparative. So our average is a little higher, but then we have a smaller economy, which means that we have a higher price point. Do you understand? A price point will be driven down in all countries where there is a larger population because there is more competition and a lower price point above overall. But the truth is that we are only sitting $200 higher than you as an average national average. And $1,100 average is not much. And that's average, meaning a lot of photographers are pulling, $8,000, a lot of photographers are pulling. Yeah. Johan has had a studio in New Zealand since 2007, and then obviously 2 years ago. So you had 5 years in business before the earthquake hit you?
We did.
Yeah, do you believe that that's around right, $1,100 for an active studio?
What was the question again, sorry?
Do you think that is about right, $1,100 for an active studio? You know lots of photographers, you know the average. Most photographers are only pulling $1,100 average, wouldn't you agree?
It's a big question because there weren't that many studios in Christchurch. And so to say most, because there's a lot of people working from homes. And I'm not sure if you should actually distinguish between working at home and having a studio because you should still be charging the same amount of money.
I'm sorry, I mean all photographers, not studio. I just meant the bigger studios also. That includes everybody.
Yep, and there'd be, as you say, there'd be people who are successfully charging lots more, but I figure probably about 1,100 would be a good average.
Because most people think that's incredibly low. And when you ask most people what they are earning on average, they tell you $3,000 or $2,000, and it's not true. Because remember, I used to tell people what my average was in the studio that we built in Auckland was $1,850, and I was the lowest average of everyone I met. And I thought, well, clearly I'm not doing very well, and I was pulling 450 shoots a year. So I realised something in that moment, that people don't really know their average, and they haven't really worked it out.
So I would challenge that for new photographers. When I started, I charged $175
for everything.
For everything, I gave people a disc.
Did you make money?
No.
No.
So my average, I would never have said if I were to say my average was $1,800, I would be like, oh yeah. I mean, I would say whose average is under $300 right now. I mean, whose average is under $500 or is it's like. I think we're talking even lower numbers.
Yeah, well, let's talk lower. Okay, so average being across the board, and then an average of the entire income from all photographers divided by, the amount of photographers, just like our portraits. If your average is under $300, you must be in business for under a year. Would that be right? Nobody would be in business over a year at $300 if they didn't have a part-time job. Do you have another income, another source of income? Yeah. So it's not possible. It's not possible that you would be in business over a year at an average of $300 unless you had a supplementary income or a husband.
That's what it was. I have a husband and I relied on his income, and so my average sales, I did a lot of portfolio building because we just relocated to a new location.
You don't have to explain it. We all went there.
Yeah. And so when I went through, when I was prepping for this and I actually did my average sales, I wanted to cry. Because it was $235.
But why did you want to cry?
Because I knew that I was undervaluing myself.
Yeah, you're undervaluing yourself, but you're at the same time your rent's being paid and you're eating, right?
Yeah, I have a great life.
Yeah.
But my business was not a business, and so that's why I'm here.
So here is the problem. Because the average photographer judges you. Because they see you as being the photographer that is ruining my business.
Well, and
here it is, ladies and gentlemen, we found her.
No, guys.
We just outed her internationally. We found her.
And sadly,
I'll put her website up in a minute so you can all send her death threats. This woman is single-handedly taking down our industry. And the best part about it is, clearly she's doing thousands of portraits a year at an average sale of $235. Not. How many portraits are you doing a week? Be honest.
Be honest, 2 sessions a week is like the max I'm doing
Yeah.
right now.
So you're not hurting my industry at all.
No.
No. What you're doing is hurting yourself. Okay? So now that you know better, you're going to lift your average.
Yeah.
Great.
Absolutely.
All right? And there it is. Nobody is bringing down our industry because people like me are doing workshops to lift the international standard of portrait photography for free around the world on Creative Live so that we can all come up together, but there will always be newbies. And those newbies need to learn value, professionalism, service, and they have to learn how to make an income. And we all did it, so why can't they? And I do not look at those newbies and say, you know, that newbie down the road, she's charging $200 and she's shooting better than me. Because if that newbie was shooting better than me and stealing my clients, I would either have to go and get another job, or I would walk down and say, come and work for me, I'll pay you twice as much and then earn 7 times more. Because I know what I could really sell her work for. So come on. There is no such thing. Those are just excuses and blocks. So your average is too low and you need to triple it at least in the next week. And if you tell me, oh my God, I can't triple what I charge because I won't make money, can you see the oxymoron? I can't triple my price list because then I won't make money. It's kind of funny, right, that we even think that way. I can't stop doing that. How will I make money? Trust me, once you stop doing what you hate, you have to go and do something else. And if it's something you love, it kind of gets exciting. And then before you know it, it's like, ooh, there's people are rushing in the door. And then you stop getting excited and people stop coming in the door, and then you have to reset that. Oh, it's a default setting. Did I not tell you that? Oh, sorry. All of this inspiration right now will be gone tomorrow. All of it. You will default to self-hate, and you will default to fear, and you will default to victim, and you will default to no money. So you have to reset it every day, reset it and push it a little further and a little further and a little further until this is your new truth. Okay? Microphone?
Last year was the first year I decided to charge for portraits. I was only doing weddings. My average, I did figure it out at my end, was about $800 to $900. There's
so
a number.
$850.
Yeah, we'll go with that. So I have 10 packages for my seniors, which I know, like, I'm sitting with Amanda and I've got this price list that I think's a couple pages. And
because an 18-year-old wants 10 choices.
Have you seen their stores? I mean, Claire's has tons of silver earrings. You can never have too many. No, but I keep a lower package because I do have girls from schools all over in a large area, and I want to attract them as well. But do I have to get rid of those to up my average more?
How do you know that's their price point?
Well, I don't, because I mean, people in trailer homes have big screens, but you know
why they're in trailer? Because they have big screens.
I know.
But in fact, poor people spend more money than rich people. In fact, poor people are better clients than rich people. Rich people wear their money. Like, if they're wearing it on their finger, I know there's nothing in the bank. I know they're faux rich. And then the really rich ones, they're plain. Have you noticed that? The really rich ones, there's no diamonds, there's no shoes, plain, plain, plain. Big money.
So if I'm good in service and experience, which I think that I am doing very well in those parts, how do I raise my average without raising my prices?
Without raising your prices, how do you raise your average?
Yes.
You need to get rid of your cheapest price first.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the first stop, is take your bottom package off.
Completely?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely, completely. Then you need to plump up your highest packages.
So like give them more?
Yep.
Give them more product or just charge them more?
Give them more product. Give more.
I don't know how much more I could add to the top package.
Okay.
I mean, like, I'm basically giving them my children, my husband, my big screen TV.
But you can't be, because if you're still working from that lowest average point and your highest point has everything, then you're not selling everything. You're selling
so
a lower
confused. I
average.
think I might be in
Okay,
a lunch.
let me break that down. All right.
Yeah, I think I'm in a lunch.
I think what you need to do is shave off your bottom package and come in at the lowest point you're prepared to be paid for a shoot. Okay. Let's say that's 600. Do you think that's high?
No.
Okay,
That's the lowest I want to take.
okay, and what's the lower one you've currently got? Okay. So you shave off the 400 package. You shave off the 400 package and you come in at 650 as your lowest possible package.
Okay.
Okay? The only person you have to sell that to is yourself. Because you're the one that's thinking, oh no, what about the people that think that's too expensive? Someone who will spend $450 for great shots will spend $650, don't you agree? What's $200?
Because I'm just not giving them the option to go any lower anymore.
Yeah, but then you take away their option, and B, you adjust it in yourself. I don't want less than $650, I'm worth that a day, right?
Yes.
Then you go up to your highest package, which is $3,000, and that's a nice plump everything package.
Besides my big screen, yes.
Okay, so then you make your $650 package, your $850 package, and your $1,250, whatever they jump up at, a little less than what they are now, so that everything looks really plump from $1,250 up. So the more money you spend, the more you get.
Okay, which is how it's structured, but
Of
I think just getting rid of the lower ones will help me feel better.
As long as you do feel better.
Well, I kind of feel like crud when they only get the 400. It's more like I didn't do my job or I didn't sell them correctly.
Okay, this is not based on your performance, ego. That is not based on your performance, it is based on your service. You don't get paid because you underperformed or didn't get paid because you underperformed. You didn't get paid because you offer a package for $450 and they're like, sweet, I got all that for $450. They didn't decide that because you didn't take good enough shots, ego. They decided that because that's what you offer. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
The only person that has to get their head around that is you. If you adjust that, try it, but believe it. And if it doesn't work, I don't believe you believe it. It's kind of like when they get the witches in Salem and they tie rocks to their feet and throw them in the lake, and if you drown, you weren't a witch. And if you float, we'll burn you at the stake.
All right.
So, all right,
Okay.
I've got an out there. It's like if she fails, it's like, well, Colette, the only person standing in your way is you. But the truth is it is. So, you know, Salem Witch Hunt, that's exactly what it is. We'll tie rocks to your feet, and if you float, you know, you're a witch.
Okay, so we have a ton of people coming in with the common questions that we always see every single time.
Every single time.
Raji Kitty says, my problem is clients who want me to just give them the CD because they'll print them for cheap. And that's all they want is digital images. They don't want anything more.
So charge $1,800 for a CD and put it in a beautiful box.
But what if that's not my client? What's the next one? What if I live in a small town?
The next one is, what if Amelia Renee 1, what if you live in a small town and everybody wants cheap work and you know you're worth more, but you can't get people to buy from you, even if you believe you're worth it?
That sounds like about 5 belief systems on I'm not worth it, and you think you believe it at the end. Didn't you hear that? Nobody will pay my prices. I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. Nobody will pay it. I live in a small town. There's no money here. And by the way, I don't believe any of that's true. Okay. All right. Now let's go down that path. Because I'm kind of like, I grew up in a small town. And I live in a very small town of farmers. The farmers' wives do not wear diamonds, they do not buy Gucci shoes, they do not have hair extensions or plastic boobs. That rhymed. A farmer's wife lives and works on a farm, and she lives on the land, and she doesn't wear makeup, and she often has short hair. I built a studio in Karaka in my garage in that town, and my average sale was $1,850 overnight, and that farmer's wife had more money in the bank than the rich woman in town. She had more money because she didn't spend it on herself. And I just don't believe you can't draw an income from a small town. I don't believe it. And I believe that you will draw whatever you see. So unfortunately, if that's what she believes, and then she finishes it with, even though I believe it, I don't believe it. Don't you agree? Now that you know the truth, now that you have seen and you can never unsee out there, I just have to say it's mindset. Somebody wrote on Facebook page last night that I challenged Sandra on her blocks yesterday, and that they think maybe Sandra wasn't blocked, she just doesn't know how to market herself.
On Gina Sparoff Miller, how can I educate my clients about prints versus discs?
This is how I do it.
Yeah, what are the words? This is what this is what she's looking for. What are the words?
Ask me how much I charge, and then ask me if you can have a CD.
Hey Sue, how much do you charge?
My images start at, well, actually I do a full package for $3,300.
Okay, and could I just get a CD?
Well, yeah, you get a CD with it.
But can I get a CD by itself?
Well, it's $3,300, you might as well get the folio as well. Because then, do you know what? You get both. And the cool thing about that is you don't have to go and print them because I've already done it professionally for you. You get a beautiful folio box and you get all of the images on CD so that you can put them on Facebook, Twitter, and print them out and give them to your grandma for Christmas. And you can do that down at the local mart if that's what you want. Because everything you buy from me, you will get on an electronic CD the size that you bought it without a watermark. You've paid for it, they're your images.
With a smile on your face, just like that. So Gina, that's the answer to I don't know the right words to get across that my service and prints are are way better than the cheap photographers selling basically nothing.
Again, who cares what the cheap photographer selling nothing is doing? I care what you are getting, and you're making it about somebody else. Stop making it about everybody else and listen to your own block. Stop blaming other people that don't even exist, because that person is not surviving. We know it. She's certainly not thriving on $235 down there, are you, darling? And the truth is at the end of the day, that is the bottom line. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that until you believe that. If you want to charge $1,200 for a folio and they just want the CD, then you can say, oh, don't worry, everything I sell you also comes with the CD. And if they say, but can I just have the CD? I say, but it's $1,200, you get both. So what they're really saying is, but wouldn't it be cheaper for me to get the CD instead of the prints? The cost is not in the prints. The cost is in creating the images and doing the retouching, which is on the CD. The cost has already been incurred. So however you buy them, you're going to get both from me, and then flip it immediately to value. You can then take that CD and print as many as you like, because you've bought them and they're yours. You own those. I'm giving you the rights. And all of a sudden the person sitting there is thinking, I'll own them and they will be mine. But if you battle constantly with what you believe is that belief system and blame the industry for it, you are not looking at the single biggest block sitting in front of you right now, and that is a money block, pure and simple. You don't believe it. If you say it like that, I swear to God that'll shift in your business. Does anybody have anything to say to that? Good or bad? Amanda.
I have a question.
Stand up.
I know it's not, I have a few people that we were talking about this the other night. When you're doing the multiple, like 4 girls, say, and you know, they know that when they buy it, they're going to get it on when they get it on a disc. How do you make it so that they don't just buy the few that they all like and get a few of them and then take the disc and print them for the other 3 girls?
Okay.
Do you know, does that make sense?
When I do the shoots of the 3 girls, I do one shot of them together. Girls don't buy images of them together.
Okay.
They buy their individual shots, and I give them the group shot as a freebie, and that's in the marketing challenge that I've got for shooting those girls.
Okay. That, I mean, some people were asking me that too.
That's
and we were
perfect.
talking
It's a
about
perfect reason. You don't shoot a whole lot of girlfriends together. People don't buy that. They buy images of themselves. They do the experience together. And that is the difference. Russ?
Okay, so Mish C. Right now I'm not using packages, just selling a la carte. Do I have to make packages to increase my average?
No, a la carte is the highest way to get paid, because with a la carte, it is quite simply what they are choosing. It's menu. That is just menu. On the cart, there it is. Choose what you want. In order to up your a la carte, and in fact, a la carte is the highest level of selling. This is the highest level of selling here, because people believe if they have a package, they feel safe that they're going to get that money. But with a la carte pricing, that's when you have to be really experienced, because this means I don't know what I'm going to get. But the irony is you're not getting a consistent amount, you're getting an average. So in order to raise that average, you need to either add on like CD or enlargement or framing, or you need to add on something, product, or add on value. Include the makeup, you know. So the only way you can lift your average in an a la carte menu is to take it up with add-ons or, you know, extras, or if your service is tight and your experience is incredible, then it stands to reason your average will come up for those two reasons. Because when you offer an incredible service and an incredible session and a high rate of photography, and then you are really following through on an a la carte menu, your referrals will just be consistent. That's how I built my business. I think the packaging is really for the startup photographer, and the a la carte menu is for the serious business.
What would those add-ons be?
A CD, packaging, an upgrade in size of the image. So instead of discounting, you could say, I can make that a bigger size. Framing discount, framing mounting discount. It would be making the experience better, making the experience bigger, making your session longer in your consultation so they have more personal time, so they really feel like you're attracting that client that's really into the experience. There's a million ways to bring up your value, offering champagne, buying a coffee machine, like all those finishing touches that make you feel like you've walked into, you know, Gucci in Rome. And the difference between walking into Gucci in Rome and walking into Forever 21 in Seattle.
And I bet that you would then feel like you're giving more value.
Yes.
And then you would believe it.
And then you would also feel like you were getting more value and you were happy to pay for it.
Yeah.
So there's lots of ways to add value, but the truth, without discounting, but the truth is you need to just constantly be monitoring the average cost, because that is what you're earning regardless of your price list. If you are constantly monitoring your average. Now, why when I ask photographers what their average is, they can't tell me? Why don't you know what you're earning? Or do you know and just don't want to tell anybody? And regardless of your price, you only have 3 options. You know, you either up your price, up your service, or up your value. And imagine if you did all 3. Because that's what I did, and now I'm here.
So say I am that new photographer.
Yes.
And I don't even know what to include in my packages and how to start building a package, how to start pricing the different ones, and how do I find out what people want?
Okay, don't ask the people. Because what people want is not what they buy. What people want is what you tell them to buy. So, remember when we were talking in the marketing about the biggest name in telephones? Was it Nokia? Remember when Nokia was the biggest cell phone in the world? The biggest? I can't even remember if it was Nokia or not. I put it on my keynote for showreel. Someone out there will know. And basically they were dominating the world in cell phones. And Steve Jobs bought out the iPhone. And Nokia spent millions of dollars and did an international survey on touch screens, phones, and all the people said, no, we don't want touchscreen phones. So they never made one. Now, a market-driven product can't be driven when the market doesn't know what they want. And Steve Jobs not only decided he knew what we wanted, he decided he would revolutionize what we wanted, and then we all went, well, I love a touchscreen phone and I'd never go back. But we didn't know because we didn't have one, right? So don't ask your market what they want. And even though there are certain market-driven products, what you offer will be reflected back straight away. You can adjust it after you decide. So let's say you go in at the $600 folio and you're not getting any bookings because they're all like your work's not worth that. You adjust your value, you adjust your service, still not getting it, okay? Yes, you will. And that means you need to shoot better. There'll be one block there, but once you clear it, it'll be flow. But the truth is do not ask your market what they want because they do not know what they want. I would go for 10 to 20 images because that is enough for everybody to build an album. 10 to 20 images for me is a good number for you to work retouch. It's a good showcase of a shoot. Don't give them more than 20. People like, I gave 60 images on a folio. I was like, how long did that take you to retouch? What, 12 hours? What are you, stupid? And then I think to myself, you know, you don't blind people with that sort of work. You just give them the 20 best ones. Well, how do I decide which are the best ones? Well, if you don't know that, you know, you should work that out pretty quickly. So I would say 10 to 20 images and anywhere from $400 to $1,200 as a starting price makes me feel comfortable. And you adjust your average immediately and then work out what you're getting. And I will say that with regards to 10 to 20 images, it's one of the hardest things to do when you're a newbie because all you want is validation for all of them. It's just pathetic, but it's so divine because it's what we all did. And I dare say, if you say, this is what I'm going to charge and this is the package I'm going to do, I would suggest you do one of two things. Three things. I suggest you go and work in a studio, an amazing studio that you respect and admire, work for free and wash the floor if you have to. That's what I was prepared to do to become a photographer. I said to my boss Russell Hamlet, I said to my very first boss when he employed me, I will clean the toilet and mop the floor every day if you let me work here. And I did. I worked 10 to 12 hours a day for Russ. Blood, sweat and tears. I loved my job that much. I was prepared to do it for nothing. You know, and I suggest you go and work in a studio that you admire, even if it's for 2 weeks, so you can work out their system, their value, what they charge and how they work, so that you can base your business on that. Or I suggest you watch Creative Live. Because, I mean, free education, there you go. People telling you exactly what to charge right there and then work on your value and work a system that works for you. And the third one would be go into the industry or just go and get a full-time job in the industry. If you're that fresh that your work is, you're struggling to price your work, it's probably not good enough to sell yet. It's okay to be a newbie, but don't be a newbie and starve. It's okay to have a job and be training in photography as long as you are moving forward in building a business. And so go and get a job and preferably go and get a job in the photographic industry. Now I'll tell you one thing right now to all the fledgling photographers out there. The one complaint I hear from thousands and thousands of photographers is, I wish I could find a retoucher. Is that true? So when I was at my lowest point at 28, 29, I hated photography, I was struggling, I didn't want to shoot families, I wanted to shoot glamour, I hadn't started my own business. I made an income on the side from teaching photographers how to do Photoshop and doing their Photoshop for them. If that's a way into the industry, then I could find you 100 photographers that would employ you tomorrow, and then you're in with some of the biggest names in all of our countries. And if that's not an education in how to run your own business, then maybe you should think about not going into business. Because if you don't want to know how to educate yourself to business, then you're not interested in it.
Tacey says, Sue, thank you for this morning. My 13-year-old daughter came in right when you were discussing self-worth and self-hate. Her response, OMG, Mom, is she talking to me? Now I get it. Gosh, that hit me.
You know what?
Wow.
Somebody sent me an email yesterday and I read it to Kenna and Russ and I just started to cry. And I just I get amazing emails. God, I get amazing emails. But this one girl sent me an email the other day to say that she's 15 years old and her mum's a solo mum. And her mum got breast cancer when she was 11 and had a double mastectomy and never told her because she didn't want to worry her. So she said that she was going away for a week and left her with friends. And she said, my poor mother went and did that on her own with nobody to hold her hand, to be strong for me. Nobody to support her, nobody to hold her hand. And I just cried my eyes out. Oh, and I just think to myself, oh, you know what? Photography is an interesting beast, right? Because we capture human emotion, we capture people. Everything that we do is about emotion. Everything that we do is about our reflected self. It attracts a certain type of person, and it's really crazy, and it's an interesting industry, and it's a beautiful industry, and one that I've loved for 23 years. But the truth is at the end of the day, what we deal in is human nature. We capture human emotion, we freeze it for all time. In fact, one of my all-time favorite sayings that I used in my marketing was, "You are someone that I love, and I want to capture you for all time." So I would show a picture of a mother and daughter, and I'd say, "You are someone that I love, and I want to capture you for all time." And use it, because it is priceless, and it is beautiful, and it's the truth. And thank you. That is the best thing anybody could ever say to me. Because I think to myself, at the end of the day, when a 13-year-old feels like that, then we can change that. We can change it for our daughters, sisters, nieces, nephews, sons. And that is perfect. Because we were talking about business.
That's what it's all
right?
about.
And money.
That's what it's all about. Wow.
So, Sue, I just want to take a step back. There were a number of people that didn't fully understand when you were talking about the 10% and that I needed to make $1 million if I wanted to take home $100,000.
Yes. A lot of people had the specific question, I'm just shooting for myself. I don't want to have any employees. I just want to be myself. So why do I need to put 90% back into my business? That seems like a lot.
Well, the government takes 30. So that's not yours anyway, which leaves 60. And then you have to pay your rent, your expenses, your cameras, your backdrops, your insurance. And then you have to pay any contractors, whether you outsource or not. And then you have to advertise and market yourself. And then if anything happens to your studio or you want to upgrade, you then have to go up another level. So that 60% is pretty much sitting quite happily in your business. So the idea that you would operate a business the same way you operate your dollar for dollar living week by week is laughable. Because if you have no shoots for 2 weeks, where will the income come from? And it's not in the bank. So you cannot spend your income the way you did when you got a wage. Because the thing is with a wage is that everybody thinks the same thing. It's going to be there next Thursday. And then we live like that, and then we have a crisis, and then we look in our bank accounts and we go, oh, it's not there anymore. And then we have a who moved my cheese scenario. And then somebody writes a book about moving cheese. And I always say when it comes to the crisis or when it comes to the crunch or when it comes to losing everything or losing your home, not getting insurance for it, when it comes to being at rock bottom, you know who's swimming naked when the tide goes out. And if you're swimming naked and you have not saved, banked that money, and your business doesn't have some income behind it, your income is not there, or you haven't prepared for tax, you're in trouble. That is basic common sense. I save my tax, I pay it immediately because I don't want to get caught out. Do you know how many first businesses don't pay their tax in the first 5 years? That's why they fail, because they spent too much money and didn't focus on earning more. It's a simple fact. You save your tax and then you take 20% more and you put it in a savings account. And that is your business account. Then you pay yourself and all of your auxiliary expenses, and what's left is yours. And so in order to raise that bar, you need to raise your service, your value, your product, and everything around it. It's just commerce 101.
I love that discussion, Sue.
Mm-hmm. We could have gone on forever.
I was going to say, we could go on and on and on. It's a powerful discussion.
And you know how many but what if emails I'm going to get now?
Yes.
But what if? But what if?
Yes.
And there is no what ifs. It's a bottom line. It's same as self-hate, apathy, victim, negative voice, small thinking. Same thing, bottom line.
What about repeat clients? When I go home and redo my pricing structure and raise them up, what about those clients that come back and they're expecting to see the $450 with a CD?
You have two choices. You can either offer them only a $450 CD for repeat business if they give away 10 of your vouchers to their friends because they're repeat clients, so they really liked you and they were prepared to spend more money with you. I'll give you the same deal if you help market me.
Okay.
How's that?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
don't tell anybody that I charged you $450.
Okay.
Tell them all that I charged you $12.50. And then those people that come in will come in on your recommendation on $12.50.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for being a repeat client. And I'm prepared to look after you like that every year for the next 5 years that I'm here in business.
Awesome.
Because you mean a lot to me and you came back.
Thank you.
There's always a way, people. There is always a way. You must open your mind, expand it to positive thinking instead of what you don't have. Stop seeing lack, stop seeing scarcity, see abundance, and then make abundance out of it. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The best business advice I got was this. The richest man I know in Australia that is one of the most talented portrait photographers looked at me and he said to me, Sue Bryce, in the next 3 years, I see you at the forefront of international photography. I went like this, what? And he goes, yeah, I just wanted to tell you that. And I was like, me? I'm in my garage. And he's like, yeah. Don't worry, I'm not worried about you. He goes, I just want to give you some advice. And I said, okay, what is it? He goes, what's in it for me? And I was like, And he said, every transaction you do in your business, I want you to say in your mind, what's in it for me? So I can give you a CD for $450, but what's in it for me? What are you going to give me? Like, I'm happy to charge you the original price because I like you, you've come back. How about you do something for me? There is no such thing as a free lunch. There is an even exchange, left for leaving, right for receiving. There is an even exchange, 50-50, and if you hand it off and ask for it back and then receive gratefully, you will be abundant. That is just a fact. So thank you very much. I'm happy to charge you $450. I'm so glad you're going to give away these people. And you're not going to give them 10 vouchers and let them walk out the door. They're going to give you 10 names. You're going to write a personal card from your client and send it directly to that person. So I am now have to wrap up because what I've talked about for 2 days is done. So the next 28 challenges are not about fear or self-growth. There is something about pricing and there is sales and lots of marketing. The rest now is about action and actually going out and doing it and shooting it, perfecting it, mastering it and getting really good at it. Right now, that's it. So everything we've talked about for the last 2 days is done, and from now on I've only left with the challenges and the Q&A that I can come and check in while you are doing this challenge. The whole thing now really comes down to you getting into this challenge and enjoying it and learning from it and changing the way you shoot, getting better, mastering how you're shooting and opening this entire little business model into your business, developing it, starting a business or including it into what you already have. The 28 days with me from now on are, as I said this morning, natural light studio, mapping your sets and outfits, your 1 composition 5 poses, flowing over basic props, posing couples traditionally, capturing beautiful expression and connection, beautiful connection and expression, the rules, perfecting the rules of the chin, the shoulder, the hands, the body language, the asymmetry, the hourglass, more connection always, creating a styling and wardrobe PDF that you can send and educate your clients better. The more time you spend educating, the more money you're going to make, creating an amazing little styling book to reference that and have them committed and excited. It's about shooting curves, more curves, always girls with curves, real bodies, real women, real age groups. That is who your client is. And it's about learning those little tips and tricks that make women go crazy for you to be their photographer. It's about learning how to pose multiple girls in 2s, 3s and 4s so you can shoot grown-up families, combos, groups of girls, girls day out, and then market to those so you can make more money. It's about you marketing and shooting the before and after better. It's about learning the difference between posing a teenager and a 25-year-old and having it age appropriate but still commercial and fashion so it attracts the genre. It is about you marketing and shooting to this family first demographic and including that in your family portrait studio and your baby photography. It's about opening up to generations of posing and shooting and posing multiple people as in family shots. So taking contemporary and modern family images so that people are drawn to your brand. And it's also about marketing and shooting the corporate headshot. It's about the glamour shoot on location and even shooting into that back flare. And it's not just about showing you that, it's about you mastering it. I've broken it down so easy. I want you to master every one of these levels and then push to the next level. I'm going to show you how to Photoshop faster and be more efficient with your production in your Photoshop with the 2-minute rule and how to get the best contouring that make women happy so that they buy their photographs. It's about opening up and marketing to this demographic. Now, can I just say one thing? One of the girls walked up to me in the break and she said to me, Sue Bryce, I'm going to make my greatest weakness my greatest strength. And I said, what's your greatest weakness? And she said, I'm 50 and I thought I was too old to be a photographer. Her greatest weakness has now become the highest shopping demographic in the world, and that's her sisterhood. And I said to her, do you think this woman wants to be photographed by a tight-ass 25-year-old? And do you know how I know this? Because I was a tight-ass 25-year-old and I used to photograph 50-year-old women and think, old bitches. Because they were so mean to me. And then I realized why they were mean to me. They were mean to me because I didn't know any better. And yes, speak to your own demographic by all means, but find your greatest weakness and make it your greatest strength. And the irony about her greatest strength and her greatest weakness is her greatest strength is that is a shopping demographic that has so much money to spend and they will be throwing money at her and her business model will be better than everybody else's. And that any woman, even at age 83, wants the same thing. Make me look younger, make me look slimmer, make me look gorgeous. That I need you to master that backlight. Because when you master that backlight and you take images like this and your folio starts selling itself, and that is just taken in a plain bedroom with a opaque blind pulled down. I need you to be able to understand the 4 biggest marketing and shooting demographics, how I shoot them in order to market to them, and how I shoot them to market to them to make money from them. You are only to bring a genre or bring a demographic into your studio if it's going to produce a product that makes you money. Why else would you do it? And that is business. I need you to master and follow these maps. Okay, posing the mother and daughter. I need you to work on those beauty shots. They sell every single time. I need you to work out the difference between the independent woman and the girl power. And then I want you to market to her and her girlfriends because they are a very powerful demographic. I want you to go and shoot these boys. I want you to get more boys into the studio. I want the boys to supplement the girls' shoots. I want you to invite the whole family. I want you to build and add on to your shoots until you've mastered that and your income is increasing because you've opened your network wider and wider. And then I want you to take it all the way to the fashion, whatever it takes. Just like we shoot girls of different ages and demographics differently, we shoot guys differently, exactly the same way to suit the person that you are photographing. And once we tie all of that up, in 28 days, every day you're going to get one video, and I'd love to say the videos are an hour long, but to be honest with you, some of them are a little longer. I'm sorry. But I just get a bit excited and we didn't have the timer on a few days and then one of them like 3 hours long. I was like, what? Oh no, that's not. You know, so I can't help but teach this stuff. I love it so much. I get so excited when I'm shooting and I'm teaching it and you're watching it come out of my camera in RAW. There's no editing to the images. You're seeing it come out as it is, as I shoot it right there and then. You're watching through my camera in live view and then you can print out the contact sheet so you can reference it while it's in front of you. That's got to be the easiest way I can teach you. If I can't teach you in that way, it's going to be very difficult from there on in. And then practice makes perfect. And like I said, rinse, repeat, sell. And like Russ said, screw it up, apologize, and then rinse, repeat, sell again until you get it right. Okay, the checklist for your business. I need you to lock this down now because this does not come up in your 28 days. The checklist for your business from yesterday is something I need you to be working on in parallel to your next 28 days of shooting and marketing. Okay, shooting and marketing is about getting bums on seats and taking better pictures and making money. But until you clear the blocks in your physical business and the blocks in your personal self, which is what we've spoken about Friday, Saturday, you will not move forward. So here's your checklist. How clear is the communication in your business? You need to lock this down for me. Do you have a great website? And when I say great, is it functional? Okay, is it clear what you do? It doesn't have to be the visually most beautiful website, because I'm assuming you think everybody's website's better than yours. Because when you look at somebody's work with fresh eyes, it's always better than yours. However, you're not looking at your work with fresh eyes. So if it's not functional and it's not working for you, you need to change it. If it's working for you, stop reinventing the wheel on your website and instead start working on your PDFs, because then you get an opportunity to update your current images and get them out on your social media and on your email to people, and you don't have to worry about your website. You can replenish your website every 6 months to 12 months if your PDFs are getting replenished and they're really sexy. Do you have a great business card? If you don't, get one. If it looks like mine, if you want one like mine, go and get one like mine. My images sell my work, not my words. Do you have an email PDF? If you don't, why not? If you shoot multiple genres, you should have multiple PDFs. You saw my instruction, watch the video again, clean lines, easy, keep it simple. The definition of understanding a clear communication is simplicity, and that is all you have to think about. Communicate, simplicity, entice. When you go shopping and you're a female, I know women are different to men, because when women want something, when they want to buy something, we want to buy something. There's no conflict, is there, girls? I went through the years of not wanting to eat so I could buy extra shoes, and when you want something, you want it and you buy it and you find a way to get it. That's how women shop. Do you have a great elevator pitch? And if you don't, when you go for a walk or a run, or you're at the gym or you're in the shower, work on your elevator pitch. Hi, my name's Sue Bryce. I'm a glamour portrait photographer. Sorry, what? Yes, I know. I said glamour portrait photography. It's what I used to do in the late 80s, but then it went out of fashion. But see, the thing is, I loved it so much, nobody could stop me from doing it. So when it went out of fashion, I just decided to reinvent it and then bring it back to the world. So now I've launched a global glamour revolution. You can check me out at www.suebryce.com. Cool, that's cool. I'm going to use that. All right, an elevator pitch is when you believe what you say and you say it with the truth. Okay, you believe what you say it with the truth, you say it with enthusiasm, and you show beautiful work. Do you have a portfolio on your iPhone? Everybody has an iPhone and iPad these days. If you don't have a rocking portfolio on there that you can whip out at that is a moving, breathing folio for you right there that you can sell yourself. And it should be incredible. It should be your best work, and it should be replenished weekly. And every time I send my Entice image to my new client, that goes in that file. I MMS it from my phone so that it's in that file. So I replenish that file weekly. It has hundreds of images in it, and people get lost in it for hours when I'm talking about my business. And here's the irony. Even when I go for a run or a walk, I will discard my business cards, my handbag. I have everything except for clothes on and running shoes, but I have everything in my person, eyelashes and an iPhone, because I want to listen to music and receive calls, and I always have my eyelashes on. So even when I'm in track pants, this is my get up. I always have my iPhone. So nobody can say I didn't have a business card. My folio is right here. Let me show you. And here's a link to my website. And if you happen to talk to somebody outside of having a business card, try this. What's your email address? When I get home, I'll send you my PDF price list and folio so you can see my work. You take it. Don't give them your website. Take their email. And then when you get home, follow it up. And if you never hear back from them, who cares? It was an exercise in self-confidence. How many shoots do you want per week? And what do you want your average sale to be? What is your average sale? You need to work that out, remember. How can I lift my average sale? How can I lift my average sale? That's what we talked about today. How can I lift the value of what I do? Do I up my price? Do I up my service? Do I up my product? But one of those, all of those, and do I change the way I believe it? One of those 4 things will lift and keep raising you up every time you work on them, every time you change them. What is your true goal? Okay, what is your service goal? Mine is that every woman in the world discovers how beautiful she is and that she gets to experience herself through my lens. And you know, I don't need to practice an elevator pitch when I say that, because when I look at you and say, I see how beautiful you are and I can capture that and bring that out of you, I believe it. And when you believe it, it's true. And when it's true, everybody believes it. So learn what yours is. Write me that hate list. Please write that. And somebody wrote on Facebook, can we call it a dislike list? Because hate is a very strong word. And I wrote, do not deny me of my hate. Do not rob me of my hate. How dare you? And if I hate something, I'm not going to say I dislike it. I'm going to say I hate it. And when I say I hate it, I have to ask the next question, then why the hell would you do it? Then I need you to understand what the physical blocks were in your business. I need you to do the brand, the marketing, the Photoshop, the production, the shooting, the sales. If you don't have staff, it doesn't count, and the money. Okay? I want you to correlate first the physical blocks in your business and then the personal blocks. Because the personal block was probably bigger than all of them. I want you to look in your production, I want you to look into your whole physical production there as simplicity, functionality, look for your blocks and look for clear communication. That is a good business. It needs to be simple, it needs to be functional. You need to understand what your blocks are so that you can kick them out of the road immediately. Remember, it's a default setting. The blocks come back on the path. That's okay. You kick them out once, you keep kicking them. In fact, they default before you even realize it, and then you're back in deep before you realize you're kicking your toes. So as soon as that, identify your default setting, kick them out again, and remember that communication of what you do, what you sell, what you are, who you are, what you believe about yourself, and what you value is the first thing that people read about you, and it is in everything you do, it is in everything you say, it is in the clothes you wear, it is in your posture, it is in the car you drive, and as soon as you change that and start making it better, it gets better all around across the board. That is a simple truth. So once you've worked through all of your physical blocks, then I want you to go and work on your personal blocks. And those personal blocks, what we talked about in session 2 today, will be one of the hardest things that you will have to do. You'll be a work in progress just like me, but I can tell you right now, you sit on that couch and remember, I can walk across the room and there is no fear, there is only hate, and the voice of hate comes from inside me, and I can turn that off at any time because I'm the one saying it. And once you understand that, you turn it off and you go about your business, and then you realize there is no fear. It was just an illusion, and you're on your way. And you reset that every single day or every hour of every day if you're like me and you need to. Right? Because it's easy to do. And I don't understand how myself or you all were so filled with emotion about it. Because it's nothing. It's a lie. And it's so easy to change. So, with all the challenges, I created all these add-ons, Photoshop videos and PDF downloads and contact sheets and bonus videos and extra 2 hours of talking that I wasn't supposed to do. And I just keep going and going and going and going and going because I figured this had to be, if this was my last photography workshop, this had to be the most comprehensive workshop I could hand over, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this being my last one. I'm okay with watching you all develop and work through this over the next 2 years. I'm okay with that because I will go back to work and do what I do best, and that's take photographs. Okay? That's all good for me. I love taking photographs. I want you to love it, enjoy it, go for it, don't hold back. And so this came up out of nowhere, and I can't stop myself from doing this. It's so funny. So I'm in Seattle for 28 days shooting the 28-day videos for you. And I need a makeup artist. So I put a call out on Facebook for a makeup artist, and I got a whole heap of makeup artists, and out of the 14 I got the one that I intuitively felt was my fit. I intuitively felt she was my fit for 2 reasons. One, gut instinct will get you through business and life, and I always listen to my instinct. And I picked her name out of the pile first, and then I researched her work. She was the only makeup artist that sent me domestic work, meaning she sent me real looking clients, like wedding clients, instead of fashion models. Now, I'm not going to hire a fashion makeup artist. I am not a fashion photographer. I am a portrait photographer. But I could do the same course right now for makeup artists to tell them, if you want to make money, you will make more money, like me, as a domestic portrait photographer than you will as a fashion photographer, because the market is not in the 10 supermodels of this world, but in the million women that want to feel like supermodels. So I employ her for 3 weeks, for 28 days, to film 28 days, and she fits immediately. We all like her. Susan liked her, the whole team liked her, and straight away Christine fitted into our team. And we're talking, Christine and I are talking, and Christine is a great little makeup artist, and she owns a hair salon. So I look at her, and my instinct tells me, do you have a space above your hair salon? And she goes, yes. I said, is it empty? And she went, yes. I was like, does it have natural light? Yes. Ting, ting, ting. Jackpot. And I went, well, Christine, how about I throw a challenge at you? As you know, Susan Roderick, part-time host at Creative Live, part-time photographer, is launching a new photography business. And you all know that because you've been following her. And Christine owns a hair salon, and she is a makeup artist. She has a space above her hair salon with natural light. What do you think is going to happen in my brain? So I go, Susan, Christine, come here and sit down for a minute. In fact, we were in the bathroom. I was getting ready for the shoot, putting my makeup on, and they were standing on it. I think Christine might have been sitting on the toilet, and Susan was sitting on the sink, and they were both looking at me like I was crazy, but then they got really excited. Are you microphoned? Oh, you're coming down. So you all know Susan, and Susan's actually been here for the last 2 days, but she's been working behind the scenes instead of on the chat hosting table and helping me also. And I wouldn't do what I do without her. I've filmed 28 days with her and Sean Levra, and they have been absolutely an incredible team. So Susan is a videographer as well, and she's done half the videoing that you're seeing, and Sean has done the other half, and Sean's been editing them all while we're here so that you guys can have them in the challenge from Monday. And so whilst these guys have been working for me and doing this and for Creative Live and working for us, excuse us while we pause for a photo. Wait a minute, Kenna. Kenna wasn't ready. And so whilst we've been doing that, Susan's been videoing, and then I look at Susan, I look at Christine, and I'm like, how about this? How about we create a 12-week business startup, and Susan designs a voucher from the template. Okay, so I didn't have Susan's actually. She has actually photographed Christine, so Christine's image will be in there, not TY's. And then Christine does what she already knows how to do, because she's a hairdresser with a full client database. She's going to market the voucher that she designed to her clients, and she's going to do it from her, not from Susan. So she's going to say, I have just experienced a photo shoot with Susan Roderick, and I want you to do the same as my clients. This is my gift to you, and I'm giving you a $200 voucher to spend with Susan and myself, and I'm going to do your hair and your makeup, and Susan's going to photograph you. We're going to track their progress. We're going to see how many vouchers she gives away. We're going to see how many vouchers people say yes to. We're going to look at the shoots that she does and critique them. And then we're going to monitor the sale of those shoots in real time so that you can see the real truth of what they do from startup. Yeah. And that will go on my blog, and we'll get it on Creative Live blog as well. So that's something you can monitor over the next 12 weeks. So while she's starting up, you guys get to watch her do it. I have two faiths. One is in my instinct, and one is in Christine and Susan, because they're hungry, and I know that they believe they can do it. Okay? Now, Susan's shooting right now is not as good as it could be, but she's going to learn and grow with every one of her clients. And she knows how to get connection. And that is more valuable than anything else. So I really invite you to watch this journey and watch the truth of it. I will not mentor them. I have already done it. Okay? The mentoring is done in the 28 days. I don't want to go to her shoots. I want to go to my own. Well, you know what I've done? What I've done is I've done myself a disservice, because now I've lost my makeup artist and my assistant. So if I do go to my own shoots, it's going to be alone. Does anybody want to come and work with me in Seattle? Oh, that's a dumb question.
No. Kate Haley.
Oh, I'll take you, Kate, any day.
Kate Haley's here.
Okay, so that's a neat challenge for you to watch. I'm constantly looking to feed you the truth, and I'm constantly looking to feed you the real truth. And Susan won't hold that back. She won't hold the truth back from you. If she's suffering, she's going to say. And if she sucks, it's going to show. And if she fails, she's going to have to admit it, apologize for it, and start again. And that just is part of business. So I enjoy that you will watch that journey, and I will fully enjoy watching the growth of her and her business over the next 6 months. And I will fully enjoy watching Christine, because she is a beautiful woman who's built a great little hair salon. She's a great makeup artist, and the two of them have a great synergy that will bring the average client, okay, will be in their 40s. And I cannot wait to see that. Yeah. Right?
Can I hug you now?
Thank you. Right. So, all I have to do is tell you this. You have a call to action, and that is April the 8th. You don't get to see the 28 videos unless you buy the course. You saw 2 of them. You've seen me lay it out for you. If you want to do it, you have to buy it. It's that simple. I want you on board. You know me well enough. In fact, when I talked to Craig, I'll say this, the truth. When I talked to Craig, I said to Craig, hang on, you're going to let me sell a video that they haven't seen. And Craig would never let me do that. I've always offered that to Craig. How about I add on a video and you can sell it? And he goes, no, we have to show it. And I'd be like, And I said, hang on, you're going to let me sell a video that nobody's seen? And he goes, Sue, people know you've got the goods. Just lay it out for everybody and then do it over a month. And that was the best thing he could have said to me, because I love what I've created for you and I fully 100% believe in it. I've showed you all the reasons why. I've taken away all the reasons why it wouldn't work, and there it is. So the call to action is April 8th. Mark your progress every day. Sometimes you might be doing 2 or 3 challenges in a day. It doesn't matter. I don't expect you to have supermodels to practice on. I just expect you to do the work and then practice it and do it again. I want you to create a folio of your 28 days so that you can put it online and or send it through to me so I can pick you. And I haven't even decided what I'm going to do with you yet. I haven't even decided, but it'll be something really special. Because if I'm saying that you can be me in 28 days, then there's going to be a whole lot of me's running around Seattle in a month. And I can't wait for that. The call to action is April 8th, when I will come back and I will show you how everybody is doing. You'll see me every week for Q&A. I'm going to keep the blog rocking with the first year students. I'm going to redesign their templates with them this week so that you can redesign yours. I want you to hit your checklists, and I want you to start the challenges on Monday. I want you to enjoy it, and I want you to prosper. I'll see you in 28 days.
Welcome to Day 1 with Sue Bryce. I love this challenge. I didn't realize how much I knew about shooting in the corner of a bedroom until I started to show people the difference. This is all about the 101 of natural light. It's about putting a corner V-flat in the corner of a room and then controlling the light with a diffuse curtain and a polyboard or a V-flat or a reflector of some kind. I'm going to take you through right the beginning startup of just standing next to a window light and how I can make my window light, any window light, look like a beauty dish in the studio. This is how I shoot straight out of camera, and you can see the images coming straight out of camera today. It's exciting, and I want you to really master this so that you can take beautiful natural light portraits. So have a look at our space here. I'm in a room that is almost 12 feet wide. I've got a nice sort of fairly high stud, so I've got a bit of space for light, and I'm facing southwest. So we're in winter light right now, which means the light is very low, and it's going to come around this way. So it's going to sit over there, and we're currently at around 11 a.m. So 11:30 a.m. So we're at a nice lunch light. We're not at afternoon light yet. I like to be shooting by 10 a.m. every day. This is the best light of the day. What I need to do is diffuse this light. So this room has Venetian blinds, and the first thing I'm going to do is pull them up and get rid of them. Okay, in my camera bag I travel with this piece of fabric. So it's a nice large piece of silk organza. The reason I use silk organza is it's sheer and it's not very shiny, so it's not sort of very reflective. It's just a really good filter. And I carry this with me everywhere because it curls up tight in a ball in my camera bag. Now I make sure that I always have these hair clips, which are just hairdressing blow dry clips, which I keep, and I can pin that pretty much to anywhere, or have my assistant hold it, or have a friend hold it if I need to diffuse any light. So this is one of my most favorite things for a natural light photographer in my camera bag. I also have today some options for you. Remembering most hotel rooms have a diffused white curtain and a blockout curtain to block light. So most hotel rooms have it already set up. When I set up my studio, my first studio, I covered all the windows in white net curtains. It doesn't matter what sort of net curtains you get, as long as they're plain and they diffuse light and you can bunch them up, because the harder the light is outside, the more diffuser you're going to need on that curtain. So I found these the other day at a second-hand store, an op shop here in Seattle, and they were $20 for 4 white curtains. Now these are a really nice sort of cotton or cotton muslin, and they were so cheap. You can find net curtains pretty much anywhere. So if I want to temporarily hang these up, I will just clamp them onto there, and they've kind of got a bit of a ruching. Luckily I got 4 of them. So the net curtain, that's pretty great. So easy to afford and so easy to find. $20 for 4 large curtains. So they will bunch along there nicely. Also, I purchased a chair, and when I purchased a chair, it was wrapped in this fabric. I don't actually know what it is. It's like a dacron or a paper, a cloth paper. You can't tear it. And I've been using this piece of fabric because it folds right down to a small square, and I've been gaff taping it to the window because it's allowing in quite a lot of light, as you can see, but it is still just letting in this perfect amount of light. So I just want to show you one thing. When you look at this room, see this hard light that's hitting right here? That hard light there is impossible to photograph in. So before I even put a diffuser on, I'm just going to take a photograph in this light and try and show you where I would be in this light and why it's not going to work for me. So always carrying nice, easy little hair clips like this. Have your choice of diffusers, so you can use this cloth, you can buy curtains, you can use some organza, and then of course we always carry photography clamps in our camera bag so we can clamp onto anything. So just a great way to diffuse light, and you do need to be armed with this if you are not going to shoot an artificial light. So I'm going to take some shots first, and then I'm going to show you the difference in how the diffused light changes the light to my client, and then I'm going to start bouncing light with these big foam core boards here, which are just very basic foam core boards. I use foam core, I use polystyrene. So those are the 2 boards that I use, and anything that's white, these have black on the background, so they're really great to shoot in V-flats as a background. So let's start with taking a shot with no diffused light and working our way up into making our client look gorgeous. As you can see, we have no diffuser on the window, and we're standing right here. Arlene is in hard light. She's not even in hard light, you're in half light. Because there's so much light on you, I metered in camera to your eye, and I'm shooting on 5D Mark III, and I'm shooting on the 35mm. When I meter to Arlene's eye,
I'm metering at, my shutter speed's going at 1250, so it's really fast. I'm at 2.8 on my f-stop, and I'm at 160 ISO, any higher, and it's not working. As you can see, this does not work, this shot. Okay, I can't expose for the highlight, and I can't expose for the low light, and I certainly cannot. I have to bring her either into the harsh light, or I have to bring her into the low light. So let's take a step away from the window. All right, so from here, as soon as I take her out of that hard light, and she's still very, very close to it, so there's a lot of reflected light bouncing up. So now I'm going to take another shot without changing my settings, and obviously I've dropped a stop, so I'm just going to toggle back up so that I'm exposing in camera on her eye. I'm on her right eye, and I'm going to take another shot. Now, as you can see, I've still got hard light coming in on her right hand side. I've still got low light, but she has absolutely no light hitting her face now. Okay, so that looks really bad for her. And what I'm going to do now is take one more step away from the light. So let's take one more step this way, and I'm going to take another shot. I'm still at 160. I'm still at 160 at 2.8. And I'm just going to focus on her right eye and take a shot. Still nothing. It doesn't matter. The more I get her away from the window, the softer the light becomes on the light side of her face, and still the darker it becomes on the dark side of her face. So I need to do two things. I need to eliminate the light that's coming from this side, and I need to create more light on this side. And the only way I'm going to be able to do that is by putting a diffuser here to cut this light down, and then see if I can even up the light on her face. So now I'm going to do that. Now I've hung up my curtain, so I'm going to take another shot, and when I come straight up, sorry, I'm going to turn my camera off, and when I come up, I'm pretty much at exactly the same setting. So I'm at 160, it's now metering, still at 2.8, and the shutter has slowed down a little wee bit. So I'm getting a much better diffused light on this side, but I still don't like this side. So now what I'm going to do is bring in a white reflector. All right, as you can see right now, I now have the perfect amount of light hitting her face. That to me is just like a beauty dish light. It's nice and flat to the face, and that is a beauty light for me. It is really flattering to all ages. It's lifting light. The light is not coming from underneath or above. It is coming directly 45 degrees to her. It is bouncing off this reflector, and I can bring that reflector into her, and the more I bring it in and the further I take it away, you'll see, makes such a big difference. Probably 2 or 3 stops to this side of the face. And just to prove it, I'm going to take a second shot. I'm still on exactly the same setting as I was before. So I'm at 160. I am now at 2.8. I'm at 500 in my shutter speed, which means that the shutter went faster when the light bounced in. So sorry, I got a blink then. That was my fault, not yours. And then I'm just, no smiling, just push your chin forward, and that's a go. So there. Okay, now, as you can see, perfect amount of light now evenly across her face. So let's address one major issue here. I haven't diffused enough light to the wall, and we have this big pattern here on the wall. So I'm going to take a shot of that because we do not want that. Okay, so this is a problem that most people run into, and I'm just going to drop my exposure down to make sure that you can see that pattern on the wall. There it is, and we do not want that cobweb pattern. Now that simply means that this area of light here is still too bright, so I'm going to take a second curtain, and that's why if you can bunch fabric, or if you can have more fabric in your bag, it's going to make life a lot easier when you're on location. Now remember, if this is your home, you're going to learn the light, or if this is your home and if this is your studio, you're going to learn the light in your studio really quickly. It won't take you long to work out what time of the day is the best to shoot and what time of the day you can make this work. So I'm going to hang this up, and then we're going to go from there. So now I'm going to take a shot. As you can see, I have now hung up 3 curtains there. So I'm diffusing light. There's absolutely no cobweb light on that back wall. I'm going to take a photo of it so that you can see. Make sure it's better than the last one. Absolutely perfect. Now I'm going to come into here. I am going to expose again over her eye. I'm going to focus on her eye, just turn down a touch. And here we are right here. I'm still at 2.8. My shutter is at 200 now, and I'm at 160 ISO still. So if I feel like now I need to lift up my ISO, I'm going to take it to 320.
So everybody knows that the chip works better on 160, 320 and 640 ISO. Those are the 3 ISOs I use all of the time. I try to never go over 640 ISO unless I absolutely have to. Yes, I will go 800, 1000, 1600 if I have to and if I need more light. But really those are the best ISOs that I'm trying to get. So from hard light to perfectly soft light, she is 1 meter or within 1 meter from the window. She's got a good reflector here, so it's bouncing light back to her now. I've got a really even light source going on over her whole face. Now we are in what is called a high light situation. So for me, I have taken a room that's got lots of light in it, white wall, white bounce, white curtain. There's lots of light coming in, and then I've cut the light right back in order to even it out. Now that I've evened it out, essentially I'm taking light away. Even though I've distributed the light better in the space, I've taken light away. So what I really need to do now is make sure that my ISO is high enough to capture the amount of light that I've got in the space. So let's compare it to the first image that I took when she had hard light and no diffuse light. And then we'll have a look at this image here. And as you can see, she stepped away from the wall, the window. As she stepped away from the window, the light was getting softer and softer, but it was also getting harder on her dark side. The most significant difference is not just diffusing the hard light that's coming through the window, but it's bouncing the light back on the left side of her face. Sorry, her left side, the right side from us looking at her. As soon as you brought in that reflector, the light just softened right through the face there, and that's where I will shoot. If it is a darker day, I would simply step her closer to the window and I would not have that reflection of light on the back wall. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to just take a quick still of this scenario so you can see how soft it is. That's it. And I'm going to swap sides. So I'm actually going to take you to this side of the room. And if all the light is hitting that wall, then essentially this is the darker side of the room. So let's see what we're faced with when we change our V-flat to the other side. And then let's see what happens when we put her in a coloured V-flat instead of having her on a white wall. So we'll try that now. So we've set up a green-grey V-flat here in the corner, which is going to change my backdrop colour. Then what I've done is I've taken the double up curtain off the end and I've just put it along here. Now you can see the white light on this wall has come back again, but that doesn't bother me because if my client stands right here, that white light is going to reflect back to her. When I bring the reflector into here, the white light is going to bounce off that white wall, bounce onto her reflector, and come straight back to her face here. So I'm going to show you now what the darker side of the room looks like, what it looks like on a grey-green, and then I'm going to introduce a reflector again and show you the distance between the window and the diffuse light window and where she can stand in this backdrop, because she should be able to stand at least a metre away from the window, and she should also be able to go back into this little alcove here. As you can see, these are 1.2 wide, so it's a very small shooting space. If there was a bed in this room, I would push the bed as far as I could that way and just use this corner to shoot. I can then put any colour V-flat, is any colour I can paint these. So the foam core comes in white and black, so already I have 2 corners. I've painted this one a grey-green. I have a powder blue and a gold. So any colour that you can create and make, and any colour you can transport if you are going on location.
That would be your biggest concern, is if you were shooting in a hotel room and you couldn't transport V-flats. If you are in a set-up studio or shooting at home in a home studio, you can have as many of these as you like. If you're going to a hotel, you are going to have to use the wall or the wallpaper that the hotel has, so I suggest you go and check out the room first if you're going to do a shoot there. All right, let's have a look without a reflector. We're on the dark side of the room. The light is over there. It is hitting this wall. I've got one little diffuse light on both sides all the way along, and we've put a V-flat with a nice grey light there. So what I want you to do is come to the edge of this. That's it, perfect. Now, this is where the light is at its hardest, because you're right on the edge of the wall. So in a highlight situation, when you've got lots of light like this, you can bring her right to the edge, and I'm going to take a shot so you can see exactly what's going on here. And I'm going to just focus. I'm at 2.8. I'm at 200th of a second at 640 ISO. And have a look at that. No reflector, but such beautiful light. Because we're on the dark side of the room, but we've got lots of light bouncing off this white wall all the way around here. So now, if this light is getting too strong, which it just went up, just shimmy this way. I want you to take half a step back. Okay, I'm going to take another shot. And now, take another half a step back. Keep going, a little bit more. So technically she is right out of this light now. And have a look, I'm not going to change my exposure. It's not changing. I'm getting such a beautiful bounce all the way around here. I almost do not need a reflector. So to me, this is what I call a soft beauty light. This is such gorgeous light, so easy to shoot in. The only time that I'm going to have a problem, take one more step back, is as Arlene gets closer to the background, her shadow is going to pick up from any light source. But because it's bouncing from this direction back there to here, instead of just straight on her, she's not even getting much of a shadow on the back wall. So I'm going to show you what I'm seeing, because I barely see. Push your chin forward, Arlene. That's it. Perfect. Don't move. As you can see, barely a shadow. So I can shoot anywhere in this space right now and it looks amazing. If it was a really low light day, she wouldn't really be able to stand at that back wall without a big reflector here. So I'm going to show you where I would put the reflector. Come and stand on this wall, this side. And now turn your back. That's it. Now come towards me. Okay, right to the edge. Stop, not too close. Now bring your chin this way. Just have a look at the light here. So the closer I bring her, tip that way, and bring your chin this way, stop. The closer I bring her to the edge of this backdrop, the better the light. Chin down just a little bit and work your shoulder in. We might as well show them how to really do it. Now, very gently, take a step away from me, stop. See, she's gone into that lower light, and I actually think that makes it look flatter. So let's have a look at the difference between those two images. I definitely like the stronger light. So bringing her back to the light was better. Let's do this exact same shot with a reflector in. Now, it's very unusual when somebody's filming you to be filming so in such tight quarters. But that's the good thing about what we're showing you today, is that you can set up a studio in a very small room and it can be absolutely perfect for what you need to do. Like, you can do an entire shoot in one corner. So one corner with good light, good diffuse light. And remember, if it was a rainy day and it was really low light, then I simply would be upping my ISO. I would just make sure that everything, my shutter speed's going to slow down, but never let it get under 40 or 30 handheld. So I'd have to go on a monopod, so up your ISO. These cameras are incredible. They shoot in the dark now. So just up your ISO, just watch. It does give you noisy images, and just try and bounce in as much light as you can. So I'm going to bring in a reflector and see what changes in this corner. Have a look at this. All I've done is brought in this big white reflector board here. This reflector here is picking up all that light from the window and it's bringing it back to her face this side. I can bring this in as much as I want. In fact, the more I surround my clients in reflectors, the safer they feel. And especially if there's other people in the studio, I can bring it right in this way. And the more light that I reflect back to her face, the better it's going to look.
So now I'm going to take a shot and I'm going to compare it to the non-reflected shot in the same, exactly the same position and see the difference. So just bring your chin around this way. Chin, that's it, perfect, don't move. Now, long chin towards me, work that shoulder in. Give me a tip, good girl, don't move, chin down this way. Right, I have this beautiful reflector. I can bring that right into there and I'm bouncing light. Let's take a shot and compare it to the one that we had before. And you are right on the edge of that reflector board. So bring your chin down, that's it. Now my camera is reading at 2.8 still, and we are at 640 ISO. So I could bring my ISO down, but let's have a look. Wow. Okay, so we're just gonna compare this image to the first one. Completely different light when she's on the edge of that board and not. So I feel like it's very difficult to tell in this position here where the light source is coming from, because it is just hitting her so evenly now, and it's absolutely beautiful. I really love this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just play with it a little bit more. I want you to bring your chin harder down that way. Good girl, don't move. Now this time I'm going to come a little closer. Just relax your mouth, lips together, perfect. Just going to take a little shot there. Absolutely beautiful. I could just keep moving around this light. As you can see, this is coming straight off my camera. So I'm going to show you the raw file. I'm shooting at 2.8, so you can see that beautiful depth of field from her eyeline right down to her front curl. You can see the drop away on her back curl. You can see the light and even the contrast that's hitting the backdrop from dark to light. Looks beautiful. So let's see how far we can move her around in here. I want you to take a step forward. And no, step forward, yes, stop. And I'm just going to just move this reflector back a little. There, perfect. Okay, now, I just want you to bring your chin forward. That's the one. Now, bring the shoulder forward, chin down a little, stop. I'm going to take a shot here. Nothing has changed. I'm still at 400 shutter speed. I'm at 2.8. I'm at 640. I'm just saying chin down a little touch, Arlene. Beautiful, don't move. Okay, from there, I still like this. If I compare it to when she's closer to the wall, the light is a little harder, but nothing to worry about. Now, I want you to take a step directly away from me. Okay, now, you've just saw the light drop away from her face, which was amazing to see. But if I bring this reflector in here, and I might even cross the camera a little bit here. I just need to show you the example. So I'm going to show the original shot and then chin forward and down. Okay, tip this way slightly, not so far. And work that shoulder. That's a girl. Perfect. Now, let's pull this back so we've got something to look at. Absolutely incredible what just changed then. I took her away from the edge of that reflector. So I pushed her back, one step. See that? And look at the difference between the shot before and the shot after. And I like both. I like the open light and the flatness, and I like the contrast around her face. Both of them work for me. Both of them still are really flattering to her face. Now let's turn her flat to me and let's push her back one more step. Now she's really going away from any direct light. The only light that's really hitting her now is the light that's reflecting off that reflector and the light that's reflecting off that back wall. So I'm going to move the reflector again. So I'm going to cross over and I'm just going to push it right back. And if I cut her off from the camera this way, perfect. It doesn't matter because this reflector is more important to my client. So let's have a look what I can see here. Chin forward and down. That's the one. And just bring those elbows in. That's a girl. Now, chin down a touch, stop. Now here, I'm at, take one more. I'm at 2.8 still. My shutter has slowed down. I love this. I'm gonna open this back out and I want you to take one big step towards me. Stop. I want you to push your chin down there. Now, I've brought her back to the edge in the center. And this time I'm shooting at, okay, my shutter speed, I just went up 2 full stops then. So I'm going to bring it right back down. I'm at 2.8. My shutter speed is now at 640. Okay, so chin down. Beautiful. Let's look at the difference between those two.
So just like that, one step, and look at that. When she's forward, we're exposing on the face and the background goes darker. When she steps back, our exposure goes up, and then we're exposing and the background gets lighter. Two completely different looks in natural light. Absolutely love them. Let's challenge this light situation one more time. I'm going to bring in one more V-flat, and this time I'm going to block light. All right, I've put this foam core here to really simulate low light. So this is what happens in low light. There's a very small light source here, and it's made the light a lot harder all of a sudden, and now I'm struggling to find light. So I'm going to show you the difference. Take one more step back, and so now I still have my reflector. I just have a lot less light coming at the front of her. So I'm just going to take a shot here so I can put it up with the others. Now, I'm changing my exposure because I'm now still at 2.8 at 640, but now the shutter speed's at about 320. So as you can see, I'm still getting an even-ish light because that reflector is really saving me. Step towards the reflector, stop. Now you're on the edge of that light again, and you can see, I can see a shadow around Arlene's nose on the side because this light source is harder and there's not enough reflected light. So the only way I can soften that is to bring this reflector closer to her. So I'm just going to bring it in closer, 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 just a bit closer. That's perfect, stop. Okay, now if I cross that camera, I'm going to show you the difference. So when I'm struggling for light, I'm going to bring my client to the edge. I'm going to bring the reflector right in. I'm just going to take a still from back here. I want you to see how boxed in she is because it's very important that you see how close everything is. She's really in that little corner. So chin forward and down, but in order to get beautiful light, I have to bring that reflector nice and close to her, chin down a bit more. That's it, perfect. And I should be able to get a very similar light source to the one before, which is there. And I am. It's not quite as soft. So that's what I would do if I was struggling for light. I could just bring this reflector in closer. I could make sure that I bounced as much light as I can around the room, and I just got to make sure that there's no hard shadows on her face. Because if you're shooting that beautiful beauty light type look, nice flat open light to the face, this is where you want to be. It's always about bouncing light. In this situation here, I would have a little half reflector and I would hold it or put it on a box to bounce light back up to her. I would surround her in white card. Now, all of the people right now who are saying, what if we just put a speed light in there, or what if we just put a flash fill in there, what if we just put an ice light in there? You can do all of those things. That is not the look I always have, but it is definitely something that you can do. So right now, this is about Natural Light Studio. It's about setting up the most beautiful beauty light on the smallest budget and making it look exactly like she just stepped out of a magazine. I'm going to replicate exactly the same corner in a bigger space. This is about having a larger studio space. We are now at a 12-foot stud. That means we have more light coming in and more light bouncing around. It's absolutely beautiful in here right now. I've got V-flats everywhere, I'm bouncing light, but I just want to show you in relation to where she is on the wall with this light source here. Her main light source is coming from her right, and what I've done is I've put this fabric, remember the one that was in the packaging? I've put this over the window, and the reason that I've done that is so that I can diffuse the amount of light that's coming to her. So without a reflector, I'm just going to do exactly the same thing. I'm just going to take a shot straight to me, Ali, that's it. From there, I'm just going to focus on your right eye. I'm still at 640 ISO. I am at 640 2.8. Now, as you can see by this image, there is, I've got a good even light, but there's still lots of contrast around her face. So even if I bump up the exposure a little wee bit, let's say I take it up one stop, and my shutter speed is now at 320. I'm going to take that, it's still there. I can still see a shadow around her nose, I can still see a shadow under her neck,
Now to make it look more like a beauty dish, all I have to do is bring in this V-flat. So I'm just going to bring it into here, and I'm just going to bounce that in. I'm going to open this up. Okay. Now all I'm going to do now is even out the amount of light that's touching her. So you're going to lose sight of her for 1 second. I'm just going to show you the difference, because I want you to see how simple and how quickly we change that. So as you can see by image 1 and image 2, image 1 and image 2, we've pretty much gone up 1 or 2 stops around the left side of her face. So step towards me, Arlene. So I'm bringing you right to the edge of the light and even closer to the reflector. I'm going to take one more shot here. So I'm stepping her away from the wall. There it is there, and 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to here, and I'm at 2.8. I'm still at 320 shutter speed, and there it is there. So when I look at 1, 2, and 3, you can see the difference between having no reflector, having a reflector, and then stepping her away from the wall. Absolutely perfect, too easy. So I'm just going to drop that back so you can see. Now I'm just going to show you the same green corner, and I'm going to actually cover up my main light source and use the light that's in the rest of the room. So I'm going to bring in this big polyboard here, and I'm going to put it here. That. Right. So if this was my studio space every day, I could have multiple polyboards, all different colors, and create multiple corners that I could shoot in. All I need to do is make sure she's in the right amount of light. Okay, so from there, I'm just going to do this quickly. You can see, get that there. Now, I'm going to just press that hard up against there. Perfect. Done. There it is. Nice and easy. Now, straight away, I can see a shadow on her back wall, because it's now relying on the light source that's coming from the back of the room over there. Now I can change that light by just bouncing boards around. So I'm going to move this across, and I'm going to open this back up. Okay, from here you can see this nice big wide open space now, exactly the same corner. I want to, no reflector, step forward, stop. As soon as you step forward into the light, I can see it light you up. And the light is coming from all around me, behind me now, so it's actually perfect. Chin down. I don't actually need to bring in a reflector here at all. The light source in this big space is so perfect. Let's just take one shot, so don't move. I'm just going to bring this reflector in. And I'm just going to come this way. Open that up. And that's it. Pushing it forward towards me. That's it, perfect, don't move. Okay, I'm just going to take one shot and see the difference. Long chin, good girl. So bringing the reflector in, put a shadow on the backdrop, and let's compare those two shots. I actually prefer the first one. We didn't need to bring in the reflector, we were getting such a nice even light. So let's push that back right here, and let's see if we can move her around in this V shape. I want you then to step back to this wall. Perfect. Now just watching the light on her face, I want you to come into the light. That's it. Put this hand behind you. That's it. Work the shoulder up. Not that's it. Don't tip backwards. Bring your chin forward. That's one. Stay there. And I'm just going to come into here. Okay, you'll know here now when you need to bring in a reflector or not. You can see how much light is hitting her face. It's really, really important that we make sure that she's well lit, just chin down, that she's well lit from both sides, and that we're exposing for that face. We're exposing, I'm focusing on the eye, I toggle down, my exposure is, so I'm actually 2.8 at 200, still at 640. Take a step back out of that light, perfect, long chin. Even in a bigger room, the room is performing almost exactly the same as a smaller bedroom. Chin down. When she's away from the front, the light gets darker and flatter. We can still move around. Turn flat to me. Yeah, step into the middle and step backwards. Stop. So that's right at the back of the frame. Elbows back. Okay, long chin, stop. I'm just going to come into here, chin down a bit.
Okay, pull back. You're leaning forward. Don't lean forward. Just your chin forward. Down, down, down. Chin down. That's it. Stay there. Tiny little smile in the eyes. Good girl. Not the mouth. Okay, lips together. Show me. That's it. Perfect, perfect. And we'll compare that. Okay, we've got quite a bit of dark in there. Take a big step towards me. Right to the edge. Stop. Chin down. Can you see now what's coming out of our camera? Natural light. How beautiful that is. I love this image. This to me is beautiful daylight. I think all I have to do now to make this a gorgeous shot is to just put a beautiful expression on her face, is to put beautiful sort of hair around her face. To me, that light is gorgeous. I don't even have to have a reflector. Straighten your head up to me. Come back halfway. Long chin towards me and down. Don't move there. Okay, and from there, I just need a gorgeous little tickle of a smile in your eyes. Good girl, that is so beautiful. Soften your eyes for me a little wee bit more. And that is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Gorgeous, gorgeous. All right, from there, that's it. Natural Light Studio. Basic corners, working the corners, using the corners to pose. In this program, you're going to learn all about posing in corners, posing on the wall. The beauty of what I do is I shoot in very close quarters. I can shoot in basically 3 by 3 meters or 2.5 by 2.5. I do not need a lot of space to create an entire folio. What I need is the best amount of diffused and bounced light. So everything I do comes down to making sure her face is square to the camera and making sure there is an even amount of light on both sides. Everything you've learned about flashlight and Rembrandt lighting goes out the window when you are shooting this style of photography. This style of photography is about replicating a beauty dish with a polystyrene board or a gator foam board and just making it look as beautiful and open to the face as you can to open up all sides of the face. And remember, when you Photoshop somebody's face, you don't remove bags under people's eyes, you remove shadows underneath bags. So if you light the face well, you have a lot less Photoshop to do, and all of your images should look like this coming off camera. So as a 40-year-old, and myself as a 40-year-old, we were just joking in the break that really, with a bit of Photoshop and a good reflector, we still look 19. Hi everyone, you're at day 2 with Sue Bryce. This was definitely one of my favorite challenges to shoot. I'm going to show you how I see a shoot in my mind before I shoot it. I'm going to map the clothes that the girls bought with the backgrounds, and I'm going to show you some very simple changes in background and how effective they are in an entire shoot. I'm going to show you how, when my clients arrive, I'm going to educate them as to which outfit to wear and take you through the map of a shoot on how I already see in my mind how I'm going to shoot every single outfit and how I can keep the shoot efficient and looking really gorgeous already done before I start shooting them. Hi everyone, today our challenge is about mapping our shoot with our backdrops, with our outfits, so that we have shoot flow, so that you can see how my mind works when a client walks into my studio with 6 beautiful outfits. And I'm going to show you how to do all of this in 2 simple little corners. So I can change my backdrop by simply changing this V flat here. And as you can see, I have a powder blue V flat right now that I've painted on polyboard. So I buy these polystyrene boards and then I paint them with the lowest matte paint that I can find, interior paint that I can find. I pick my favorite colors. So right now I chose around a light powder blue. I love the powder blue for beauty shots, and I can change the entire look of my shot by just changing this simple corner. So right now my light source is coming from here, and I've filtered the window with white fabric. You can use a curtain or any fabric you like as long as the light sweeps over you here. I always have a reflector, a white reflector, which is another polyboard, not painted, for this side ready to go. This shot looks really beautiful for pretty much all light coloured outfits. I wouldn't really shoot black on light blue, and this is what we're going to look like today. So now I can change the entire look of this shot simply by changing this corner here.
So just like that, I now have a white corner. So the wall is already white here in the studio, and I've put a little gator foam board, so exactly the same V-flat open gator foam on the back wall just to extend it. And the reason that I've done that is I can shoot a little bit wider than the space of the wall. So exactly the same corner, exactly the same lighting scenario, exactly the same reflector, just a different look. And I can change it again by simply bringing in one more color. And just like that, I have an awesome black corner to shoot on. Now this is a black and white V-flat. It goes black on one side, white on the other. You buy them like that. Most photographic companies sell them. They're cheap, they're easy. I have absolutely loved shooting on this V-flat. I never used to shoot on black. For the last 10 years, I would always avoid it. I always had a dark smoky grey. But because I shoot natural light, this black throws a beautiful dark grey. It picks up a nice dark grey sheen. And because I shoot towards the cold tones when I process, I kind of like the bluey tone that it gets. So exactly the same light source, exactly the same corner, a completely different look. Looks fabulous with all the dark gowns. It's very Vogue. I love this corner. And I do have a couple more colours that I'm going to show you. So again, just with a click of my fingers and a wiggle of my nose, this is my next look. And here I am in my grey green. Now, the reason I chose a grey green is because I found the blue greens were too close to the powder and the black, and I like the little green pull always towards the cold tones for me, because I really like this sort of tone. Now, it's not important what colour you pick. What's important is the colour you like. I choose tones that I like to photograph on, and I want just to have a little bit of variety in how I shoot. So I always want a lighter grey that I can lighten up, make it look fresh, really clean lines. So the grey green is probably one of my most used colours, and it looks good with a darker dress, and it probably looks good with a lighter outfit, but I tend to go more towards the dark. So the darker outfits look really great on the brown, the grey green and the black, and the lighter outfits look better on the powder blues, the whites, and so I do tend to hold those tones just because I think it creates nice clean lines. So exactly the same setup here again. All I've done is change that V-flat, same light source, same reflector, same small space. This can be shot in a bedroom if you have a good light source during the middle of the day. So I have one more beautiful background that I can show you, and with the click of my fingers I made a beautiful vintage backdrop which we're going to shoot today. And here's my vintage corner. Now, I've created a little video of how I made this for you. Susan Roderick and I made this background, and we're going to shoot it today to see how it shoots. Basically, it is just polyboard with vintage wallpaper on it and a beautiful color I chose to paint that. It's actually not vintage wallpaper, it's called Anaglypta wallpaper. So you buy a white wallpaper that has this beautiful texture on it, and the idea is that we're creating this gorgeous vintage look for boudoir or for beautiful pretty shots with gorgeous dresses. So we'll show you, you can watch the video on how to make it, and here we are again with our 6th backdrop corner. So today I'm going to show you how you can do an entire shoot in exactly the same space by just changing this corner. Also, there is no excuse that you can't make these yourself, create them, buy them. These cost around $15 to $30. In all the countries I've been to, I've managed to source them on Google. So it's really easy to create amazing little backdrops that take incredible shots as long as you have light. And now I'm going to show you my other 3 options for backdrops. Then I'm going to show you all of my prop options. So on my second alcove, I have hung some polyester chiffon just to filter the light that's coming through here. And this is where I will shoot my backlight. So you saw me standing here. For my backlight shot, my model will stand right here, and I will shoot it from that angle there, straight back to the white light. And because I am very lucky to have this nice big open space window, I can do full length backlit shots. Well, not full length, but my full length, which is down to sort of mid-thigh. But it really doesn't matter how you shoot your backlight, as long as you have a good light source coming through, a good diffuser on that light source, and a good reflector to bounce the light back to the front of the face. So on this program, we have created a challenge for you based solely on shooting the backlight so that I can show you how I do it. And it is one of my signature shots and something that sells every single time in my shoots and my sales. You can also see that I have this beautiful back wall. It's 8 by 10 feet, 8 by 12 feet, sorry, this backdrop. It rolls out another 2 or 3 feet. I'm very lucky to have that wall space, and I've got one full wall covering. So I started to shop around just to see if I could find, because this is actually a real photography backdrop, and they can get quite costly. They can get up into the $1,500 depending on what you have. I tend not to photograph on the paper backdrops. I don't like them, I never have. I feel like they look a little bit like paper backdrops. I've never quite mastered the art of photographing them. I do prefer the painted poly boards. So what I did was I shopped around and I went to a few fabric outlet stores, and I found, of course, in Los Angeles, they have the fashion district, and I could have gone absolutely crazy there. I found fabric around the $7 to $15 a yard, and I wanted to try and see if I could create another couple of backdrops just from fabric. So I found these fabulous backdrops, and I did not spend more than $140 on all 3 of them, and I got lots of fabric. So let me show you these now. So this is now a little backdrop, and as you'll see, I purchased about 4 different colored fabrics. In the end, I realized that I was choosing upholstery type fabrics. They're quite thick, but they're not that heavy. And this backdrop here is being held up by 2 drawing pins or 2 stick pins. So that's all we've put up there. And then I've put another 2 at the bottom just to stretch it out. I'm looking at cheap, easy, accessible backdrops for you that are going to give you multiple looks. But I need you to understand, A, is that they're all affordable, and they're all accessible, they're all easy to hang, but I need you to understand how simple it is to shoot in a corner with a good window. So today, everything we do is going to be on these backdrops just to show you how easy it is. Now the challenge today is not to go and buy a whole lot of backdrops, although I do want to explain to you how easy it was and that you can build your backdrops up. You really only need a light and a dark. So if you get anything, I would start with the black and white V-flat. Then the first color I would bring in would be probably one of the mid to light grays, just so that you have 3 strong tones to photograph in. As you build your studio and as you start shooting and building your folio, you can build multiple backdrops, but the backdrops I've just shown you are all the backdrops I have. That's it. I don't have any more than that, so you know, it's really easy to start building that up. Now, the other fabrics that I found, I chose a gold, and it also goes blue gold on the other side, so I could actually use this 2 sides, and that is upholstery fabric. And the other one I chose was a multicolour. So there are very few shoots where I would actually use this backdrop because I feel like it's quite busy, but it is also very feminine, it's very beautiful. I've shot on it, and it's actually the back side. The flip side was a mustard embroidered, which I absolutely love. So I bought that just out of pure indulgence, more so than anything, and lately it's been over my bed. So there you go. Nice little corners, keep it easy. Now I'm going to show you some mix and match props versus colors, and then I'm going to show you how I map an entire shoot. This is not about clothes. This is about tone. So I want to show you how in my mind I see a map of the shoot. I need to do one thing when I see a client and I get their clothes. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to coach them to bring in as many great outfits as I can. The more commitment that they make to bringing in outfits for their shoot, the more invested they are in their shoot, and the better the photographs are because they bring in clothes that look good on them, they bring in clothes that photograph well, and the more effort they make, then the more committed they are to the entire process. That gets my clients really into the shoot right from the beginning, coaching them on the phone about how they'd like to be photographed and what they would like to wear. That is worth a 10-minute phone conversation to me. That is more precious than any other pre-prepared time that I could give them in terms of consultation and it just means they come ready and prepared. Today my client has brought in 6 incredible dresses, and I'm going to show you how in my mind I've already mapped out the sequence. Secondly, I need to be efficient when I'm shooting. I don't have all day. I have natural light from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. Who wants to work after that? I want to be processing and selling my images after that. I don't want to be shooting all day long. I don't let my clients, including makeup, stay longer than 2.5, 3 hours. People get hungry and they get tired, and I don't want them to be here all day. I want them to have a great, intense experience and then leave. So in my mind, I'm going to map the shoot out. Now, not only does it have nothing to do with nothing to do with clothes, it has everything to do with the tone of the dress and how I'm going to photograph it and the style of the dress. I can tell how I'm going to photograph somebody based on the sort of outfits that they bring in. For starters, this is one of Nicola's dresses, and it doesn't get better than that. That is vintage. It's absolutely beautiful. And I see this immediately on the back light. There is no other way I would shoot this. This dress belongs right here. It belongs here in front of this white light, beautifully backlit, and the watermelon, the tone of it is gorgeous. Now, I don't shoot dark colors on the backlight because it doesn't look good. So I would never shoot a black dress on the backlight. Always go for the lighter tones. So number one, this dress is right here. So this is in my mind what I'm thinking. Then I look at my next outfit, and my next outfit is this beautiful sort of green. Now, straight away, I would shoot this on a light tone background. I wouldn't put this on the black. I wouldn't put this even on maybe the grey green, but I look at this green and I know that as soon as I see it, it's not going to match the yellow green that I've already got on my grey green. But I would actually shoot this on the white alcove, so white wall, so that would be my choice there, because it's a light tone and it will look really, really good on with lots of light around it. So I would probably start her out in that one and take a gorgeous white leaning back dress. So that's going to go this side. Secondly, I see this one here and I see the gold straight away. I think gold on gold is going to be too much, although I will try it. Sometimes I don't know whether an outfit's going to look really great on something that busy, and if it looks too busy, I'll pull her out straight away. This gold would also look beautiful on the backlight. So I'm not afraid to shoot twice on the backlight. So this dress here sits here. It's going to be somewhere between these two. Also, I love this dark brown right now, so I could shoot the gold on that, and I think that could work really, really well. So I've got 3 options for the gold, and I do not know until I see the shot. My next outfit that I've got ready to go is this, and oh my goodness, this is just beautiful. I love simplicity, and this is such a great color. It's mauve, it's fitted. I know it's going to photograph well. In my mind, I'm seeing the shot already that I would shoot this dress on. Again, this is a light tone dress and it would look beautiful on the white. More so than the black. I wouldn't really shoot it on the black at all. I also could shoot that on the backlight, but when I hold it up, no, I wouldn't. It's too heavy and I don't think it would really suit. I think it would look good on the white wall. I could definitely try and shoot this on the vintage pink. So this would be interesting. This is the sort of dress that I think we could make this look really incredible if we have strong accessories with. So in my mind, that's where I'm at. Maybe try the pink. Notice something though, the colors that I choose first, that I will shoot on first, would be the white wall, the white backlight, the black is a definite for everything, every shoot, and the mid-grey. But the powder blue, the pink vintage, and the gold, they maybe will come in, one of them will come in for a shoot. They appear once a week kind of backdrops. They're not regulars, so they're just there to have for variety. The other dress my client has this morning is this little black corset and this gorgeous length. Now, I see two shots here. By the outfit, I see a long, elegant portrait of a lady on a brown background, very sort of fashion, kind of Annie Leibovitz. I just sort of see that in my mind. I also think the bodice is so cute and really gorgeous that I could shoot it also on the black. It would look really good like in CoverGirl or Real Vogue CoverGirl. So I'm seeing the image in my mind and then I'm mapping out my sequins. The sixth outfit, and I never take more than 6, 4 to 6 is perfect, is this fuchsia. So this is an outrageous colour. It's a very strong colour to shoot. I would, and even though I think it's a magnificent dress, I'm going to be very interested to see if it's my favourite. Sometimes dresses that are this strong in colour don't photograph very well. Sometimes they do. I would probably, really striking, take this straight to the black. Again, I think the backlight could handle this dress. I think that it's pretty strong. I think maybe the wall, using the white wall into the backlight, could handle this dress. But I'm going to leave this one to last because I think this is my wild card. It's a wild card because it's a magnificent cut. So I'm going to be really interested to see how it suits my client. So as you can see, I've already chosen the pink, definitely chosen the white, I've definitely chosen the brown, I've definitely chosen the black. The powder blue and the mid-grey have not made it into my selection. The gold is questionable. It's there. Maybe it would look good if she had some lingerie, but I'm really not that taken with the gold. So the white, the black, the brown, and definitely try the pink vintage and see if it goes. Now, here's the thing. I photographed 2 women at the same time. So my clients have come in, best friends I'm shooting today. They're both having a shoot together. So they've been in hair and makeup together, and now they're coming into their shoot together. And they're going to enjoy the experience together. So what I'm going to do is now look at my other clients' outfits so that I can now map both of them together, because every time I photograph one girl, my makeup artist is going to help the other one get dressed. And when I've finished her sequence, I'm then going to photograph her. So now I have to look at what corresponding backdrops I have for both of them so I can make my shoot fast, efficient, and really awesome. So Sally's outfits, my second client today who's alternating Nicola and Sally. Sally's also bought 6 beautiful outfits. Now I'm going to map in my mind the sequence, how I'm going to do the 2 of them together. Now, I look at Sally's outfits and she's gone towards the lights and she only has 1 dark outfit. So my initial reaction would be to shoot every single thing that she has here on the white backlight, because I like nothing more than shooting in white, but I do have to mix it up, so this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to shoot Nicola in her watermelon dress on the white background, and because I want to set up my camera and have them alternating and I don't want to reset up a position, I'm going to put Sally in the same backlight and I'm going to choose this beautiful mauve. Now for me, this is also vintage. The girls went vintage shopping and they both found these gorgeous vintage gowns. You just don't get better than this as far as I'm concerned. So I'm really excited about shooting them. And I want to keep them. So I'm going to put straight away Sally straight here as well. This belongs exactly where Nicola's watermelon dress belongs. It belongs in the backlight. It's just a princess frock and it's going to photograph like a dream, and I just love it. So when we went with Nicola, we went to the white wall, and on the white wall I was going to photograph either her sort of aqua green or I was going to photograph her gold, depending. I would take Sally to the same white wall, and I've got this beautiful sort of green top, which I know is going to photograph fabulous on white. So it's a nice light tone. I just love the colours. She's blonde. I just know it's going to suit that white wall, and it's really pretty. I love it, love, love, love. Now, when Nicola goes to the beautiful black gown and we're going to shoot her on the brown backdrop, the portrait of a lady, I'm then going to take Sally into black as well. So Sally has bought a black outfit, and I straight away saw this. Now, a lot of people would see this little piece here as an undergarment and think boudoir. Put stockings and high heels with this and do a boudoir shoot. I couldn't think of anything I'd rather not do. So what I'm going to do is I went to my shooting wardrobe and I found a black fashion hat And I love the mixture of putting fashion and boudoir together and creating a hybrid glamour that just belongs. And so I've got a black fashion hat, and I'm going to do a sleek line brown backdrop sitting on the box with this gorgeous little piece here and a black fashion brimmed hat. And just the same way, I would then take Nicola into the black background to shoot that glittery bodice. I would then introduce one of my shooting pieces to Nicola's outfit. So with Sally, I'm then going to take Sally into that same backdrop as well and start doing some real cover girl shots. So I'm going to mix those both up so I can keep that flow going on. Now, with this gorgeous little outfit here, I have a look at it. Again, I think it would look great on the white. It would also look great on the backlight. So Nicola also had the gold dress, and I feel like they're both very similar. So with Nicola's gold and Sally's pink, I could take them both to different backdrops. This would be the one that I would, again, wait and see. It's not going to go on the gold. It's not going to go on the brown. Yes, it would look great in the backlight. Can I do a second shot on the backlight and make it look different? I think I can. So that will be our little wait and see. This is my 5th choice for Sally, and she has bought a beautiful nude corset, and this here to me is just very simple, very pretty. Okay, I'm thinking definitely, again, I could shoot this on the backlight because it's so gorgeous. But I actually thought with this one, I would introduce the powder blue. So I was going to try Nicola's outfit, her little mauve outfit on the vintage pink. And so to make something completely different so that they don't have exactly the same thing, which they're not going to anyway, because you're going to see the variety, I would take Sally's outfit to the powder blue. I think there's enough blue in there just to make that perfect. If it was a blue dress, I probably wouldn't put it on the blue. And then I see this. Now, Sally has brought this in, and when I saw this, I nearly fell over and died because it's so beautiful. And she doesn't have a bottom half for it. Now, I have 2 choices when I see something this beautiful. I can either put this with jeans and create kind of a Guess look. You know, sort of Guess jeans, big sexy hair, gorgeous makeup, jeans with glamour to me, just like boudoir and fashion go together beautifully. But I looked in my shooting wardrobe and I found one of my skirts, and one of my beautiful skirts matches this like a dream. So I'm very lucky that I have these skirts available for my clients. I feel like this is going to take this outfit to the next level. This is the sort of outfit, as you know, that I could photograph on every single backdrop, and it would just be the most perfect thing I've ever done and seen, because this is where, you know, this is the sort of outfit that makes me just love being a photographer. So I'm going to save this one to last for Sally. It's her wild card as well in terms of how I'm going to shoot it. I'm going to wait to see what it looks like when she's on it. I'm going to have my choice of these colours, and really I wouldn't care what she did in it because it's so beautiful. So now you've seen their outfits, you've seen how I've mapped it out, you've seen how I've matched the girls together. What I'm going to do for you now on this video is I'm going to show you the sequence that I've just talked out to you so that you can see in my mind what I'm seeing, and as we go through it, you're going to watch it unfold. Now, we're changing the corner colours and we're changing the outfits. And as you know, we're going to change to 3 props. So today we're going to freestyle, which means stand up with no props. We're going to use the bar stool. We might use the white box, and we're going to use the white love seat, and that's it. Everything else we do today is just going to be in this little corner. It's all about simplicity. So let's see how much variety we can get. 2 girls, let's go. So as you can see, I've got my little corner set up. I've got my beautiful white curtain. I've put a little wee apple box here because I want Nicola to sit on that, and then I'm going to pose her. So what I want you to do is just sit on the edge. So maybe lift your skirt up so that, yeah, that's it. So you can just sit your bum there, and maybe your right foot, just tuck it back that way so it's comfortable. And you can put your knee down on the ground. So really that's just to elevate you and give me lots of fro-fro in the skirt. Look at this beautiful skirt. Now let's put it between, a little bit between, and pull some forward. That's it, gorgeous. But what I don't want to do is lose your waist
And okay, so just for the first shot, bring your toe towards me and then keep going, and that's going to drop your knee down a little bit more. That's it, so keep going. Now sit upright and just do cover girl with hands on the waist. So I want you to sit up nice and tall, that's the one. Push this knee forward to me a little tiny touch more. Okay, just because I want to drop that forward. There, that's it. Now stay sitting exactly upright. Turn your body towards me. I'm just going to tuck this little strap in, this side. Perfect. All right. So, a little wee touch of straight here, right there. Beautiful. All right, sitting up nice and tall. Now bring your hands in further into your waist. That's the one, nice and tall. And then push your chin towards me. Good girl. Lift your chin up, touch. Just slightly straighten your head up to me there. And a little bit more this way. No, sorry, halfway. Stop. Okay, pushing your chin long. That's it, but not down. So just forward. Stop. Now, soft eyes, tiny little smirk on your lips. You got it. Don't move. So I'm shooting straight back into that light. This is kind of my cover girl position. I'm going to shoot always about, I'm actually at 640. I'm going to open it up to 2.8 because I absolutely love that. And I'm currently just going to meet it to the eye. Push that chin up a little further to me. And that's a girl, stay there. Now nice soft eyes, good girl. A little bit small, smiley in the eyes. That's the one, stay there, stay there. So this is, even though she's sitting this, now what I want you to do is slide back with that foot there and just bring your elbows forward onto that knee. So maybe one, I like that one, but let's put this one up underneath. So there, okay, and it can go sitting nice and tall there, good girl, and point toes. Not that I see them, but I always think when your toes are pointed, your legs look longer. Nice relaxed hands here. It's perfect. Oh, I love these colors, are amazing. That is so beautiful, Nicola. I love it. Right there. Perfect. Okay, let's change because I like it. No, let's just bring this hand straight up and just cup under here. That's the one. So just around your throat a little bit more. Maybe turn it this way. Just touch down on, that's it. Now, long chin towards me. Nice and soft. Chin up a little touch. Good girl. Don't move. And I just want a little smile, soft eyes there. You got it, you got it. That's beautiful. Okay, from here, I want you just to do something a little bit more relaxed. Just pull, that's it, slight tip this way. And just let your fingers go out into your hair. Don't move. Love that. Good girl. And let's do that beautiful big smile. Go. Perfect. Okay, from here, what I want you to do is let's stand up and get rid of the little box. Okay, so you can just slide it towards me. That's it. I want you to sit with your back against this wall. So you're still in the backlight, yep. Sit down. And I just want you to sit with your feet, so mirror me. That's exactly right. And I just want you to come back against the wall here. And very, very gently, I just want you to roll forward. So nice, bad posture. Okay, so just let your shoulders, that's it. And then bring your chin all the way around here. What I'm going to do is just fluff you out just a little. Back to one. And when you touch the wall, so hand down, when you touch the wall, your elbow can touch, but your hand has to come in there, nice and soft to the front of the camera. And I just want you to roll your shoulders off the wall and bring your chin around. Stop, don't move. And I'm just going to open that up. With your right hand, can you just bring your hair forward at the back? Good girl. Now, there. Wow, this is gorgeous. Okay, little soft eyes for me, that's the one. And roll forward even more, so off the wall, but bring your chin back. Now give me that shoulder. No, this way, good girl, stop. Oh, that was amazing. Okay, chin up to me a little bit more shoulder, Nicola, just push, good girl, stop, stop. Let's just try, stay exactly in this knee position, but just rotate your body around to me a little bit more. Stop, that's it. Now push away from the wall. Maybe your sort of bum away. That's it. Keep going until I can see light through there. That's the one. And I just want you to have this hand onto your thigh and just bring your chin around straight to me this way. Don't move. Oh, I love that. Okay, push your chin towards me and down. Now give me that little wee soft, that's it, just ever so slightly. Beautiful. Now bring your right knee up. So keep the skirt over there and just bring this one up. That's it. And what this does is gives me the ability to do this. Right, now I want you to work and roll the shoulder. So I need this hand to be soft. That's it, elbow soft. Elbow goes into your bodice, into there. That's it, exactly right. Try turning it around this way. That's perfect. Now just work your chin and that's the one. Just going to get a little bit more skirt because it's so gorgeous and I have to like that. Okay, and come closer. No, just going to get your hair. That's right. Work that shoulder for me, let go, just don't move. Soften that elbow in the front for me though. So bring the shoulder foot, that's it, keep a little bend there. That's the one. I'm going to repeat that shot. Give me that little wee smile. Now, I just want you to bring this knee towards me a little bit more. Cross both arms, that's it, sit forward. That's the one, and I just want you to bring your chin. Just go like this with the back of your hair. I'm always watching that light coming through the back. Stay there. Okay, not a hand towards me, so just slide out. Just your right hand across, put it up and over. Yeah, a little bit more so I can still see the arm. Keep coming up. No, keep your left one there. That's it, don't move. But I'll just put that away from the camera in the front. Work that shoulder towards me. That's it. I love that. Okay, lift your chin up, drop your shoulder down just a tickle. That's it. Push your chin towards me. Now I just need that with a huge, big, beautiful smile. You got it. Good girl. Amazing. Right, now I'm going to swap you over. So your next outfit, I would like you in the sort of aqua green dress, a little aqua green dress, and we're going to shoot that on the white. So you go and get changed and I'll bring Sally in. I've got a whole program coming up, an entire program coming up on shooting this backlight. So I don't want to talk too much to the backlight because I know I'm going to do that as a challenge. But I just upped my ISO to 1000 and put an auto white balance on because you'll see the results change, and I'm going to talk about that a lot. All right, what I want you to do, darling, is I want you to put your hands out like this, and then I want you to pin your elbows back. So not your shoulders, okay? That's it. So just like that. That's the one. Now drop your shoulders down. Perfect. Now push your chin towards me, and then just drop down here. Right there. So in a standing position, just tip your chin forward a touch more down. Stop. Don't move. I love that. Now, nice soft eyes for me, Sal, and a tiny little smile on your lips. You got it. Don't move. Beautiful. I'm just going to up one more. Bring your shoulders back to me. That's it. Just those elbows. Perfect. Now, chin towards me a touch more and down. There you go. A little bit more in the eyes. Yes. Perfect. Okay, I love this. Straighten your head up to me and just come straight forward. That's it. Don't move. I'm going to come across this way. Drop those shoulders down, so they're not sitting up. Now relax your mouth completely. Nose. That's it. I love that. Natural mouth is perfect. Okay, chin down a little touch more. That's the one. And I'm pulling back, and I just want this beautiful big smile go. Okay, from here, I just want you to hold your elbows, and I want you to, actually don't go sideways, I just want you to tip back. So turn your body sort of 45, that's it, and just open your shoulders up to me, long chin towards me now, and then that's it. All right, now, I love this side, but I've put the hand in front, so I just want to put this underneath. Good girl. Just wrap it around you. That's it. And then sit back. Now long chin to the end of your shoulder and lips together. Tiny, yes, don't move. Little tiny smile on the lips. Incredible. Okay, from here, I want you to turn, put your back against the wall, and I want you just to touch with your shoulders. Let this hand go. And just touch the back of your bum just with the hands so that there's a bend in your elbow. Okay, now chin around and just pull off the wall a little wee bit so you don't squash your hair, and bring your chin around to me now. There, stop. That little curl. Okay, long chin to the edge of your shoulder and down. Okay, lips together, start there. Tiny little smile in your eyes. Good girl, that's beautiful. Okay, chin forward to me a little bit more and down. Stop. Amazing cell right there, I can see it. Okay, there you go.
Perfect. So now I want you to just roll your body towards me to a 45. That's it, stop. This hand can just stay, I know, leave it where it was perfect. This one, I want it to come over and just shape your hip. Elbow goes around your body. That's it, perfect. Long chin towards me, and that's the one. Maybe come back up, stop. You look like a Barbie doll right now. Okay, long chin down. That's it, good girl. Down, lips together. Start there, tiny little smile. Little less than that. Amazing. Oh, look at that. Right, okay, relax your mouth, chin around this way, stop down a bit more. Your daughter's going to be like, you look like a princess. Right. All right, now from there, all right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you 2 variation poses with different shoulders, different compositions in every single scenario, and then I'm going to get the girls to change and move on. So if I was in a full shoot, I would take 10 full minutes in every outfit. Today I'm going to rotate the girls fast so I can just show you the best of, and so I'm now going to get Sally to get into her green and white outfit because we're going to go to the white corner, and then I'm going to shoot both girls on the white corner. So these are the shots that I just got from the backlight for both girls in the watermelon and the mauve frock. That's how I change them over. I have one getting changed with my makeup artist while I'm shooting the other one, and I'm building 2 folios at the same time, and they're both having a fun day watching each other being shot, watching each other have their hair and makeup done. So now I'll get the girls into their next sequence. So green top, white skirt. Okay, so as you can see here, I've chosen the white alcove going this way. My light source on Nicola's right-hand side is not directly towards her, unlike normally when I have a window here. So I'm bouncing this reflector back to her face, and the further I can bring this around to her, the more it lights her up. So this white light is just coming straight off her to there. And now what I'm going to do is pose her on this wall, on this little alcove here. So what I want you to do, Nicola, is turn this way towards me. That's it. Step half a step toward, that's it, a little bit more. Now I want you to put your back foot up like that, and I want you to lean back with your shoulder. That's the one. Now, I'm always trying to create this space here. That's it. So if you just lean back with the back of your arm, perfect. And then your right hand can come up onto your thigh and then just slide up and back. So long chin towards me here, don't move. Good girl, that's perfect. And just bring your chin around a little wee bit more, don't move. Okay, so I'm going to start cropping. As you can see with my angle, I'm below her eye line, absolutely perfect. I want you to start lips together, Nick, and I just want you to just give me a tiny little smile in your eyes and bring your chin up half an inch. So Nicola, your default setting is to go chin down, so I'm going to constantly say chin up a little, and then tiny little smile in the eyes and mouth. Perfect, that couldn't have been better. I love it. Now, I want you to do exactly what you just did then, but I want you to overextend your body more. Okay, not so much pushing boobs out, but more pushing hip back. That's it, so I want your bum just to touch the wall. Got it. Now, just that simple movement to me creates such a different body language. Chin around to the shoulder more, pushing your chin towards me, chin up half an inch, stop. See the difference in this shot here now. Now go lips together, tiny little tickle of a smile in your eyes and mouth. So we had the expression the first time, but I just wanted to see her body work a little bit further. So now let's go opposite. Change the weight of your feet to the other foot. Stay leaning back with your shoulder. Let this hand hang to the inside of your bum and just bring this knee up. So that's a girl. Now 45, your shoulders come around to me this way. That's the one, stay there. Okay, now kick out your hip behind you, perfect. Drop this hand down and this brings this shoulder in. Now chin comes to the shoulder now. Don't move, don't move. I'm gonna come in a little bit closer and get this beautiful line, chin up to me, half an inch, good girl. Tiny little smile in your eyes, love that. Okay, from here, let's go, maybe bring that shoulder around to me a little bit more. Keep coming. Now lean onto this forearm, kick that hip out that way, long chin towards me. That's it, stay there. Absolutely perfect. Now, I just want to get in here, gorgeous little smile, love that. Okay, I want to come in a little bit closer, chin up to me now. Good girl. Just going to open you up through here and let some light come into your cheek. And oh my goodness, that's so beautiful. Little wee smile, a little bit more. You got it. That's it. Stay there. I'm nice and close now. Chin towards me, pushing. Stop. Nice soft eyes, Nick. Gorgeous. Okay, from here, I want you just to stay in this position and fold your arms. That's it. So fold them, relax them so that they look comfortable. That's the one. Now long chin towards me this way. Stay there, pushing that hip out away from me. And I just want a beautiful big smile going. Oh, love that chin up to me a little bit more. Okay, and relax your mouth, lips together, tiny little smile here. Chin up to me, keep going up, stop. That's it, stay there. And I'm going to get in nice and close and get you in. Let's take that hand away. So I'm just going to show you what I didn't like about this shot. When I got into here, I felt like all I was looking at was that hand at the bottom, as you can see. So swap hands so that that one wraps around. That's it, perfect. Now chin up to me. Now I can see that beautiful belt and I'm not looking at her hand. So chin up to me, little wee smirk, and we are right there. And just have a look at the difference between those two shots. Sometimes it's so easy just to miss something so small, and it's really, really important that we're working those. Now from here, I just want to show one thing. I want you to put your hands, stay the weight on that back foot, the way you just were. So stay shoulder, that's it, swap, that's it. Now, just touch the back, let your hands off the wall though. Okay, now I want you to kick back your booty this way. So if you have to swap feet, yes, that's exactly right. So just bring this one around so I can see the shape in the small of your back. That's it. Now bring the shoulder off the wall so you're only touching, note the back one towards me. That's it. Now lower with this hand, Nick. And I just want you to bring your chin around flat now and then chin up to me here. Okay, it's really important that I get this line here. This is the most amazing line from the front because what I'm trying to do is create that hourglass just like that in that way, and I'm just getting that shape is so perfect. I'm just going to hide your bra strap. Okay, from here, this shape to me, when I pull back this far, is just the absolute perfect shape that you can get on the body. So hang on, I didn't see that. Just want to open up that eye. I don't want hair over the eye unless they sort of like it looks like it's meant to be there. Okay, lots of arch into your back, Nick. Bring your chin around to me a little bit more, and there it is, right there. So when I pull back this far, if I'm going to get this body line, tiny little smile, perfect. You got it, right there. That's where I want to be. Lots of shape in the body, lots of length, working that front shoulder, making sure I've got that curve, working this shoulder here, perfect. So your next outfit is going to be the gold dress with the one shoulder. You can go and get changed into that. So from here, exactly the same thing, but what I'm going to do is photograph the front of this outfit. So straight back against this wall cell, come towards me a touch. That's it, stay there. I'm just going to tuck this little naughty hair in, naughty fringe. And I want this hand to come up onto the sort of hip thigh, that's it, and around your body this way. Now just bring your chin towards me. What I'm going to do is I'm posing this. So Nicola's so tall and long, and I got her this way. Sally is more my height, so what I'm going to do is bring her straight around to the camera. Nicola's shape was all about that dress. Sally's shape is all about this waistline, definitely the décolletage, and definitely this necklace. So I see this being all front on. Now I don't have a problem photographing two different girls in a similar pose because I know that they know each other and they're friends, but they're going to have a different folio. But I do want to mix it up a little bit. I want to keep changing my poses and I want to make sure I'm giving them some variation. So it's not just about repeating the exact same pose for both girls, but it's about shooting in the same scenario. So from here I've turned Sally to the front. I've shaped her body by bringing her elbow around there, and I just want you to bring your thumb in so it's not sitting up there. Good girl, perfect. Now your chin comes towards me, directly towards me, and as you see I'm going to shoot directly below Sally's eye line. Now I just want you to tip down. So this top is making your eyes go exactly the same colour. So hopefully the camera picks that up because it's amazing. Now I'm going to just chin down, Sal. Stay there. Chin down a little more. Okay, don't move. I'm going to do two things. Susan, could you please get me the 50mm lens? Chin down a little bit more. I'm just going to show you something that I'm noticing in this pose. Oh
wow, that's beautiful. What I'm noticing is I feel like Sally's right shoulder is pushed back too far, because it's very common in this pose to pin the shoulder back. So roll it towards me. So it's the only time I make people really roll their shoulders forward, and that is to try and bring it back. Now I'm going to take exactly the same shot. That's it, stay there, Sal, and see if you can notice the difference. Okay, I've also got some hair there, so if I pull that back, to me, bringing that shoulder in makes a significant difference, because I don't want to push it away. I'm also going to show you the difference, and when I swap my lens over, I'm shooting at a 35, and now I'm going to go to the 50. So I'm going to go to the 50, I'm still at 2.8, and I'm just going to, obviously I can't get as close, so I'm going to be here, and I just, nice little smile through the eyes, Sal, you got it, that's beautiful, don't move. Let's have a look at this. Now when I compare the three of them, what I think is really important is I don't want to change the shape of her body too much, and just shooting on that wide can be a little bit too slimming. So I'm going to just get you to tip your chin forward. I love this. I'm staying on the 50. It's a very subtle change, but it's enough to see. Now bring your chin this way, Sal, and down now. So don't come forward too much, as in pull your shoulders back and then just come down. So towards me and down, that's it. You got it, don't move. I love this. Okay, towards me, just a tickle. That's it, don't move, don't move. Wow. All right, as you can see, I want to focus on the décolletage. I also want to get this little tip here. That's it, so maybe just tip away. That's a girl, not so far, just come on. Okay, come back to the start, follow me, tip. That's it, don't move. Okay, so let's see how that works. Now, this is only going to work if you push away from this arm a little bit more and really fall into this pose. That's the one. Now there, chin down a touch, and let's do a gorgeous big smile right there. I love that. I only ever tip the head when I smile, because I feel like the body language of a smile is more like this. I feel like sometimes when people smile really upright, that it doesn't quite work, but I feel like the tip and smile belongs with the body language of that. So that was just a little throw in there. Okay, from here, I want you to roll back onto your shoulders, stop. Now, I just want you to, okay, this is perfect. I'm gonna show what I don't like first. Bring your chin around to me. So at the moment, Sally has rolled back, and if I'm shooting this here, nice and close, then I like what she's done. So right there, okay? But the second I pull back, I feel like there is no shape, or her body's not in a very relaxed position. So I rolled her back, but I didn't change the weight of her feet. That's it. So as soon as I change the weight of her feet, she kicks her bum back to here. Actually, what you just did, do that again, was perfect. So just kick lots of booty back. Is if I can create that shape there against the wall, then it changes my shot. So let me take that fuller. So bring your chin around that way. Stop, don't move. Good girl. Now, that to me, better shot right away, because straight away I see that shape going down the wall, and that to me is absolutely perfect. Now, give me a tip out, not so far, and come around that way. That's it, don't move. Just come down, maybe at the top end, don't move, that's it. Just gonna make sure that she doesn't squeeze her head. Also, she's got beautiful earrings, so let's open that out there. And give me a tip. I'm going to come in nice and close. This is going to shoot like just a cover girl, chin down, stop, don't move your mouth. That is absolutely perfect. Good girl, right there. And then we've gone side, side. Let's maybe bring you just away from the wall. So stand up tall and just turn around and face me this way. Now let's, very similar, okay, how about there? And then let this hand go behind you. So it's got to go straight down. So find your, that's it, straight down here. So yeah, I've got a straight line on this side. All right, long chin towards me and square, that's it. Let's try and just come down off the wall. So when I do come off the wall, I just want to make sure I'm not really shooting that wall line. Okay, just bring your chin that way, so tip, there. Okay, there you go. There we go, that's perfect. Also, you know I'm a big fan, there it is, and I love that. You know I'm a big fan of the fan, so I would definitely put lots of fan into here.
normally, but I can't speak to the camera and fan at the same time, so I'll just fake the fan. Okay, and come out another step. That's it. So a little higher, so with your hands. Now, long chin, really symmetrical, chin down. I don't mind pulling people away from the wall as long as I'm getting really good light. I'm going to bring this with me. That's perfect. And this is my cover girl. I love that. All right, now I just want this nice and tight up here. Long chin forward and down, stop. You got it. Now remember, I'm always, for every client, going to take a face shot. Okay, I want your hands down, Sal. I want elbows tucked in, that's it, not shoulders though. So keep the hold, good girl. Long chin towards me and down, stop. That's when I come to the top of the head where the hair parts to usually, I will say, the boob line or the nipple line. I come right in that close. I make sure it's slightly asymmetrical and I'm getting a face shot that you don't crop afterwards, but it's that face shot that everybody loves. So I'll just make sure that there's lots of hair framing, that it's right in here, and I love that. There it is there. Perfection, love that. Okay, so your next outfit is the little pink sequins, because that matches Nicola's gold sequins. Okay, what I'm going to do now is I've got Nicola in her gold dress. I love the earrings so much, I've opened the hair up a little bit. Instantly, when I see this, I just think it looks like a cover. So I'm going to shoot kind of cover girl style just because it's beautiful, and I want to use the shoulders, I want to use the hair, and I want to use the shape of this one sleeve dress. So we'll turn it both ways. So we'll do a cover girl and then a rotation. So from here, stay there. I want to just show one thing. I'm shooting Nicola straight back here, and from my position, no, you don't need to change anything. I just want to take an upright position of you. It's so easy to look at someone built like Nicola, look how tall she is for starters, and lean as well, and just think, yeah, well, she looks like a model, and it's so easy to photograph people like her. And you know, I just want to show you how contouring the body with lean frames is so important. It's no different than curves. Remember, we're trying to create the same shape. So I just take a photo of you standing there. Now what I want you to do is something this simple, is to do the hands back, that's it, and I want you to tuck in this side, that's a girl, don't move. And so that simple movement and pushing your chin out, chin, I went like that and you moved your hip. Pushing your hip out that way just to shape your body, and now bringing your chin forward. Okay, so it doesn't come down, it just comes forward, and if anything, slightly up. So give me a slight tip, that way, it's beautiful, good girl. Long chin towards me, relax those fingers around your body, and then come back up there, lips together. Now I'm in the same position, so let me just take this, push your chin forward now, and give me a tiny little smile there. Look at the difference in her body shape. Look at her body shape, look at her body language, look how it changes everything forward and back. Now, stay there, let's tuck this one in as well. That's the one, don't move. Now long chin towards me and up. Okay, now watch this. So right here, she's got shape, lips together. Give me a tiny little smile here. I haven't changed my position, and now look at that. That is absolutely incredible. That's what I want to see. I want to see everybody teaching their clients how to shape their body to make it look amazing. Also, remember, when they're shaping their body and working their body, they're listening to what we're saying and they're not thinking about being photographed. So just tuck this elbow back now. I want you to push your chin towards me. That's a girl. Stay there. Right, from this position, I want you to lift up a little taller, and I just want you to give me a tiny little smile in your eyes here. Don't move. Wowza. That's incredible. Chin forward and down a little bit more. That's it, that's it. Okay, from here, let's bring this straight up into here. Tuck this one behind, pushing your hip out that way. So don't turn away from me with your hip, just push it straight to, good girl. Now let that elbow follow. Now long chin towards me and pushing forward and down. That's it, don't move. From this position here, I just want that killer smile. Okay, bring your chin back this way, stop. Okay, lift up a little bit more, lips together again, reset, push your chin forward. That's it, right there. I love that, and a little bit closer I am. Now, let's look at a rotation with you. Let's hold your elbows underneath, and this one flat underneath on your tummy. So wrap it around your waist, not your tummy. Now slide this one over. That's the one. Now, I just like it like that. So I'm going to kick that hip out that way. Push your chin towards me now. Good girl.
Okay, hold those elbows tight to your body so it's wrapping. Good girl, that's it, wrapping around your body. From here, push your chin up a little and give me a tiny little smile. That's the one, that's the one. Beautifully done. Now, I want you to slowly move around. Stop. Now that to me, perfect shoulder. Watch this. Long chin towards me. Next, stop. Bring your chin down again where it was. I actually really liked that. Okay, stay there. That's it. Tiny little smile here. Okay, have a look at this shape and see if we can change the shape. Now, just change the weight of your feet. No, go back. Now, exactly as you're doing, but kick your bum out at the back. That way. So that's it. Okay, don't lean forward though. So that's it. Now long chin towards me. For some reason, when we kick our bum back, we tuck our chin in. Look at that. Okay, stay there, stay there. Okay, we've got beautiful shape, chin around. That's it. Push your chin to the edge and kick that booty back. That's it, that's it. Not too far. Don't lean back with your head. That's a good. Bring your chin around. Okay, straighten your head up and bring your chin down this way. Now, what happened then was when I moved her bottom half, her top half kicked back. Then I said, don't kick your head back, so she came forward, but I didn't guide her forward, she just came forward. So then what I did was I reset the position. Stay there. It helps if you bring your back foot up. And that would have made it easier, there, sorry, your front foot. Would have made it easier to kick your booty out if I'd said that right from the beginning, instead of you trying to kick back and throw your head back. So now we've set the feet, you set the booty, we love the shoulder, working the shoulder forward, not yet. Now straighten your head up to me now and come down. There it is. So look at this shape here. Okay, tiny little smirk, good girl. Oh, I love that. Okay, from here, take this hand out, touch down the bottom, open the shoulder out to me just a touch, take this hand away, take that straight down, lower, that's it, and then, no, stay open, I like it. Push your chin towards me, that's it. Wowzy, that's so beautiful. And all I've lost now is those beautiful earrings, so I'm going to open up through here, stay tipping forward here, this way, and now bring your, don't move. Oh my gosh, look how beautiful this is. Half an inch up with your chin, relax your mouth so your bottom lip is, oh, that's beautiful, don't move. This is your face shot. Okay, chin up to me, half an inch, just relax that mouth, Nicola. That's a girl, that's a girl. Oh, I love that. Shoulder, more shoulder, and as I do that, I'm going to pull back, chin up to me, half an inch. Don't tip back. So tip the top of your head back this way, and chin down this way. So as you can see what's coming out of this camera right now, okay, stay there. I want you to turn away from me. Stop. Okay, don't hold your lips. Let them go. That's a girl. Lips together, little smile. That's the one. Big killer smile, go. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, relax. Come out this way and I'll swap over. Oh, actually, no, I'll get you changed. Your next outfit, I can see it in my mind, is going to be on the beautiful pink vintage, and it's that mauve bandage dress. It's kind of mauve grey. I'll get you to go and get into that. Okay, Sal, come on down. In terms of seeing this lighting scenario that we just did with Nicola, I feel like I'm always shooting for the girl. So I'm always shooting the sort of look that I think the outfit that she's chosen suits. I think the outfit, it's not about the clothes, it's about the tone, but I think the outfit helps me decide how I'm going to photograph that. So to me, that simple rotation, starting front on and that simple side rotation, it suited the one-arm dress, but really it was about that cover girl look, and the grey-green to me really suits it. So Sally's also in sequins, and it's changed everything because, well, other than the fact that she has a different look, with Sal, this whole flower thing is going to make it very, very more of a beauty shot than a cover girl shot. So what I'm going to do, I just need some help. I'm just going to put this here, and I'm just going to get my hands free so that I can change the position of this flower. So as you know, I buy flowers that clip in and pull hair out, make scalps bleed. As I'm going to come into here, I love this shape. Right now, I think the shape is beautiful. I love that flower. That's gorgeous. I'm just thinking, do I bring hair out? No, I don't. And Sally has blonde highlights, and of course blonde highlights always photograph so beautifully. So lucky because you get all the color textures. Right, so now because I've put that there, I feel compelled to do two things. One would be to wind her hair back just quickly. So for beauty shots, as you know, I like to keep them really simple. All right. So I'm going to lead with the flower. That's it. So I want you to come back this way. That's perfect. Long chin down. I'm going to bring her hair off her back. Right there. So it's just sitting flowers on her shoulder. So from the front, let me see what I'm seeing. Stay looking down like that, Sal. I'm shooting below Sally's eye line right to here. I don't have to kick her booty back because in this position here, it's actually in my favor not to. However, let's look at one thing. At the moment, her arm is straight up and down. That's where she's comfortable. But if I get her to just hug the outside of her thigh out here a bit more and lower down, that's it. If I can bring her arm on this angle and show off her breast line, then watch the difference between this shot. Now work that shoulder forward, Sal. That's it, and look down with your eyes. I'll take exactly the same shot. So to me, that simple movement of just elbow back, big difference. Now, long chin to the end of your shoulder, that's it. Keep that little elbow back, that's the one. Always having space between her chin and her shoulder, and there it is there. So absolutely beautiful. Right, let's use the wall a little bit. So step back until your bum touches the wall. That's it, and now bring your, that's it, don't move. Now what I'm doing is I'm using the little shadow that comes off the wall there, and that's right there. That to me, absolutely incredible. Right, we don't want to keep taking the same shot, so what I'm going to do is move it. So step away from the wall again. This time I'm going to move her flower. So it's in there by one pin. And let's have a look. Oh, sorry. Let's have a look where we can put it, because we can take it straight out of frame. And right now, look at her hair as we've just popped that out. So I'm going to put it down. Let's put this hand straight back like CoverGirl. It goes this way, and you've got a great ring on. I didn't even see that. So let's take it down a little lower onto the hip. Now work the hip line. Let this hand go onto your thigh and chin around that way. Stop, don't move. Okay, eyes to me, Sal. So I'm going to shoot this straight down this way, and let me find that angle, and I'm going to shoot it nice and low, top of the head in my crops. All right, from here, what I'm doing is I'm shooting nice and low, nice and long. I'm just on the bottom of her chin line. I'm pushing her chin forward. I'm still on the 50 at 2.5. And I'm always making sure I focus on the eye. So now I love this. So I'm going to now rotate her in this position. So stay in this position and just open up to me. Stop. Now the body changes significantly back with the hand. The body changes significantly with that little rotation like that. So let's have a look at it. Bring that hair back into frame and tidy up any bits, slightly tip in. I'm not changing my position, I'm changing hers. Now bring your chin down to me, Sal. That's the one. Don't move. Have a look at the difference between 1 and 2. Just opening her shoulder up. Now let's change the weight of her feet. So other way. That's a girl, and that pushes her bum away from me. And when I push her bum away from me, I'm going to open her up even more. That's the one. Now long chin straight. That's it. And now down, stop, don't move. I'm in the same position, and that simple rotation, I'm just going to come closer, chin towards me and down, stop, there you go, that's beautiful. Now, do I want to crop that arm off? No, I don't, so let's slide it to the back of the bum. Now slide down, stop. Still working the shoulder, but not over the shoulder. That's it, I'm going to bring that hair back onto there. And now very gently open your shoulders, that's the one, and now your right elbow goes back, because now your left, my right. Now that your arm is coming into position, go lower. I can see this one. So long chin, and there it is, same position that I just got before, but I've brought her arm back into frame. I'm still cropping it out, but if you look at the last two side by side, I don't want to crop it out too much. Let's do the exact same position, working the shoulder forward. Okay, don't move your body, just work your shoulder to in. Don't go up, don't move your head either. That's it, now long chin down, stay there. And just have a look at that. Which one is better? Which one do you like? Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3. Big difference in shape. It's definitely got to come forward. So now that it's forward, I like that. Let's keep the elbow open because I don't want it to... Actually, what you just did was perfect. Let's show everyone. If I hide Sally's waist here, when I pull back, if I hide her waistline, now open your elbow up. Stop. Shoulder comes forward though. Good girl. Chin goes down to your shoulder. If I just close that down, have a look at the difference in her waist from this position, because obviously if I cover that, I don't get that beautiful line there. So making sure you're working the shoulder and the elbow always. Turn towards me, Sal. Let's just do a little cover girl here. Work your shoulders forward. Drop them down. It's like a flat table, and it helps you bring them out, helps you bring your elbows in. Yeah, that's good. Now long chin. So whenever I'm in this position, I definitely have a penchant for large hair, like big hair. So I'm going to put that there and there. Pushing your chin forward and down to me now. Good girl, stay there, down a bit more. Okay, now pull back with your chin a little bit now, and like this. So it's not too far forward, that's it. So come down, stop. All right, and here we are here. This is a nice little cover girl shot, nice and simple. It's always one of my faves. Pull back a little wee bit, lips together, chin down, tiny little smirk. Good girl. Chin down a little bit more. That's it, and beautiful big smile. Gotcha. Okay, and then a turn away from me this way. Okay, we did that way, let's go this way. All right, what I need to decide is if I bring that flower back in or not. Okay, I'll bring this up here. I don't want to repeat a shot. It's too easy just to keep going this side, this side, this side, this side. So it's really important that we look at it. If I bring the flower back in, I want to do something different with it. So maybe what I can do, it's okay, I should be able to wing that. Yeah. I'm going to shoot this like this. Nice full hair on this side. Okay, do tabletop again, elbows back but not shoulders. That's it, perfect. Chin down a little touch. That's it, and we're right into this line here. Oh, I like this. Okay, just bring your arms forward a little bit more, Sal, so your shoulders aren't so pinned back. And then that there is what I like. Chin down just a touch. Good girl, nice. Been going crazy on her. She doesn't blink much. Some people blink a lot. Okay, chin down. Let's go vertically. That's the one. And we're there. I'm just going to toggle my focus up so I don't have to move too much. Chin up 1/2 inch. That's a beautiful, nice and simple face. And there we are there. All right, beautiful girls. Let me pull back one more chin down. Okay, and I just want one about here. That's it. All right, so this sequence, love the sequence. Okay, I need you in the blue and the little vintage and the nude slip. You're going on the powder blue wall and Nicola's going on the vintage pink. So the girls are ready for their next sequence, so let's have a look at this one. I just want to take you back to Nicola. I feel like that gold dress absolutely changed her everything. She just suited this dress so much. Sometimes you see a dress off people and you just wonder how it's going to look. You get it on them and the colour and the shape just makes you go, wow. Moving her around like that, absolutely incredible. Just a basic rotation around, letting her move around, pulling forward and back and getting different expressions out of her. Her 5 from this gold dress will be in my top favourites for the shoot. Sally is over her shoulder. You got to see some great arm movement to shape the body. I love that looking over her. That's absolutely beautiful. The flowers, and then we come through. That's cover girl again, 101. Absolutely. Lots of shape in the body, working the shoulder, pushing that chin. It's all about that expression and always making your clients have the most beautiful face expression that you can get. And then, always take a gorgeous smiling shot of both girls like that. Very good. Now, I'm moving into a new background, so I'm going to change to the pink. I'm going to change to the powder blue first for the girls, and I'm going to try, okay, let's swap over, next sequence. Something I really love is every now and then I'll be talking to a client and they'll just do something perfect. And I think, I did not post this. This is how we were comfortably talking to each other. And I always say to my clients,
when I'm speaking to them. I always have them on the set, not off the set, because it amazes me when people relax how incredibly they compose themselves. So what Nicola did was exactly this. So I went, don't move, don't move. So what I want you to do is to take this hand just on top of that hand a little bit more and slide it across. That's it. And then really push down with the shoulder. So all I changed was a little bit more work it, and then I'm going to get you to push your chin towards me a little bit more and then straighten your head up. That's it. So I love it when I chat to people and I see this, pushing your chin away from your neck. Good girl, don't move from there. I'm just below her eyeline. This is the first time we've had a look at our little vintage pink background, and I think it's amazing. So lift your chin up, but lips together, tiny little smirk. I'm just going to come lower, so you really need to overextend the push towards your chin towards me, and down there. I love that. Don't move. Now the only thing I want you to take out of here would be this one here, and let's just take it up to your shoulder and then just let it fall out, because I love this ring. So I just kind of, sorry, I just touched my microphone. I just want you to come up to here, that's it, and then long chin up this way. So this shape here is absolutely perfect for me, and I love this. All right, lips together, Nick, and when you bring your lips apart just ever so slightly, it has to be like you've got it, that's it, don't move. I love that. Okay, now I want you to keep this hand up on your shoulder, and I want stay there, that was perfect. See, chin forward. I was going to direct her to do something else, and when I looked at her, I was like, that's working. So I just stop and take a shot. Okay, from there, lips together, tiny little smirk, good girl. Right, I'm not enjoying this hand, so I'm going to move that. So I can either bring it in, that's the one, and just bring that thumb in so it's not grabbing. Okay, fingers into your hair a little wee bit more, and just bring that thumb in, that's the one. Sweep your hair across so that there's a reason that your hand's there. That's it, and turn this hand out just a touch. Okay, long chin towards me. There it is, right there. Love that. Lips together. So chin up. If you're going to bring your mouth open, it only comes open just a tiny touch, not too much. So just let that mouth open just a tiny bit. Chin up. Lots of twinkle in the eye. That's it. Good girl. That was perfect. Okay. Oh, wow. Right, from here, I just want one little cover girl shot like we did before, because I'm shooting this mauve dress. We wondered if it was going to work on the pink. It's totally working on the pink. I want you to bring, let me have a look. I'm just getting a bit of light come in, so I'm just going to find it. And I can see. Okay, so everyone, I want to just show you something. The sun is coming around. It's getting stronger, and in the afternoon, I don't want light leaks like that, so I'm going to look for it, and as soon as I find it, I can just adjust this curtain. So I can either sellotape it, stick it, chin up to me a little wee bit more, or I'm going to hold it in my hand. Now bring your chin forward until I say stop. Don't move. Okay, beautiful, Nicola. That's incredible. All the colours of this are working for me. I'm loving the mauve of the dress. I'm loving this little vintage colour. Because I'm shooting at 2.8, you can't see the beautiful texture, but that doesn't matter. Okay, but I want to try something different. So I'm going to bring in this little box. All right. Love this. This is not going to be very comfortable for very long, so I'm going to have to move her. So I like this shape and everything. I'm just wondering if we can't get your right heel up so that you're like this. Let's try that. Now, Nick's got really long legs, so I think it's going to be easier if your heel touches the end of the box and then goes over with your toe, because that means that you can extend it out a little bit more. That's the one. Now let's swap your hands in the front so that this one comes over, and that's exactly right. Now let's make some space between your knee and your tummy, so if you pull back, that's it. So pull back here, that's the one. All right, so now we're picking up that light, just making sure there's no light leak. Stay there. All right, everything works with this except for how uncomfortable Nicola is. Go back up. So beauty is pain. I'll be fast. Yeah. Well, if you fall off, just try and wait till we stop shooting so that, you know, people don't laugh at you and put it on YouTube. No. Okay, both hands up and over, making sure the hands are down away from the camera a little wee bit there. That's a girl. Bring your chin all the way around to me here. I like this a lot. So caving in right through your mid, that's a girl. Now relax those eyes down to me, Nick. Good girl. Oh, I like that. It's so beautiful. Okay, I know what it is that I like, and you can actually sit flat on your bum. Because, yeah, okay, it's this. I want you to, yes. Okay, now pull your elbows into you, both sides.
That's the one, and stay there. I guess it's a variation of the turn, but what I can see is the long line of her torso. Bring your chin towards me, towards the edge of the shoulder. Good girl, don't move. Now a little soften those eyes for me, Nick. That's it. Wow. That is just so beautiful. Look. Okay, from there, that's the one. Nice and low. Good girl, that's gorgeous, incredible. All right, I'm loving this color. Let's get you flat on your bum with your feet over the edge. In fact, since we're going to do that, let's go the other way. So I like to have another perspective. Side of the face is always different. Turn your body away from me. That's it. Now the elbow is a bend in it. Stop. Other one does the same. Perfect. Don't move. Okay, long chin towards me and down. Now you can see I'm low. I'm below Nick's eye line. I want a tiny little smile here. I want to get a little bit closer because I don't want to repeat the same shot that I got on the other side. And let's go this way, chin down. I'm just going to refocus. That's incredible. Good girl. Love that. Right, from here, I just want to try something on that back wall. So let's stand up and see what light we can get there. I want you, no, it's fine. So I want you to just kick out lots of body, whichever side that you feel the most comfortable. That's the one, stay there. Exactly right. Long chin towards me. And we're here. Now, remember when people go back against the wall like this, okay, chin up, lips together, tiny little wee smile on the lips. Good girl, don't move. I just need to come up here. Wow, Nicola. Chin up, a little bit more smile in the mouth. That's it, that's it. Don't go down with your chin though, keep it up. That's a girl, stay there. Soften those eyes for me. I'm coming in closer, you can see my crops coming in. Wow, that's beautiful. Lift your chin up half an inch. Just give me that little wee touch. You got it, don't come back up. So when you smile, you instantly go, all right, from over there. Okay, chin up, tiny smirk, don't move, go back up. Don't move, there, soften those little eyes for me, perfect, perfect. Now, from here, you're kicking out lots. Now, that's it. Stay there, chin towards me. Stop. Big smile, go. Good girl, you just do that. Don't move. What I want you to do is I want you to go forward, 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 but bring your chin, that's it, and right there. Now I want that big smile, go, good girl. Okay. Thank you, perfect. So we went a little rotation there, little seating rotation, getting that nice body line, straight back to the back wall. We showed off the dress. It's all about the beautiful face. I love all the tones of that image. Perfect. Your next outfit is black. Long black dress, black corset. You go that way and I'll get Sally in, but before I get Sally in, I need to change to the powder blue because I feel like I want to change it up. But before I do, I might just have a look at the pink and see if it's going to suit. So Sally, come around. I just want to see, because when I first saw this outfit, I saw the blue in it. But now that I'm seeing this pink, you've got pink tones in your makeup, and the nude and the pink is picking up really beautifully. So let's have a look. And if I think it's too pink, I'm going to take you to the blue, because now that oh no, it's perfect. Okay, I'm definitely going to stay with this. I think it's amazing. All right, so we want to show off your body line because I think this is absolutely gorgeous. Let's have a look at that. I'm going to bring that in. I'll bring that in here. All right, let's get a nice big hair in the front. Perfect. I love that jewelry. Gorgeous. You've got very obedient hair, Sally. Okay, from here, I just want you to find your body line, good girl. So when you do that, how about, yeah, that's the one. How about you go long chin. There, I'm going to shoot this quite low. Bring your chin around to me now. Stop. Come back halfway. Don't move. All right, there. All right. Nice and low. Putting some space around her in my crop. How about you hold with your right hand, just beads there, just to bring your hand into frame. And I'm going to come around this way. That's a girl I want. Oh, I love that shape. Absolutely perfect. Don't move. Love it. Got that. Now let's do this beautiful big smile, right? There you go. Okay, from here, let's use this wall. So step towards me a little bit more. That's it. Come into the light. Come into the light. I want you to stay exactly right. Same position. Just pull away from the wall just a touch and drop your hands down lower. That's it. And then go. Checking here. Stay eyes down. I like that. I'm just going to come around. Oh, watch that light. I'm just going to come around on the 45 ever so slightly so I can shoot. If I shoot straight down the wall, I'm going to show you. I'm going to get this. So if I come around here to this angle, I'm just going to shoot back this way. So I want to do two things now. Sally, your backhand, I want it to go flat onto your thigh and down lower, and to the outside. That's it. Now, what I want you to do is put your lips together a little wee bit and now relax them again, but not so open. That's the one, and we'll take the same shot again. Oh, sorry, and I got you blinking again. It was my fault. So when I look and compare those two shots, when I get the arm forward, I definitely like that shape more. Now, let's see if we can shape the front of the body. So bring it round to, yeah, actually, stay there. Okay, bring this elbow towards me, halfway back, stop. Okay, don't move. If I shoot this from the top of Sally's head, long neck up, Sal, and bring your chin forward and down. If I shoot it from the top of her head down to here, have a look at this body line. This is amazing. We've done lots of close-up shots of Sally today, so we've done lots of cover girl, so I want to really work this body line. If I bring the chin down on the 45 towards the shoulder, and I get her to drop her eyes straight down, I kind of say to people, it's like, I know, and it sounds terrible, I say, look down your own body line. In other words, look down towards your bum. Now what you don't want people to do is to go like that and look. You want people to look down towards their bum. And they're trying to get that 45 towards the camera and then eyes down. Then I can come right in, and I love, stay looking down, I really love this. So there's something in here that's so beautiful, and you just have to find it. And it's always right there. And if you feel like you're too close, just come back. It's all good. I like that too. Eyes to me, Sal. Okay, so when I first saw this outfit, I was quite happy for it to go in the blue, but now we're in the pink. I think it's so pretty. Okay, let's move. How about we turn front onto the camera and then come across a little bit more. How about we go hands onto the waist, okay, kicking out this way. I'm going to come down on the asymmetrical, so I'll straighten it up for you. Just bring your head directly forward now and tuck in. That's a girl, don't move. And don't pin your shoulders back, Sal. That's it. I can always tell when those shoulders are back. And I'm shooting it to her right-hand side, so a little bit off there. I'm just going to bring more here, up and in, there. Now, one of my all-time favourite shots would be on that bar stool. So I'm going to bring in the bar stool and the apple box. Wowza, look at that. Right, so stay there, Sally. I'm going to bring in the bar stool, and I want you to sit there. And then I'm going to get the apple box, which I call it an apple box because it's just a smaller box, good for 1 foot. I'm not going to. From here, I want to shape the body just in the seat. So I'm going to use that knee. I want this hand to hang down. I want maybe this hand to come up. So let's bring it up to the shoulder. Stay there. Maybe just out here because I want to see that ring. That's it right now. Sitting nice and tall. Bring your chin forward and down. Don't move. All right. I'm not really seeing her legs, but when people sit down, you get the opportunity to move their body in a way that you wouldn't normally get. So from this position here, I like this here. I'm going to go right to the edge of that background. And I'm just going to shoot that there, chin down a little bit, lips together, Sal. That's it, don't move. Okay, from there, it's very similar to her standing, but I actually think it's better. From here, right up onto your toe. So pointing that front toe, and always point the toes, makes the legs look longer. Chin that goes this way, that's it. This hand, can we bring it up to the outside? That's it, and now tuck your elbow back, that's it. And that you can't do standing. So let's have a look at this. I like that. That's beautiful. From here, chin comes back around. Actually, you know what? I don't like that. So let's change it. As soon as I see something I don't like, I don't want to keep shooting it. Bring your chin forward. I don't like it on the horizontal. I'm here and I don't like it there either. Okay, sort of like it. Let's put this hand down onto your thigh, slide it towards me, and maybe your elbow back. That's it. Straight up and down. All right, here I am in this position here, chin up 1/2 inch. And if I can't make this shot better, I need to get rid of the seat, because I can't, there's no point doing more of a shot hoping it's going to get better. If I put somebody in a position and I don't feel it, I need to move on. And it's really, really important when you're not getting it that you stop and just take control of the shot straight away. I know what it is that I want. I need to switch out this box here. So I'm going to take that, I'm going to put it back, and I'm going back to what I had before. Are you able? Oh. No, it's all right. So I'll just stay there. You're just going to have to cut this out. All right. I'm going to bring this one in, and I'm going to get her foot up towards me. Because when I can bring her, no, just one, hun. When I bring one foot up, and I can then shape her body. So bring that knee across now, and bring your elbows forward. All right. Now the reason we do this is we're looking for symmetry, we're looking for asymmetry, and we're looking for shape. So this one can go through here, and that's it. And then this one leads forward a little wee bit. All right. Here we go. Now I like this. Long chin towards me and down. I'm going to shoot this nice and low, and chin around to me, Sal. So follow me this way. That's it. Don't move. Now that I love. I can tell I love it as soon as I took it. As soon as she sat there, I wanted to engage her body. Also, I felt like the last pose was too much like a standing pose, so we want to mix it up. Now I just want to open up her hair just to get something completely different. Now have a look at just something that subtle of someone walking up and pulling the hair out. Look at this. Okay, long chin there, stay there, chin forward, lift up at the back of the neck and chin forward and down. That's it, keep coming forward, good girl. Forward and down a bit more, stop, there it is. Chin down a little bit more, Sal. That's it, there it is. As soon as you see that face engage, have a look at the difference between those two shots. Chin up a little bit, chin forward, big difference. Okay, from here, let's bring that elbow up and just come into here. And now, very gently, just touch under your earring, that's it. Bring your hand, stop, bring your chin this way, don't move. Open it up a bit, your chin this way, sorry. Halfway down, don't move. Make people move their chin around until you see the shape of the face that you love. Open your hand up a bit, that's it. Now, very gently go down into it, stop. There it is. Now, your hands to like a cup, I want you just to go back with it, don't move. You might just sit your earring out because it looks so gorgeous. There it is. Good girl. Wow. Chin down a bit more, Sal. And now, when I say not yet, just comb your hair out just an inch or so and do a slight tip. Don't lift your chin up, but slight tip towards that hand, go. Big smile. Big, big smile. Okay, let's stretch your arms out a little bit more. That's the one. All right, now chin forward and down. That's it. And now, beautiful big smile, go. Gotcha. Love that. Perfect, and there you go. Love it. Right, next sequence. I would like you to hop into your black dress with your black hat. And we are going to go to the black background, same corner, V flat, bringing in the white boxes. Now we're going to really vogue it up. I love this. It's absolutely incredible. So we've mixed up Nicola's corset with one of my wardrobe dresses, and I like that she brings something that's her own and then something from mine, and I have to get the movement of this. So let's have a look at something where we can move. I want you to turn, and let's have a little practice. Turn the side and follow with your shoulder, that's a girl, and then turn back this way and then look down, but don't look too far. Don't throw your head back. That's exactly right. Good girl, that's perfect. Now do it again. So it's a slow movement, but lots of movement, and remember to keep your elbows in, so don't wing out. It's a lot of, yeah, don't do that. A lot of people do that. I want you to keep it there. That's it. Now, what you're doing right now, I'm going to put some space above your head, so I'm going to shoot sort of a nice wide
And lips together, little smile. And remember, keep working that shoulder. Good girl, move again. And again. Now, remember, I want you to look down. I want you to smile. Big smile, look down, look down. That's it. Now, a little faster movement, bit more flick on the skirt. Stop. Okay, right now, love that. All right, so from here, stop. That's it, perfect. Now, don't move, Nick. I just want you to flick the dress up in the front. That's it, so give it like a flick, swish, that's it. And again. Okay, now, give me a turn again. That was beautiful. Okay, I want that again with a big smile. Do that again. Oh, that was it, that was it. Wow, look at that. Okay, so come back again, one more time. Okay, do that with other side, big smile, go. Okay, from there, look up at me this time, all the way around, stop. Remember, don't throw your head back, so shoulder forward, and that's it, chin forward, that's it, love that. Love that, stay there. Now, what I want to, no. Wow. Okay, and again, come back to here, stop. That's it, I'm just going to take this side. Okay, and right there, push your chin right to the edge, good girl. And this way, nice. Drop that shoulder down an inch, stop, bring it forward again, but just not so high. That's the one. Stay there. Nice. Can I just have this big hands into your hair, like lift it right out? That's it, eyes down, big smile. That's it, good girl. Okay, sitting up nice and tall, just bring your elbows in here, so hold the skirt, bunch it up, that's it, stay there. Now turn back to me, square. This elbow comes in, that's the one, long neck, chin, and push forward. Don't turn your face away from me, so tip that way, halfway. Okay, forward, down, soft eyes for me there. Good girl, look, chin up now, little wee smile. Gotcha, beautiful big smile, go. Okay, now let's just do one where you shimmy forward and just give me a huge big smile, go. Love that, go back up and slowly forward this time, big smile. Shimmy, 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 that's it. Gorgeous, stay there. I love that. Push your chin forward. Good girl, you got it, right there. Done. Perfect, I love that dress. All right, let's do your fuchsia dress last. Okay. Perfect. So what I'm gonna do is point your toes, hands on the inside, elbows in, nice and tight. That's it, a little closer, good girl. And pulling your boobs back through this bit, so your posture goes back through there. Not too much, drop your shoulders down, long chin up, and then chin towards me and down. That's the one. Love this. So I'm cropping this top of the hat just to where her hand ends there, slightly asymmetrically pushing your chin forward, Sal. That's it, don't move. Do that again, lift up half an inch, stop. Love that, good girl. This is beautiful. I feel like that leg's quite a big space there. I'm going to come in, chin towards me and down. And then what I'm going to do is bring this knee up. So why don't we try that one. Heel on, perfect. Okay, I love that. If you're going to go across with this one, I just need you to slide maybe through. There you go. But don't hold your foot, hold your ankle. That's the one, stay there. That's beautiful, don't move. And from here, let's try coming up a little higher and see what angle we get here. So have a look at the difference between 1 and 2 here, just by lifting myself up. I'm really low here. I'm going to come right up to her eye line, but I'm not going too high. I feel like the hat could come a little wider. I could get a little bit more here, through here. I tried to pin it. It's got a mind of its own, so I'll just try and find a groove with the hat, and then when we get that, we're away. All right, how about we hug over that knee? That's it, don't move, Sally, that's perfect. Long chin towards me, and then stay there. So, chin towards me and down a touch. Good girl. And I'm gonna come higher. I like this angle better. Chin up half an inch, good girl. Pulling back, chin towards me a little bit more. And now, I love that, good. Stay there, one more. How about we go, I want you to bring your heel down the front of the box. Stay there, can you hold that? Yep. Okay, what if you lean over, yeah, but I don't want your hands crossed, I want them side on here. Now bring your elbow together a little bit more. Now can this hand go down? How about, go down a little bit more on the heel? And it's like a Pilates workout now, through the core. Okay, lifting up nice and tall, chin towards me,
and chin this way. So now come back, down this way, stop. Let's try here. Oh, I like that. Okay, from here, Sal, just take the head off. Just pass it to me. Okay, and just pull your hair up on either side. Just, that's the one. Love that. Okay, now come forward again. I'm just going to get the top of your hair. I'm just going to clean this up. That's it. Okay, come forward onto that knee. Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah, but how about we bring one hand up? That's it. So, just around your throat. That's it. Just more heel palm. Keep that in. Straighten your head up to me there. And let's have a look here. Okay, I just want the body on this side, so make sure you're sitting up a little taller. That's it. And then just bring your elbow down. That's it. Don't move. Long chin towards me. There you go. And down just a touch. Love that. All right, how about you just let this hand come out. Elbow in, touching that arm. Go into your hairline and just pull out a little bit, elbow touching that arm. That's it. Come closer to your face, to me. Now just sort of comb through there. Pull away now. Okay, go lips together. Work this shoulder into me. Okay, it looks like you're talking on the phone, so I need you lower and towards me more, away from your face, and then comb out this way. That's it, stay there. Don't move. Too much here. Just pull back. Good girl. There it is. Work that shoulder in the front. Chin down. Stay there. Like that. Okay, take this out of your hair. Let's, yeah, elbow. That's the one. Okay, eyes down. Shoulder forward, back where it was. That's it, that's it. Stay there. Okay, and now eyes to me. Beautiful big smile. Go. Okay, from there, let's stand up, put the hat back on. I just want you to go back towards the black backdrop there. Okay, that's the one. Try and get that up a little. That's perfect. See if we can leave it there. All right, go back a little wee bit more. And I just want this shape here. I want that shape where this one goes down. That's it, you're long. Okay, now, just let this hand come in a little wee bit. That's it. Okay, and I just want to stop it from being too floppy on the sides. Oh, look at that. That hat is behaving right now. Don't move. Okay, now, don't push up through here, push out through there. That's a girl. This elbow goes around a little wee bit more. That's it, stay there. And I'm at 3/4. So bring your chin towards me now, Sal, and come down the front. Stop. And again, chin this way. Stop. That's it, don't move. All right, relax your mouth, Sal, just so it opens ever so slightly. That's it, good girl, that's perfect. And drop the shoulder down a little wee bit, kicking out that way. That's it, stay there. Okay, that bottom lip, you got it. Now from here, just come into the side, sort of maybe one hand here on the hat. Yeah, one hand over the top. So maybe just sort of let it sit up on top of the hat, this one. That's it, and so I just want you in here, maybe elbow out. That's it, just see if I can get a close shot in here that's not too armpit. No, it's a bit too armpity, let's do this. Huge big smile, go. Okay, eyes down, big smile, go. Okay, eyes down, stay down, big smile. Yeah, that's the one. Heats the shape in your body this way. Oh, I like that, yep. Okay, and then last one. Let's just put that hat up, so spin it up on both sides. See if I can, that's the one. See it, let go of it. Let's see if it stays there. Okay, one more. Oh! See, I can't make it stay there when I don't want it to. Oh, watch, there's a pin in the front. Leave that there, don't poke your finger. Okay, no. Okay, don't move because I like it what it's doing now anyway. How about from, don't move, that's it. This elbow back on this side, round your body, good girl. Push your chin towards me. This one's all about expression, so I'll drop your chin down a touch. That's it, good girl. Let your mouth open a tiny tickle. That's it. Small eyes, smiley eyes, down. That's the one. Relax your mouth, chin up 1/2 inch. There it is. Got it. And let's want one more here. Really kick this hip out. Work your body. Come around the body. That's it. Stop. Chin up 1/2 inch. And I love that.
Perfect. For you, my dear, I want you in the corset with the big skirt. Last sequence, bringing the brown backdrop down, and last outfit for both girls. What I want to do here is, stay there. I'm going to do a little rotation. I just want to see the rotation first with the corset and the dress. So if you let me just push your chin forward, Sal, that's it, and down a touch. That's it. So at the moment I'm cropping in quite close. Sorry, no, this is you know me. Okay, relax your mouth. That's a girl. Chin up half an inch. Stop. Too far. That's it. Stay there. I'm just going to come in and do a quick little 1-2. I love that. Right. Now, very gently, just come this way. Stop. Not too far. And just hold the dress. That's it. Perfect. So maybe in the front more like that, so I can get that elbow. I can get the shape. Long chin towards me there. Now I'm just going to move around you instead of you moving around me. You just follow me with your chin. That's a girl. Now chin this way, over your shoulder. Now push your shoulder away from me more. So I want you this way. That's it. Stop. And I might just open a little bit more here up there. So chin towards your shoulder at the edge. Down, stop. And then follow. See, stay looking down. And now go eyes to me. That's it. Stay there. Okay, I'm just going to get that there. Perfect. Okay. Down that box. Chin around to me now, Sal. That's it. Stay there. Okay, push your shoulder away from me even more. Stop. Okay, so when I do a rotation like that, I want to move. She wants to move. I want to try and do the rotation with a bit of vertical, a bit of horizontal. I want to mix that up there. And once I've got that, once I feel like I've got that, I'm going to get her to move. So what I want you to do is let's have a little practice. I just want you to tip this way. That's it. And then this way. Okay, lots of swirl and looking down. That's the one. Okay, there you go. Keep going. Okay, let's do that huge big smile looking down. That's the one. So I'm going to get it on the crossover so I can get lots of shape, working that shoulder, good girl. Keep some space between your chin and your shoulder. Don't lean back too far. Keep your elbows in. That's one. Big laugh, 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 laugh. That's it. Perfect. Okay, from here, now what I'm going to do is let's just do quite a long shot, sort of more cover girl, elbows back. That's it. Sitting up nice and tall through your neck and shoulders, chin forward and down. That's the one. Stay there. Drop your shoulders down. And your hands come up a little higher, Sally. No, don't like that. Let's try instead holding the skirt, using our elbows this way. That's the one. Now drop your shoulders down. Okay, and I'm just going to sit a little lower. Long chin towards me and down. There it is. Perfect. Don't move. Drop those shoulders right down for me. Sweet. That's it. Push your chin towards me and down. Down. Stop. There it is. There. Okay. Now I just want you to give me a swirl looking at me this way. That's it. So, and instead of pushing forward, I want you to flick up with the dress at the back. So, well, let's try, yes, the behind flick. So turn halfway, stay face to me, that's a girl, and flick up at the back, go. Other way, yep, yep, but don't turn away from me so much. That's it. Don't hide in your hair, I'm just getting too much hair hide, that's it. Okay, let's try. If I go straight back, just do stand in the front, hold your hands down. That's the one. Now, elbows into your body, drop shoulders, and hand your hands like that and that. That's one. And then push your chin towards me here and down. Love that. All right, from here, turn side on to me. Stop, 45. There, that's it. I love that. Right there. All right, long chin towards me, Sal. That's it. Nice and traditional, but I love it. Okay, how about I move, so you come and stand back towards the curtain more. Let's see if we can shoot you right on this curtain line. See what that looks like. Let's see from here. Turn towards me. Elbows in now. That's it. And pushing your chin forward and down. Good girl. Stay there. Wowza. Elbows in a little bit, shoulders. That's it. You can pick the skirt up if it makes it easier. That's the one. I love that. Sally, don't move. I'm coming closer. Stay there.
That bottom lip, just, that's it, all through the eyes. Good girl, that was it. Wow, look at that. Okay, stay there, and maybe just give me a turn here. So give me a turn, and that's it. And one more. Okay, big, look down, big smile. Okay, and the reason I just did a rapid fire then, rapid fire meaning I think I took about 15 shots, was I just wanted to see if I could get her on the fly. And ironically, the first one is my favorite. So let's just do one more little sequence. It's the only time I ever shoot multiple images fast. So just come away from the curtain, that's it. Okay, and I'm going to get you to slow turn, flick, and lots of smiling. That's it, look down and then look up. 3, 4, 5, 6, look down, smile, that's it. I got it, there it is, right there. That's what I wanted. Yeah, so that there is perfect. That's about the movement. So it was just about getting a quick fired 10 just to see if I could capture that movement, and we got it, so that's done. Beautiful. And you've made this yourself. Yes. She made that corset herself. Thank you so much. Okay, push your chin towards me, Sal, one more time. Okay, what I feel like, I just want to take you out of the backlight and put you back into this alcove because I feel like the light's bouncing in here really well. Okay, stay there. Don't move your hands because I love the way you're holding that dress. So just turn your chin back to me. So that's it, stay there. And now let me see what we're getting here. So the light's quite silhouette. Oh, I'm just a little bit over. So I'm at 400 shutter speed, 2.8 thousand ISO. The light is more silhouetted than sort of backlit. So I just want to try and get this dress on the silhouette. So let's try and do some movement here. Try and stay within, try not to move your feet. Do that again, what you just did then with the dress, where you just scoot around. Don't come up too high. You can come up high, that's it. So let's go. Let's try and move around, look down. And let's do look down, big smile. Good girl, that's perfect. Do that again. That's it, stay there, let's have a look. Okay, I'm loving this light now. It's kind of crazy afternoon light, so let's just keep moving and see what we get here. Okay, do a full turn around for me there, and no, when I full turn away and then start to come back slowly, but no, still flick back and forth, just don't go all the way around because it's too far. Okay, I'm just going to pull out a frame because I need to get as much of this as I can. Okay, stay there, and one more turn slow. And I need more dress flicking and more laughing. I need more dress flicking, more laughing. All right, so as you can see, what I'm showing you here is how rapidly I just fired through that. So what I don't want is I don't want to just keep shooting it. I want to get wow shots. So if I look at the movement that's working and I just do this, and then I do a slower turn, and then I do a turn, look down and laugh, then it's when the dress is in full movement that I really love it. So I'm just going to slow her movements down and then slow down her shutter. Looking at me now, Sal. That's it. That's the one I wanted right there. Thank you. That was perfect. And a totally different look than the backlight, which I like because it's more gold. Look at this. It's more, oh my God. I know, it's sitting here.
I love.
Look at that. And look, there's where the full movement comes up.
I love that one.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? And it's got lots of flow. So much better than the backlight, just something a little different. Okay, Nick, I want to bring you into the same sequence. I just want lots of this alcove, and let's see if I can get some movement in your pink frills. So you've got, do that when you walk. Oh, look at that. Okay, so let's see if we can't stay within here though. Sort of, yeah, exactly like you did with the back. When you do that, when it comes up high like that on the back side, do that again, other way. That's it on that back arm. Now, when you come up on the back arm, do that again, but with your front shoulder. So do that. I know it's a weird movement. You've got to come forward with your front arm, but see if we can get it to look natural, because that went stiff as soon as you lifted your other arm up. That's right. Now let's hold on to the skirt and let's put a bend in this front elbow. So do that again. Any movement, but now work that front shoulder. Go. Okay, now move both. So let's just do a flow, a movement. That's it, and flick it up at the back. So when you come around, that's it. And also beautiful big smile. You have got a killer smile, so really big smile. Okay, stop. I want you to actually turn into it.
and then go back this way. That's it. Now turn all the way around. That's it. And then turn all the way around. Crossover. That's it. And go. Good girl. Slow down. That's the one. And again, work that shoulder. But I need it slow but flick. Okay? And go. And again. That's the one. Let's have a look what I'm getting. Okay, I want the pink. All right. If I can't get a really good movement, I'm going to slow you right down. Let's bring you forward a little wee bit. Stop. That's it. Don't move. Right, lots of shape into your body here, and let this elbow go behind you. Okay, what am I getting there? This I love. Okay, little smile here. Beautiful big grin, go. Okay, let's do this with a flick. So stay there, pull it back, and I just want you to flick around. That's it. Huge big smile. Go. Do it again. I love that. Okay, flick it out instead of in. So bring it in first and then go out. Big smile, go. No, in first and then go flick it out. So start here and then when I say flick it out. That's it. That's it. Try that. Work the front shoulder, go. That was beautiful. Come into this light and we'll see if I can't get this backlight. Push back. That's it. Maybe let this go out. So lean into it a little bit more. That's it. Lots of shape. Back arm in. Oh, I like this. Long chin towards me. And one more. Stay there. Oh, I like this. Okay, lots of lean back. Good girl. Chin up a little touch. Chin this way a little bit more. Stop. Good girl. That's perfect. Okay, now, see, I prefer the pink and the backlight. So let's just try a little bit of a double spin side to side here. Okay, away you go. And again, move all the way. Good girl. Look down. Look down and smile. That's the one. Oh, I like that. Wait, wait, wait. Oh, that's good. Okay, soft hands all the way around, elbows in. That's it. And again. That was perfect. Stay there. And again. Love that. Okay, all the way around. Perfect, perfect. Okay, just stay here and looking long, chin, elbows in, a little bit at the back. That's it. No, do that again when you were there. No, you did the shoulder. It was perfect. Don't move. Okay, stay there. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay, stay there. Push your chin towards me, Nick. Soft eyes. Look at me there. Don't move. Don't move. Oh, don't move. Don't move. It's so beautiful. Okay, stay there. All right, elbow back, chin forward, and down. Oh, I like that. Lips together. Little smile. Beautiful big smile, shoulder in. That's gorgeous. Okay, chin up just a touch, push towards me. And beautiful big smile there. I got ya. Too easy. Perfect. And that concludes our shoot today. How's it going there today? Day 3 with Sue Bryce. This challenge is one of my favorites. It's about showing you that you can get one composition and then create 5 different images by flowing the pose of the hands. I call it one composition, 5 poses. Even without moving from side to side or forward and back, you can still create 5 different images by changing the flow and the body language of the hands. So today we're going to teach you more about hands flowing. This is a challenge that you're going to have to practice over and over again to get right, because I want to believe all of the images. I want to believe the body language. This is a hard one, but when you master this, you will be a master at flow posing. And we all know that when you take more than one image in one pose, you sell more than one image in one pose. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take 5 shots before we move on. This is a simple pose directly to the camera. Just drop that chin forward towards me, Arlene, and down a little bit more. Perfect. I want you to put your elbows behind you. So push your hands out. Yes, good girl. Now to the outer side of your hips with your hands, but lower. Good girl. And the idea here is that I pinch your elbows in at the back. Very good. Now very gently
just push your booty back just a little wee bit. Without leaning forward, I want your booty to go back. And your chin comes forward and down, stop. And chin this way, just a tiny little stop. Absolutely beautiful. Now, I want you to give me the most tiny little gorgeous smile through your eyes. That's the one, right there. So I want you now to hold your elbows in the front. So I want you to cross your arms and hold onto your elbows. So it's like hugging yourself. Now push to the outer sides of your elbows with your hands. Very good. Like hold like tighter. Let's see, you can squeeze your boobs in. That's it. Okay, now from there, I just want you to bring that hand up on this side like a hug. So it's coming up the arm, this side. That's it. Not so high, down a bit more. Now kick your booty back a little wee bit more. That's the one. And long chin down a little bit more. That's the one. I'm just going to take that shot there. I like that. Okay, from here, I want you to drop your hands to your sides, and without moving, just put your feet apart. That's it. And what I want you to do now is just push out on one hip, and this hand on this side, that's exactly right, let the other one fall behind you. That's it. No, don't tuck it behind, just let it fall loose. Now I want more kick on this hip, more. That's it. Now you tip your head down, so straighten up to me this way, and I want you to go chin down a little wee bit here. That's it, perfect. Okay, now from here, I just want you to straighten up. Just give me a little bit of a zhoosh on your hair this way. That's it, more, like bigger, bigger, that's it, perfect. From here, I just want you to keep your hips back, and I just want you to kick back this way. So kick your booty back and kick it away from me. That's the one, a little bit more, a little bit more. Stop. Now engage your chin towards me, don't move. That's absolutely beautiful, stay there. I love that. Okay, from this position here, I then want you to turn side on to me this way. So it's about, okay, don't move now. I love what you're doing. I just want you to transfer this hand around the back of your waist, there, and a bit lower. Now, arch into that. Good girl, beautiful. Work that front shot, perfect. Bring your chin down to the shoulder, don't move. I absolutely love that. Don't move anything. Perfect. Now from here, I want you to hold your elbows again. So this time you're holding them this way. So when you hold your elbows, maybe put this hand underneath and just hold there. Now I want you to pull this elbow back a little wee bit, elbow, yeah, not shoulder, and work that shoulder forward. That's the one. Now straighten your head out this way and bring your chin and shoulder together. So bring your chin down, work that shoulder forward. Now transfer the weight on your feet and kick the booty back this way. So that's it, perfect. Now I actually want your bum to go back, so it's an arch. That's the one. Now you put your head back then. So tip your head forward, bring your chin, and that's the one. Stay exactly there and work that shoulder, and nice easy smile, go. Good girl, that was beautiful, perfect. I got that right on the upbeat smile. So now what I want you to do here is I want you to bring this hand here and this hand here behind you. That's the one, drop it down. Okay, now I want you to open your shoulder up to me this way. That's it, don't move, beautiful. Pull that elbow back just a tiny bit, not your shoulder, just your elbow back. Good girl, not so far. And from here, work the shoulder up, that's it. And then long chin towards me and down, down, stop. Right there. Now relax your mouth, real supermodel mouth. So I want the bottom of, that's it. And now chin up half an inch, you got it. Okay, from there, I want you to go lips together. I want you to work the shoulder a little bit more. I want you to bring your chin down. I want you to look down to the ground. I want you to kick your booty back, and I want you to give me a huge big smile looking down, go. What we're gonna do here is I want you to take all of the weight on your other foot, swap, good, and I want you to kick back to the wall. So lean back with your upper body. That's it. I know it feels weird, but it looks great. So lean back until your whole upper arm is touching the wall. Very good. Okay, I'm going to move around because I'm not quite in frame here. That's exactly right. And now what I want you to do is touch the back of your sort of thigh bum there with the back of your hand. So stay on the wall. No, with your arm, stay on the wall. With your upper arm. That's it. Now just touch down the back. Very good. Now, from here, I want your back hand just to go onto the outside of your hip, elbow back. And I want a little bit more arch into your back. There it is. Now, your head instantly went up. So that's it. I want you to bring your chin towards me. And I really just want you to bring your elbow towards me because your arm I can see is pinned, your elbow. That's it. I can see your arms pinned back. Now lean back onto the wall more with your upper arm. Good girl. Long chin towards me and down. That's exactly right. So right from here, I just want you to give me a tiny little smile through the eyes. Good girl. That was beautiful. Exactly right. Okay, from here now, what I want you to do is I want you to lean back a little bit more. So turn more side on to me, but keep your arms back and lean back here. So keep that arch through that arm. There it is. Perfect. Now, your chin comes all the way around to me this way. Okay, don't move. That's absolutely perfect. I'm going to just shift a few inches this way and shoot down that line. That's perfect. Okay, don't move for me. Now, I just need you to work that shoulder up and give me a little wee smirk. Just a good girl. Nicely done. Okay, from there, I want you to hold your elbows in the front, exactly like you did when you were out in the center. Hold them, but I want your elbow to come back. That's it. Now, I want you to work the shoulder forward. Perfect. And I want your back foot to come right up onto its toe, right there. So that kicks your booty back. And now work the shoulder. Good girl. Not so far. Open it back up to me. And we're doing that to slim down that arm, make that front arm look beautiful. Okay, perfect. Okay, from here, Arlene, I want you to drop your chin down a little more and give me that little smirk. Gorgeous, don't move. Okay, that was a little too friendly. And so I just want a little smirk in the eyes. So I want the chin to go this way. That's it. So give me that magic right twinkle in the eyes. You got it. That's absolutely perfect. Okay, from here, what I want you to do is turn exactly where you are and face the wall. I want you to touch here and slide down, and I want you to kick your booty back this way. And it might be easier if you're on your front foot. That's it. I want you then to work the shoulder forward and up, and I want you to bring your chin and engage it around to me. Chin around this way. Now what I want you to do is open your body, very good, and tip towards the wall with your head. That's it. So open your body up. That's the one. And then bring your chin down. There it is. Okay, from here, work that shoulder only towards your chin. Very good. And chin down. And tip towards the wall a little bit more. Just a little cute demure shot right there. That's it. Excellent. Love that. Okay, from here, I want you just to open your body up and just come into here. All right? So I just want this hand to come up. I really want this to sit sort of forward. So high. I want the fingertips to touch here. I want you to get closer. That's the one. Maybe bunch up a little bit of here. All right. Whenever I bring the arm up like this, if I don't think it's working, I just take it down immediately. I don't see the point if it's not working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop it straight down. That's a perfect example for me of doing a pose on someone that doesn't work. I mean, I want to get 5 different shots from one pose, but if I bring a hand up or an arm up and it doesn't look right, I'm not going to shoot it. So I will try. Everybody moves differently. Everybody has different shape limbs, length limbs. Some people suit having their hands in the frame, some people don't. If it doesn't look good, move on. From here, zhoosh up your hair nice and big for me, and instead just turn back to side on, but let go of your hair and just put your hands here behind your bum. That's it. Now what I want you to do is I want you to tip towards me. That's the one. And I just want you to come forward off the wall. Perfect. And I want you to just bring your chin around now. So now you're moving into my frame. I'm going to move around this way. I'm going to come closer to you. I want you to bring your chin forward and down more. Now bring that shoulder up and this elbow back a little. Good, good, good. Perfect. Now from here, I want you to give me a beautiful big smile right there. Gotcha. That's absolutely gorgeous. Good girl. And then I think I would tip your head up a little bit more, not so far, halfway. I'm going to take a step towards you. Stay there. Bring your chin around into this frame. I'm going to focus that, chin down. And what I want you to do here, tip into that frame that way. Stop. Okay, chin down just a touch. You've got it. That is such a beautiful expression, Arlene. What I want you to do now is work your shoulder forward, okay, and give me a massive smile there. And then I want you to look straight down the camera. I want you to work your shoulder up. Good girl. I want you to lift your chin up 1/2 inch. Supermodel, relax your mouth and just give me those magic eyes, chin down. That's it. Long chin towards me. Okay, you got it perfectly right there. Love it. So without moving, we have managed to Without moving, we have managed to get to, let me take me back. We are at 1, 2, 3, love that, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, same shot, different expression, nice and close, supermodel face, and I don't think the leaning towards the wall one worked, and so I just wouldn't show her. I've got 5 shots, I've got 5 different crops, and now I can change my position. The idea here is that we get 5 shots and we move on. Okay, I do not want to take 10 shots in one position with different expressions. If I do that, she will take 1. So learn this flow, and everybody's different. I make people do poses, and I don't think they are not going to work until I see that they're not working. If it's not working, just move on. Try something different. Remember, I've done that without moving, and she hasn't moved either. Really, all she's doing is shifting her body weight back and forward and changing her arms. So I haven't even moved her on a full round yet, and I haven't stepped forward or moved around her either. We still have 100 options. Let's quickly go and do some more. I want you to stretch your elbows out forward. That's it, exactly right. No, keep your hands forward. Just stretch your elbows. Bring your hands forward. Just bring your elbows in. That's it. Forward this way to you, not towards me. I'm off on an angle, so forward from your perspective. Your hands, not your elbows. So bring your elbows in. Perfect, perfect. That's it. Stretch them out a little bit more. More. That's the one. Now, that shoulder there in the front comes up towards your chin. There it is. Sit up nice and tall in your posture, and then bring your chin towards me and down. Perfect. Don't move there. Now, eyes into the camera here, and chin down a little wee bit more. Don't move. Work that shoulder a little bit more. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Stop. Very, very gently, I want you to just drop down this way. Good girl. Now bring your shoulder forward even more. No, to your chin, forward to you. That's it. Now chin down. Stop. Right there. Don't move. Now I want you to take your back hand, your right hand, and put it behind your head. Stretch your elbow out a little bit more and push your hair up and out. Like, give me nice, beautiful big hair. Now straighten your head up. Very gently, I'm just going to move a little wee bit, and I want you to work that shoulder all the way forward. That's it. Now, I need a little tiny gorgeous smirk right there. That was gorgeous. I want you to fall onto that hand, okay, and open that shoulder up a little bit to me, not too much. That's exactly right. Now what I want you to do, I'm just going to get my focus here. There it is. I want you to bring your chin down. Tip this way, bring that shoulder in now, and give me a huge big smile. Gotcha. That was absolutely beautiful. Okay, from here I want you to put both hands forward and then keep your elbows in tight, and now the right hand, turn it in and underneath your elbow. So don't want it on top. Yeah, so stretch this out. No. Yeah, stretch this elbow out a little wee bit more. Good girl. Now I want you now lift up nice and tall through your neck and shoulders, and I want you to bring your chin forward and down. Now work your shoulder in here. Okay, I love that. Right, now what I want you to do is put both hands forward and elbows together. That's it. Now I want you to stretch right out with your elbows, and now put both hands to the other side of your head. There you go. So bring your hair forward. That's it, and I'm going to come in a little wee bit closer and do a nice tight shot, and I just want you to bring your chin and shoulder this way. Good girl, don't move from there. Now, are you able, I know that you're just leaning on that ottoman, but are you able to turn onto your side more? So come up onto your side, That's it. Put this elbow down in the front. That's the one. Now bring your elbow away from your boob so that you're not squashed. Good girl. Makes a big difference. Now you're right down low. I just want you to touch the back of your neck with your fingertips, and that puts you up nice and high, and that opens your shoulders right up to the front of the camera. Now push your chin all the way towards me now. That's the one. I'm just going to focus there, and I want a little wee smile here. Beautiful little smirk. Gotcha. Don't move. Okay, from here I'm just going to turn my camera up into portrait here. And I just want you to sit up nice and tall, elbows forward, flat onto your stomach again. Okay, now bring that elbow away from your breast line again so it's not squashing in. Good girl. Now nice and tall, and shoulder all the way forward. Good girl. Nice and tall, and bring your chin forward and down, and that's it. There we are right there. I love that. And now I'm just going to follow this line in just ever so slightly to here, and I just want you to tip this way. Perfect. Not quite so far. That's it. Work that shoulder forward. Excellent. Right there, chin down. Okay, now I want you to bring your outside hand back up, but this time bring the elbow back in and just touch into here. So yes, that's exactly right. Now just pull your fingertips into your hair, bring your chin around to me this way. Don't move. That's perfect. Work that front shoulder in. Work that front shoulder in. Sorry, I just got you on a blank. And bring your chin down a little wee bit more. Okay, now I can't see your hand, so to me it looks like you're what I call talking on the phone. So you've got two choices. You can either come down and cup the face here, so you can bring your heel palm to the inside of your chin, not your chin to your hand to your chin. That's a girl. So I want you to bring your elbow closer. There it is, right there. So I want you to cup your face and then bring your chin down into it. Now stop. Now work that shoulder. Beautiful. Tiny little smirk in the eyes. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more of a smile. Touch on the lips. Good girl. That's beautiful. Stay there. And the other one is to comb out with your hair like this and fall into it. Okay, I don't want you to make a hole in the back of your hair. It's just in the side here. That's it. Chin down a little bit more, but fall into it. And stretch out that left arm a little bit more. So elbow, no, not towards me, towards there. That's it. But work the shoulder. That's it. And now work the shoulder more. Chin down a bit and give me a beautiful big smile right there. Okay, now look down your body line. Bring both hands out of your hair and straight down, cross over. That's it. Not, that's it. Now look down your body line, and I'm going to turn back this way. And this time, this is the only time I ever shoot down, is don't put your chin on your shoulder. Just put it down towards it. Bring that elbow back a little wee bit in the front. Good girl. Work that front shoulder, look down your body line, and I just want a beautiful, big, huge smile right there. Bigger than that. That's the one. I love that. Stop. Okay, so I just want to talk to camera for a bit. What I did there was I started in what I think is your typical Ottoman shot. I was shooting it horizontally, and I started just to move her arms. I just feel like you can get so many shots by just moving these simple movements. Every single time I moved her hand, I re-engaged her chin with her shoulder. And then as I brought the elbow in, I always watched two rules. One was I'm shooting under her eye line. So have a look right now where my camera is in relation to where she is. My camera is below her eyes. If I shoot down on her, I'm going to see too much of the Ottoman. I'm always going to shoot lower, and I was constantly asking her to lift up. So lift up again for me, Arlene. That's it. The more I ask her to lift up, the longer she looks in my frame. And then I would always say pushing your chin forward, pushing your chin forward. Then she would extend up out of that pose. I need you now to start looking at when you have somebody sit in one position, how many times can you move them? How many different times can you move them? And how many times can you make them look really good? And I really need you to think about, just all you have to do is really think about how you're moving their hands and just re-engaging their posture all of the time. And also, then at the same time, you're thinking about going in and out and around. So you can see now how we just have thousands of options in posing. And this flow, this little one composition, 5 poses, makes an extreme difference to your final result and the amount of images that people buy. Let's change up again. I really love this dress, so let's do one more shot in it. Okay, so just need you to bring your chin towards me and down. That's it, sitting up nice and tall. I want this elbow to come in. Good girl. You can wrap that hand around your arm. Bring this arm in too. The reason I'm bringing your elbows towards the center of your body is because I want to show off the hourglass. Now you've just lost the tip of your head. Now pushing forward and down, 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 stop. Okay, absolutely beautiful. I love that. Don't move. Okay, from here, I think what's really, really important in this pose is that the hands are asymmetrical. Do a symmetrical pose for me where both of your hands are exactly the same. Looks wrong. Now stretch them out so both elbows are on your knees, but they're still symmetrical, and down. That's it. That looks wrong too. Also, when you start moving the hands, notice how Arlene completely resets back into her comfortable chin position, which is chin up and head back. So I think that's a really neat thing to see. It makes a really significant difference. So let's go again from here. What I want you to do is I want this hand to come out and go on the inside. That's it. I want this elbow to come right to the edge of the knee. I want you to sit up nice and tall, and I want you to push your chin towards me and down. Now I'm going to crop this a little bit more asymmetrically off to the side, and I want a gorgeous little smile in your eyes. That's the one. Absolutely perfect. Okay, from here I now want you to bring this elbow up, and I want you to touch down here. So instead of being on here, I want you just to pull back and make sure you're still cupping there. That's it. Now I need you to sit up tall. I need you to bring your chin forward, and I need you to give me a tiny little smile here. That's beautiful. Okay, from there I want to move. I want you to comb your hair just gently. Stop. See how you naturally tipped into there? Now what I want you to do is fall into that more. Stop. Okay, chin forward and down. Now that is gorgeous. Don't move, don't move. I want exactly that with a huge big smile. Go. Okay, don't move. I'm going to come closer to you right now because I'm loving what's going on here, and I want you to straighten your head up more. I'm going to find my focus. There it is. I want you to bring your chin forward and straight down. Okay, and I just want you to relax your bottom lip. Okay, now bring your chin up 1/2 inch. Stop. Love that. Absolutely perfect. Now from here, I want you to put your foot on that little box there in the front. I want you to bring it towards you. That's it. Very good. Cross over. That's the one. Perfect. Yes, you can tuck that right in there. In fact, can you sit on that foot? Is that okay if you can sit up on it? That's great. Now I want you to cross the knee over. There it is. So now I want you to sit up nice and tall and bring your elbows here. Now, the reason I'm going to move my camera here, because I love this low eye line, is she just got higher. Cross that knee over. Yeah, keep it there. She just got considerably higher when she sat on her foot. So I am going to bring this up because I feel like I'm looking up at her legs instead of down. I'm going to give it a very gentle tip forward. So the idea here, and I'm going to pull back so I can get a little bit more of this frame. What I don't like here is I need you to point that toe, and I need you to cross the knee over more. That's it. This hand, let me focus that so I can show you. Okay, I'm not liking the foot you're sitting on. So pull it out and just let it tuck down onto here so I can't see. That's it. Now cross that knee over. That's it, don't move. All right, from here, I want you to lift up really tall with your neck and shoulders and bring your chin forward. Can this leg go under any more? This one, that's it. Keep this one across. That's the one. Point this toe for me. The more you point this toe, the longer this front leg looks. Okay, sitting up nice and tall through the back. I still don't think I've got my angle here. So now I'm going to push the chin all the way forward. There it is. I like that. Now I feel like that arm on her right is short. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap the arms over. So hug the leg here. Nope. Hug the leg, the front. That's it. Around. That's it. Now put this one across. Now slide this heel towards me in the front. More, more. And that's going to drop her down into the pose. You watch this. As she comes down, her legs go down and her upper body gets taller, and it's absolutely perfect now. You are right on the money, right there. Now chin towards me. Good girl. Wow. That was absolutely beautiful from there. Right, from here, I want very, very gently for you to turn this way. Everything goes this way. Everything. Together. That's it. Stay in the position, just move your whole body. That's it. And I want you to bring your chin all the way back. Don't move. I want you to tip back this way. Long chin towards me. And just this hand here, just let it go flat so I can't see it. That's the one. Long chin, long chin, long chin. More, more, more. And more shoulder in the front. Perfect. Give me, from there, let's see, the biggest smile you've got. Okay, without taking too many more stills, I just want to show you a couple of things. I could get her to sit up onto that chair. I could get her to sit right up onto this chair in this position. I could get her to turn into this position. I could get her to sit on it with her back towards me. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to teach you just multiple direction in one pose, one composition. So a composition is when I sit, I can pose my image, and then I move her pose around that composition. If I can teach you how to nail this direction, I know that I can give you another 100 shots in your folio and your repertoire, because the more you can control, pose and direct your client, the more poses and shots that you can get, and then the more you can sell, and the more you can show, the more diversity you can show in your folio. So we can just keep going doing this. So we'll do a couple more scenarios so you can see standing, and I'll try a freestyling, and I'll just keep going until you're learning multiple poses. This is your challenge today. Okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move, and I'm going to get you to move. So I'm not going to be stuck to one composition, but I'm not going to move from side to side. I'm only going to move towards you and back because I'm shooting on a prime lens right now, 50 mil at 2.8, and you're going to move side to side when I move you, but I'm going to start directly flat, directly to the backdrop. So I'm facing you, you're facing me, backdrop is completely flat. We have got no 45-degree angles going either way. So I'm going to shoot straight down the line. This is really fashion and really good flow movement. So this is something I want you all to practice. Your client needs to be directly onto you with the chin forward and down. The elbows go back, that's it. So go to the outside of your hips, very good. And drop your shoulders down. I know it looks awkward from the out camera position, but from my position it looks fantastic. The chin always pushes forward and down. The first thing that I'm going to do is a couple of cover girl shots. Now, I am shooting asymmetrically. I am at 2.8. I'm at 50th at 160, so I'm just going to bump my ISO because we're getting later in the afternoon. My ISO is at 320, and there I am there. Nice, and I'm at 100 shutter speed now. Chin forward towards me. Now lots of sparkle in your eye. Good girl, nice. Relax your mouth a little wee bit. That's the one. Not so much lips together though. There we go. Don't stare at me. I need you to soften your eyes down and less smile. Good girl, right there. Beautiful face shot. I'm going to pull back and do a top of the head to the bottom of the breast line. Just push your chin forward, and that's it. Lots of smirk into the eyes. Good girl, that was perfect. I'm going to pull back one more. I need you to kick your hip out in one direction and let this hand fall. Good. That's exactly right. So from here, chin up 1/2 inch because we're getting more cover girl. And now I'm going to pull back even further. I'm going to get you to kick back even further like that. Push down. Okay, and I'm going to get you to lift your chin up but straight. Okay, and completely relax your mouth there, and chin forward and down. Stop. There it is, and I want that to be really cover girl. Now I'm going to kick back into this line here, and I want this hand to be straight. That's it, let it fall. So lead with that shoulder. Good girl. Now From there, I want you to work that shoulder there, tip back a little wee bit, chin towards me and down. And you have to do that with a huge big smile. Go, that's the one, perfect. From here, I want you to hold your elbows like you did in the very first pose. And I want you to move here, stop. Don't lean towards me, upright. Work that shoulder. Okay, now open your body up, stop. Okay, from here, I'm gonna move around here. I want you to look down. So look like you're looking at your own booty. Kick your booty back, lots of shape, and a huge big smile, gorgeous. Right, from there, I want you to straighten up to me here. I want your hands to go down behind you. I want you to kick your booty back. I want you to pull your shoulders back. That's exactly right. Long chin towards me. Stay there, I'm coming in closer. I want you here, exactly right. Now relax your mouth. Real supermodel mouth, chin up 1/2 inch, very good. Soften your eyes to me though. And that's good, more, soften. That's the one, that was great. Okay, from here, I want you to turn flat to me. I want your hands to go onto your waist. I want you to kick your hip out. I want your hands to come in nice and tight. I want your long chin towards me. Give me a tip this way. Okay, and sit up nice and tall. And now chin up, just your chin, not your neck. So don't come down like that. That's it, this axis here. This one, down. That's it. Soften those eyes to me. Good girl, that's beautiful. And shooting that on that back angle is absolutely perfect. Okay, chin up, bottom lip. Love that cover girl shot. So perfect. Every single one of those shots. Let's just look at that. I love. I think they're beautiful. I think they flow. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, 11. I took 11 shots in maybe 2 or 3 minutes. The idea here, and I think that this is really important for any body type, even a curvy body like me. It's really easy to move a lean body, because you know you can move a lean body in just about any position. But you remember that as you have learned to shoot curvier bodies, the same rules apply. And I really need you to just practice this flow. So when you go back through this sequence of 11 shots, what I want you to do is practice the hands here. You can do this with me. Hands here and then elbows back. Now, for both our body types, this makes us both look good. So it's the same thing. Then, for me, I would put more of a kick back in the booty because I'm trying to slim down my lower half, whereas I didn't need to do that with Arlene. Then from here, I did 3 different angles on that. And as I pulled back, follow me through, I said straighten this hand out and kick the booty out this way. So both her and I are looking for shape in our body. Now, both times I keep saying pushing the chin forward, both times I keep asking for expression in her eyes and mouth. And then as we started to move, and then move into this pose, and then turn into this pose, and as we started to turn into those poses, the same rules apply. Now, the difference between shooting a curvy body and shooting a lean body in this position is, well, actually, we're going to be shooting in this next program, we're going to be shooting so many curves, so you've got to get to see it. But I just don't want you to look at this flow and think it's not for everybody, because I'm going to show you how to do the exact same flow with a curvy body. But what I want you to do is shoot multiple images in a sequence. I want you to practice that. I want you to get good at it. It's not machine gun. I'm not just saying, hey, Arlene, you freestyle, and I'm just going to shoot machine gun and hope that I get 10 shots. I want to make sure that she changes 10 times, that she has 10 incredible shots, and I can move on. So this is where I need you to be in terms of your flow and your direction. This is where I need you to be with every single composition. You're getting at least 5 gorgeous shots to sell. So you've got lots of work to do today, lots of practice. You're going to need a practice model for this. Enjoy it, and I hope you're not too sore tomorrow, because it's like a Pilates workout, right? And thank you so much. You were absolutely amazing.